Imagine in the heart of New York City, the lives of two young women are suddenly overturned by supernatural forces. Unveiling moment: one roommate returns late at night, badly injured, and the other uncovers a secret hidden in the urban jungle: werewolves really exist. From shock to acceptance, Jenna Browning's world is completely transformed. She not only discovers her roommate Talia Sander's identity as a werewolf, but also unexpectedly gets involved in the mysterious culture of an ancient race.
Jenna Browning lifted the wooden spoon to her lips to taste the pasta sauce she'd spent the last half hour making. It was perfect. She glanced up at the clock hanging in the brightly coloured kitchen and sighed. Talia, her roommate, should have been home by now. If she wasn't home soon, Jenna would call her. Talia had said she was meeting some friends and she'd be home by 9, and now it was almost 10 p.m. Living in New York City was unsafe for two young women, especially at night, and Jenna and Talia always kept each other aware of where they were. She glanced around the kitchen for her phone to call Talia, and just as she spotted it laying on the end table in the living room, she heard the sound of keys in the door lock. Jenna breathed a small sigh of relief and turned her attention back to her sauce. "Jenna!" She rushed out of the kitchen at her roommate's cry, the spoon in her hands all but forgotten as she dripped sauce across the floor. "Good grief, Talia, must you be so dramatic about everything?" She cut herself off at the sight of her roommate. Talia Sanders stood in the doorway, bent over, her hands clutching her stomach as blood seeped through her fingers. "Talia!" Jenna shouted. "What happened?" She dropped the spoon and ran over to her friend, helping her onto the couch. Talia carefully stretched out on her back as Jenna pulled her hands away before lifting her shirt. 4 long slashes crossed her stomach and blood oozed out from the deep cuts. "I was attacked," she murmured, biting her lip to keep from saying anything more. "By what?" Jenna shouted, staring in shock at Talia's exposed stomach. The slashes looked deep and like they'd be made by an animal. "Jenna, go grab some towels. I have to get this bleeding stopped." Talia pulled her shirt down and rested her hands over her wounds, grimacing in pain. Her head spinning in shock, Jenna ran down the hall and grabbed some towels out of the closet before rushing back to Talia and gently placing the towels over her stomach. Jenna looked Talia over her stomach. Jenna looked Talia over for any more injuries and noticed slashes on her neck as well. "Talia, your neck is slashed too." Talia reached a hand up to her neck and sighed. "They're not bad," she said, closing her eyes again. "What happened?" Jenna demanded again, keeping pressure on her wound. Talia opened her blue eyes and met Jenna's green ones. She sighed. "I was attacked in Central Park. We need to call the police." Jenna started before Talia grabbed her arm with surprising strength, cutting her off. "No, we cannot get the police involved," Talia shouted. She let go of Jenna's arm and started to get up. Jenna frowned as she took a step back, trying to figure out why Talia didn't want the police involved. She'd been viciously attacked, maybe even by a wild animal from the look of her wounds. Someone needed to do something. Others could get injured if the attacker wasn't stopped. Talia stood, still clutching the towel to her stomach, and turned to face her friend. "I absolutely cannot get the police involved," she reiterated, pushing her long blonde hair back behind her ear. She winced when some of it stuck to the bloody scratches on her neck. "Will you at least go to the emergency room?" Jenna pleaded as she too stood. Talia in general was pretty easygoing, but once she made up her mind about something, there was no changing it, and arguing with her was a waste of time. "No, the emergency room will lead to the police, and I just can't get them involved. I'll be fine." She pulled the towel away from her stomach, checking her wound again. "I'm going to take a quick shower. Will you help me clean my wounds after?" she asked, looking at Jenna again. Jenna nodded and sighed, watching her walk down the hall towards the bathroom. Talia had lived in the city her whole life. What on earth would have possessed her to go to Central Park this late at night? Jenna had only lived here for 6 months, and she knew better. She headed down the hall to the closet, looking for the first aid kit, while Talia disappeared into the bathroom. Jenna had come to New York City, mostly as a way to get away from her overbearing father and spread her wings. She loved her dad, but the man was a bit controlling. Her father was a general in the Marine Corps, and some days he forgot to take his uniform off when he came home. When Jenna hit 16, she already had plans for moving out, but she was smart and knew she needed to plan carefully, or she'd end up trapped back at home. Her family had taken a trip to the city when she was younger, and she had been so mesmerized by it all, she had decided that was where she wanted to live. Jenna meticulously did her research and realized she'd need quite a bit of money. New York was not a cheap place to live, It had taken her until she was 20 before she felt confident enough to move there on her own. Jenna's parents hadn't been happy with her decision, but they had still supported her. Her mother had even helped her look for a place to live. Jenna's first apartment had been a small studio and was a month-to-month lease. She'd found a job waitressing at a high-end cafe, something she'd had plenty of experience doing during her teenage years, and that was where she'd met Talia. She and Jenna had hit it off immediately and quickly became good friends. When Jenna told Talia where she lived, Talia suggested that the girls find a place together. She knew the owner of the cafe they worked at quite well, and he offered them a place in the same building. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and was much nicer than Jenna's previous place. It was also much cheaper. They'd moved in 3 months ago and turned the 2-bedroom apartment into a home. Talia, for the most part, was fun to live with. She was a year younger than Jenna's 20 years and always full of life, but Jenna knew there were things Talia didn't share, secrets she kept locked tightly away. Like why she was in Central Park at 10 o'clock at night. Jenna knew she could press her for answers. Not that she'd get any, but she really didn't want to stress Talia out. For now, she'd just take care of her the best she could. Jenna set up the first aid kit in Talia's room, along with some more cloths as a friend came in, dropping the towel she'd wrapped around her body. Talia had no problem with nudity, something Jenna had to get used to, having grown up in a house with 3 brothers. She paraded around half-naked most of the time, and Jenna honestly couldn't blame her. Talia had long blonde hair and big blue eyes. Her skin was flawless and tanned to a golden honey colour. She had a perfect athletic body and legs for miles. If Jenna had a body like hers, she'd walk around naked too. Talia pulled on a pair of shorts and a tee before laying down on her bed and pulling up her shirt. Jenna stared at her wounds, watching the nasty cuts ooze blood. "Tail, I really think you need those stitched up," Jenna tried again, as she carefully cleaned the wounds. "For the last time, Jenna, I am not going to the emergency room. Now, lay off already," she said curtly with a growl, before closing her eyes in frustration. Jenna was shocked at Talia's outburst, but focused her attention back on her task. Talia sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm just in a lot of pain. If you don't want to help me, you don't want to help me. You don't have to." Jenna shook her head as she opened up the first aid kit. "It's fine. Let me clean your wounds and get you something for the pain, and we can assess you again in the morning." Talia nodded and allowed her friend to clean and bandage her stomach before turning to her neck. To Jenna's surprise, the cuts had already scabbed over. "I think those will be okay," she said, closing the kit and pushing it over to the side. Talia didn't reply. Jenna left the room and found her roommate some painkillers and a glass of water. She looked over at the dinner she'd been preparing before Talia had burst in and grimaced as she realised it was burnt. "That'll be fun to clean up," she thought, flipping off the stove and moving the dishes to the sink. It could wait until morning. When she returned to Talia's room, she was already asleep. Jenna set the meds and water down on the nightstand before heading to her own room. She grabbed a blanket and her pillow off of her bed before going back to Talia's room and making herself as comfortable as she could on the floor. It took a bit for her to shut her mind down, but she finally drifted off. Talia had a restless night, not able to stay asleep for any real length of time. She wasn't pleased when she found Jenna sleeping in her room. "Jenna, you don't have to stay in her room." "Jenna, you don't have to stay in here," she scolded when her roommate woke to see her trying to get comfortable. "I know, but I'm worried about you," Jenna said, sitting up and leaning over the bed to check her bandages. "Fortunately, there was no blood visible. I'll be okay. I'm a quick healer," she said, and Jenna laid her head back down on her pillow before dozing back off. When the alarm went off the next morning, Talia groaned in pain. Jenna shut off the alarm and scrolled through her phone, looking for her boss's number. "I'm going to call off," she said, pressing the call button. "No!" Talia roared, grabbing Jenna's phone and ending the call. "You need to go to work," she all but shouted at her, dropping Jenna's phone before she laid back down with a grimace. Jenna stared at her friend, shocked by her outburst. Being hurt made Talia cranky. "Ta-la!" She turned her head and glared at her overly helpful roommate. "Jenna, please, I want to be alone." "Go to be alone. Go to work. I'll be fine here by myself. If I need help, I can call down to the cafe." Jenna reached up and grabbed Talia's shirt, lifting it and noticing that her bandage was seeping blood. "You're not okay. I'm not leaving you alone. What if you pass out while I'm gone or worse?" Jenna glared at her, growing frustrated. Why was she so difficult? "I'll be fine. I need you to leave so I can—" She stopped and threw a hand over her mouth, shocked at what she'd almost said. Jenna raised an eyebrow at her. "So you can do what?" Seriously, Talia, you're pissing me off. I'm just trying to help you. Talia sighed and closed her eyes, muttering under her breath about insufferable roommates before she turned her head to look at Jenna. What I'm about to tell you cannot leave this apartment. You cannot tell anyone. Promise? Jenna frowned as several different scenarios ran through her head. She knew Talia had secrets, but nothing could prepare her for the one she was about to lay on Jenna. She nodded. Say it out loud, Jenna. Talia prompted. Sitting up on the bed. I promise, Jenna agreed, watching her warily. She couldn't think of anything Talia would make her keep secret that wasn't a crime. Aiding and abetting. Talia took a deep breath and let it out slowly before closing her eyes. I'm a werewolf. What? Her roommate was a werewolf. Had she hit her head when she was attacked? Jenna laughed a little. Okay. She met Talia's gaze and saw that she wasn't smiling. In fact, she looked dead serious. Talia stood up and moved over to the middle of the room and pulled her shirt over her head before slipping her shorts off. She grabbed the bandage covering her stomach and pulled it off with a grimace. Jenna frowned as she watched her friend. At least her wound had stopped bleeding. I know, but why was she? Talia, what are you doing? Don't freak out, she said, and suddenly the sound of cracking bones filled the room as Talia shifted into a big red wolf. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. To say Jenna was shocked would be an understatement. Her legs gave way, and she sat down hard on the bed, staring at the wolf who now stood where Talia once had. Werewolves were real. Talia was a werewolf. Ooh, had she been attacked by a werewolf and become one? Was this her big secret? Was she attacked by one last night? Jenna suddenly wasn't sure she wanted to stay in New York anymore. If the city was inhabited by killer werewolves and they were randomly attacking people in the streets. But then she realized she was in an apartment alone with a giant wolf, and fear came over her as she slowly pulled her legs up on the bed. The wolf whimpered, then sat down before laying on her side. Jenna watched the big beast curiously. She didn't seem interested in attacking, and after several moments, Jenna heard the sounds of bones cracking again, and Talia sat in front of her. She eyed her friend warily. Say something, Jenna, she whispered. Jenna snapped her mouth shut, realizing that it was hanging open. Does that hurt? It was the first thing that popped into her mind. Talia smirked. No! How did you become a werewolf? Were you attacked by one? Is that why you have claw marks? Jenna asked, trying to piece it all together in her head. I'm so glad you're not a criminal, she muttered under her breath. Talia gave her a weird look before she stood slowly and pulled her clothes back on. Jenna's gaze flickered over her wounds, and she noticed that they already looked better. She blinked in surprise. Talia sat back down on the bed next to Jenna. Yes, I was attacked by a werewolf, she started. But he didn't turn me into one. I was born this way. You thought I was a criminal. Well, what was I supposed to think with you, not wanting me to share your secrets? Wait! You were born as a werewolf. Are your parents werewolves too? Jenna felt her jaw drop open. Yup, totally mind blown. Talia nodded and smiled, then grew serious. But Jenna, you can never tell a living soul about werewolves, okay? She nodded. Who would believe her anyway? She'd sound crazy if she told anyone. This is very important. I broke werewolf law by telling you. If anyone were to ever find out, both of our lives would be forfeit, Talia said solemnly, studying her friend to make sure Jenna realized how important this was. Jenna swallowed hard. I promise I will never tell anyone, Talia nodded. Good, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about it when we're alone. It's actually kind of a relief that you know, she smiled. Shifting will help me to heal faster, so how about you make us some breakfast and let me rest for a bit as my wolf? Her name is Lila. Jenna nodded slowly as she stared at her roommate, still in shock. She won't hurt me, will she? I mean, you're not going to kill me on the full moon, are you? Talia hugged Jenna, then gave her a small smile. No, Lila loves you like a sister. She adores you. She would never hurt you. Besides, if we wanted to kill you, you'd be dead. We've been living together for 3 months now. Wait, we'd be? So she's like a separate being from you? Jenna asked curiously. Yes and no. She can talk to me in my head, and I can feel how she feels, and she senses my feelings. We don't always agree. But she's my best friend, and I can't imagine my life without her. Talia smiled. Now, go make us some breakfast, and let me shift. 2 years later, Jenna stood in front of the full-length mirror, studying her reflection carefully. This was her last night in New York City, and Talia had convinced her to go to a club. Not just any club, but Club Cambio, a club exclusively for werewolves. Over the last 2 years, Jenna had become proficient in all things werewolf. Once the cat was out of the bag, or rather, the wolf out of the human, Talia became an open source of all things wolf. She actually seemed relieved that Jenna knew and was more than willing to answer any questions her friend could think of, and Jenna had thought of a lot of questions. She had learned that there were quite a few werewolves living in the city, just going about their daily lives. The Big Apple Pack was located in New York and ran several very successful businesses. The cafe Jenna and Talia worked at was owned by a member of Talia's pack, which explained how Talia had gotten the apartment for so cheap. The cafe owner was good friends with her family, and more than willing to help her out. Jenna had kept her word all of this time, never once mentioning to anyone that she knew about werewolves. She knew the main person who Talia did not want her to tell was her father, though she had never said so. He was a 3-star general and had been working in Washington the last few years. Him knowing could be disastrous. But Jenna loved Talia like a sister, and she would keep her word. Jenna had protested at first about going to a werewolf club, but Talia had worn her down until she agreed. Besides the wolves she worked with, Jenna really hadn't been around any other wolves. There were 3 other servers at her job that Talia had told her were also wolves, and she knew some of their regular customers were. Talia and Jenna had developed a signal so she could point out other werewolves to Jenna, although after 2 years of people watching, Jenna had become pretty decent at picking them out herself. They were always extremely beautiful and athletic. The men were drool-worthy, and she sometimes couldn't help but stare. "You won't be the only human at the club," Talia had promised her. "Plus it's going to be our last night out on the town until who knows when. I want to make it special for you." Talia had visited the club many times and was sure it would be perfect for their last night together. She had dressed Jenna in a green, shimmery halter-top dress that matched her eyes. Jenna had said repeatedly that she wasn't comfortable in the dress, but Talia had just laughed. Besides her work uniform, she usually was a casual dresser, favouring jeans and leggings, hoodies and T-shirts. She could dress nicely if she wanted, but she tended to spend her money on living expenses. Jenna had found a pair of black stilettos in the back of her closet that brought her height up to 5'5" tall. Her long brown hair hung in waves freely down her bare back, and Talia had applied her makeup and let her borrow some jewellery to finish off the look. "You look hot," Talia said, as she hurried by Jenna and across the hall to the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. "Some sexy wolf will sweep you off your feet to dance the night away," she shouted through the closed door. Jenna sighed. Ever since she had found out about werewolves, she'd been fantasizing about that very thing, not that she would ever confess that to Talia. The concept of mates was especially intriguing. She couldn't imagine finding a perfect soulmate who would be hers for all eternity. Like wolves, werewolves also mated for life. Jenna had asked Talia if werewolves ever had human mates. Talia said it happened, but rarely. That didn't stop Jenna from romanticizing about it, though. To find someone who would be completely devoted to you was a dream she wouldn't mind living in. She'd also fantasized about becoming a werewolf herself, though Talia had said that was impossible. Humans couldn't turn into werewolves. "Jenna, are you ready to go?" Talia's question pulled Jenna from her thoughts, and she took one last look in the mirror. "I think I am." She smoothed her dress down once more, then grabbed the small bag Talia had set to the side for her, with a few necessities. Talia walked back into her room, looking Jenna over. "You look perfect, Jenna." She sat down on the bed with her shoes. "Tonight's going to be fun, but we need to go over some rules." Jenna frowned. This was why she was so nervous about going tonight. She was curious about the place, but also very nervous. Talia had told her that most of the humans that would be in attendance would be mated to wolves. Those that weren't would have no idea they were among werewolves, which meant she had to abide by the rule. "You know rule number 1, Talia said, as she slipped on one of her shoes, fastening the strap. Jenna nodded. "The most important rule, don't tell anyone you know about werewolves. Don't even acknowledge their existence." Talia mentioned that rule pretty frequently, reminding her how serious the consequences would be if anyone learned of Jenna's knowledge. Rule number 2, if you get into trouble, or even if you feel threatened, or unsafe, just yell my name. Talia fastened her other shoe, then stood and teetered over to the full-length mirror. Most of the men at the club will be werewolves, and it's safe to say there will be more human females than males. But even if it is a human man making you feel unsafe, call for me. Rule number 3, stay away from the bourbon. Werewolf bourbon is much stronger than regular bourbon, and you will get drunk off of 1 shot. 2 shots, and date rape wouldn't be out of the question. Stick with margaritas. Jenna nodded again. That wouldn't be a problem. She hated bourbon and loved margaritas. Rule number 4, have fun. Talia hugged her friend, and Jenna laughed. She was really going to miss Talia when she left New York. Any other rules I need to be aware of? No, Talia grabbed her hand. Let's get this party started. The girls left their apartment and caught a taxi to the club. The ride was quiet, and Jenna stared out the window, watching the city lights zoom by. She sighed softly and felt Talia grab her hand, gently squeezing her fingers before withdrawing to look at her phone. Jenna had an odd feeling that tonight was going to change her life forever. No, Jenna, tomorrow is going to be life-changing, she reminded herself. Tomorrow she would leave her life in New York City, and she highly doubted she'd ever come back to live here again. Her father had called 2 weeks ago and asked her to come home. Her mother had been diagnosed with cancer, and he'd asked Jenna to come take care of her full-time. She couldn't say no. Her mama meant the world to her, and she would do anything for her. Plus, Jenna had learned that living in a big city was not her thing. The only reason she'd stayed this long was because of Talia. Her father had unknowingly provided her with the perfect excuse to leave. Jenna had spent the last few weeks packing. Talia had also decided to move out and into her Pax apartment building, and she'd already moved quite a bit of her stuff out, leaving the apartment mostly empty. Jenna's brothers would arrive tomorrow to take her home, and she couldn't wait. She'd only seen her family once since she'd been in New York, and she really missed them all. Jenna glanced over at Talia, who looked up and smiled before reaching over and gently squeezing her hand again. Almost there. The taxi pulled up in front of a dark building that resembled an old warehouse. Jenna slipped out of the car behind Talia, eyeing the building suspiciously. "Are we in the right place?" she asked, glancing around. There was no club visible, only the building, which looked uninhabited and creepy. "I've been here before," Talia reminded her as she confidently walked to the front of the building. The walkway sloped down to a discreet door, which she opened and gestured for Jenna to step in. They proceeded down a dimly lit hallway that smelled of liquor and body odour, before rounding a corner. Standing at the end in front of another door was a big, burly man in a suit. Definitely a wolf, Jenna thought, as the girls came to a stop in front of him. Talia flashed him a brilliant smile. "Who's she?" he asked gruffly, motioning towards Jenna. Jenna held her breath, suddenly realizing that this could be a really bad idea. Talia had told her how the werewolf community was so different from human society, how they were more violent and lived by their own set of laws. If he suspected that Jenna knew things she shouldn't, he could easily kill both of them. Jenna forced herself to remain calm as the thoughts continued to swirl wildly through her head. "Don't be suspicious. She's with me," Talia said, flashing him another smile. To Jenna's relief, the man simply nodded, stepped to the side and opened the door. She was suddenly hit with the deep bass of the music. The building must be soundproof, she realized, looking around. The smell of alcohol and sweating bodies was heavy in the air. For wolves with sensitive senses, the strong smells must be overwhelming. At least the music wasn't overly loud. She followed Talia inside. A long bar stretched across the left wall, glowing under the low lights, and 5 bartenders and mixologists were at work behind it, serving up amazing-looking drinks. The dance floor stretched over the centre of the room, lights blazing in different directions, almost making her dizzy. The floor itself caught her attention. It was bright, giving the club some light, and the lights embedded inside changed with the beat of the music. A DJ was in a booth over on the wall across from the entrance, working his magic. Tables were lined up against the far right wall with stools. A glowing balcony surrounded the entire place, seats and tables barely visible on the second floor in the dim lighting. The crowd was large and crushing as some of the most beautiful people Jenna had ever seen danced with each other. Talia grabbed Jenna's hand and pulled her over to the bar. She followed, her eyes still taking in the room, as Talia placed an order. She pushed a strawberry margarita into Jenna's hand, then downed a shot herself. Jenna wondered if it was the bourbon Talia had warned her about. She knew Talia didn't drink that much. She'd told Jenna her metabolism was too high, and she burned the alcohol off before it even gave her a buzz. But she had also told Jenna about the bourbon made by werewolves for werewolves. A pack in Kentucky brewed the stuff, and it was served at any and all werewolf establishments. "Let's dance," Talia shouted in Jenna's ear, and she nodded, following her friend out to the dance floor, her barely touched drink still clutched tightly in her hand. Jenna began moving to the beat, letting the music and the lights from the floor guide her. No one bothered her at first, But then she suddenly felt a pair of large hands grip her hips tightly. She turned around and was greeted by a handsome man with dark hair and eyes. Jenna began moving to the beat, letting the music and the lights from the floor guide her. No one bothered her at first, but then she suddenly felt a pair of large hands grip her hips tightly. She turned around and was greeted by a handsome man with dark hair and eyes. Wolf, she thought, giving him a smile, and he brushed her bonnet waves back from her neck. They danced for a few songs before he attempted to move his hands down past her lower back. She stiffened and gave him a glare, ready to yell for Talia, but he smirked at her before moving his hands back up to her waist, and she relaxed. After the song finished, he leaned in close, his nose brushing the curve of her neck. "I'll be right back." "Don't move," he gave her a smile, moving a thumb across her lip before walking away. Jenna watched him disappear into the bathroom, then rubbed the feel of his touch off of her lip, feeling disgusted. She looked around the club and spotted the stairs to the upper balcony in the far corner. She headed over to them as quickly as she could in the stilettos and hurried up the steps. The last thing she planned to do was wait around for Mr. Hansey. He could find someone else to grope. When Jenna reached the top of the steps, she looked around in awe. The railing around the entire balcony glowed, and so did the bar off to her left. 2 mixologists were working behind it, and servers were moving in and out of private rooms along the back walls, providing bottle service to each section. She walked over to the bar and ordered another margarita, before heading further along the balcony and away from the stairs. Walls separated each private room, though they were open in the front. Curtains were tied back and could be pulled to shield the occupants. The open booths displayed tables, chairs, and couches. Jenna played her favourite game of people watching as she strolled along, sipping her drink. Guests of all varying dress were inside the rooms, some partying, some conducting business, and one where several couples were busy making out and groping each other. Mr. Hansey would be at home here, Jenna smirked to herself. A couple in the back caught her attention. The woman had on a short skirt and was seated on the man's lap, facing him, their lips locked together. From her movements, Jenna guessed that much more than kissing was going on. She blushed and kept on moving. Most of the railing that overlooked the lower level had occupied seating. But about halfway around, Jenna finally came to an open area that looked out over the club. She stepped over to the edge to look down and rested her elbows on the railing, her eyes scanning the crowd below her. She spotted Talia after a few moments, dancing for all she was worth. Jenna shook my head with a smile. At least Talia was enjoying herself. A movement near the front entrance caught her eye, and she watched a blond man enter the club. Those closest to him stopped and nodded their heads towards him. She watched with interest as he moved to the bar, everyone he passed acknowledging his presence. 2 other men followed close behind him like bodyguards. He had to be someone important, and Jenna's mind raced back over the information Talia had shared about pack hierarchy. She doubted he was the pack leader, the alpha. As Talia had said, the man was older, in his late 40s, while this man looked to be in his mid-20s. Perhaps the second in command the better. Talia had told her a new beta had stepped up about a year ago, and how good-looking he was. She watched him step away from the bar with a drink and turned back to the crowd. Jenna suddenly felt eyes on her and glanced around the room again before her gaze finally landed on another man near the door. Her world felt as though it tipped sideways for a moment as their eyes met. Everything and everyone in the club faded away in that moment. He was easily the most beautiful man she had ever seen, and she had his full attention. His hair was dark, and he was very tall, his muscles filling out his black t-shirt. She felt a shiver run down her spine as he stared up at her, her body heating under his hot gaze. "Hey, baby, wanna dance?" a slurred voice said near her ear, causing Jenna to jump as she was suddenly brought back to earth, her connection with the gorgeous man gone. Disappointment and anger flooded through her at the interruption as she felt a hand squeeze her waist. She spun around and almost into a large man who was much too close. His breath reeked of alcohol, and she gagged as he leaned in towards her, trying to sniff her neck. He was good-looking and heavily muscled like most of the men in the club. If it wasn't for the way he was leering at her, she might have been interested in conversation, or maybe even a dance. Jenna felt a small tremor of fear run through her, and the man suddenly smirked. "He smells my fear," she realized quickly. Talia had reminded Jenna many times that werewolves were like predators. They could sense your emotions, your uneasiness, your fear. She swallowed hard, a million thoughts running through her head as she contemplated yelling for Talia. Would she even hear me up here? How good was her hearing, really? Why had I even allowed Talia to convince me to come tonight? I need to get myself out of this situation. Jenna forced herself to calm down and pasted a fake smile on her face. No, thank you. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. He's supposed to be meeting me here after work." She thought she had lied pretty convincingly. The man's eyes narrowed at her, and he swayed a bit. "Yeah, right. You're just trying to get rid of me," he slurred, his gaze raking over her body. She suddenly wished that she had persisted in not wearing Talia's green dress. She felt naked under his penetrating gaze. Jenna tried to push past him, but he was like a brick wall and didn't budge. Stupid, oversized werewolves. She sidestepped to her right, so that she was no longer trapped between him and the railing at least. "Hey, where are you going?" He turned as well, following her movements. Suddenly, an arm went around her waist, accompanied by a tingling sensation. She was pulled back against a rock-hard chest, and her new captor's other arm went around her waist, holding her tight. "Hey, baby, sorry I'm late. Work just wouldn't end," a soft, masculine voice said close to her ear, sending shivers down her spine as a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind. The chest she was pulled back against was rock-hard, the arms pulling her close, well-muscled, and the tingles. They manifested everywhere he touched her, pleasantly arousing her. "Wait, what?" Jenna pulled her mind out of the gutter, quickly realizing that somehow whoever had their arms wrapped around her, had overheard her lying, and she needed to play along. She placed her hands over his and smiled as the tingling intensified. "I thought you'd never get here." The drunk man stared at them both for a long moment, his gaze moving from Jenna to the man who held her in his arms. Her new boyfriend buried his face in her neck, kissing her gently. Desire shot through Jenna hard and fast, and she almost moaned. The tingles sharply intensified from the spot his lips touched, and all she wanted to do was turn around, kiss him and find out how deeply those tingles could affect her. "I have to be losing my mind," she thought. "Get it together, Jenna. You're turned on by a man whose face you haven't even seen." Finally, the drunk seemed to get the hint, and turned to walk away. Her boyfriend kept his arms around her as they watched him go. He stopped and looked back at the couple before finally disappearing. Once he was gone, Jenna relaxed for a second, before tensing up again. She hoped she hadn't jumped straight from the frying pan into the fire. She turned around to thank her boyfriend, and was shocked to see the man she'd locked gazes with on the first level a bit ago. Her world tilted again as she stared into his beautiful blue eyes. His hands still lingered on her waist while they stared at each other. He was even more beautiful up close. His hair was dark and a bit wavy, longer on top and very short on the side. His face had hard planes and was covered with just a bit of stubble. Her eyes travelled down to his full lips, and Jenna sucked in a small breath, remembering the feel of them on her neck. Desire shot through her again. "Thank you," she said softly, unable to look away from his mesmerizing gaze. He smiled at her, his face lighting up before he reached up and gently cupped her cheek. Feelings of comfort and security ran through her, and Jenna stared back at him, entranced. She was safe with him. She didn't know how she knew it, but she did. He leaned in closer, and for a moment, Jenna hoped he might kiss her again, but instead his lips brushed her ear. "You're welcome. Would you like another drink?" She flashed a smile at him, feeling a bit disappointed, but nodded. His hand travelled down her arm, leaving tingles in its wake, and he took her small hand in his large one. He led her back to the walkway, never letting her go. The tingles from his touch were magic, and Jenna could barely take her eyes off of him. He, too, kept glancing at her, a smile plastered on his sinfully handsome face. He stopped at the bar and ordered drinks. Jenna took the moment to spend some more time admiring him, her new favourite pastime. He wore a dark T-shirt, jeans and black dress shoes. Simple, but she could tell his clothes were expensive. His brown hair was styled to perfection, and he had just the right amount of stubble on his jaw. She imagined him rubbing that jaw across the inside of her thigh, and desire surged through her again. He suddenly glanced back at her, and Jenna blushed, shocked at where her traitorous thoughts had gone, and wondered if he could read them. Was that a werewolf trait? It better not be. Jenna knew Talia said that werewolves could communicate telepathically. Oh boy, she hoped he hadn't read her mind. She could feel herself turning into a tomato, but then again Talia had never said anything about being able to read her mind, unless she had just conveniently omitted that small bit of information. She made a mental note to ask Talia later. The bartender sat 2 shot glasses and a margarita in front of her mysterious date. He handed her a $100 bill before picking up the margarita and turning back to Jenna. She smiled as she took it from him, mouthing a thank you, and he returned her smile before picking up the 2 shot glasses and downing them in quick succession. He placed the empty glasses back on the bar. She was relieved he hadn't offered either of the shots to her. He had to be aware she was human, and she was about 90. 5% sure he was a wolf. It made her relax a bit more that he wasn't trying to take advantage of her. He took her hand again, and they began to walk back the way they had come, Jenna sipping her margarita and completely aware of the pleasurable tingles travelling up her arm from his touch. She'd never touched a male werewolf before. Were the tingles a thing with the opposite sex? She really had a lot of questions to ask her roommate later. Too bad she couldn't mind-link Talia now. He finally stopped at a booth with a closed curtain and pushed it aside, glancing inside, before pulling her in behind him. The booth was empty. Jenna followed him in, suddenly feeling a bit apprehensive. She was all but alone with him. He let the curtain fall back into place, drowning out some of the music and noise, then turned towards her and brought her hand up to his lips. She gasped softly as the tingles intensified. He lowered her hand and stepped closer. "What's your name?" He had a slight accent, she noticed, wondering where he was from. He almost sounded British, and she found it incredibly sexy. She swallowed and licked her lips, watching his gaze briefly drop to her mouth. "Jenna." "And yours?" He flashed her a brilliant smile. The man was dazzlingly beautiful. "Daniel." He took a step closer. "Jenna, may I kiss you?" His politeness caught her off guard, but she returned his smile. Yes, please." "I was disappointed you didn't earlier," she said, stepping closer and placing her drink on a nearby table. He smirked and placed his arms around her, pulling her up against his chest. Jenna rested her hands on it, feeling his muscles quiver slightly at her touch. The tingles danced between them again, causing her to shiver with delight as she looked into his gorgeous blue eyes. His lips came down on hers, and a rush of pleasure ran through her as he kissed her gently. His tongue traced her lips, and she opened her mouth to him, allowing him to deepen the kiss. His hand moved up her bare back, pulling her even closer to him. Jenna's head was spinning. She'd been kissed before, but never like this. Her body was responding to him as though he was touching her all over, even though he just had a hand on her back and one on her waist. She wanted to wrap her legs around him and rub herself all over him. She moaned into his mouth. "Her body on fire! Sir! Sir!" Daniel suddenly ended the kiss, and Jenna sighed in disappointment. Kissing him had been unlike anything she'd even experienced before. It had just been one kiss, but the intensity could have lit the place on fire. Her entire body was exceedingly aware of him, and the fact that his gorgeous blue eyes had never left her own. She stared back at him for a moment, biting her lip. Why was she so drawn to him? Jenna finally glanced past him to see who had so rudely interrupted the most amazing kiss of her life. A server had poked her head inside the curtain and was watching them warily. Jenna looked back at Daniel. His eyes were now glowing as he met her gaze. Yup, definitely a werewolf. And his wolf was looking at her. She shivered in response under his heated gaze. "Oh, wolf, what's your name?" "Yes," Daniel finally responded, his eyes never leaving hers. "Sir, you can't be in here," the server said. "This booth is reserved." Daniel reached up and gently cupped her cheek before leaning in to give her another light kiss on the forehead, before turning to the server. She stared at him for a moment, her eyes growing wide, before she frowned and bowed her head. "I'm sorry to bother you." She stepped back out of the curtain. Jenna watched her leave in surprise. What an odd reaction. She'd assumed that the blonde man she'd seen downstairs was the beta, but perhaps it was her Daniel. She scoffed inwardly, as if he'd ever be hers. She felt her heart drop. Daniel turned his full attention back to her and took a deep breath, his nostril flaring before he smiled. His eyes were no longer glowing and looked almost black now. "Should we go?" Jenna asked, not really wanting to, though the server had ruined their moment together. He pulled her back into his arms and buried his face in her neck. "Not yet," he whispered, trailing hot little kisses up her neck. She sighed as his lips found hers again, and she responded back, eagerly wrapping her arms around him and pulling him closer. She felt like she couldn't get enough of him, like he was a drug and she was newly addicted. He groaned, and his hands suddenly grabbed her bottom, and he lifted her up. Jenna immediately wrapped her legs around his waist, giving in to her earlier temptation to rub herself against him. He buried his face in her neck, and she moaned in his ear, the fire between them back but burning even more brightly. "Jenna!" He groaned and set her down on a table. He stepped back from her, then turned away. Jenna wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly feeling empty and cold without his touch, though her eyes never left him. He stood a moment with his back to her, before turning back to her. "I have to stop before I take you right here in this club," he muttered. She barely heard him, and wondered if he had even meant for her to. At least our thoughts are in line with each other. Jenna blushed, catching his eye. Daniel walked back over to her and smiled as he ran his hands up her thighs, his fingers brushing under her skirt. "What are you thinking?" he asked, leaning close to her ear. "How much I want you to," she blushed again, and he laughed softly. The sound of his laugh sent a shiver down her spine, and she placed her hands on his back, feeling his muscles ripple beneath his shirt as she pulled him closer, reveling in the tingles that continued to pleasantly assault her body everywhere they touched. "Not here, Jenna. You deserve a bed for me to worship your body on." His lips brushed her ear before travelling down her neck, and she sighed. She had it bad for him. He kissed her again gently, but didn't linger this time, which was highly disappointing. "Let's go grab some drinks and then go dance." Jenna took a deep breath and nodded. "We can't continue this in the middle of a club, Jenna." It was still disappointing, though. She wanted to explore him more. His words sounded almost like a promise. "Okay." Daniel lifted her off the table, holding her close for a moment. Her legs had turned to jelly. She stepped away from him, working to regain her composure, then picked up her margarita and took a long sip. She looked back at Daniel. He was leaning casually against the wall, watching her. He seemed calm again, though for a few moments there, he seemed almost as dazed as she felt. Jenna took a step towards him. "I'm ready." He nodded and took her hand. They left the private booth and headed back to the bar. Daniel bought her another margarita and another 2 shots for himself, quickly downing them like he had the first 2. Then he grabbed her hand and led her down to the dance floor. The couple danced for the next few hours, enjoying every moment. Occasionally, men would try to dance with her, but one look from Daniel had them turning away. Women also occasionally tried to flirt with him, causing a pang of jealousy to hit Jenna, but Daniel ignored them. Jenna knew she shouldn't feel jealous. Daniel wasn't hers. She knew nothing about him, and there was no commitment between them. The fact he was a werewolf and she was a human that wasn't supposed to know anything about the supernatural world would only make things more complicated. All she could do was relish every second in his arms and not allow herself to think what would happen after tonight. She never wanted the night to end. They really hadn't spoken much, as the music made it difficult for her to hear anything, but that hadn't mattered. The tingles still danced between them wherever they touched, and he kept her close. Jenna was completely mesmerized by him. Closing time came much too soon, and the club began to empty out. Jenna suddenly felt a hand touch her back, and turned to see Talia standing there, sizing up Daniel. Her gaze darted back to Jenna. "Come to the bathroom with me!" It was more of a command than a request, and she felt Daniel stiffen. She glanced at him, but he was looking at Talia with the same intense gaze he'd given the server. Jenna looked back at Talia. "I'll bring her right back," she said, at first meeting his gaze before suddenly dropping her eyes. Jenna leaned into Daniel. "I'll be right back," she whispered near his ear. His gaze softened as he looked at her, and he nodded. "I'll be waiting," he said, his lips brushing her ear. Jenna turned back to Talia and followed her to the bathroom. The moment the door closed, Talia was on her. "You've been dancing with him all night. Who is he?" she yelled. "He's not in your pack," Jenna answered Talia's question with one of my own. Talia shook her head. "I don't know who he is. It's weird he really has no aura at all, but the way he looked at me when I asked you to go to the bathroom. I bet he's an alpha," she shrugged. "But I've never seen him before. I just know his name is Daniel," Jenna said distractedly. "If he was an alpha of another pack, then he definitely wasn't from around here." Talia had told her that there were no other packs in New York. "He's really sweet," she murmured, looking at herself in the mirror. Her makeup was still pretty well in place, and she adjusted the dress. "Somehow, I don't think he'd appreciate you calling him sweet. He arrived with the beta of my pack." Talia checked her own makeup in the mirror before turning back to Jenna, the one you were dancing with. At some point during the night, she'd noticed Talia danced with the blonde man who had entered the club right before Daniel. Talia smiled. "Yep, and he's wanting us to leave with him. Apparently they have a hotel somewhere, and Daniel is coming too," Jenna questioned curiously. Maybe the night didn't have to end so soon. "I think so," Talia said. "You realize what will probably happen, right? Sex?" Jenna nodded, remembering how she'd wanted him to take her up in the private booth a few hours ago, and his response. "Not here, Jenna. You deserve a bed for me to worship your body on." Desire coursed through her once again. Talia looked at her sharply before looking back at the mirror. She pushed her blonde hair back and sighed. "Not sure I want to sleep with the beta, but oh, what the hell," she muttered. "You definitely want your date. Let's get you back to him before he sends out a search party." She pushed Jenna out of the bathroom. Jenna glanced around when they emerged from the bathroom. The club was almost empty. She saw the beater across the dance floor speaking to the men he had arrived with. Both of them had beautiful women clinging to them, probably wolves, Jenna thought. Talia headed across the floor to the beater. Daniel was standing near them, his arms crossed over his muscled chest as he waited for her. The moment he spotted Jenna, he headed her way. "We're all going to a hotel," he said when he approached her, his eyes scanning over her in a way that almost made her blush again. "Would you like to come and continue what we started earlier?" "Of course," he smiled back, taking her hand again and lifting it to his lips. "Okay, let's go." Outside of the club, a black stretch limo was sitting in front of the building, the smartly dressed chauffeur standing by the open door. The beater led Talia over to the limo and helped her in before climbing in himself. Jenna climbed in behind him and looked around the luxurious car. She'd never been inside a limo before. It was spacious with a seat in the back and another along either side. Talia and her date had moved near the front. Daniel crawled in behind her. "Come on," he said softly before seating himself close to Talia. Jenna followed him and sat down next to him. He wrapped an arm around her, pulling her against him. She glanced at Talia, who was eyeing her with interest. The other two couples crawled in as well, and the door was closed. One of them promptly began to make out, and the man pulled the woman onto his lap, his hands travelling under her skirt. Jenna looked away, wondering if she was the only human in the car. Talia had told her that werewolves were very sexual creatures, and no one seemed bothered by the little show happening in the back of the car. Daniel chatted with the beater, and Jenna tuned him out, letting her thoughts wander. She hadn't had a boyfriend since she'd been in New York City. She'd been on a few dates, but none of them had been promising. She'd even made out with a few, but stopped before it progressed any further. On her senior prom night, her date had tried to have sex with her, but she'd shut him down. He'd been furious and broken up with her that night. She'd been upset at the time, but after she'd had time to get over it, she was glad she'd refused. He wasn't worth it. None of those men or boys, she thought ruefully, had made her feel the way Daniel did. He'd been the perfect gentleman all night, which attracted her to him even more. She wasn't sure what the rest of the night would bring, but if Daniel wanted her V-card, she'd happily give it to him. Her phone binged, rousing her from her thoughts, and she glanced at it, then at Talia, who was holding her own phone and smirking at Jenna. "If you sleep with him, he'll ruin you for all other men," the message read. Jenna rolled her eyes at her friend and put her phone away. Talia was probably telling her the truth. She'd never felt tingles with anyone else like she did with him, or felt such an intense connection. She could only guess that it was a werewolf thing, and yes, Daniel would probably ruin her for human men if he hadn't already. The limo finally came to a stop, which was good because the couple in the back were practically having sex, and Jenna really wanted out. She would never be comfortable doing such a thing in front of others. They all piled out of the limo, and Daniel again took Jenna's hand, leading her into the hotel. She glanced around the lobby, her mouth dropping open. The hotel was one of the nicest in New York City. The lobby was huge and very modern. Large windows covered most of the walls, and she imagined during the day the place was filled with sunlight. They continued quickly through the lobby and got into the biggest elevator Jenna had ever seen. The doors closed, and Daniel pulled her back against him, wrapping his arms around her. She leaned back against his rock-hard chest, enjoying the tingles and warmth from him as his lips pressed against her cheek. The elevator rushed to the top, then opened up to a living area, tastefully decorated with white leather couches and chairs. A modern kitchen with dark cabinets was visible off to the right. Most of the walls were glass, letting in spectacular views of the city. The penthouse suite, Jenna realized, looking around. "Way to impress a girl, Daniel." The couples all scattered around the room, and the beater went to the kitchen, opening a refrigerator and pulling out a bottle of liquor. Daniel led Jenna over to a closed door off the living room and opened it. He walked in, pulling her with him, then shut the door, closing out the laughter and chatter from the living room. She glanced around curiously. It was a large bedroom, dominated by a king-sized bed and more dark modern furniture. Daniel walked across the room to a set of French doors and opened them up. "I want to show you something, Jenna." She followed him across the room and out the doors. A private patio stretched in front of them, but what caught her attention was the view. Jenna walked over to the railing. New York City stretched out in front of me for as far as she could see. "Oh, this is amazing," she smiled back at Daniel. He smiled and walked up behind her, wrapping his arms around her. She leaned back against him. They fit so perfectly together, and Jenna felt like she was home. They stood there for a while, gazing out over the city, just enjoying being in each other's company. "You love the city?" Daniel asked, stepping away from her and closer to the edge. "Yes and no. It's beautiful, but I don't think I'd want to stay here forever. "It's just not for me," Jenna said with a shiver. It'd been so warm, and it wasn't warm at all up this high. Daniel immediately turned to her with concern. "Come here," he said, opening his arms. "Let's get back inside and I'll warm you up." He scooped her up and headed back into the room before setting her down and closing the door behind them. Then he turned around and pulled her back into his arms. Jenna lifted her head up to him and watched his eyes glow blue for a moment before he claimed her lips in a toe-curling kiss. "Jenna," he whispered, "let me claim you as mine." She reached up and pulled the halter loose on her dress, her gaze meeting his. "I'm all yours, Daniel," she whispered as she dropped the top. A few hours later, someone was shaking Jenna awake. She opened her groggy, gritty eyes. Talia was leaning over her, motioning for her to get up. Jenna frowned and shook her head no. Was she insane? It was barely even light out. Talia frowned back and made the same gesture more dramatically. Jenna sighed and slipped out of the warm bed, glancing back at Daniel. This was not a good idea. Talia's gaze moved down Jenna's naked body, and she raised her eyebrows. "Clothes!" she mouthed to Jenna, pointing to her own top. Jenna shrugged. In her half-asleep state, she had no idea where her clothes were. All she wanted to do was crawl back in Daniel's warm bed and sleep for a few more hours. Then maybe a repeat of last night, followed by a hot shower together, breakfast. She started to sit back down on the bed, but Talia grabbed her arm, stopping her. Talia gritted her teeth and sighed silently. She glanced around the room, then headed towards an open suitcase, grabbing a sweatshirt and boxers. She tossed the clothes at Jenna, then disappeared into the bathroom. Jenna frowned at Daniel's clothes. She was still so incredibly tired and out of it. She knew she hadn't slept nearly long enough. She could still feel the effects of the alcohol she'd consumed. Talia reappeared a few seconds later with a pair of hotel slippers in her hand. She glared at a still naked Jenna. "Get dressed," she mouthed in exasperation, then tapped her wrist in annoyance. Jenna rolled her eyes and began to pull the clothes on. Talia grabbed her hand the moment she was dressed and pulled her quickly out of the room. The rest of the suite was quiet, and the girls slipped into the elevator. Talia dropped the slippers in front of Jenna, who slipped her feet into them. "Why the rush?" she mumbled with a yawn. "I wasn't ready to leave yet," Talia groaned. "I refused to sleep with the better. It was just getting awkward." She sighed, watching the numbers above the door as they descended back to the lobby. Jenna leaned back against the elevator wall and closed her eyes tiredly. The elevator door opened, and Talia grabbed her hand, pulling her out the door. She dragged Jenna across the lobby and out into the chilly early morning air. It was just starting to get light outside, and the cold woke Jenna up a bit more. Talia hailed a cab. When one pulled up, she pushed Jenna inside, then crawled in after her, slamming the door behind herself. She gave the driver their address, and they began the trip home. Jenna leaned her head back against the seat, moments from the previous night floating through her mind. She sighed as she remembered Daniel's hands on her body, his lips on her neck. The next thing she knew, Talia was shaking her awake. "Come on, we're home." Jenna crawled out of the car after Talia and followed her into their building. They got in the elevator and Talia pushed the button for their floor. "I'm already sore," Jenna muttered, wincing as she leaned against the wall. Talia glanced at her in surprise. "When was the last time you had sex?" Jenna just gave her friend a small smile. Talia's mouth dropped open. "You gave your V-card to a werewolf. You're ruined for all other men now. You know that, right?" Jenna just smiled again. She didn't care if Daniel had ruined her. She would cherish her night with him for the rest of her life. Why had she let Talia drag her out? At the moment, though, she was too tired and still a little too buzzed to care. She'd confront her about it later. The elevator doors opened and Jenna stepped off and headed quickly down the hall, Talia hot on her heels. All she wanted to do right now was crawl back in bed and dream about Daniel. She unlocked the door, and they both entered the apartment. "What time are your brothers going to be here?" Talia asked, tossing her bag down before heading for the bathroom. Oh, yes. She'd forgotten about them. "Around 2. I'm going to bed." Jenna stifled a yawn as she followed Talia down the hall. "I might not be here when you get up. I'm going to sleep a few hours, then take a load of stuff to the pack apartment." Talia looked at herself in the mirror before grabbing a cloth to wash off her face. "Okay. Good night, Talia." "Night, Jenna." Jenna closed her bedroom door. She slipped off Daniel's clothes, then crawled into bed. She was back asleep within minutes. The ringing phone woke Jenna up several hours later. She sat up, groaned and glanced at the clock. It was 2 p.m. She rubbed at her face and frowned. Something was happening at 2 p.m, though she couldn't remember what. The incessant ringing of her phone finally penetrated her sleep-fogged brain, and Jenna grabbed it, glancing at the screen. "Talia, her brother! Hello," she asked sleepily. "Jenna, are you still in bed? Are you still in bed?" The voice on the other end practically shouted at her. "Oh, yes." They were coming to get her today. "Knew who?" she lied. I... We're here. Open up your door and let us in," Tyler demanded. "Okay, give me just a sec." Jenna jumped out of bed and grabbed the boxes and sweatshirt she'd stolen from Daniel that morning. She slowed down for a moment as his scent enveloped her, thoughts of his lips on her flooding her mind. She swallowed as pain filled her heart. Why had she left with Talia that morning? She should have stayed, and things would have probably been awkward. Maybe it was for the best that she had left. She threw his clothes on, then ran into the living room to buzz her brothers into the building. While she waited for them to come up, she looked around for Talia. Her bedroom was empty, and Jenna found a note on the fridge. Talia had taken a load to her new apartment and wouldn't be back until later. A loud rap at her door had Jenna scurrying over to it. She glanced through the peephole and then threw the door open. Tyler scooped her up in his arms, hugging her tightly. "Wow, Jenna, it's been way too long." "I know," she smiled as he set her down. She turned to her youngest brother, Michael, and hugged him tightly. "Hey, sis, is your hot roommate home?" he asked, returning her hug. She took a load to her new apartment on the other side of town. Jenna said with a smile. Michael had developed a crush for Talia ever since he'd laid eyes on her. "Damn," he muttered in disappointment. "You did just wake up," Tyler said, looking her over. "Since when are you a fan of the Steelers?" Jenna looked down at the sweatshirt she was wearing and saw the logo emblazoned across her chest. Well, I guess it's appropriate since you're moving to Pennsylvania," Tyler laughed. "I thought we were moving to Virginia." Jenna looked at him in surprise. Her parents had been living in Virginia for the past few years, since her father worked in Washington. "No, they just bought a house in Pennsylvania," Michael said, glancing around at the half-empty apartment. Jenna shrugged. Since her father was in the Marines, moving was a way of life. She'd lived all over. "What was one more place? I need to take a quick shower," Tyler nodded. "Show us what needs to be taken down, and Michael and I will begin to load the truck." Jenna took them to her room and showed them the boxes she already had stacked up, ready to go. She wasn't taking any furniture with her. There was no point, as she wouldn't need it at her parents' house, and nothing in her apartment meant that much to her. Talia would be able to put it all to good use in her new apartment, and would have a few of the guys from her pack move it for her soon. Jenna gave her brothers her keys to get back inside her apartment, then grabbed the clothes she'd left out to wear for the day. She stepped into the bathroom and slipped Daniel's clothes off. She wanted to take his memory with her. One memory of her night of bliss with him. Jenna glanced in the mirror. A small bruise at the base of her neck caught her attention, and she leaned closer. She could see a bite there. "You're mine, Jenna." His words came back to her right before he bit her during the most intimate part of their night together. "I'm going to mark you." What did that mean? He'd said it right before he'd sunk his teeth into her neck. His canines, she realized. Was that a werewolf thing? She couldn't recall Talia ever mentioning such a thing. Or had she? Jenna grabbed her phone and texted Talia. "What does it mean when you get marked?" She sat the phone back down and looked at the bite in the mirror again. She remembered the unbelievable ecstasy that had hit her when he'd latched onto her neck. Desire ran through her, almost causing her to moan out loud. Daniel. Jenna felt the pang of loss grip her again and pushed it away before stepping into the shower. She bathed quickly, though if it wasn't for her brothers, she would have taken her time, reminiscing over every detail of her night. She stepped out and dried off, then applied a bit of makeup before pulling her hair up. She tossed on her clothes, then grabbed all of her things from the bathroom before heading back into her bedroom, surprised to find that her brothers had half of her stuff already loaded. Jenna tossed Daniel's clothes into a laundry bag and the rest of her things into a duffel, then began to help her brothers load the rest of her things. "This is the last box, Jenna," Tyler said a half hour later as he carried the box to the truck. Jenna was standing downstairs next to the truck, looking at her phone. She still hadn't heard back from Talia. She set the phone down on the back of the bed of the truck. Jenna turned towards her brother and took the box from him. She turned back towards the truck, knocking her phone off. "You need to lock up," Tyler asked her as Michael came out the door holding her laundry bag. "Yeah, I want to take one more look around to make sure I haven't forgotten anything." Jenna grabbed her keys from her brother, then headed back up to the apartment she'd called home for the last 2 years. She took a quick look around and sighed. She'd miss it, and she was pissed at Talia for not returning home yet to say goodbye. Jenna pulled her apartment keys off of her keyring and left them on the table. Then she wrote a quick note for Talia, deciding she'd call her later. She took one last look around and sighed. So many memories. This was where she'd gotten her werewolf education. She sighed, then closed the door and headed downstairs. Time to begin a new chapter of her life. Tyler and Michael were leaning against the truck waiting for her. She flashed them a smile. "Let's go." Tyler walked around to the driver's side, and Jenna crawled into the middle of the bench-style seat. Michael slipped in next to her. 10 years ago, she would have never been happy sitting in the middle on such a long trip, but now she didn't mind one bit. She'd missed her brothers, missed their protectiveness, and the camaraderie she'd shared with them. They rode in silence for a while as Tyler concentrated on getting out of the city. Jenna watched her brother grip the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Tyler had served for 4 years in the Navy as a corpsman, and Jenna knew he'd been deployed 3 times during his duty. He had decided after those 4 years that military life wasn't for him, and he'd been living at home ever since. Her brother, Jonah, had joined the Marines like her father. He'd served for 2 years now. He talked as if he wanted to make a career out of it, and Jenna wondered if he actually would. Michael, the youngest, had surprised everyone by deciding to go into law enforcement instead of the military. He was still in high school, though, but he was a senior and would graduate in a few months. All 3 of her brothers had brown hair and green eyes, like her. They were all 3 around 6 feet in height and obsessed with the gym. It had become a competition for the 3 of them, seeing who could outlift the other. Jenna's father was a career Marine. He'd been in before she was born, and he was now a general. Her father would die a Marine, she smirked. Her mother had always been a housewife, holding the fort down and raising her 4 children while her father had been deployed. Jenna wondered how Daniel would fit in with her family. She realized she knew so little about him. He had an accent, apparently liked the Steelers, and was an incredible lover. But he was also a dominating werewolf, and she knew the men in her family were all alpha males. Would they get along or clash? Her brothers were constantly in competition with each other, trying to outdo the other. They didn't fight much now that they were older, but to say that her mother had her hands full with the 3 boys would be an understatement. Talia had said Daniel wasn't in her pack, so he must belong to some other pack. She had explained rogues, pack hierarchy, territories, and so on. Jenna had listened intently, taking mental notes, though she had never let on to Talia, but she was doing so. She wished now that she had asked Talia more questions. Her friends seemed to think Daniel might be an alpha, which meant Daniel had his own pack somewhere out there, and given that he had an accent, he might not even be from America. Why hadn't she asked him any questions? She knew why. She hadn't wanted him to guess that she knew what he was. It would put both her and Talia in danger. Jenna sighed softly. The chances of her ever seeing him again were slim to none. The thought of that was enough to break her heart, and a sharp pang ran through her body, causing her to almost whimper out loud. "When did I fall in love with him?" "Dad's retiring." Michael's words snapped Jenna out of her heartache, and she stared at her brother in shock. "What?" "It's true," Tyler said. His grip on the steering wheel now relaxed as they sped down the highway. New York City was finally behind them. "When?" 2 months from now," Michael said. "That's why they bought the house in Pennsylvania." That made sense, though Jenna was having a hard time believing her dad was retiring. The core was in his soul, and she'd always thought they'd have to bury him while he was still active duty. It had to be something major for her father to even consider stepping away from what he loved so much. "Because of Mum," neither brother responded, giving Jenna the answer she needed. Family was the only thing her father loved more than the core, and her mother was the love of his life, his soulmate. "You'll like the house in Pennsylvania," Michael smiled at her, but Jenna noticed the sadness in his eyes. She'd seen the same sadness in Tyler's eyes, she realized eyes. She felt another pang in her heart, and was suddenly very glad she was going home. The chatter in the truck turned happy after that, as her brothers teased her affectionately. "So any boyfriends left behind in New York?" Tyler asked her with a smile. "Yes! Nope, I didn't have a lot of time for men," she said. Of course, they would bring that up. She really hadn't been serious about anyone ever, and her brothers enjoyed harassing her about it. "Did you ever go to any clubs?" Michael asked curiously, looking up from his phone. "As a matter of fact, I went to one last night." Jenna smiled, her thoughts returning to Daniel, and the moment their eyes met across the club. It had been such a magical moment. And then he'd come to her rescue, her knight in shining armor. "Did you hook up with anyone?" Tyler asked, his eyes still on the road. Jenna turned red as thoughts of Daniel's hands on her body invaded her mind. "You're mine, Jenna." "She did," She hooked up, Michael shouted, watching his sister's face. Tyler glanced at her and laughed. One night stand, she sighed, and both of her brothers started laughing hysterically. You have to tell us, Jenna, Tyler urged. I'm not going to kiss and tell. Jenna stared at her brother in mock horror. At least tell us something, Michael begged, still laughing. Jenna groaned. I met him at the club last night. We hooked up afterwards. At a hotel. By yourself, Tyler asked, a bit concerned. Did he bail on you after? Michael asked. No, I bailed on him, Jenna said, wondering if she would regret it for the rest of her life. What? Both of her brothers shouted at the same time. I wasn't alone. Talia was with me. We went to the club together and both hooked up with two guys that were friends. Talia knew her date, though, but she decided not to. Hook up, and we left, Jenna vaguely explained. Whoa, wow. I can't believe you did that, Michael laughed hysterically as he looked back down at his phone. Jenna glanced at Tyler and saw him scrutinizing her. He met her gaze briefly, then looked back at the road. It was a nice hotel, she told Michael. How nice! He looked back at her with interest. Michael loved New York City, or so he said. Jenna thought he just loved Talia and the fact that she was in the city. Kent House Suite, overlooking New York City, she smiled, remembering Daniel's arms around her, the city of New York at their feet. So you hooked up with a rich guy? Tyler asked curiously. Jenna frowned. I don't know. I'm not sure who paid for the hotel room. It was already rented out when we got there, and there were 8 of us total. She supposed the beater could have paid for it, but he would live in the city. Had they got it specifically for Daniel? Was he that important of a guest, or had it just been because they knew they would be bringing women back with them after a night of partying? Jenna hated to think that Daniel might hook up like that on a regular basis. You're mine, Jenna. Did he say that to all the women he hooked up with? Jealousy rushed through her heart, and she fisted her hands. The hotel had been one of the most expensive in New York, though. There were cheaper ones they could have brought dates to, she sighed, and saw Tyler glance at her again. We didn't really talk much. I don't even know his last name. Any regrets? Michael teased. She gave him a big smile. Yes, I never should have left. Nope. Can we stop for food? I missed breakfast. A few hours later, they pulled up in front of a huge, rambling 2-story grey house in front of a lake. Another house sat to the right of it, though there were trees between the two, giving it some privacy. A wooded area was to the left. Someone owns that property, though we have no idea who. But there are paths that we've hiked on a few times, Tyler said, seeing her gaze and pointing to the woods. So you're trespassing, Jenna teased him. He shrugged, and Jenna rolled her eyes. So like her brothers. Michael had already exited the truck, and Jenna started to follow him to the house, but Tyler grabbed her arm to stop her. Mom's had 3 chemo treatments already, Jenna, he said softly, gazing into her eyes. Okay. She slid across the seat and out of the truck. She stopped, looking around. The place was beautiful. She had never really developed a love for the city, and being out away from the big buildings, people and smog was refreshing. Not New York City, Michael said, stepping up beside her. No, it's so much better, Jenna smiled happily. She was already falling in love with the huge house. Her father stepped out the door and stood on the wrap-around porch, staring at her, his arms folded across his chest, his expression stoic. Jenna's eyes widened in surprise. Dad's here, she asked Michael. He's here every weekend, Michael answered quietly. Jenna walked across the yard, up the porch stairs and into her father's open arms. Daddy, she whispered. Jenna, she whispered. Jenna. I'm so glad you're home, he said, his voice gruff as he squeezed her tightly. She knew her father had never liked her living in New York. I'm home to stay, she pulled back. No more city, he asked, brushing her hair back from her face. No, I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. This place is amazing. Rocking chairs dotted the porch along with large potted plants. She could already visualize sitting out here with her family in the evenings. The General gave her one of his rare smiles. I hope you'll be happy here. Even when you're married, there will always be a place for you here. She smiled up at him. Where's Mom? A shadow crossed his still handsome face, and Jenna felt her stomach clench. She's sleeping right now. Jenna, I want you to go take a look at her now while she's sleeping so you're prepared when she's awake. He stared down at her, and she could see the sorrow in his eyes. She searched his face for a moment, then nodded. I'll show you where her room is, Michael said, walking past her. Jenna followed him inside the house and stopped, looking around. The home had an open floor plan with the living room on one side and a large kitchen on the other. An oversized island separated the two spaces. Big, overstuffed furniture was situated around the room, facing a large fireplace with a TV screen above the mantel. The kitchen was huge, with lots of white cabinets. A large table sat in the back, and she could already visualize family meals there. Too bad Jonah wasn't home, or Daniel wasn't here. Jenna glanced out the huge windows that covered most of the back of the house. The view looked out over the lake. Beyond a large backyard, a long dock stretched out over the water. "How big is that lake?" Jenna asked as she stepped over to the windows to look out. 700 acres, Michael smiled at her delight. "We're going to get a boat this summer," Jenna nodded, returning his smile. "That'll be fun." She turned and followed him down a small hallway and past a bathroom before coming to a closed door at the end. Michael opened it slowly and Jenna stepped in. The room was very large, with a bed on the far wall. The right side had a window looking out to the lake. In front of the window, 2 recliners and medical equipment. A small figure was huddled under the comforter on the bed, fast asleep. Jenna moved closer and was surprised to see a bald head barely sticking out. She walked around the bed and was shocked at what she saw, barely stifling her gasp. The woman in the bed looked nothing like her mother. Caroline Browning was one of the strongest women Jenna knew. While her father had served overseas on countless deployments, Caroline had been both mother and father to her 4 small children. She'd held it together, and Jenna had no idea how. This frail woman laying in the bed was not her mama. Jenna covered her mouth to hold back her cries as tears started flowing down her cheeks. She bolted from the room and out of the house, collapsing on the front porch steps as she began hyperventilating. Tyler sat down next to her and pushed her head down between her knees. "Breathe, Jenna!" he commanded. He sat down next to her on the step, gently rubbing her back. Jenna finally got her breathing under control, and she sat staring ahead as sobs racked her body. What had happened to her mother? She knew cancer and chemo were hard on you, but she'd never thought her mother would look this different. The thought of losing her made Jenna's heart break, and she suddenly found herself longing for the comfort of Daniel's arm. Tears streamed down her cheeks for her mother, and some she realized for the man she'd spent the night with. She wiped at her face, then turned to her brother. "Why didn't you warn me?" she accused, sorrow making her angry and wanting to lash out. "I did," he said with a frown. "I did," he said with a frown. "I told you she'd had 3 chemo treatments already." "That's not a warning, Tyler," she muttered. He shrugged. "Let's get your stuff moved in before Mum wakes up," he said, standing up and reaching a hand out to her. Jenna grabbed his arm. "Is she?" She couldn't bring herself to say it. Tyler looked back at his sister and wrapped his arm back around her. "Anything is possible, Jenna, but she's doing pretty well so far. Mom is one of the strongest people I know. She'll pull through." Earlier that day. "Wake up!" Daniel Remington's eyes snapped open, and he rolled over onto his back with a slight groan. He had drunk way too much last night. "It's about time. Been trying to wake you for the last several hours. Next time, don't drink so much. This building could have come down and you'd still be sleeping. Some king you are." Daniel threw his arm over his eyes to block out the light. "What time is it?" "Is Wolf." Rafe retorted with annoyance. To sleep the day away. Memories from the previous night flooded Daniel's brain, and he groaned again. "Jenna! After so many years of searching, he'd finally found his mate, his Luna, his queen. She's perfect," Rafe murmured happily as he pushed images of Jenna through Daniel's foggy mind. He'd been drunk. He'd been mostly drunk before he'd arrived at the club, and had sealed the deal with the few shots he'd consumed when he'd gotten there. Had he mated with her last night? He rolled over to her side of the bed and found it empty. "And this is why I've been trying to wake you," Rafe said sarcastically, frustration clear in his voice. Daniel got up off the bed and glanced in the bathroom. He opened up his bedroom door and took a quick trip around the penthouse suite. While her scent still lingered faintly, Jenna most definitely was not there. Daniel walked back into the bedroom. Her scent was the strongest in here, but it was fading fast. "You're wasting your time." "She's not here." Rafe rolled his eyes. "I've been trying to tell you this the whole time, but do you listen to me? No? Oh." He spotted her dress near the door and picked it up. Her scent permeated the air, and he breathed it in. "But if her clothes were here, where was she? Where did she go?" "She left with the she-wolf." "Early this morning. I tried waking you then," Rafe huffed, "so you could stop her or go after her. But it was like trying to wake the dead, and now she's long gone." Daniel walked back into the hotel room and placed the dress down on the bed. His eyes caught a small spot of blood on the sheets, and he frowned as Rafe pushed more memories to the surface. The way he had slowly entered her, trying not to hurt her. She'd seemed okay with it, but his mate had definitely been a virgin, and that pleased both of them to no end. "Told ya she was perfect," Rafe said smugly. He'd barely kept still at the club the night before. He'd been so excited to find her. Daniel walked over to his suitcase and grabbed some boxers and a t-shirt. His favourite hoodie was gone. He looked around the room again. "Mate, wore it out of here," Rafe said happily. "Mate left with that other she. Wolf? Maybe we need to question the beta then. He seemed to know her pretty well," Daniel responded as he rubbed his neck. He dressed quickly and left the room, then pushed open the door to the room where Beta Chris was sleeping. "Chris," he said loudly as he walked in. The beta sat up and rubbed at his eyes. There were only a handful of people who could get away with waking him up. Daniel Remington was on that short list, and he didn't look happy. Chris cringed and bowed his head. "Alpha, the she-wolf you brought here last night? Where did she go?" Daniel asked him as he looked around the room. "She ain't hiding," Rafe rolled his eyes again. "She left early this morning with a human girl," Chris said, wondering why Daniel cared. "Why?" Daniel growled with annoyance. Chris sighed. "She decided she didn't want to sleep with me. Wolf left because this beta can't seal the deal," Rafe asked in disgust. "Looks that way." Daniel lifted his brows at the beta and crossed his arms. "Things were getting awkward, so she left," the beta muttered, rubbing his face. "This was embarrassing. What do you know about her?" Daniel asked him, watching him carefully. "Her name is Talia, and she's a member of my pack. Other than that, nothing," Chris shrugged. "I've never met her before, and the woman with her, my mate." "Oh, mate," Rafe corrected. Chris shrugged. "Talia didn't mention her at all. I need to find her," Daniel told him, glaring at him. Chris frowned. He almost asked why, but thought better of it. The last thing he needed was to make Daniel Remington angry. "Okay, I'll call Alpha Quinton and have him meet us at his office. He has a database with every member of the pack's info in it. We'll get Talia's number, call her and find out where the human is." "Jenna. Her name is Jenna," Daniel growled at Chris, some of his powerful aura seeping out. Chris swallowed hard, fighting the urge to submit even more to the wolf staring at him. "Jenna," he whispered, then cleared his throat. "We'll find her, Alpha." Daniel turned and marched out of the room. Chris breathed out as the Alpha left, feeling a little lighter once the powerful aura was gone, and grabbed his phone, dialing his Alpha. "Quinton, we have a situation." Daniel slammed the door of his room and leaned back against it. He, the man of infinite patience, was rapidly losing it. The need to find his mate and protect her was really agitating both him and Rafe. He headed towards the bathroom, striping his clothes off along the way. Hopefully, a shower would help clear his head. He didn't have a hangover, compliments of being a werewolf, but when he drank a lot, he tended to sleep very hard, and his head felt foggy the next morning. It was why Jenna had been able to easily slip out of his room, and why his own wolf wasn't able to wake him. Rafe grumbled with annoyance. Daniel climbed into the shower. The hot spray battered his body, and he closed his eyes, allowing the memories from the previous night to wash over him. Jenna's sweet disposition, her beautiful body, her sweet mouth, her soft moans, the way she had tasted. "You're mine, Jenna!" A sudden rush of excitement and happiness suddenly blindsided Daniel, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Rafe, what is going on? Where did that come from?" "Mate is very happy." Rafe gave him a happy grin, wagging his tail, pleased his mate was excited. "Wait." Had he marked her? Daniel scrubbed at his face, trying to remember. "I'm going to mark you." The ecstasy they had both felt when he'd sunk his canines into her neck. He had marked her, and since she was human, that had completed the mating process. Daniel groaned. What had he been thinking, marking a human? There had been no discussion, and she'd been so aroused and, well, he didn't think she'd been drunk. He hadn't wanted her to be drunk. But what had she thought about that? "She is mate," Rafe stated, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. The wolf was starting to grow more irritated with him. "Why would we not mark her?" "She belongs to us. She was their mate, yes, but still. He hadn't told her he was a werewolf. What if she didn't want to be with a werewolf? What if she couldn't accept him?" He leaned against the shower wall and closed his eyes. If Jenna rejected him, "We're still bound to her till one of us dies. No matter what." Rafe sat down dejectedly, as the full force of what they had done washed over the both of them. "But mate adores us." "I felt that too, but at the same time, some things you can't overcome, and a man who not only turns into a wolf, but is also king, and all that entails could top that list." Rafe's tail dropped and the wolf huffed, laying down dejectedly. "Find her, Daniel." "I plan to, Rafe," Daniel replied and hurried through his shower. He dressed quickly, then went to go find Chris. 30 minutes later, they were seated in Quinton's office on the 82nd floor of Big Apple Industries. Quinton Ramirez was the alpha of the Big Apple pack and the owner of Big Apple Industries. He was one of the shrewdest businessmen Daniel had ever met, and because of that, Big Apple was one of the wealthiest and most powerful packs in the world. Most of the Big Apple pack was employed by Big Apple Industries in some way. Chris Abbott had been suddenly thrust into the beta position when his father had unexpectedly passed away in a car accident. Chris and Quinton's son, Oliver, who were close in age, had both planned to go to college for 4 years for business, then spend 2 years training to take over both the alpha and beta positions, along with major roles in the company under the guidance of their fathers. Chris's father had passed during his 2nd year in college. Chris had buckled down after that and managed to finish his degree in 3 years instead of 4. Quinton, along with his Lunar and his Gamma, had covered the beta duties while Chris had finished his studies, and now he had mostly taken over the position, though there were still many things he had to learn. Daniel had been very impressed with Chris. Not only had he graduated with honours, but he hadn't let it go to his head and was very willing to learn what he could. His father would be very proud of him. Quinton's own son would be graduating soon and start training to take over as alpha. Big Apple was in good hands. Quinton himself had been the alpha of Big Apple for 20 years and kept a tight leash on his pack. He had to, given the fact that they lived in a city of 8 million, most of which were human. Word had come down from the royal pack, Regal Eclipse, years ago when Big Apple had first settled into New York City, that if it was ever discovered that a large pack of werewolves lived and operated there, the pack would be put down. It was harsh, but necessary to ensure secrecy. Like his father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and those before them, Quinton had successfully kept his pack secret, and had instilled into his own son the importance of maintaining the secret. Regal Eclipse would not hesitate to act if necessary. He'd seen it happen in his lifetime during the Great War 20 years ago. They had put down a good portion of 2 packs. The war had started because of greed, and had ended with a lot of good people either dead or gone rogue to escape the bloodshed. 2 power-hungry alphas had tried to take over most of North America, with sights set on eventually taking out Regal Eclipse, and had ravaged the countryside, sucking up packs like a vacuum cleaner. Eventually, the 2 packs had clashed, and a huge battle ensued. Regal Eclipse had stepped in and taken out both alphas and a great deal of the warriors as well. Quinton's father had been very fortunate that his own pack had not been targeted, though if the alphas had been left unchecked, they would have eventually targeted Big Apple. Quinton sat behind his huge oak desk, staring at his computer screen as he tried to figure out why Daniel Remington was looking for a human girl. Chris had given him a basic rundown over the phone of the situation, though he hadn't really known many details himself. Quinton eyed the alpha, who was wearing a path in his rug with his pacing. He'd never seen Daniel Remington this agitated before. He'd become good friends with the alpha over the years. They'd done a lot of business together, and he wouldn't hesitate to go to Daniel for advice. Quinton had never known Daniel Remington to have a girlfriend, or a Luna for that matter. While he had no idea why Daniel was so interested in this human girl, Quinton would do everything within his power to find her. Besides the fact that Daniel was king, he was also a close friend. "You don't know her last name?" Quinton asked his beta, his eyes still on the screen in front of him. "No, Alpha. I've never seen her before." Chris leaned against the desk, his eyes on the Alpha King pacing the room like a caged lion. Chris had met the Alpha many times, had even gone out partying with him several times, but typically Daniel was either relaxed or all business. "Well, she doesn't work for me, which is interesting." Quinton flipped to a new file that was basically an address book for the entire pack. "Fortunately, Talia isn't a common name. There's only one Talia listed," he said, picking up his phone and dialing her number. Daniel approached the desk, crossing his arms across his chest as he waited impatiently for Talia to pick up. "Voicemail," Quinton muttered, frustrated. "Hi, Talia. This is Alpha Quinton. I need you to call me back as soon as possible. I have something I need to speak with you about." Daniel moved away from the desk in frustration, both he and Rafe growing more agitated by the moment. He really wanted to rip someone's throat out. "Go to her home," Rafe suggested. Daniel watched Quinton put the phone down and approached his desk again. "Do you have an address for her?" Quinton looked back at the computer screen. "It looks as though she recently applied to move into the pack apartment. Do you want to give her a visit? Better than sitting around waiting for her to call, Daniel said, heading for the door. Jenna had been pretty calm all afternoon after her excitement from earlier. I have 2 addresses for her. Quentin wrote them both down, then stood. I'll go with you. Chris? The baiter nodded. I already called a car. They decided to visit the Packhouse apartment building first as it was attached to Big Apple Industries, through the underground parking garage. They hurried through the parking garage and took the elevator up to Talia's floor, then headed down the hall to her apartment. Daniel and Quentin both stood to the side as Chris knocked on the door. There was no answer. Daniel sniffed the air, but he couldn't smell Jenna at all. He sighed with annoyance. She's not been here. They left the building and headed to the other apartment building, which was several blocks away. There was no answer at this one either, but Jenna's scent was very strong, along with 2 others that Daniel didn't recognize. He breathed her in, hoping to calm both himself and Rafe. Jenna has been here recently, he said quietly. Quentin and Chris both looked at him curiously. Maybe she came back here with Talia this morning, Chris suggested. Or she lives here too, Daniel muttered, laying his hand on the door. It was the only connection he had to her for the moment. Why is this girl so important to you? Quentin asked him curiously. He knew he probably shouldn't question the alpha, but he needed to know how serious Daniel was about finding her. Daniel looked at him sharply. She's my mate. That serious. Quentin stared at the powerful alpha in shock. Daniel raised his eyebrows at him. Word of this must stay between the 3 of us. I cannot have anyone knowing she's mine until I find her and bring her into the pack. She's in a vulnerable state right now, Daniel said, releasing some of his powerful aura. If Jenna decided she didn't want to be with him, it was better no one knew he'd found his mate. She could return to her normal life with no one being the wiser. Both the alpha and beta bowed their heads. We will remain silent, Quentin said. With power came enemies, and while Daniel never seemed concerned with his own safety, his human mate would be an easy target. Daniel pulled back his aura. I will stay at the hotel for now, but I'll come back here to see if either girl returns. Please continue to try to reach Talia. If anything changes, let me know immediately. I must find her. Quentin and Chris nodded in agreement. We'll do whatever we can to help, Alpha, Chris said. He felt partially like this was all his fault. I can put out the word that I'm looking for Talia. Someone has to know where she is, Quentin said, glancing at Chris, who gave a nod. They all left the apartment building with Quentin and Chris, headed back to Big Apple Industries, and Daniel hailed a cab to take him back to his hotel. Once he was back in his suite, Daniel ordered up room service, then called his father. Daniel, are you back yet? Caleb asked when he answered. No, I have a problem, Daniel responded, rubbing his eyes. In New York, Caleb frowned. Big Apple was one of the few packs they didn't have to worry about. Quentin Ramirez was a good alpha and never had any problems. Most of their trips to New York City were for business dealings, not pack issues. Regal Eclipse's job had always been to keep the peace in the werewolf community. They remained impartial and always handled disputes as fairly as possible. They built good relationships with all of the alphas to build up trust, and most of them were not afraid to ask for advice. They also made sure the packs weren't involved in anything illegal and weren't abusing any of their own. I found my mate, Daniel started. How is that a problem? Asked Caleb. And congrats. It's about time. Your mother is going to be very pleased. I lost her, Daniel muttered with a growl. Caleb was silent for a long moment. What do you mean? Is she? No, Daniel said quickly. She pulled a Ragnar, came back to my hotel, had sex with me, then left while I was sleeping. More silence followed. Does she know you're her mate? She's human, Daniel sighed. Oh, Caleb muttered. Yeah, Daniel sighed again. So, Caleb waited for Daniel to continue. I met her at a club last night. She was there with a she-wolf. Chris was with me and he hit it off with the she-wolf. Chris was with me and he hit it off with the she-wolf, and we decided to bring them all back to the hotel suite once the club closed. Daniel explained. I mated with her, and I marked her. I was pretty damn drunk, and I made a stupid mistake. Does she know you're a werewolf? Caleb asked. No, that didn't come up at all. I was so drunk I still can't remember everything. I'd had a lot to drink before I got to the club, Daniel groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose in frustration. She seemed all right with it, but I doubt she has any clue what I did to her. What if she's not okay with all of this? Then you'll have to let her go, Caleb said simply. Daniel sat down hard on the bed. Having a marked mate out there that he couldn't touch would be a curse to both him and Rafe. What's being done to find her? Caleb asked. Daniel went over the details. For now, I am going to stay in New York. Hopefully, we can find Talia, and then I can find my mate within a day or so. And then what? Caleb asked quietly. Daniel groaned, realizing what his father meant. Jenna was human. Though she could feel the mate bond, she wouldn't understand it. He wouldn't understand it. She wasn't likely to uproot her entire life and move to another state with a stranger at the snap of a finger. For him to expect such a thing from her was unfair. I haven't figured that out yet. The mate bond was strong, though. He knew it was what had allowed Jenna to give up her virginity in a one-night stand with a man she had just met. It was what had allowed her to trust him. While it would make romancing her easy, it still did not help that she was human. She has to be protected, Daniel, Caleb reminded him unnecessarily. Even if you're going to romance her in the city, it's a dangerous situation. Daniel was quiet for a moment. His father, of all people, would know that. He had lost his first mate in a robbery shortly after meeting her, and before they were fully mated. Caleb had come close to walking away from his pack and position as king because of the pain and sorrow he suffered over the next 5 years. But Caleb didn't have an heir, which made walking away impossible. Fortunately, he'd met Daniel's mother, his second-chance mate, and life had become good again. Well, keep me updated, Daniel, and good luck, Caleb said. I'll take care of the day-to-day back home. Daniel ended the call and sat his phone down and laid back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Mate will accept us, Rafe said softly. I hope so. If she doesn't, we'll still be bound to her. Daniel's heart ached at the thought. She will accept us, the wolf said again confidently. Daniel could only hope Rafe was right. For Jenna not to accept him, them would mean years of just existing for both he and his wolf. He would always know what she was feeling, know when she was with someone else. If she married someone else, Rafe suddenly growled. Don't go there! For both of our sakes, don't go there! Sorry. Jenna had been relaxed, calm and happy for the last few hours, but now he could feel the happiness growing stronger and he smiled to himself. How he longed to be the one making her happy. But then her emotions did an about-face and waves of sadness flowed over Daniel until panic settled in and he could feel himself start to hyperventilate. What's happening? Daniel stood up from the bed, forcing himself to breathe, and then realized he could breathe just fine. Mate is panicked and upset, Rafe told him, pacing in his mind with concern. Fear gripped Daniel, and he went outside onto the balcony. He stood at the railing looking over the city, taking in deep breaths as fear gripped him. How was he supposed to stand by helplessly when something could be happening to her right now? For the first time in his life, Daniel Remington felt completely helpless. Mate is okay, Rafe said, pulling Daniel out of his spiralling thoughts. He calmed himself enough to focus on her. Yes, she was okay, just sad. Very sad. Daniel sighed and headed back into his room. Talia flipped on the shower, turning the water to hot. She ached all over, and a shower would be just the thing to soothe her body. Large, strong hands wrapped around her waist. Where are you going? A voice asked in her ear, causing shivers to run up and down her spine. She turned around and flashed a smile at James. We can't stay in bed forever. I think we can, he said, pulling her against him and kissing her lips, his hand roaming down and squeezing her bottom. She groaned, responding eagerly to his kiss. What day is it anyway? She asked when the kiss finally ended. James frowned and walked out of the bathroom. He came back a moment later, waving his phone. It's Saturday. Talia's mouth dropped open in shock. What? He showed her his phone. Talia groaned, her shower all but forgotten. I've probably lost my job. She had brought a load to her apartment last Sunday, and on her way back out, she had ran into James, her mate. The mate bond had kicked into overdrive, and Talia hadn't left his bed as they had mated like bunnies. That was 6 days ago. They had lived off of fast food deliveries and sex, shutting the world out from their cosy little love cocoon. She groaned again, forgetting about the running water as she went to find her phone. Her purse was still near the door, where she'd dropped it on Sunday. She dug through it, looking for her phone. 35 missed calls, she screamed as she stared at the screen. She looked through the call log and groaned before listening to the first voicemail. It was from the Alpha. Oh no, I'm so screwed. James followed her into the kitchen. What's wrong, love? He questioned, feeling her anxiety kick into overdrive. The Alpha has been trying to reach me since Sunday, she said, starting to feel hysterical. Something was wrong and she'd been missing for a week. What if something had happened to her parents? Calm down and call him back. James came over and rubbed her back, helping her to calm down some. Talia dialed his number. Talia, Alpha. Quentin answered his phone. Alpha, I am so sorry I missed your calls. I am so sorry I missed your calls. I found my mate and I'm so screwed. You haven't been out of bed since then, the Alpha finished for her. Talia blushed. No, Alpha. Well, I'm glad you are okay. We were beginning to worry something might have happened to you, Quentin said calmly. We? No, Alpha. I'm okay, Talia said sheepishly. This was bad. Are my parents okay? What? Oh, as far as I know, they're fine. That's not what this is about, Quentin said. Can you meet me at my office in an hour? There's something very important we need to discuss. Talia frowned, her stomach twisting into knots. Yes, Alpha. I'll be there. She ended the call and looked at James. I have to be at his office in an hour, James nodded. Go take a shower and get ready. Then you can worry about the rest of your messages. The Alpha comes first. I'll go with you. Talia breathed a little sigh of relief. Okay. James was quickly becoming her rock. Quentin hung up his phone and shook his head. Finding her mate was the one excuse Talia could get away with for not calling him. It was still embarrassing as Daniel had been breathing down his neck the entire week, while he couldn't find one of his own pack members. At least now Quentin could give him some good news. He dialed Daniel's number. You have news, Daniel greeted him hopefully. I do, Talia just called. She will be at my office in 1 hour, Quentin said. Did she say where she's been all this time? Daniel asked. She found her mate, Quentin explained with a wince. Daniel didn't say anything for a moment as a small dash of jealousy reared its ugly head. What he wouldn't give to have spent the last week in bed with his own mate. Will she show? He asked finally. I believe so, Quentin answered. Daniel hung up and sent a quick text to his father. Then he got ready to head for Quentin's office. This week had been one of the worst of his life. He'd gone to Talia's apartment 3 times a day, every day, hoping to find Jenna. But he quickly realized Jenna's scent was fading. She hadn't been back to Talia's apartment since Sunday. Given that Talia hadn't been back there either, he could guess that Jenna didn't live there. So where was she? He'd also visited Talia's pack apartment several times as well, though there was no trace of Jenna's scent, or Talia's either. It was like both girls had just disappeared. Both he and Rafe were angry and frustrated. His wolf wanted out, but Daniel knew the moment that happened, he'd probably kill someone. He arrived at Quentin's office early, but the other wolf was already there. Daniel greeted him, then seated himself on the couch to wait for Talia to arrive. Talia got ready as quickly as she could. Then she and James caught a cab to Big Apple Industries. She listened to her messages on the ride. Most were from the Alpha and Beta, wondering where she was at. Some were from her boss, frustrated that she hadn't shown up for her shifts. She was surprised to see only one text from Jenna. A text that confused Talia. What does it mean when you get marked? Where had Jenna heard that at? The message was from Sunday. Had Jenna overheard it at the club? It was the only thing that made sense. She'd text Jenna back later. Talia already felt guilty that she had missed saying goodbye to her friend. She hadn't even really gotten the chance to talk to Jenna about Saturday, and she was dying to know about her time with the mystery Alpha. She would have to call her that night, though away from James. He couldn't know that Jenna knew Talia's secret. The closer she got to Big Apple Industries, the more nervous she got. She had no idea why the Alpha wanted to see her, why he'd blown up her phone for the last 6 days. She was glad James was with her. His presence helped calm her some. They rode the elevator all the way up to the Alpha's office. Talia had never been inside the building before, but James had. He worked for Big Apple Industries, and he was also one of the top pack warriors. Or at least he did. Talia frowned. She and James were probably both out of a job since neither had bothered to call themselves off for the week. She groaned inwardly. What were they going to do? James slipped his hand in hers, sensing her anxiety and growing unease. The elevator opened and they both stepped out. The secretary's desk was empty, but the Alpha's office door opened at that moment, and Alpha Quentin himself walked out. Talia and James both bowed their heads. Alpha! He came forward. James! You're Talia's mate, James smiled proudly. Yes, Alpha! I am, Quentin smiled. Well, congratulations. I suppose you have been absent this entire week, James frowned. Yes, Alpha, he answered sheepishly. Quentin sighed. You young people. You're excused this time, James. I know how it is to find your mate, but don't let it happen again. James breathed a small sigh of relief. Yes, sir. Thank you, Alpha. Talia's own shoulders relaxed with relief. At least one of them still had a job. Please come into my office. The Alpha stepped to the side and gestured for them to come forward. Talia followed James past the Alpha, feeling as though she was going to throw up. Her wolf was trying to calm her down, but she could only imagine the worst. Alpha Quinton closed the door and sat down behind his desk. He motioned for Talia and James to sit as well in the chairs in front of his desk. "Talia, I'm sure you know Daniel," Quinton started. Talia looked over and saw the werewolf from last Saturday night, the one Jenna had slept with, and groaned inwardly. How had she not felt his presence in the room? This couldn't be good. Did he know that Jenna knew about werewolves? Feelings of dread made her stomach churn. "Remington," Quinton finished. "What?" The Alpha King. Her best friend had been dancing with and had sex with the Alpha King. Talia felt her heart drop. She stood quickly with James, bowing her head, fear racing through her. This man would not hesitate to kill her. "Alpha," she said softly, trying her best to keep her voice steady as she kept her eyes lowered. Daniel stood and moved behind Quinton's desk, leaning against the window where he could easily watch Talia. He could sense her fear and wondered why she was so afraid. From being summoned to the Alpha's office, she had been scared when she'd walked in, but her fear had drastically increased when she'd realized who Daniel was. Her heart was racing. "Talia, the reason we have been trying to get in touch with you is because of your friend Jenna." Quinton folded his hands on the desk. Talia bit her lip. Had Jenna betrayed her? She didn't think so. She had stressed many times how important it was that Jenna never tell anyone about werewolves. Were they fishing to see if Jenna knew? Daniel didn't take his gaze off of Talia. The mention of Jenna had made her even more nervous, if that was possible. He wondered what she was hiding. "What about her?" Talia asked, pulling on her fingers in agitation and refusing to meet the Alpha's gaze. James reached over and took her hand, helping to calm her down. James didn't know that Jenna knew. He actually knew very little about Jenna, just that she was human and Talia's old roommate. They really hadn't spent very much time talking. "We'd like to talk to her," Quinton explained, his eyes never leaving the couple. Talia groaned inwardly. They knew. Her fear doubled until she was shaking. James' thumb stroking her hand barely registered with her. She was so frightened. "Do you know where she's at?" Quinton asked, taping his fingers on the desk. "She moved out of New York City," Talia whispered, finally looking up. Daniel frowned as he stared at her. "What?" He didn't think she was lying, though. But still, it had only been a week. "She moved," Quinton repeated with a frown. "Yes, she moved Sunday," Talia murmured. She took a deep breath, suddenly glad Jenna had moved away. Even if she was about to die, Jenna might be safe. "Saturday night was a last fling for us in New York, since Jenna was moving the next day. That's why I moved into the Packhouse apartment building. She and I were roommates. We worked together and became good friends," she explained hesitantly. "So, where did she move to?" asked Quinton. His hope that he would get Daniel reunited with his Luna before the end of the day was slowly dying. "Virginia. She moved back in with her parents to take care of her mum," Talia said quietly. Daniel kept his gaze on Talia. She was much calmer now, thanks to her mate, but still nervous. She wasn't lying, though. So Jenna was in Virginia now. It made sense given how strong her scent had been at the apartment Sunday and how it had gradually faded through the entire week. "Do you have a way to reach her?" Quinton asked. Talia nodded and pulled her phone out of her purse. She looked up Jenna's number and gave it to the Alpha, knowing she could very well be signing her own death warrant. He wrote it down, then handed it to Daniel, who walked out of the room with it. Talia watched him go and gripped James's hand tighter. "May I ask why you want to speak to her, Alpha?" she dared. She most definitely had a death wish, but Jenna was her friend, and Talia didn't want to see her hurt. Alpha Quinton glared at her. "No, you may not," he said with finality. Talia shrunk down in her seat as dread and fear filled her again. She wished the Alpha had stayed in the room when he called Jenna, so she could at least hear his side of the conversation. Daniel left the room, feeling more hopeful than he had all week. Finally, he had her number. He dialed it quickly and waited. The number was disconnected. He almost broke his phone as fury and fear gripped him. He strode back into Quinton's office. "Talia, can I speak to you alone?" he asked. Another surge of fear went through the she. Wolf, as she nodded. "Come with me, please." She stood and followed him out of the office and into a conference room 2 doors down. "Have a seat," Daniel said, indicating a chair. Talia sat. She highly doubted she was going to leave this room alive. She twisted her hands together in her lap, waiting for the death blow she was sure would come at any moment. Daniel sat across from her and allowed a bit of his powerful aura to seep out. "I can sense your fear. What are you hiding?" he asked. Talia swallowed, debating what to say. All of a sudden, all of Daniel's power hit her full force, and she dropped to the ground, shaking in fear. She felt as though she was suffocating. "Tell me!" he roared at her, his patience at an end. "She knows about werewolves," Talia cried, waiting for the blow that would kill her. Tears streaked down her cheeks as she trembled in front of him. Daniel reined his power back in, hiding his surprise. Now he understood Talia's fear. For her human roommate to know about werewolves was a death sentence to them both, unless Jenna was involved with werewolves, and it was deemed necessary for her to know. Fortunately for Talia, Jenna had a werewolf mate. Daniel stared at Talia quietly as she cowered on the ground. He had been so annoyed with her this week, at some points wanting to snap her pretty little neck, but she hadn't known the anguish she was causing him. She had been wrapped up with her own newly found mate, unaware that she was keeping him from his. "Talia, get up," he said hoarsely. She slowly stood and sat back down in the seat, her body still shaking badly with fear. "Why did you tell her?" Talia explained quietly, how Jenna had inadvertently come to know about werewolves, about how she'd helped Talia recover from the rogue attack, taking care of her friend. As she talked, her voice became steadier, and Daniel could see the love between the two friends. They were close, and Talia sharing her secret had probably brought them even closer. "What else does she know?" Daniel asked curiously. "In all reality, Talia may have done him favour. Jenna was aware of werewolves and was okay living with one. She would probably be more accepting of him. She asked a lot of questions when we were alone," Talia said. Daniel had scared the crap out of her. She'd never felt that kind of power. But now he seemed rather calm. Maybe she'd get lucky, and he'd let her live. She had no idea why he was so interested in Jenna, but maybe that could be a good thing. She knows about pack hierarchy and what pack I was in, basic stuff, mostly. Nothing too secret, Talia said. "How long has she known?" Daniel asked her. "Almost 2 years, Talia told him. At this point, there was no reason to hide anything. The cat was out of the bag, and there was no putting it back." Daniel was quiet for several moments, pondering over Talia's words. "Did she know that you took her to a werewolf club last Saturday?" he asked. Talia blushed. "Yes. Sometimes I think she fantasized about being one. Since it was her last night here, I thought it would be fun to go. I went over a lot of rules with her, told her what to do if she felt threatened. She was reluctant at first, but she agreed. Jenna didn't go to a lot of clubs, and that was the only time she'd visited a werewolf club." "Did she know I was a werewolf?" "Yes, she knew. She suspected, and I told her when we went to the bathroom together that you weren't in my pack," she knew, Talia said quietly. She should have never taken Jenna to that club. Of all the werewolves in the world, the one who had taken an interest in her best friend, her human best friend, just happened to be the most powerful of them all. What were the odds? Daniel breathed a small sigh of relief at this new information. She'd known, and she'd still given herself to him. "I'm all yours, Daniel. Always, Daniel. Always." Her words flooded his mind, Rafe showing him the memory. Then why had she left? Had she just said them in the heat of the moment? "Mate loves us," Rafe said confidently. "If only life were that simple. Talia, this conversation is to never leave this room. Do you understand?" He looked at her sharply. Talia swallowed. "Yes, Alpha. I will not tell your Alpha that you broke pack law, even if it was inadvertently." He watched her tense shoulders drop with relief. "In your case, it benefits me that Jenna knows about werewolves." Talia looked up at him as all of a sudden it hit her. Jenna's strange text, asking about marking, how easily she had given herself for a one-night stand, the fact that they had bombarded her phone the entire week, wanting to know where Jenna was, the Alpha King himself so interested in her best friend. "She's your mate." Talia's mouth dropped open as she stared at the gorgeous werewolf. He smirked at her. Touchy Talia snapped her mouth shut. Her best friend was mated to the Alpha King. Jenna was human. How crazy was that? "And that is another reason why none of this can leave this room." Talia's gaze snapped back to Daniel as she realized what a big secret she was being entrusted with. Given her history with secrets, she swallowed hard. He was putting a lot of trust in her. Daniel stared hard at her, causing her to stare at the floor. "If word gets out that I have a human mate, and she's not under my protection, any enemies I have will go after her," he explained. "Outside of my own pack, only 3 people know about her being my mate." Talia nodded in understanding. "The last thing she wanted was for anything to happen to Jenna. She loved her like a sister." "So, how about you give me her real number, Talia?" Daniel said, gazing at her. Talia frowned. I did," she stuttered, as she felt the Alpha's power press down on her. Daniel watched her quietly. "Truth. Then tell me if I dialed it right." He let up on her and handed her his phone. Talia compared the number to the one in her own phone. Yes, it's right. She tried calling Jenna herself. Disconnected. I don't understand, she murmured, looking down at the number again. When was the last time you heard from her? Daniel asked. She texted me Sunday. I didn't see it until today, she sighed. We came back early Sunday morning. I took a shower and Jenna went to bed. Her brothers were supposed to be there at 2 that afternoon to pick her up and take her home. Talia was much more relaxed now that she knew Daniel wasn't going to kill her. If nothing else, she was his mate's best friend, and right now his only connection to his Luna. She was excited for Jenna, but she was also worried. Why would her phone be disconnected? She watched the wolf sit back in his chair and pinch the bridge of his nose. She knew he had to be frustrated, and probably a lot of it was at her. She had, after all, kept him from his mate this entire week, and her hands were tied now. I'm so sorry, she said suddenly. Daniel looked up at her, then nodded and smiled. I'm not going to lie, I was a little pissed at you there for a while, but honestly, if it wasn't for you, I don't know how long it would have been until I found her. I've been waiting for her for a very long time. Talia nodded. Jenna asked a lot of questions. She knows about mates too. She asked me if werewolves ever have human mates. I almost think she would become one if she could. Daniel smiled to himself at her words. While it was widely believed that humans could not be changed to werewolves, it simply wasn't true. But Daniel and his father were the only 2 werewolves on Earth that had the power to change a human to a wolf. It was a closely guarded secret. Daniel himself had never changed anyone, and he was pretty certain his father had only changed his mother and his beater's mate, if Jenna was willing to become a werewolf. Daniel didn't want to get his hopes up too much, but he was just happy to hear that she knew what he was. He wanted Jenna to accept him, and Rafe first. Then they could talk about her becoming a wolf. I don't know why her phone would be disconnected, though, Talia murmured, looking down at her own phone with a frown. She had no way of reaching Jenna, and that made her sad. Do you know where in Virginia she moved to? Daniel asked her, why couldn't she have moved to a small state like Rhode Island? Talia shook her head. Not exactly, but her father works in D.C., so it has to be close to there. I'm so sorry, I'm not much help, she said. Daniel sighed inwardly. So much for having Jenna back in his arms by the end of the day. At least he had a place to look for her now. He just needed to come up with a game plan, Talia. What's Jenna's last name? Browning, she replied. And you 2 work together? Yes, at the Blue Moon Cafe. The owner is a member of our pack. It's below our old apartment, she said. Daniel nodded, making careful mental notes. Talia, I'd like to exchange phone numbers. That way, if you hear from Jenna, you can let me know, okay? Talia nodded. Daniel handed her his phone, and she added her number. She then sent herself a text so that she would have his. Thank you for talking to me. I'm really excited for Jenna, she smiled at him. Hopefully I can find her, he said wistfully. I'll let you know if I hear from her. Talia stood. Daniel nodded and stood as well. He opened the door and followed her out of the room. Remember, Talia, this all stays between you and me. Do you need me to Alpha command you? She turned back to him, gulping. No, Alpha! On my life, I won't tell a soul. He nodded to her, and they headed back to the Alpha's office. Quinton looked up when they walked in. Daniel nodded to him. James, I'll see you on Monday, Quinton asked. Yes, Alpha. I'll see you then. James stood as well, and followed Talia out of the office, bowing his head to Daniel as he walked by. Once they were on the elevator, James turned to Talia. Is everything okay? What happened? I got worried when you were gone for so long. Talia smiled. Everything is fine. We just talked. He's actually pretty nice. James studied her. And, sorry, James, but I can't tell you anything else, Talia said. She hated keeping things from her mate, but she had no choice. James frowned. You can tell me. I can't. I believe his exact words were, I will hunt you down and kill you if I tell anyone anything we discussed. Talia pushed her hair back behind her ear. James raised his eyebrows. And you think he's nice? She laughed. Actually, yeah. He shook his head and wrapped his arms around her. I have to admit I was afraid he might kill you. You were so scared. Talia shivered. For a little bit, I thought he might too. He's nice, but he's also very scary. They exited the elevator and headed home. Quinton watched the couple leave, then turned to Daniel. So, I'll probably be leaving New York City tomorrow, Daniel said quietly, as he sat down on the leather couch in Quinton's office again, feeling emotionally warm. Did you speak to her? Quentin tapped his pen nervously on his desk. He was thrilled that the Alpha King had found his mate on Big Apple territory, but embarrassed by how much of a disaster it had turned into. "Her phone has been disconnected," Daniel said, looking down at his own phone with annoyance. He felt like breaking it for not giving him what he wanted. Quentin frowned. "Do you think she gave you the right number?" Daniel looked back up at him. "Yes, I verified it with her." He stood up and placed his phone in the inside of his suit jacket. "I'm going to go get a bite to eat. I have some phone calls to make and a plane to catch, as always. It's been a pleasure." Quentin stood and shook Daniel's hand. "I'm happy you found your mate, and sorry that we haven't been more helpful in locating her. If there's anything else you need, please let me know." Daniel nodded and left the office. He took the elevator down to the ground floor before exiting the building and hailing a cab. "The Blue Moon Cafe," he told the driver, who was also a wolf. "Great place," the cabbie said before taking off. The drive took about 20 minutes through mild traffic. Daniel couldn't get visions on Jenna out of his mind. Her when he first saw her standing on the balcony at the club, when he'd held her looking over the city, and her naked bed in his bed under him while he made love to her. "That is so perfect," Rafe sighed appreciatively. The cabbie pulled up in front of the building Jenna had lived in and stopped. Daniel smiled to himself. He'd barely noticed the cafe before. He paid the cabbie, tipped him well, and climbed out of the cab. Once inside, he looked around. The cafe was a nice little place, very clean, and smelled delicious. Daniel could see Jenna working in here, her gentle smile when greeting guests, her gorgeous curly brown hair piled up on top of her head, baring her graceful neck. A few moments later, he was seated at a table near the back of the restaurant where he could watch everyone coming and going. The cafe was modern-looking and looked like it had been updated recently in greys, black and white. The servers were all wearing red, with half-black aprons. They were a mixture of both werewolves and humans working. A server came over and gave him a big smile. "Hi, I'm Sandy. What can I get you to drink?" "Coke, please. And is the owner here?" he asked the girl. She was a pretty little thing and very human. She smiled brightly at him. "Yes, sir, he is. Would you like to speak with him, please?" When she had left, Daniel released his scent, letting others know he was a werewolf. Being able to mask his scent was a gift of his and those in his pack. He could hide the fact that he was a werewolf, and he could also hide his powerful aura. He typically kept both under wraps, allowing him to move around undetected and not gaining unwanted attention. An older wolf came out 5 minutes later, approaching the table with a Coke. Daniel studied him as he approached. The man eyed him warily, a strange, unknown wolf in his cafe that was not from his pack asking for the owner was probably not a common occurrence. "Yes, sir, I was told you wished to speak with me." He looked tired. Daniel noted. "What's your name?" "George." He didn't offer a last name. "Have a seat, George." Daniel indicated the bench across from him. George gave him a side-eye but nodded and sat down. He was happy for a small break, but wondered what this strange werewolf wanted from him. Not a rogue, but not from the Big Apple pack either. He was really getting too old for this. "George, my name is Daniel Remington." Daniel paused and took a sip of his drink. George stared at Daniel skeptically. No way this young wolf was the Alpha King. What was he doing in his cafe? "Prove it," George blustered. Daniel raised his eyebrows at the old wolf and almost laughed at his cheekiness. He briefly released his power, and the old man's eyes grew wide as he bowed his head. George raised a shaky hand. "Okay, I believe you. Sorry, Alpha. What brings you to the Blue Moon Cafe?" "I'd like you to give Talia back her job," Daniel started. "Talia was Jenna's best friend. He would do for her what he could." The old wolf frowned. "She hasn't been here in a week," he muttered with a shake of his head. "Never missed a day in 3 years, and then she disappears for an entire week without any explanation." "She found her mate last Sunday," Daniel explained. The old wolf cracked a smile. "Did she now? Okay, she can keep her job. She's one of my best servers anyway. Does a damn fine job. What can you tell me about Jenna Browning?" Daniel asked, watching George carefully. If the old wolf was surprised by the Alpha King questioning him about a human, he didn't show it. "Jenna was not a good server. I was sorry to see her go. She and Talia made more in tips than any of the others." "She and Talia made more in tips than any of the others." She moved back home to Virginia. George sighed, folding his hand. He'd hated to see her go, but having Talia disappear in the same week that Jenna quit had been a major blow. He was secretly thrilled to have her back. "Did she leave a forwarding address?" Daniel asked. "No, Alpha, she sure didn't. George shook his head. Daniel nodded in disappointment. "Okay, George. Thank you for your time. You have a wonderful cafe here." The old wolf nodded and stood. "Glad to have you here. What would you like to eat?" he asked. Daniel smiled. "What would you recommend?" An hour later, he was in another taxi headed back to his hotel suite. He would fly back to Pennsylvania in the morning, then he would get serious about finding Jenna. Once Daniel was back in his room, he texted Talia and told her to call her boss. Then he called her to call her boss. Then he called his father to update him on Jenna. "I have a good detective you can use," Caleb told him. "Good. Rafe is going nuts not knowing where she is." Daniel groaned, rubbing at his temples. He grabbed the last of his clothes and tossed them in his bag. "You need to let him out," Caleb said. "Should help some, though things won't be right until you find her. Are you feeling her emotions? She's sad most of the time. Talia said she returned home to care for her mother." Daniel wondered if her sadness had anything to do with her mum. It bothered both him and Rafe that Jenna just seemed upset all of the time, and there was nothing either of them could do for her. "She may be missing you as well," Caleb suggested. "We'll find her, Daniel. If we have to rip the whole country apart, we'll find her. I know. I just hate not knowing where she is. Why, she's sad if she's safe," he muttered. Daniel ended the call and took a hot shower, then crawled in bed and pulled his mate's discarded dress out from under his pillow. He flipped the TV on to distract himself. He hadn't slept well the entire week and knew he wouldn't until Jenna was safe in his bed. Might as well prepare for a long, restless night. Jenna had lost her phone. It had taken her a bit to remember exactly where she'd left it, and she'd searched through every box she'd brought, hoping it had somehow ended up in one of them. But it was long gone. She'd called her provider and had the number disconnected. She hoped no one else had found it. What saddened her most was that she didn't have Talia's number memorized. Her friend was gone forever. Jenna didn't have time to go get another phone, nor did she have a car. She knew Tyler or Michael would take her if she asked, but she was so preoccupied with her mother that she didn't have time to give it much thought. Jenna had become immersed in her mother's care almost immediately upon her arrival home. Her brother, Tyler, was the one administering Caroline's chemo. Jenna had learned somewhat from her father that Tyler had worked in the medical field while in the Navy. Her father had explained that when Tyler was deployed, he'd seen a lot, flying into hot spots and taking out the wounded. He had asked Jenna to never speak to her brother about it, unless Tyler brought it up first. Once Tyler had been discharged, he had chosen to become a registered nurse. He had a job at the local clinic, where the old doctor who owned it used to be an oncologist in Cleveland. The doctor had diagnosed Caroline and was treating her. He also happened to be their neighbour and had no problem conducting home visits. Between him and Tyler, Caroline rarely had to leave the house. She received her treatments at home, Tyler did all of her blood work, and the doctor visited her regularly. Jenna had learned that Caroline had begun losing her hair right after the first treatment. Her poor mother didn't even have eyelashes. Her head was sore and her mouth was sore, making it uncomfortable for her to eat, and everything caused acid reflux. Jenna spent a good deal of time trying to get her mother to eat, as she watched her fade in front of her eyes. She spent most of her time with Caroline, reading sometimes to her or to herself when her mother was sleeping. And when she wasn't reading, she was thinking about Daniel. She couldn't get the man out of her mind, and her heart ached for him. She'd never thought that a one-night stand could become so ingrained in her soul. She fantasized about him in her time alone, imagining that he missed her just as much as she missed him, and that he was looking for her. In her darkest fantasies, she was his mate. At night, she lay in bed, going over every detail of their night together, every kiss, every touch. She remembered the way he had made her feel, like she was his most prized possession, how he'd been so gentle with her. She remembered every word spoken between them. "You're mine, Jenna, always," had she cursed herself somehow with that. Was that why she couldn't get him out of her head, out of her heart? She had thought once about going on a date with someone else, sleeping with someone else just to get Daniel out of her mind. But even the idea of allowing anyone else to touch her made her physically ill, like she would be cheating on him. When Talia had said Daniel would ruin her for all other men, she hadn't been joking. The spot where he had bit her had healed, but his teeth marks were still quite visible. Jenna wasn't sure what to make of it. "I'm going to mark you, Jenna." He sure had, leaving his mark on her for all to see. She kept it covered around her father and brothers as best she could, but Tyler ended up spotting the bite. "What happened to you?" He'd pushed her shirt out of the way, eyeing the bite mark with concern. "I was visiting a friend with a new puppy and he bit me." Jenna didn't know what else to say. It was a stupid lie, and she hoped Tyler wouldn't see right through it. I hope you went to the doctor with that. Tyler frowned at her, his trained eye zeroing in on the mark. Of course, Jenna muttered, covering the spot again as quickly as she could. Jenna was melancholy most days, her mood swings all over the place. She worried about her mother. She missed Talia, but most of all she longed for Daniel. She knew, though, that more than likely Daniel had forgotten about her. He'd probably woken up and was glad she was gone, so it wouldn't be awkward. She didn't be awkward. She didn't let herself dwell on that, though. It was too heartbreaking. She remembered the day her mother asked her about Daniel. She'd been home for a few weeks and Caroline has been receiving a chemo treatment. Tyler had left the room to take a phone call. Jenna was seated in one of the two chairs in front of the large window overlooking the lake, while her mother was seated across from her, hooked up to the IV administering her chemo. Jenna was looking out over the lake, but her mind was back in New York City, in the hotel room beneath Daniel as he made love to her. "You're mine, Jenna. Who is he?" Caroline's words startled Jenna from her thoughts, and she looked back at her mother. "What? Who is the man you're pining after?" Jenna didn't say anything for a moment. She knew better than to lie. Caroline would see right through it. "How do you know?" Caroline scoffed. "I'm a military wife. I've seen that look many times on other wives, and a million times in the mirror." She looked out over the lake herself. The longing, the uncertainty, the resignation that there's nothing you can do about any of it except to keep going. Jenna looked at her mother and sighed. "I met him right before I left, and I fell hard, Mama." "Was he your first?" "Leave it to Caroline to get straight to the point." "Yes." "Did he take off right after?" Jenna groaned internally, knowing her face was on fire, and she looked down at her hands, folded in her lap. "No, I did. Well, I did. Well, if I had eyebrows, they'd be practically up to my non-existent hairline right now," Caroline muttered. A small laugh escaped Jenna, and she quickly threw her hand over her mouth. "Sorry, Mama." Caroline laughed herself. It was meant to be funny, better than crying. "So what happened?" Jenna bit her lip, debating internally how much to tell her mother. She looked back out over the lake and sighed again. "I was with Talia, and she wanted to leave. He was still asleep and we snuck out. There was alcohol involved and I never thought about exchanging numbers until it was too late. I lost my phone anyway." She felt the tears start to fall. "He was just so kind and gentle with me. Afterwards he held me until I fell asleep." "Oh, Jenna." Caroline held her arms out, and Jenna slipped out of her seat, kneeling on the floor next to the chair. She hugged her for a long moment, then pulled back. Caroline wiped the tears off of her face. "If it's meant to be, Jenna, you'll cross paths again." It's just complicated," Jenna murmured softly, laying her head on her mother's lap. "He's a werewolf with a mate somewhere. Well, my treatment is almost done. Why don't you go make us some scrambled eggs?" Jenna looked up in surprise. She had the worst time getting Caroline to eat, and the fact that her mother was volunteering to try, she knew was just to cheer Jenna up. Caroline was looking at the door, and Jenna followed her gaze to the door and saw Tyler standing there watching them. She saw a tender expression cross his face as he glanced at her, and she wondered how much of the conversation he'd overheard. The beeping of the machine startled them all, and Tyler came forward to flip it off. Jenna stood and smiled at her mother. "I'll get breakfast started." It would take Tyler a bit to get her mother unhooked, and then he would want to check her vitals. He was thorough, especially with Caroline. She walked out of the bedroom and stopped, leaning against the wall to compose herself. Complicated was an understatement. She brushed the tears away and took a deep breath, then headed into the kitchen to make them all breakfast. The days passed quickly, and finally Caroline's chemo treatments came to an end. After, she began to feel better and get stronger. She went in for scans, and her doctor was optimistic. She slowly began to return to the woman Jenna knew. Hair began to sprout on her head, and her energy began to slowly return. Jenna would take her outside frequently to enjoy the summer days. They would walk down the dock and watch the wildlife. Her father was now retired and living at home, and true to Michael's word, he bought a boat. They would take her mother out and cruise around the lake. Jenna came to love the sound of her mother's laughter as her brothers would ride tubes off the back of the boat or wakeboard. All in all, she was happy to be home, but Daniel was always there, lurking just under the surface of her mind, never long out of her thoughts, keeping her from being truly happy. "Jenna, are you pregnant?" It took a full moment for Tyler's words to register as Jenna stared at her book in shock. She'd put her mother to bed an hour ago and had escaped to her room and a good book so she could keep her obsessed mind off of Daniel for a few hours. No matter what she did, she couldn't seem to forget about him. and the pain of being separated from him never seemed to ease. In fact, it did the opposite, the heartache growing worse as the days went by. She tried her best to put on a happy face around her family, but she knew they were concerned about her. She couldn't fathom how she'd managed to fall so hard for someone she'd only spent a night with, but he had consumed her thoughts for the last few months. Jenna spent most of her free time reading to distract herself from Daniel and was considering getting a job. She'd barely left the house since she'd arrived in Pennsylvania, but now that her mother was doing so much better, a job wouldn't be unreasonable. She'd need a car, though, and a phone. Jenna spent most of her free time reading to distract herself from Daniel and was considering getting a job. She'd barely left the house since she'd arrived in Pennsylvania, but now that her mother was doing so much better, a job wouldn't be unreasonable. She'd need a car, though, and a phone. But now, Daniel was shoved to the forefront as Tyler stood in the doorway of her bedroom, judging her with a critical eye. No, denial was of course the first thing that popped out of her mouth, before she had any time to think about it. When had she last gotten her period? Not since she'd been home, she realised. She'd been so busy with her mother, she'd never given it any thought. "I don't know," she admitted. "Come in my room and let me draw your blood. We'll find out." Tyler reached a hand out to her and Jenna took it, standing up. He gave her a quick hug, then led her to his room. Jenna's mind was racing as she thought back over the past few months. She'd never been sick. There were mornings she'd felt nauseous, but she'd always attributed it to thoughts of losing her mother and missing Daniel so desperately. She'd been tired too, but she had also attributed that to her mother's care. Some nights she was thankful she'd been too tired to lay in bed and think. Tyler grabbed his blood draw kit off of his desk and brought it over to the bed. "Sit," he told Jenna. "Have you been with anyone since you came back from New York?" he asked quietly. Jenna gave him an exasperated look. "When have I had time?" he shrugged and opened the box. "I don't know. Maybe you're sneaking out at night," he joked. Tyler knew she wasn't, but he was also trying to lighten the mood. He pulled out a tourniquet, gauze, gloves, a needle, a tube, and tube holder. He screwed the tube holder on the back of the needle. "Hold out your arm." Jenna held her arm out for him and watched him tie off a tourniquet, then gently palpate it with his fingers. If she was pregnant, it was Daniel's baby. He was the only man she'd ever been with, and at the rate she was going, the only man she might ever be with, which meant her child would be half werewolf, she groaned internally. How she wished she still had Talia's number. Tyler cleaned her arm, then slipped the needle in her vein with ease. He pushed a tube into the tube holder, and Jenna watched her blood fill up the tube. He pulled the tube out, freed the tourniquet from her arm, and then removed the needle, immediately covering the spot with a cotton ball. "I'll take this to work with me tomorrow. If you're pregnant, you need to be on prenatal vitamins," Tyler said as he cleaned up. "Okay," Jenna watched him quietly. "Tyler, why did you think I was pregnant?" "Pregnant women have a certain look, Jenna." He smiled at her. "You have that look, the look of a tired pigeon," she muttered, looking at herself in the mirror. Tyler laughed. "No, you just sorta glow." She scoffed at that. "Do you know who the father is?" he asked as he closed his box. Jenna nodded. "There's only been one man I've ever slept with." Tyler looked at her in surprise. "The guy you had the one-night stand with before you left New York City?" "Yeah," she murmured. "Daniel—" He leaned forward and gave her a hug. "It's going to be okay. Get some sleep. If you're pregnant, you need it. You know we'll support you any way we can." She gave him a half smile. "I know." Jenna walked back to her room in a daze. She closed the door behind her, then sat back down in her chair. Pregnant. Part of her was scared to death, but another part of her was extremely excited. This baby would be a part of Daniel that she would always have. She lifted her shirt and looked down at her belly. A slight bulge was visible that she hadn't really noticed before. She rubbed her hand over it and smiled. "Hi, baby." Daniel laid back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. It had been 4 months now since he'd last seen Jenna. He'd hired a private investigator the moment he'd returned home, but so far the man had come up with nothing. Rafe had been very quiet lately, which worried Daniel. His wolf was a constant companion, his best friend, and he felt somewhat abandoned. "I'm sorry," Rafe suddenly spoke up. "I just miss Mate so much." "It's been too long." "I know, buddy. I miss her like crazy, too. I hate that she's always so sad." Jenna seemed sad all the time, and it made Daniel melancholy more often than not. He knew his own family was worried about the way he'd withdrawn. He spent a lot of time alone since he'd returned. He'd been shirking his responsibilities for the last few months. Fortunately, Caleb had taken over, since he knew somewhat what his son was going through. Between him and Daniel's pack, They kept up on everything. Regal Eclipse was not a typical werewolf pack. It was small, with less than 100 members. Everyone had a job to do to keep things running smoothly and to monitor the werewolf community and keep the peace. Certain members travelled quite a bit to and from different packs as needed to monitor negotiations, help out in times of crisis, or counsel in times of need. There was a cyber security team that monitored the werewolf community, internet, keeping hackers and humans out, and maintaining secrecy. There were those who stayed on packlands and maintained the day-to-day running of the pack. They kept the pack house in order, fed the pack, and took care of the small details of business dealings and communications from other packs. Regal Eclipse ran like a well-oiled machine. If only other packs ran just as well, Daniel could retire. But that was just a dream. A sudden surge of excitement surged through Daniel, causing his eyes to fly open. "Mate is very happy," Rafe stated the obvious. Daniel waited a bit. He always feared he'd feel the pangs of betrayal, and the sudden surge of happiness made him nervous. He sat up on the bed, staring into the darkness of his room. Occasionally, he could tell that she was aroused. Those were the moments that drove him crazy because it aroused him too, and always worried him if she was cheating. He scoffed at that. Cheating. You can't cheat if you don't even know you're in a relationship. But so far, she never had, and he could only guess that she was probably alone. He loved and hated those moments. "Let's go for a run. We will drive ourselves crazy if we just sit here waiting," Rafe suggested. "Good idea. We need to get out for a bit." Daniel stood up and walked over to the French doors leading to his deck. He opened them and stepped out into the humid night before quickly stripping his clothes off. Daniel let Rafe have control, and the wolf jumped over the third-floor railing, shifting mid-air before he hit the ground. Rafe stretched his muscles, shook out his fur, then took off into the woods behind the packhouse. They ran for all they were worth through the woods, zipping over logs and through underbrush. Rafe had a good sense of direction even in the dark, but he was headed somewhere the pack rarely went. Daniel watched from his position in the back seat of Rafe's mind. He knew the wolf was hurting, aching for his mate, and he wouldn't interfere. They finally came to stop close by the backside of the property, near the lake. Rafe stood quietly in the clearing, staring at the houses in the distance. Human houses, which was why the pack rarely came this way. The lake bordered quite a bit of packlands, but it wasn't the only body of water on their lands, and they generally only came to this lake as humans. They finally came to stop close by the backside of the property near the lake. Rafe stood quietly in the clearing, staring at the houses in the distance. Human houses, which was why the pack rarely came this way. The lake bordered quite a bit of packlands, but it wasn't the only body of water on their lands, and they generally only came to this lake as humans. "Why are we here?" Daniel asked Rafe. He knew Rafe would never do anything stupid, and his senses were on high alert. Rafe was quiet for several moments as he stared at the houses, and Daniel waited patiently for him to answer. Not sure. Just needed to come here. He sat down for a while, watching through the dark before he finally turned around and headed back towards the packhouse. Tyler walked back into Jenna's room the following evening. "Jenna!" His sister was laying on her bed, a book over her chest, her eyes closed. She looked so peaceful he hated to wake her, but he had important news. If he waited until morning, Jenna wouldn't be happy with him. He touched her arm and she jumped. "Tyler." Jenna sat up, rubbing her eyes. She hadn't meant to fall asleep, but she'd been so tired today. "Hey, I have your test results." He handed a piece of paper to her. Jenna grabbed the paper from him, though deep in her heart she already knew the answer. She looked it over. "Pregnant?" Her heart gave a little leap as she looked up at her brother. "Now what? I got Dr. Gray from my clinic to take you on as a patient. He prescribed you some vitamins." Tyler handed her a white paper sack. "And you have an ultrasound scheduled for tomorrow at 5 p.m. Jenna looked up at him as tears ran down her cheeks. She was pregnant with Daniel's baby. A sob came out and she covered her mouth. Tyler sat down on the bed and wrapped his arms around her. "Are you okay with this?" She nodded. "Just shocked," she said. It made her miss Daniel even more. Why couldn't he be here to share this happy news with her? "Would he even care? I'll leave work early and come pick you up for your appointment," he told her. "Are you going to be all right?" She nodded, pulling herself from his arms. Tyler stood and left the room, and Jenna laid back on the bed, facing the window. She placed her hands over her little bump and sighed softly. How she wished she had a way to tell Daniel. How she wished she had a way to communicate with Talia. Would her baby still shift since it was half werewolf? She had no idea, and she realized she had no way of finding out. This was never something she and Talia had discussed. Jenna did know that werewolves didn't shift for the first time until they were 16, so she had plenty of time to figure it out. Perhaps she could find a way to reconnect with Talia. She supposed now she had a reason to know about werewolves, but she would still keep Talia's secret. She sighed. Being a single mum was a position she'd never imagined herself in, especially to a baby that was half werewolf. If she somehow managed to run into Daniel again, would he even want to climb a child that wasn't from his mate? How would his mate feel about that? Thinking of Daniel's mate panged Jenna's heart, but she knew it was more of a reality than her being with him. If she was his mate, she stopped that train of thought quickly and sighed again, brushing away tears that she hadn't even realized had fallen. Now she at least knew why she was so emotional all the time. Her family would support her, of that she had no doubt. They'd spoil her child rotten. She needed to just put Daniel in the back of her mind and focus on her baby. The next afternoon, Jenna climbed into Tyler's truck to head to her appointment. Her brother kept up a constant flow of chatter, but Jenna tuned him out and focused on trying to keep her thoughts off of Daniel. They arrived at the clinic Tyler worked at, and Jenna got out of the truck and followed her brother inside. She glanced around at the small clinic Tyler spent a great deal of his time at. It was the only one in their tiny town and served the entire community. A large hospital was located in the nearest city, about a half-hour away. The clinic was closed, and Dr. Gray had agreed to see her after hours once he'd seen Jenna's results, and Tyler told him she'd seen Jenna's results, and Tyler told him she hadn't seen a doctor yet. Jenna followed Tyler into an office where Dr. Gray was waiting for them. Her eyes widened a bit as she stared at the young doctor. He was gorgeous with brown hair, blue eyes, and he was very well built. His chest was wide, his arms very muscular, and he reminded Jenna of a werewolf. If she was with Talia, she'd send the signal asking for confirmation. "Dr. Gray, this is my sister, Jenna," Tyler said by way of introduction. Dr. Gray stood, smiled at her, and shook her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Browning." She smiled at him as well. "No tingles," she noted. "Maybe not a werewolf, just Jenna. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice." The doctor looked at Tyler. "You want to take her to exam room 1 and let her change? I'll be there shortly." Tyler nodded and led Jenna to the exam room. He left her alone, giving her some privacy. She changed into the hospital gown that had been left on a chair for her, then settled down on the table, her hands trailing down to her little bump. There was a knock at the door, and Dr. Gray walked in. "Are you ready to see your baby?" "Yes," Jenna smiled, excitement coursing through her. "Would you like Tyler to come in, Doctor?" Gray asked, with a small smile. Jenna reached up to the mark on her neck and carefully pulled her hair over it. Sure, that would be fine. She'd tried her hardest at first to keep her mark covered around Tyler, but there were times she knew he'd seen it. His eyes would flick down to it, though he never said a word. She'd pretty much given up over the summer. After spending so much time on the lake, Jenna had developed a golden tan, and the mark stuck out like a white beacon. Tyler walked in a moment later and walked over to Jenna. He waited quietly as Dr. Gray prepped Jenna's belly. A few moments later, her baby was visible on the screen. Jenna stared at the tiny thing in awe. "Do you want to know what the sex is?" Dr. Gray asked. "You can tell already." Jenna looked at him in surprise. He smiled and nodded. Then, yes, this was even more exciting than she thought it would be. "It's a girl," he said after a moment, looking back at Jenna. Jenna felt her heart leap with joy. She was having a girl. Daniel's baby was a girl. She smiled at him, pleased, then glanced at her brother, surprised to see tears running down his cheeks. He rubbed them away and gave her a huge grin. "Can you print out some pictures, Doc, so she can share them with the family?" "Of course," Dr. Gray responded and turned his attention back to the machine. He printed out a few pictures of the baby and gave them to Jenna. "I'm going to have Tyler draw some more blood, and then you'll be good to go. I want to see you back in a month, Doctor." Gray slipped his gloves off and stood. "Okay, thank you, Dr. Gray." Jenna smiled at him. "You're welcome, Jenna," he said before he and Tyler left the room. Dr. Ben Gray sat down at his desk in his pack house a few hours later, dropping the sample of Jenna's blood next to him. Tyler had told him that Jenna was a single mom, but Ben had watched Jenna cover the mark on her neck before Tyler came in the room. Some wolf had claimed her at some point, and that caused Ben to have many questions. Why was she single now? And was the baby she was carrying that werewolf's pup? Did Jenna have any idea about werewolves? It was still a bit early to pick up the scent of an unborn werewolf pup, but before long any wolf that came near Jenna would know what she was carrying. His other concern was the fact that Jenna was not a wolf herself. She shouldn't have a problem delivering the pup, but she was going to be extremely tired towards the end of her pregnancy, and the baby would eat more than a normal human baby. Her baby would always be at the top percentile of growth. At least she wasn't having a male pup. That kid would probably eat her out of house and home. Ben himself had been raised outside of the werewolf community by human parents. He'd had no knowledge that he himself was a werewolf until his 16th birthday, when he had unexpectedly shifted. His entire life literally changed overnight. Ben had gone from being the popular high school superstar jock to being practically a nobody. He'd quit football as he'd come to realize this was why he was so much better than everyone else at the sport. He'd dumped his beautiful cheerleader girlfriend because he was afraid he would hurt her, and he became a recluse. Being in high school was hard enough, but Ben was different. He suddenly had a very big secret, and he knew that if he told anyone he'd sound crazy. He was angry for a long time, angry with everyone because Ben felt as though his life had been ruined. He was mostly angry with his parents for not telling him, but after a bit, he realized his anger was unfounded because his parents really had no idea that their only son was a werewolf. He also hated the strange voice that suddenly appeared in his head. The voice claimed to be his wolf, and for a long time, Ben blocked the voice out. But after several months of feeling like he was going to jump out of his own skin, the voice finally pushed through and convinced Ben to shift. The hour he spent in the woods that night was one of the most freeing in his life, and suddenly everything felt like it might be okay. Over the next few months, the voice in his head, whom he came to know as his wolf, Blue, became his best friend. Ben had isolated himself so much that he had become very lonely, but now he had someone who he could confide in. Someone who knew his biggest secret. Ben did as much research as he could online about werewolves, but he quickly realized that nothing was definitive proof. He could never confirm anything. He was convinced that he had somehow been changed into a were, though Blue disagreed and insisted that they had been born that way. "I've always been here," Blue told him. Ben disagreed with that, but arguing with his wolf was pointless. Both of them were as stubborn as the day was long. He didn't understand how he could be born to human parents. People weren't just randomly born as werewolves, were they? And Ben was 99 sure his parents were completely human. During his junior year, Ben decided to become a doctor. He knew he was a little late to the ball game, but he had nothing better to do than study. He wanted to learn more about himself and why his body had undergone the strange changes it had. Several years later, while Ben was finishing his residency, his life changed drastically again. His parents were killed in a car accident, and while going through paperwork in his house, he'd found an adoption certificate. It had stunned him. Never once had his parents ever told him he was adopted, but it made him realize Blue really did know what he was talking about. Perhaps Ben had been born this way. After his residency, Ben had taken a job at a small clinic in Pennsylvania. He wanted to be out in the country where he and Blue had freedom to roam, and he wanted time to do research, something working at a big hospital would never afford him. But he wasn't in town long before he unknowingly attracted the attention of the local wolf pack, and a certain beautiful she-wolf that Ben couldn't resist. One of Ben's biggest rules since he had discovered he was a werewolf was no women. He had not had a girlfriend or even a casual fling since his 16th birthday. He knew how strong he was, and he was afraid of hurting someone. But Marissa he'd been unable to resist. They'd met in the local grocery store and had barely made it out the door before he'd broken his own rule. A visit from her alpha a few days later had shaken Ben up a bit, but it has also opened up a whole new world for him. Now, 2 years later, Ben was a member of a pack mated to Marissa, and both the pack doctor and doctor at the clinic part-time. When Ben had joined, the previous pack doctor had been planning to retire. He took Ben under his wing and taught him as much as he could. Ben's office was full of books, and he spent a great deal of time reading when Risa was travelling for her own job. Ben stood up from his desk and stretched before moving over to a table with a microscope and placing some of Jenna's blood on a few different slides. He spent his time carefully looking at each one. Sure enough, the markers were there. Jenna's baby was half werewolf. Ben rubbed his eyes. He didn't want her daughter to grow up like he had, completely blindsided when she turned 16 and suddenly shifted into a wolf. What if she wasn't alone like he'd been? That would be very bad. But he had no idea if Jenna had any idea of what she was carrying. And where was the pup's father? Why would he mark her and leave her? Ben sighed as he put the blood sample in the fridge and left his clinic. There wasn't much he could do about it for now. He'd just monitor her care and make sure Jenna gave birth to a healthy pup. In the meantime, he'd discuss the situation with Risa and then perhaps his alpha and decide what to do. Jenna's pup would be a rogue, and while his own pack was non-judgmental, some other packs hated rogues. But there was plenty of time to figure that out later. Ben flipped off the lights in his office and locked up. He headed down the hall to the elevator and took it up to his floor and raised her, eager to spend some time alone with her. "It's been 2 months. What am I paying you for?" Tim Manning jumped as his client's fist came down on his desk hard. Daniel Remington scared the crap out of him. Manning was the third detective Daniel had hired to find Jenna, and so far he too hadn't come through. To say Daniel was frustrated would be an understatement. He was cranky and pissed off more often than not. He didn't sleep well, and Rafe was constantly agitated, driving Daniel insane as he whined for his mate in Daniel's head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Remington, but there's just not much out there I can find. I've done what I can," the detective said, closing the file on his desk. He had done quite a bit of digging, and he had hit a brick wall. Tim no longer wanted Daniel Remington as a client. "Did you ever consider the possibility that someone doesn't want you to find her?" Daniel stared at him for a moment, then stood. "Good day, Mr. Manning," he said on his way out. Tim breathed a sigh of relief when the large man with the suffocating presence was out of his life. Daniel Remington had been one of the most intimidating men he'd ever dealt with, and he almost felt sorry for Jenna Browning if Remington ever did find her. He watched Daniel get into his car through the window. The car sat there for a moment before finally pulling away from the curb. Tim returned to his desk and picked up his phone, punching in a number he had memorized. "I got rid of the man who is searching for Mrs. Browning." "He's no longer my client," he said into the phone. "Good," the voice on the other end answered. "What was your excuse?" "That I've hit a brick wall and there's nothing more I could find out," Tim answered. "Tell me who your client is. I'll pay you well for the information." "No way. He scares me more than you do. I won't reveal my client." Tim ended the call and sat down at his desk, glad to be out of that mess. Both of the men made him nervous, but there was just something about Remington that made Tim never want to meet the man in a dark alley. Mitch Browning stared at his phone for a moment and sighed. He was alone in his office at home. Worry creased his forehead. Someone was looking for Jenna and had been pretty much since she'd moved back home. So far, they hadn't succeeded in finding her. He'd made sure of that. The moment someone had started prodding into her background, his man in D.C. had let him know. Mitch wondered if it was the father of Jenna's baby. He wasn't happy that the man had left his daughter. He had asked Jenna about it, but she hadn't said much, telling him it had just been a one-night stand. Mitch hadn't liked that answer, but he wouldn't push her. He had seen the pain in her eyes and wondered if Jenna was being honest with him. He'd made the decision to keep the man away from her. Jenna had her family to support her and help her raise this baby. Mitch would make sure she and his granddaughter had everything they would ever need. So far, this unknown person had hired 3 different detectives, but he'd had no luck. Not that Mitch's had been much better. None of the detectives would tell him the man's name. They all seemed afraid of him, which really worried Mitch. Who was this person? What kind of power did he hold? And how did Jenna know him? Now that he was retired, he had all the time in the world. He'd wait and see who the man would hire next. 2 could play at this game of cat and mouse. He hadn't told Jenna any of this, and he didn't plan to unless it was absolutely necessary. She had no phone, no bills, no car, and she'd never switched her license over to Pennsylvania. She was pretty much off the grid. Mitch sighed. He'd keep her that way for as long as possible. Daniel opened the door of his car and slipped in after his meeting with the detective. He slammed the door shut and sat there, trying to calm his wolf down. Rafe wanted to go back inside and tear Tim Manning apart. "Waste of time and money," Rafe muttered in disgust. "Bad detective. We can't just go around killing humans, Rafe," Daniel reminded him. His wolf sat down exasperated. "He didn't find me." "Why pay him when he didn't complete his job?" "He still put in the time, Rafe." Daniel pulled out on the road to begin the 2-hour drive back to the pack house. Every day that passed made Daniel more miserable. The only good thing was that Jenna seemed happier over the last few months. The sadness was still there, but it wasn't as heavy as it had been. He also knew Jenna hadn't slept with anyone else. If she did, he'd feel it. He was dreading the moment that happened. Jenna was his. Ours, Rafe reminded him. He'd learned quite a bit about her over the last few months, though most of the information had come from Talia. Jenna's father was a retired Marine Corps general, and his information was heavily protected. He knew the man had retired 2 months after Jenna had left New York, and he knew Jenna was no longer in Virginia, but where she had gone was still a mystery. The easiest information to find out about her was from her time in New York City. He knew she had never contacted Talia again, nor had she gotten another phone, or at least not one in her own name. He'd had his own tech guys keep an eye on that for him. Maybe father is keeping mate hidden, protecting her, Rafe said suddenly. Daniel's eyes widened in surprise at Rafe's comment. Why hadn't he thought of that? Too much going on in your head, Rafe muttered. Ain't that the truth? Daniel responded. He knew he was overthinking the whole thing, but he couldn't help it. Call Talia, Rafe reminded him. Daniel had promised her he'd call her after he left the detective's office this morning and give her an update. Daniel smiled a little as he thought of the she-wolf he'd gotten to know so well over the last 6 months. She was his only connection to Jenna, and she would eagerly talk about her friend to him. Daniel had learned quite a bit about Jenna's personality. Her likes and dislikes and everything made him love her more and more. Hello? Talia sounded tired. Hi, Talia. How are you feeling? She was pregnant with her first pup. She was due in about 3 months and she was no longer working. Her pregnancy had been a bit rough, and the pregnancy had been a bit rough, and the pack doctor recommended that she not be on her feet as much. I feel like an elephant, she said, sounding a little annoyed. You're more than halfway through, he soothed, trying to be optimistic. Still feels like an eternity, she muttered. Daniel laughed. He liked Talia's quirkiness. Even when he was in a dark mood, she could cheer him up. Tim Manning quit on me. Talia grew quiet for a moment, then sighed. I'm not surprised. What are you going to do now? I don't know. I almost wonder if word is getting back to Jenna's father that someone is looking for her, and he's preventing the information from getting back to me, Daniel said quietly. What makes you think that? Do you think he has that kind of power? Talia questioned. Something the detective said today when I fired him. He was a 3-star general working out of D.C. I'm sure he does, Daniel mused with annoyance. What did the detective say? He said. Did you ever think someone may not want you to find her? Daniel sighed. I may never find her, Talia. What will happen if you don't? I will always remain bonded to her, unable to break it unless one of us. He stopped, not wanting to complete the thought. And if she's ever with someone else? That's awful. Talia was quiet for a moment. Don't give up hope. She was mated to you for a reason. I can't imagine that you'll never see her again. Daniel sighed. I hope you're right, Talia. When are you coming back to New York City? Talia asked him. She ached for him. She couldn't imagine finding James only to lose him again. James was her world. I don't know. Before you give birth. I've been slacking on everything lately, but He sighed again. I don't have the drive to do anything. Fortunately, my dad has been extremely helpful with taking over. Come to the city soon. Get to the city soon. Get away and relax for a bit, Talia said softly. I don't know how to relax any longer. He glanced at his phone when a call beeped through. I gotta go. You take care, Talia. I'll speak to you soon. Bye, Daniel. Tyler headed up the stairs of the house with a smile on his face. He had a surprise for Jenna. He stopped in the doorway of her room and looked inside. Jenna was seated in the rocking chair their father had just recently bought for her in front of the window, her hands resting on her belly as she looked out over the lake. She was 7 months along now, and she looked beautiful, but he could sense the underlying sadness that had been her constant companion since he'd picked her up in New York City. Jenna, she turned to look at him and gave him a smile that never reached her eyes. How was work? Good. I helped deliver a baby today, he said, his critical eye assessing her tired state. I didn't know you delivered babies. She rubbed her hand across her own belly and smiled again. This one came much faster than the mother was expecting, so it was an emergency delivery, but it went well. Tyler walked into her room and sat on her bed. Jenna, would you like to go to Texas with me? What? Her mouth dropped open. When? Why? Tyler laughed at her excitement. I have to go for a seminar. We'd leave Tuesday morning of next week and return Thursday evening, and it's okay that I come. She gripped the arms of the chair, ready to jump up and dance. She'd barely been out of the house since she'd moved back home. I wouldn't have asked if it wasn't. So do you want to go? Of course I do. He stood up and hugged him. A few days away would be welcome, and she'd never been to Texas. Tyler hugged her back. Thrilled, he'd seemed to ease her sadness for a bit. I'll bring your suitcase up on Monday then, so you can pack. Jenna plopped down on a bench Wednesday morning and sighed. The Texas heat was no joke. She and Tyler had flown in yesterday and gotten settled in their hotel. Today he was in his seminar, and she had the entire day to explore the quaint little town. It was very picturesque. There was only one street with the convention centre on one end and a few hotels on the other. Several small shops, cafes and pastry shops lined either side of the street. Everything matched from the blue roofs to the hydrangea bushes planted in the yards to the winding stone paths leading up to each matching doorway. Jenna wanted to explore each shop, but she knew, as pregnant as she was, she'd be miserable before she was halfway through. Maybe one day she would get the opportunity to come back. She lifted her feet and looked down at them. They were a little swollen. She'd chosen to wear flip-flops out just in case. She'd sit for a bit, then continue her exploration. She had already been inside 3 shops, including a souvenir shop where she's picked up something for her parents and brothers. Everyone she had met so far had been incredibly nice and welcoming. Though she supposed for a tourist town that was to be expected, Jenna watched people wandering up and down the sidewalks. Some, she noticed, could pass for werewolves, and she wondered if they really were. She spotted 3 men standing across the street in front of the dry cleaner who could easily pass for wolves. All 3 were exceptionally good-looking. They were tall and very ripped, their shirts stretched tightly across their massive chests. They would occasionally speak to each other, but mostly they just watched everyone. All 3 had been watching her, she noticed, though not openly. "Luna, would you like some water?" The question caused Jenna to glance up from her eye candy to see a beautiful young woman with dark hair looking at her. Another wolf. Had she just called her Luna? She must be confused. "I'm Jenna," she smiled up at the woman. The woman flashed her a brilliant smile and bowed her head. "I'm Jules. Would you like a bottled water? I just got them from the shop and you look like you could use one." She held out a bottle to Jenna. Jenna smiled bigger. "I could definitely use one." She opened her bag. "How much?" "Oh, no charge. I just thought you could use one in this heat," and her gaze flitted down to Jenna's belly, and she held the bottle out. Jenna accepted it from her. "Thank you so much." The woman nodded and continued on down the sidewalk. Jenna glanced back up to the 3 men and saw only one of them was left. He was speaking to a woman with a small child in her arms. He kissed her on the forehead, and Jenna sighed. She was about to have half of that. She wouldn't mind having the rest of it. A companion like, "Daniel!" Jenna cut off that train of thought and tossed the empty water bottle in her bag. She stood up and headed down the sidewalk to the next shop. A few hours later, Jenna had visited most of the shops on one side of the road, and she was growing tired. She glanced at her watch. She was supposed to meet Tyler at the cafe at 6:00 p.m. She had about an hour and a half left before it was time to meet him. Jenna stepped into a maternity shop, deciding it would be her last store before she headed to the cafe. A cool drink and a place to sit for a bit and rest before she met Tyler would be welcome. The nurse in Tyler was going to kill her for overdoing it. The shop was empty of people but full of adorable clothes. Jenna walked slowly through the store, admiring the cute outfits. The place was definitely designed with pregnant women in mind, as there were several comfortable chairs with ottomans in front of them placed strategically around the shop. A green halter-top sundress caught Jenna's attention, and she pulled it off the rack to look at. The dress reminded her of the one she wore the night she met Daniel. What did happen to that dress? She wondered if he still had it in his possession. She sighed. As much as she'd like to buy it, the dress was completely impractical. While it was still hot in Texas in October, it definitely was not in Pennsylvania, and by next summer she'd no longer be pregnant. Jenna put the dress back on the rack. "That dress would look lovely on you," a voice commented, startling her. She whipped around to see an older woman standing there watching her. The woman had dark, curly hair with a bit of grey spattered through it and dark eyes. She bowed her head to Jenna and smiled. Jenna tilted her own head as she stared at the woman. She had noticed people doing that to her all day. It must be a town custom. "My name is Elaine. I didn't mean to startle you," she said. "I'm Jenna, and that's okay. You have a lovely shop." Jenna smiled back at the woman. "Thank you, Elaine." Janae looked Jenna over. "Would you like to come sit for a few moments?" "I have lemonade, and you can put your feet up." Jenna glanced at her watch. "I would like that if it's no bother. I'm meeting my brother at the cafe at 6:00. "No bother at all. Come with me." Elaine turned around and walked behind the front counter and through a door. Jenna followed her and was surprised to see a living quarters behind the shop. There was a living room and a kitchen off to the left. "You can have a seat on that chair over there." Elaine pointed to an overstuffed, comfy brown chair with an ottoman in front of it. "Take your shoes off if you'd like." Elaine opened the refrigerator and pulled out a pitcher of lemonade before grabbing 2 cups out of the cabinet and pouring drinks for both of them. She walked over and handed one to Jenna, then sat down on the couch close by. Jenna had settled into the chair and sighed with relief at how comfortable it was. She kicked off her flip-flops and plopped her feet on the ottoman. "Thank you for being so kind to me. I think I've overdone it a bit today," she admitted. "Not hard to do when you're somewhere new and there's places to explore. Is this your first pup?" Elaine asked. "Yes. How did you?" Jenna looked at her in surprise. "No, your baby is part wolf. I can smell her." Elaine reached a hand out to touch Jenna's belly, then stopped and glanced up, silently asking for permission. Jenna smiled and nodded. "How far along are you?" Elaine asked as she was rewarded with a strong kick. 28 weeks. I'm due around the new year. She's going to be a special baby. I bet your mate is excited." Elaine withdrew her hand and sat back, looking at Jenna expectantly. "My mate?" Jenna frowned. "Did she assume Jenna had a mate because she was pregnant with a werewolf pup?" Elaine tapped her own neck and Jenna noticed the bite mark on her collarbone, similar to Jenna's own. "What?" "Mom," a male voice called out loudly from the store, interrupting Jenna's question. "Back here, dear." A young man strode into the room from the store, and Jenna recognized one of the 3 men who'd been watching her. He glanced at her, then did a double take and bowed his head. "Luna," he said softly. "This is Jenna. This is my son, Caden." Elaine introduced him with a smile. "Nice to meet you." Jenna smiled up at him. Whoever this Luna person was, she must really resemble them. She needed a little rest and a break from the heat. "But I do believe you ought to head on down to the cafe if you're meeting your brother at 6. Caden, will you please walk her down there?" Elaine stood up. "Oh, that's not necessary. You've already been too kind," Jenna protested, as she sat the glass of lemonade down on a coaster. "I don't mind one bit." Caden flashed a gorgeous smile at her, then reached a hand to help her up off the chair. He turned to his mother and kissed her cheek. "I'll be back in a bit. It was nice meeting you, Jenna. Take good care of that little pup you're carrying." Elaine gave Jenna a hug. "Thank you for being so kind to me." "It was nice meeting you too," Jenna returned the hug, and then looked at Caden. He opened the door to the store and motioned for her to go ahead of him. "We'll see you soon, Jenna," Elaine called. Jenna glanced back at her and waved, then walked back out to the store. Caden held the door open for her, and Jenna stepped out into the Texas heat. Caden fell into step next to her as she started down the sidewalk to the cafe. "So, what do you think of Texas?" "I love it. Well, except the heat. But I suppose if you live here, you get used to it," she smiled. "The town is so beautiful. What brings you here?" Caden asked. "My brother is attending a seminar." Jenna glanced back and forth between him and the windows of the shops they passed. She hadn't got a chance to explore these ones. Maybe tomorrow. They continued on down the sidewalk in comfortable silence. Jenna wanted to ask him a million questions, but rule number 1 still ran through her mind. "Don't acknowledge the fact you know about werewolves." Caden finally stopped in front of the cafe. "I do believe this is your stop." Jenna turned to him. "Thank you so much for walking me down here." He bowed his head. "It's my pleasure, Luna. We'll see you soon." Jenna gave him a funny look. "What makes you say that? If my mother says we'll see you soon, then we will see you soon. I don't know how she knows the things she knows, but she's never wrong. So see you soon." Jenna studied him for a moment and saw nothing but sincerity in his piercing blue gaze. He somewhat reminded her of Daniel. "Okay," she conceded. "See you soon." "See you soon." He opened the door of the cafe for her, and she gave him one last smile before stepping inside. Ragnar Asgrim pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed as he sat back in the passenger seat of the black SUV. He'd been in Texas for the last couple of days, meeting with the Alpha of the Lone Star Pack to discuss a rogue problem. While he didn't have a problem with rogues in general, this group of rogues seemed to be involved in quite a bit of criminal activity. Lone Star had been monitoring them for a few weeks now before alerting Regal Eclipse. Ragnar had come to Texas to learn what they had found. It was worse than what he had originally believed. The rogues were involved in trafficking drugs, guns, and humans. They were building quite an enterprise. The problem would have to be dealt with before the human authorities became too aware of what was going on. Ragnar would return to his pack and present the information so they could decide what to do. "You okay, Beta?" He glanced up at Eric and smiled. "Yup, I'm good." Eric was a gamma in the Lone Star Pack and had been tasked with taking Ragnar back to the airport. "Hey, can we stop at the cafe on our way out?" Eric smiled. "You have time. The plane ain't going to take off without me." "All right then, let's go." Lannister Pack was the biggest pack in the United States and had a lot of land. They had their own private airport and a small town with a convention centre that could be rented out by both humans and wolves. They also ran a huge cattle ranch and supplied beef to most of the packs in the States. Eric pulled in behind the cafe and parked. Both men headed inside the back entrance of the cafe and found a small table. A gorgeous blonde she. Wolf immediately walked up and bowed her head. "Welcome." "What can I get you both to drink?" she asked as she placed menus in front of them. Ragnar glanced her over quietly as she gave him a flirtatious smile. It really was too bad he was flying out this evening. It was also too bad he avoided she. Wolves like the plague. They were much too complicated, power-hungry, and hopeful that he would take them as a chosen mate. Humans are so much more simple. They didn't know what or who he was, and generally were not looking for anything long-term. They were just attracted to his werewolf good looks and the pleasure he could give them. But it was all meaningless anymore to him. All he wanted was his mate, elusive creature that she was. The ringing of the bell above the front entrance, followed by a small intake of breath from Eric, pulled Ragnar from his thoughts. The Gamma was looking towards the entrance, and Ragnar followed his gaze. A woman had walked in and was now waiting to be seated, and it seemed she had caught the attention of everyone in the room. She was a tiny little thing with brown ringlets piled up on top of her head, her colourful sundress pulled tightly around her very pregnant belly. The hostess hurried over to her and bowed her head. She then led the woman to a booth, and she sat down, facing Ragnar, a small look of relief crossing her face. "Who's she?" Ragnar asked Eric, completely intrigued. She even had his wolf, Rollo's attention, which was unusual. Rollo was never interested in any of the women Ragnar was interested in. He mostly ignored them or half-dozed in Ragnar's mind. Pointless. The wolf had told him more than once. "I have no idea," Eric muttered quietly as he watched her. "Every wolf she's walked past has bowed to her," Ragnar stated. "Who is she?" he asked Rollo. His wolf was at full attention now. The beautiful woman had him captivated, and he peered out at her. "Let me take over." "Okay, Ragnar, take over." "Okay." Ragnar gave Rollo complete control, and the wolf glanced at the Gamma, who was staring at him with his mouth hanging open. "Mind your business," he snapped, releasing a bit of his powerful aura. Rollo looked back at the woman and took a deep breath, leaning forward in his seat. She looked up and their gaze met across the cafe. She smelled interesting, human, but her baby. A she-wolf pup that smelled especially intriguing, almost like... But then another smell caught his attention, and Rollo stood up and headed up the aisle towards her. Ragnar's eyes widened in shock as he watched from his back seat position. Rollo had picked up the one smell he never thought they would ever find. "Mate?" Rollo walked past her and out of the cafe. They stopped. He took a long, deep breath, and a small, frustrated growl rumbled in his chest. "She has come in contact with mate," he told Ragnar. Rollo walked down the sidewalk a bit, stopping every so often to smell the air. Finally, the wolf sighed in frustration and allowed Ragnar his control back. "Her bag smells like mate, but mate is not in this town," Rollo sighed quietly. Ragnar turned back to the cafe. "Should we question her?" He stepped back inside and started towards her. "No, it's not the right time." Rollo sat down dejectedly. "What? What do you mean it's not the right time? This is the first lead we ever had in finding our mate." Ragnar slowed his steps down as he passed the woman by, his gaze sweeping over her and then to the large bag next to her. He took in a deep breath, committing the scent of his mate to memory. "We will meet mate soon, but not until it's time. She probably doesn't even know who mate is." "She doesn't smell of pack," Rollo said. Ragnar sighed himself and sat back down at his table. Their drinks had been dropped off while he'd been outside, and Eric was staring intently into his own, not looking up. "Rollo, did you command him?" "Maybe," his wolf said sheepishly. Ragnar internally rolled his eyes at his wolf. "Gamma," he said sharply. Eric's gaze snapped up to him. "Are you gentlemen ready to order?" The she-wolf was back, but Ragnar found that he'd lost all interest in her. She still smiled flirtatiously at him, but he ignored her. He kept taking deep breaths, searching for the scent of his mate. A man had now joined the mysterious woman at the table, though Ragnar could only see his back. From his scent he gathered that the man was related to her. He sighed internally and diverted his attention to the appetizers that were placed before him. "Soon," Rollo reminded him. Jenna had been well aware of the attention she was getting in the cafe, though she still had no idea why. She'd been aware of the blonde man across the cafe staring so intently at her, and had seen his eyes flash blue as he looked at her. He was quite gorgeous with his full beard and piercing blue eyes. His T-shirt stretched tightly across his bulging arms, leaving no doubt he was a wolf. She watched him get up and walk towards her, and wondered if he was going to join her, but he passed her by and went outside, leaving her a little confused. She felt a little drawn to him, thought not the way she had been drawn to Daniel. Probably because, like Daniel, he's a werewolf. After several moments he came back in and returned to his table. He glanced at her again, before diverting his attention to the server who had approached their table. Tyler suddenly sat down across from her, surprising her. She'd been too focused on the handsome blonde wolf. "Hey, have you been waiting long?" Tyler asked with a smile. "No, maybe 10 minutes or so," Jenna returned his smile. Tyler looked tired but excited. "How's the seminar? Great? I've learned quite a bit already." "Jenna, you look worn out. Did you overdo it today?" Tyler asked with concern. "Hi, welcome. Can I get you something to drink, sir?" The server approached their table after she had left with their orders. Tyler turned his attention back to his sister. "Jenna!" "No, well, maybe I overdid it a little. Right now, I just want to eat, then go back to our hotel room, take a cool shower and sleep," she sighed, sipping on her milkshake. "Maybe you should stay at the hotel room tomorrow while I'm at the seminar," Tyler suggested. "I might. Depends on how I feel. There are some other shops I'd like to visit, but I may be too tired," Jenna conceded and stifled a yawn. "Tomorrow, the seminar ends at 1 and our flight leaves at 4, so keep that in mind," Tyler said. Jenna nodded as the server brought over a milkshake for Tyler, promising their food would be out soon. Perhaps she would take his advice. A few hours later, Jenny was back in her hotel room. Tyler had rented one room with 2 full-size beds, which was perfectly fine with her. He'd come back, flipped the ache all the way down, and told her to take a shower first. She now stood in the bathroom staring at her naked body in the mirror. Thoughts of the last time she'd been in a hotel room crossed her mind, and she closed her eyes, running her hands up her body. "You're mine, Jenna. Always." Her eyes snapped open, and she sighed as she looked at herself in the mirror again. How much her body had changed since that night. She was no longer the petite little thing she used to be. Now, besides her big belly, her hips were much wider and her breasts much larger. Would Daniel find her beautiful, or would he be disgusted with her? She scoffed and sighed. It didn't matter. The chances of her ever seeing him again were slim to none. She had her baby to focus on now. Daniel was just a happy memory. Jenna slipped into the shower and flipped it on cool, eager to wash off her tacky skin. She needed to forget about him. She had her own family to focus on. November came in with colder temperatures and the scent of snow in the air. Jenna was constantly exhausted. She found herself napping 2 or 3 times a day anymore, and when she'd expressed concern to Dr. Gray, he had said what she was experiencing was normal. She needed to rest as much as possible. The only thing she could think of was the fact that her baby was half werewolf. She really didn't know, but Dr. Ben didn't seem the least bit worried. She sat on the couch now with a notepad, working on a menu and grocery list for Thanksgiving, which was just a few days away. Not that she'd even dream of going to the store herself. That would wear her out completely. Her father and brothers, along with some help from her mother, would make dinner. Jonah would come home on leave, and Michael had talked their father into a deep fryer for the turkey that was currently thawing in the fridge. Jenna glanced up at the time. Tyler and Caroline would be back soon. He'd taken her in for some scans at the hospital in the city to make sure she was still cancer-free. Jenna had wanted to go along but had decided it was best if she didn't, since they were going to be gone most of the day. They were going to do a bit of Christmas shopping beforehand. Jenna looked up from her notebook when Caroline walked into the house. She headed down the hall, slamming the door to her bedroom. Jenna watched her brother walk in a moment later. "What happened?" "Her cancer is back," Tyler said quietly, sitting down in one of the chairs. He rubbed his hand over his face and sighed. Jenna stared at her brother in shock. "Okay, we'll get her through this. Same as before. We can do it," she said, trying to be optimistic. "Jenna," her brother said, stopping her. "Mum is refusing treatment." "No." "What?" She dropped the notebook in her lap. "Why?" She said she doesn't want to go through it all again. "You saw what the chemo did to her. Tyler couldn't meet her eyes." Jenna swallowed hard. She really couldn't blame her mother. Having her body pumped full of poison week after week, making her sicker and sicker, had been torture for Jenna. She couldn't imagine how it had been for her mother. "How long does she have?" she whispered. Tyler shrugged. "A few months, maybe." Jenna got up off the couch and headed up to her room. She closed the door behind her, then sat down on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. She thought Caroline would be there for her, to show her how to be a mother to her own little one. She sighed as she brushed the tears away. She really couldn't blame her. She was angry that the cancer was destroying their family. She placed her hands over her belly. "Hopefully you'll get to meet her, and one day I'll tell you all about what a wonderful, strong woman she was." The smell of fried bacon, eggs and sausage woke Jenna on Christmas Eve morning from a deep slumber. She didn't sleep for very long anymore, and was constantly tired. At 38 weeks, getting comfortable was not much of an option, though Tyler had bought her a pregnancy body pillow, and it made quite a difference. She took a deep breath and rolled onto her back, feeling nostalgic. The best Christmas mornings were the ones when her father was home and not on a deployment. But her mother had always worked very hard to make the Christmases when her father wasn't home as special as she could. Jenna realized that this very well might be her mother's last Christmas. She brushed a lone tear off of her cheek and slowly began to get up. As much as she'd like to just lay there for a while longer, her bladder and the smell of bacon wouldn't let her. She slipped her feet in her pink slippers and stood slowly, frowning at the ache in her back. Jenna had things to do today, and she needed to pace herself if she intended to get them all done. The house had already been decorated weeks ago, and Talia had been doing most of the gift wrapping. Her mother had gone all out, spoiling her children, husband and her unborn grandchild. Packages had been delivered to the house almost daily, multiple times a day for the last few months, and Jenna had been in charge of keeping the basket of snacks and drinks for their delivery people well stocked. She grabbed her bathrobe and slipped it on before heading for the bathroom. She was the only one on the second floor that had her own private bathroom, and was thankful her brothers had chosen this room for her when they moved in. It was the biggest one on the second level, and gave her plenty of room for the baby furniture that had been slowly added over the last several weeks. Jenna had come home a few days ago on leave for the holidays, and had brought the most adorable basient for her. He'd set it up yesterday, and it was now ready for his little niece. Once she was finished in the bathroom, she walked back out and glanced at the small pile of wrapped gifts she had sitting in a corner. She'd have to enlist the help of one of her brothers to help her bring them down later. She gasped when a contraction hit her and stopped, waiting for it to pass. She'd been getting them on and off for the past few weeks. Her back was aching worse as well. She breathed a little better as the contraction passed, placing her hand over her belly. "I have too much to do today for you to be acting up." Jenna would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous about delivering this baby. Part of her was beyond ready to give birth. She was tired of being so uncomfortable. But the other part of her was very nervous. She really wished she could talk to Talia, or even Elaine. She now regretted that she had gotten the woman's number, but the thought had never even crossed her mind when she's been in Texas. A knock on her bedroom door startled her, and she walked over and opened it, surprised to see Jonah on the other side. "Hey, sis, breakfast is ready." His gaze travelled over her with concern. You okay?" Jenna gave him a brief smile and nodded. "I'm all right. Can you carry some of those packages down for me?" Jonah glanced over at the pile and immediately grabbed a few. "Yup, I'll get them all down there this morning after breakfast. I can carry some," Jenna said, trying to grab one out of Jonah's hand. He held it up over her head. "I've got it, Jenna. Can't have you falling down the steps. Tyler would have my head." Jenna rolled her eyes and followed her brother out of her room. Tyler had become overbearing the last few weeks, and Jenna had resisted the urge to throat punch him more than once. She felt sorry for his poor future pregnant wife. "Dad already has orders ready. He's planning to give out over breakfast," Jonah said as he headed down the steps. "Wouldn't expect any less," Jenna giggled. She stopped as she looked down at the table. Michael and her mother were both seated, her father pouring Caroline a cup of coffee. Tyler brought over a fresh plate of biscuits. "Morning, Jenna. How are you feeling?" he asked, pulling her chair out. Jenna sat down, reminding herself not to cry. "This Christmas was going to be bittersweet. I feel all right. Any more contractions?" She rolled her eyes internally. "I had one this morning," she admitted begrudgingly. Caroline reached over and squeezed her hand, and Jenna smiled at her. Between herself and Caroline, Tyler was in his medical glory. "I'm all right, Tyler. Just starving," she glared at him pointedly, and he sat down, smiling sheepishly. Jonah joined them as soon as he finished rearranging the packages under the tree, discreetly shaking a few that didn't go unnoticed by the rest of the family. Bowls began to be handed around the table as each family member fixed their plate and carried on conversation. Jenna smiled happily as Caroline handed her a bowl of southern gravy. She'd missed meals like this when she lived in New York. She wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. As everyone finished up their breakfast, Mitch suddenly tapped his coffee cup with his knife, and the table quieted down, all eyes on him. He pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket, and his readers off the top of his head, placing them back over his nose. "Okay, listen up. Tyler, I want you to go over dinner for tomorrow and make sure we have everything we need. Make a list and check it twice. Jenna, same for you and the pies you're planning to bake today. I would like the list of any missing ingredients by 1100 hours. Michael and I will depart to town to recover anything we still need. Jonah, you will help Jenna get the rest of the gifts under the tree. And by help, I mean you will do all of the work. This will be a difficult mission as there is not much room left for gifts." Mitch glanced over the top of his readers at his middle son. Sir, yes, sir. Donner sat up straighter in his chair. I believe I can make it work, sir. Good. While we're on our mission, Tyler will be on Cape duty. Your job will be to serve lunch and then prep the area for tomorrow. Michael, you will be ordering and picking up pizza around 1600 hours. You will also help out as needed. Jenna and Caroline, you will be supervising this. Morning's activities from the comfort of the living room. You will both be sure to get in a nap today, preferably after lunch. Mitch stopped and looked at the two most important women in his life. He softened his tone. I just want you both well rested for tomorrow and not to overdo it for today. He squeezed Caroline's hand. I, for one, am not going to complain about a nap later, Jenna muttered, then grimaced as another contraction hit her. The whole table looked at her, and she felt a hand grab each of hers. She held them tightly until the contraction passed, then breathed out. Okay, continue. Mitch studied her for a moment. Jenna, you can start your pies after you eat dinner, though if you would like, I will help you make them. She looked at him in surprise and nodded. Okay. Christmas music will be played throughout the day. Caroline, you're in charge of that, along with hot cocoa, and then we will start Christmas movies around 1600 hours with the pizza. Jonah, I expect you to keep a fire going in the fireplace. Mitch paused and looked around at his family. You all have your orders. Dismissed. Everyone got up from the table, though Jenna remained seated, planning out her day. Her father's orders just followed what their traditional Christmas had always been, and it warmed her heart. He had just placed most of the responsibility on her brothers instead of her and her mother. She would make sure she had everything she needed for her pies, give the list of missing ingredients to Tyler, then go upstairs to take a shower. After, she'd come back down and relax on the couch for a bit. She would need a nap too. While her mind rebelled against the idea, her body wholeheartedly agreed. Plus, she had a busy afternoon and evening planned. She had pies to bake, and she wanted to make candy for her father after he went to bed. It was one of her gifts to him. Tyler picked up her empty plate and sat the family cookbook down in front of her. Find your pie recipes and read off the ingredients to me, he said. I'll make sure we have everything for you. Jenna gave him a grateful smile. Thanks, Tyler. She began flipping through the pages, looking for the pies she wanted to make. Are you going to accept Dad's help? Tyler asked as he loaded the dishwasher. Soft strands of Christmas music began to fill the house. Probably, she admitted, stopping at her first recipe for Dutch apple pie. Okay, I know I sound like a broken record, but please don't overdo it. I have a feeling Little Miss is going to be making an appearance quite soon. He closed the dishwasher door and flipped it on, then came over to wipe off the table. I hope so, Jenna groaned. But I'll be all right. I don't really have the energy to overdo it. Tyler dried off the table, grabbed a notepad and sat down across from her. Let's work on your list so you can go take a shower. Are you calling me stinky? She teased. He laughed and grabbed his nose. Maybe. A few hours later, Jenna lay in bed wrapped around her body pillow. Her lower back was mildly aching and she'd had 4 more contractions. They were growing more intense. You're not going to wait much longer, are you? Her baby had been pretty quiet today, not kicking Jenna's insides black and blue. The house was quiet, as Len had gone out to let the women rest. Jenna laid there for a moment more, then got back up. She grabbed the body pillow and headed downstairs and knocked on her mother's door. Come in. Jenna pushed the door open and saw her mother laying on the bed, a warm, soft blanket covering her. Mama, can I lay with you? Of course, though you should have asked me to come up to you, she said, sitting up. Don't get up. Jenna laid the body pillow down, then crawled up on the bed and settled around it as comfortably as she could. Her mother stretched the blanket over her, and they both lay quietly staring at each other for a moment. Caroline placed her hand on Jenna's belly. She's been very quiet today, Jenna said softly. Caroline gently moved her hands around her big belly, carefully prodding. It won't be much longer now. Next few days. Have you decided on a name yet? No, and I probably won't until she's born. I've been so indecisive. Jenna had it narrowed down to a few different names. She'd already picked Caroline for the middle name, though she hadn't told her mother that. I'm scared, Mama, she whispered. Oh, Jenna, I remember how scared I was before Tyler was born. It'll be fine. You're going to be a great mother, her own mother reassured her, placing her hand on Jenna's cheek. What if I mess up? Then you mess up. You chalk it up as experience and move on. And remember, you don't have to do it all yourself. Don't be afraid to ask for help. You've got family that will do anything for you, and this little one is going to have your father and brothers wrapped around her little finger. Caroline brushed Jenna's hair back from her face. Thanks, Mama. I need the reassurance." She placed her hand on top of her mother's. "Always, Jenna. Now I'm going to shut up so you can get some sleep. You have pies to make later, and I've got entertainment to watch over." Caroline rolled her eyes. As much as she'd like to help more, she just wasn't able to. She knew her time was short. She just wanted to be around long enough to see the first few months of her first grandchild's life. Unfortunately, it would be the only grandchild she'd get to see before she was gone, and she intended to hold that baby as much as she could. Jenna's breathing evened out, and Caroline brushed a tear away as she watched her only daughter sleep. Being a single mother wasn't going to be easy, and she truly hoped Jenna would find someone one day who would be both good to Jenna would find someone one day who would be both good to Jenna and her daughter. She knew Jenna still missed the man that had impregnated her. Whoever he was, he had definitely kept Jenna's heart, and she hoped one day Jenna could find someone who she could love just as deeply. Jenna never spoke of him, but Caroline could see it in her eyes, the longing for someone she couldn't have. Caroline sighed softly. At least Jenna had her family. She'd be sure to speak to each of her boys before she was gone and remind them to take good care of their sister. A few hours later, Jenna slipped back downstairs after her evening nap. She hadn't really slept very well, as the contractions had grown in intensity and gotten closer together. Not that she had told anyone. She wasn't ready for this baby to come yet. What if something went wrong? Jenna rubbed her lower back as she inspected the pies. Her father had done most of the work, and he'd done a fine job. They looked delicious. She needed to cover them and then make his candy. Mitch and Caroline had gone to bed while Jenna had been napping. Tyler was watching TV in his room, and Jenna was wrapping a few last-minute gifts. Jenna wasn't even sure where Michael had disappeared to, probably out with his girlfriend. She set about pulling the ingredients out, and everything she would need, then set to work. Jenna had made the peanut butter pinwheels many times before, and could probably make it in her sleep. She sighed as she finished the candy and began to clean up her mess. Her back was aching badly, and contractions were starting to come more frequently. She ignored them as best she could until she suddenly felt something wet down between her legs. She looked down, and it quickly dawned on her what had just happened. "Crap!" she muttered. She bit her lip as she stared at the mess. She couldn't leave it. She grabbed the paper towels and dropped them on the floor and used her feet to mop up her mess. Jenna groaned as another contraction hit her. She forced herself to breathe through it. She found a mop and started to fill a bucket with water. Another contraction slammed into her, and she whimpered, putting her hand over her mouth to keep from screaming. "Jenna?" Jenna called as he came down the stairs. "Oh, what happened?" He stopped at the far end of the kitchen and stared at the floor. Jenna looked up at him and sighed. She couldn't do this. She walked across the floor and handed him the mop. "I'm sorry. My water broke. I need to go." She headed upstairs as quickly as she could. Maybe a warm shower would help. Jonah stared at the floor in shock for a full moment before he dropped the mop and sprinted up the stairs to Tyler's room. "Hey, where's the fire?" Tyler joked as he saw Jonah standing in his doorway, looking like he saw a ghost. "Jenna's water broke," Jonah Whisper shouted at him. "Tyler, jump her up off his bed." "Where is she?" she said. She needed to go and came up to her room. Jonah stepped out of Tyler's way as his brother pushed past him and down the hall to Jenna's room. He knocked, then pushed the door open. Tyler entered her room and looked around. The bathroom door was closed and the shower was running. Their sister's cry of pain had them both hurrying over to the door. Tyler knocked on the door. "Okay, I'm almost done," she called. The water turned off. "How close are your contractions?" Tyler called through the door. "What's going on?" Both men turned to see Mitch standing in the doorway. The running around upstairs had woken him up. Jenna groaned loudly through the door, a shrill scream ripping from her lips. "Too close!" she shrieked. She pulled the door open. "We need to time your contractions," Tyler told her, trying to remain calm. Jenna glared at him. "I need to lie down. This baby is coming. Now?" The ringing phone pulled Ben Gray out of a deep sleep, and he groaned as he rolled over and away from Reese's warm body. "Who the heck was calling at this hour?" He glanced at the number. "Tyler, Jenna must be in labour." "Tyler," he said, answering the phone. Ben glanced at Reiser, who was still sleeping. "Is Jenna in labour? It's happening really fast. We don't have time to make it to the clinic," Tyler said, his voice edging on panic. Tyler calmed down. "You have to stay calm for Jenna. You know what to do. You've done this before. I'll be right there." "What's your address?" Ben asked, keeping his own voice calm. Tyler rattled off the address. "Okay, I'll be there soon," Ben said, and ended the call. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. "Where are you going?" his mate Rice asked sleepily. I have to go deliver a baby. You remember me telling you that someone in town is having a baby that's half werewolf? Ben tossed on a pair of old sweats and a t-shirt. He had a feeling this baby would be born before he got there. Mum, she murmured, rolling onto her back. Well, she's in labour. Ben headed into the bathroom. He exited a moment later and was surprised that Riza was now standing beside the bed, stretching her arms. His gaze flickered appreciatively over her naked body as images from the night before ran through his mind. I'm going with you, she stated, grabbing a bra. He nodded. I nodded. I need to run down to my clinic and grab some stuff first. Meet me down there when you're ready 10 minutes later. They were in the SUV flying down the drive to leave the pack territory. Does she know her baby is half werewolf? Riza asked with a yawn. I don't know, Ben said, his eyes scanning the sides of the road, watching for deer. He'd never found the opportunity to talk to Jenna about it, though he knew he still had time. You think she should know? Riza asked. Yes. I know what I went through when I changed. I was so scared, and no one was there for me, Ben reflected, then smiled at his mate when she pulled his hand in hers and squeezed it. Of course, I would speak to Alpha first, but I think I want to wait a bit. Tyler and Jenna's mother is dying of cancer. Riza looked at him and frowned. Oh, that's sad. Ben nodded. She had it before, and it just came back. She doesn't want to go through the treatment anymore. Riza looked at him in surprise. Why not? Chemo is hard on you, especially the type Caroline would need. She has a very aggressive type of cancer, and it may not even work, Ben said softly. Even if the cancer didn't kill her, the chemo might. Riza leaned her head back against the seat, staring out the window, her heart breaking for these people she had yet to meet. Tyler sat in the middle of the bed, counting down the seconds till Dr. Gray got there. Delivering Jenna's baby was the last thing he wanted to do. He was annoyed with her for not telling him she was in labour. He could have gotten her to the clinic and under Dr. Ben's direct supervision. He could already see the baby's head crowning and knew it wouldn't be much longer until he would be holding his niece in his arms. Tyler had delivered babies before, but this was different. He was home surrounded by people he knew and loved. What if something went wrong? Jenna's labour had happened fast. He hoped Dr. Gray got there soon. He looked at his sister, who was sweating profusely and had tears streaming down her cheeks. His father had brought his mother up. She had been woken by Jenna's screams and insisted Mitch bring her to Jenna so she could be present for the birth of her first grandchild and to support her daughter. She sat on Jenna's right, holding her hand. Mitch was pacing the hallway. I need to push, Jenna yelled, her face contorted in pain. Not yet, Tyler said. Why not? She screamed. Tyler glanced up as Dr. Gray hurried in along with a beautiful blonde woman. He breathed a sigh of relief and got out of Dr. Gray's way. Okay, Jenna, next contraction we're going to push, the doctor said, pulling on some gloves from his back. A few minutes later, the sounds of a baby's cries filled the room. Tyler, along with the blonde woman, cleaned the crying baby and weighed her. Then he wrapped her up and gave her to Jenna. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cuddled the newborn, surrounded by her loved ones, the pain and misery of the last hour forgotten. Love warmed her as she stared at her little one, her heart full. Everyone stood around for several long moments before Riza finally spoke up. Everyone out. We need to get Jenna in a clean bed for some much-needed sleep. You can all visit with her and the new baby in the morning. Ben smiled at his mate. Leave it to Riza to take charge. The brothers all filed out. Mitch moved over to Caroline, but she waved him away. I'm going to stay up here and help, she said. He nodded and kissed her forehead, his gaze lingering on the newest member of the family. Jenna, have you picked a name yet? Jenna looked down at the tiny baby, her pup, she thought ruefully. Is it after midnight yet? It's 1:30 in the morning, Riza said, glancing at her watch. Christmas morning. What a Christmas gift, Jenna murmured, gently stroking the baby's cheek. Her name is Noelle Caroline Browning. Christmas Eve, Regal Eclipse Pack House. Daniel had barely left his room that day. It was Christmas Eve, and he had no desire to spend any time with his family or his pack. Jenna had seemed on edge all day, and that kept him on edge. The longer they were apart, the less he felt her emotions. The sadness had returned about a month ago, but today had probably been the worst. We still feel her. You have just grown accustomed to her emotions. I monitor them while you are doing human things, Rafe said, sitting proudly, his tail swishing back and forth slowly like a cat. So the bond is still strong, Daniel asked with a bit of relief. Rafe scoffed. Of course. especially since Mate is close by. "Wait! What did you just say?" Daniel stopped his pacing, paying very close attention to his wolf. "Mate is close by," Rafe repeatedly smugly. "How close?" Daniel growled. "How long had Rafe known she was close?" "Probably within 100 miles or so. She always has been." Rafe shrugged and stood, stretching nonchalantly, as if he hadn't just dropped a bomb on Daniel, shocking the alpha into silence. "Rafe, why did you never tell me this?" Daniel asked after a few moments. He was hurt. Jenna belonged to both of them, and this could have definitely aided in his search. "I wasn't sure until recently. Then I thought back over the last several months, and how when we are here, I feel her very strongly. When we leave, I don't feel her emotions as strong. Usually we are busy with business, and I don't pay as much attention, though I am always monitoring Mate's emotions in the background. I did not want to get both of our hopes up for no reason. But now I am sure," Rafe said confidently. Daniel sat down on the bed and rubbed at his face. "So this entire time she's been right here in Pennsylvania." The day passed slowly for Daniel, with Jenna seeming to grow more and more agitated, which in turn led to Daniel becoming more and more agitated. He'd blocked his family out from mind linking him, and had remained in his apartment, avoiding everyone. He spent most of the day pacing the floor of his bedroom on edge. In all of his years on the face of the earth, Daniel had never felt so helpless as he did right then. Occasionally, Jenna would completely relax for about an hour or so, which put Daniel more on edge. "Mate is sleeping," Rafe explained. Late that night her agitation became overwhelming, with panic occasionally seeping in. "Rafe, what is going on?" Daniel practically shouted at his wolf. "Mate is in pain." Rafe had been pacing too most of the day. Daniel felt waves of her emotions roll over him, fear and panic being the two biggest ones. He flung open the doors to his balcony and walked out into the cool night, gripping the railing and staring out into the woods. He was sweating profusely, his own emotions swirling around as tears streamed down his cheeks. What was happening to her? Did someone have her? Did someone have her? Were they torturing her? Did someone know she was his mate? Only a handful of people even knew about Jenna. "Let me take over, Daniel. I can bear most of the emotion," Rafe said suddenly. "We can run for a bit." Daniel didn't answer, but gave immediate control to Rafe. The wolf jumped off the balcony, shifting in midair and shredding Daniel's clothes. He ran deep into the woods as hard as he could as they were both hit by wave after wave after wave of Jenna's emotions. All of a sudden they stopped, and Rafe came to a halt as well, as they both stood there thinking the worst. But then the most powerful emotion of the night hit them. Love! Rafe immediately gave control back to Daniel, and he shifted back, standing there in the light of a full moon, reveling in the feel of Jenna's love and happiness. Time passed, but Daniel never moved until he finally felt Jenna completely relax, and he knew she was asleep. He shifted back into his wolf, allowing Rafe to take control again to get them home. They were both completely mentally exhausted now, and Daniel wanted to get a few hours of sleep if he could. He was still worried about Jenna's safety, but the overwhelming love that had hit him earlier let him know she was okay. He'd never experienced such a strong emotion from her since he'd marked her, but he knew, somehow, that she was all right. They arrived back at the pack house, and Daniel grabbed his shredded clothes before heading back up to his room. He took a hot shower before climbing in bed. It was well after midnight, and he would be expected to attend tomorrow's festivities, whether he felt like it or not. "You think she's okay?" he asked Rafe as he lay there, already half asleep. "Yes. Go to sleep. I will monitor her throughout the night," Rafe replied calmly. "Wake me if anything changes." "Night, Rafe," Daniel muttered, and was out almost instantly. As the minutes ticked past midnight, Jenna sat reflecting back on the past year of her life. Her new love lay sleeping in her grandfather's arms not far from her mother as the family quietly welcomed the new year so as not to disturb the newest member. The last year had been one of the most amazing and most difficult of her life so far, but she wouldn't trade it. She had thought time would help ease the ache of losing Daniel, but her feelings for him had never receded. He was often in her thoughts and dreams, more than she ever cared to admit even to herself. She could see bits of him every time she looked into her sweet Noelle's face, how she longed to tell him, to share her beautiful little girl with him. A pup, she smiled, remembering her shock when Talia had first told her that werewolves referred to their children as pups. She had thought at first that maybe they were born that way, as wolf pups, and Talia had found that hilarious. She'd laughed until her sides hurt and tears rolled down her cheeks. Jenna hadn't found it funny. though now she could see the humour in it. She had made herself a resolution that this year she would find a way to reconnect with Talia. She needed her friend badly. She'd been so worried and scared about the birth of her daughter. She had no idea what to expect, and as she could feel her labour progressing, she'd become more and more worried about what would happen. Werewolf births were not something Talia had mentioned, but then why would she? In her agitation, Jenna had kept the fact that she was in labour from her family as long as she could. But putting off the inevitable for as long as possible had resulted in her giving birth at home, which had scared her even more. What if her baby did come out as a wolf pup? She knew she was being ridiculous, but all the worst possible scenarios had ran rampant through her mind that day. But the moment Jenna had held Noelle in her arms, the world had righted again, and suddenly everything was okay. She smiled as she looked around at her family. They all had Noelle spoiled already. Only one piece of her heart was still missing, and Jenna was afraid it always would be. Over the next few weeks, Caroline seemed to do okay. She spent time with her children, her new grandbaby and her husband, enjoying each and every day with them. But then things started to go downhill. The aggressive cancer was spreading throughout her body, and Jenna watched her mother grow sicker and sicker by the day. The doctor was almost a daily visitor to their home. He asked Caroline if she wanted to go to the hospital, but she refused, telling him she would rather die at home. Jenna's father spent almost all of his waking moments with her. He'd do most of the talking, reminding her of important moments in their lives. Their wedding, the birth of each of their children, his return from each deployment, and the recent birth of their new grandbaby. She'd smile and listen, reminiscing with him over those precious memories. She wouldn't trade any of them for anything. One evening in early February, Caroline decided she wanted to go down to the lake and sit on the bench Mitch had built for her on the dock the previous summer. "Mama, it's too cold," Jenna protested. She'd just put Noelle down for a nap. Her mother gave her that look. Jenna glanced up at her father and he nodded. "All right, let me at least get you bundled up." 10 minutes later, Caroline was ready to brave the cold February evening. Mitch walked her over to the back door, where she stopped and turned back to Jenna. "Jenna, come here." Jenna stood up from her seat on the couch and approached her mother. Caroline placed a hand on her cheek. "Jenna, you're a wonderful mother." "I love you very much," she whispered softly. Jenna looked at her oddly. "I love you too, Mama." She watched them head outside and across the backyard before returning to her seat near the fireplace. Jenna's parents stayed out late. It was almost dark, and Jenna decided to walk out with a blanket for Caroline. She was worried her mother might get sick. She approached them quietly, almost hating to break up their time together, as she knew they wouldn't have much left. She slowed as she neared them. She could hear her father telling her mother about the first time he had seen her. His arm was wrapped around Caroline as her head rested on his shoulder. "Daddy," Jenna said cautiously, "I brought Mum a blanket. It's getting late, Jenna. Your mother is no longer active duty. She has retired," Mitch said gruffly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Jenna stared at her father for a moment as his words sank in. She stepped forward and laid the blanket over her mother, then turned back to the house. She wrapped her own arms around her body as sorrow swept through her. Her mama was gone. Daniel sat at the conference table next to his sister. Outwardly, he seemed to be completely immersed in the conversation going on, but inwardly, he had tuned it all out a while ago. Not that he was the least bit worried. Charity was an expert negotiator, lie detector, and was a natural at smoothing things over. She had a calming aura surrounding her and could ease a furious alpha very easily. Daniel still couldn't believe it had been almost a year since he'd last seen Jenna. She'd seemed happier the last several weeks, but the sadness was always still there, and now seemed worse than it had been before Christmas. A wave of overwhelming sadness suddenly hit Daniel so hard he felt like someone had punched him in the gut. He jumped up immediately, startling both his sister and their guests. "Excuse me," he barely muttered before quickly exiting the conference room. Charity watched her brother leave the office in exasperation. Why now? Daniel had been acting so strange for the last several months. What was his problem? Is something wrong? Charity turned back to Alpha Jason Connolly of the Virginia Pack and smiled. Not at all. The Alpha just has an important call he needs to take. More important than me, Alpha Jason glared at her. Arrogant weasel, Solara, Charity's wolf muttered in disgust. Charity couldn't agree more. But sometimes you have to deal with people you don't like. I'm the one who is in charge of this situation, Charity reminded him. But I came to see the Alpha King. Jason folded his arms across the table, his eyes on the door. Not a little girl. Is he incapable of doing his job? Let me kill him, Solara growled. Alpha Jason, any complaints you have about the rogue pack will come back to me, no matter who you speak to. So why go to a middleman when you can come directly to the source? Charity flashed him a brilliant smile. Jason's gaze returned to her, and she watched in disgust as it flicked down over her before returning to her face. She really disliked the Alpha. He was only 22 and as arrogant as the day was long. He was also ruthless and not to be trusted. Not that she was worried in the least, but he still made her skin crawl. I think we should continue this discussion when the Alpha King is available, he said, giving her a smirk. Charity nodded. She would get nowhere with him as long as Daniel wasn't in the room. That's fine. We can meet again tomorrow after breakfast, she said, keeping her calm, though she wanted to throttle him. I'll show you to the guest quarters, Alpha. The Alpha nodded and stood, then followed Charity out of the conference room and down the hall. She stopped in front of a small apartment and unlocked the door before turning to him. Breakfast is at 9 sharp. The dining hall is in the right wing, past the main entrance. She handed him the key to the room. His hand came up and cupped her cheek. Charity froze, staring into his eyes. Would you care to join me? Arrogant weasel, Solara growled. Oh, Alpha, thank you for the invitation, but I'm saving myself for my fated mate. Charity batted her lashes at him. His eyes narrowed as he tried to stare her down, but she refused to drop her gaze. If Alpha Jason thought he could intimidate her, he had another thing coming. His thumb traced her bottom lip before his hand slid down and around her neck, and he pushed her into his room. Charity grabbed hold of his arm and tried to pull it from her neck. Jason shoved her against the wall and buried his face in her neck. She felt his canines graze her marking spot, and her fury came out full force. Unhand me now, Charity demanded. Jason pulled back and smirked at her. He cupped her breast with his other hand, never loosening the grip on her neck. I'll make you a deal, princess. Come back to my pack with me. Agree to be my Luna, and let me breed my pups on you, and I'll drop this whole thing, and I'll drop this whole thing, and let you have your precious little rogue pack. He tightened his grip on both her breast and her neck, cutting off her air. He watched her face, excited to see her panic, but to his shock, she remained completely calm, never dropping her gaze from him, which made him angry. Who did this, she? Who thinks she was? He was an Alpha, and she would bow to him. He raised his hand up to slap her, but to his surprise, she caught it before he could, stopping him. His hand tightened even more around her neck, and she suddenly grabbed his balls, squeezing them until he winced and loosened his grip. As I said before, Alpha, I am saving myself for my fated mate. Now unhand me, or I will put you down. Her eyes flashed blue, and she growled in warning, her hand gripping his family jewels a bit tighter. Jason gave a strangled laugh as he suddenly let her go. You think you could take me? You do know I've already put down 6 challenges to my title, right? I could easily kill you, little Charity, but I'd much rather bed you. He opened a door back out to the hallway and stood there waiting for her to leave. Let me kill him, Solara shouted. Charity gave the Alpha a small smile as she walked past him. Thank you for the kind offer, Alpha, but I must decline. As I believe I have mentioned before, I'm saving myself for my fated mate. Then I believe our business here is concluded. Princess? She stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at him. The arrogant weasel stood in the doorway, muscle arms folded, as he leaned against the frame and gave her a smug smile. I will be taking my leave in the morning. Don't worry about the meeting. He stepped back into his room and slammed the door in her face. After leaving the conference room, Daniel hurried into his office and slammed the door as wave after wave of sorrow hit him, making him feel as though he was drowning in it. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he stood there, trying to just breathe. Jenna, he asked Rafe, dreading the answer, though he already knew. Mate is very sad right now. Need to go to mate. Rafe sat down and howled in Daniel's mind. I wish we could, buddy. I wish we could. Daniel gave up after that. He did the one thing he never allowed himself to do and let it all go. The sadness and misery for the last year had eaten away at him, and with Jenna's sadness added in, it was all becoming too much for him to keep in any longer. Sobs racked him as he leaned his head against the door. After several long moments, Daniel collected himself and stood up straight, heaving a small sigh. Better? Rafe asked him curiously. He'd never seen his human break down like that, but it had been needed. Yeah, now I understand why women do it, Daniel replied, and turned around to his office, only to be met by the shrewd, blue-eyed gaze of his beta. Ragnar lifted a blonde brow at him, and Daniel groaned. "This had better not leave this office." "I don't know what you're talking about," Ragnar said, sitting down on the couch. "You finally going to tell me what's going on with you?" Daniel was actually surprised that the subject of his mate had not come up between the two of them. He was then aware that Ragnar knew something was up with him, though he'd never approached him about it. "I found my mate," Daniel stated quietly as sat down in a chair. Both of Ragnar's brows shot up in surprise as he studied Daniel. "And you're crying over it," the beater snorted, then his face turned serious. "Tell me, you found her, what, about a year ago? And she rejected you?" Daniel shook his head. Ragnar was the most patient and detailed person he'd ever met. He wasn't surprised his beta had figured half of it out, or that he'd never ask him about it. He knew Daniel would tell him when he was ready to. He went over the entire story, telling him about finding Jenna and losing her again, about how he'd stupidly mucked her, and the 4 detectives he'd hired to find her, along with the dead ends they inevitably encountered. He told him about Jenna's moods and about the explosive sadness she and he had both been dealing with that day. He stopped, holding his head in his hands as the urge to cry hit him again. "She lost someone," Ragnar stated quietly, leaning back in his chair. Daniel lifted his head and looked up at him. "What?" "Someone she was close to died." Ragnar stood and moved to the window, looking out into the night. Daniel's eyebrows furrowed as his mind raced. "What do you think, Rafe?" "It makes more sense than anything I can think of at the moment. Ragnar and Rollo are wise wolves," Rafe responded. "Mate is hurting badly. Very sad. She must have lost someone very close to her. You will find her, Daniel. Of that I have no doubt." Ragnar murmured as he turned back to face Daniel. Daniel stood up. "If her emotions don't kill me first," he said, and left the office. He took the elevator back up to his apartment, then strapped his clothes off as he walked back to his bedroom. He threw open the French doors, then leapt off the balcony, letting Rafe take over. His wolf ran into the woods to mourn Jenna's loss. Jenna lay in bed, sobbing silently. Noelle was asleep, and thankfully was too young to know the sorrow that gripped the household. The police had just left, and tomorrow the family would begin the painful process of burying her mother. In the far distance, the sound of a wolf's sad howl reached her ears, and for just a few moments Jenna felt at peace. Ragnar left Daniel's office and headed to the kitchen for something sweet. He knew Brianna always kept some sort of baked good on hand. "Ragnar!" He turned to see Charity hurrying down the hallway towards him and stopped to wait for her. "How did your meeting with Alpha Jason go?" he asked once she caught up. "Solara wants to kill him," she said by way of explanation. "Arrogant weasel, that well, huh?" Ragnar hummed. Charity stopped and grabbed Ragnar's arm, turning him to face her. "Is my brother okay?" Ragnar slid his arm around Charity. "No, he's not. What's wrong with him?" she asked as they continued on to the kitchen. "That's his story to tell, Char, not mine." Ragnar pushed open the door to the kitchen and let the princess enter before him. She settled on a stool at the island while he began searching for his sweet treat. "All right, but this has been going on for a while, hasn't it?" she asked. "Ragnar found the container of frosted brownies and brought it over to the island." "It has," he said simply. "Now, tell me why Solara wants to kill Jason. Is he the reason you've been making so many trips to West Virginia? Inadvertently, there is a pack of rogues there that have petitioned for official pack status. Jason is fighting it. Charity picked up a brownie and took a bite out of it." She moaned a little. Ragnar snorted at her behaviour. "Why is he fighting it? He has the Virginia pack, even though his pack is located in Virginia, and the rogue pack wishes to settle in West Virginia. He thinks he should have the only pack in the Virginias, or at least that's his argument." She stopped to lick the frosting from her fingers before reaching for another brownie. "Not at all petty, is he?" Ragnar raised an eyebrow at her. Charity rolled her eyes. "Oh, no, not at all. But in all reality, he doesn't think rogues should be allowed to form a pack, and he doesn't like the fact that most of the rogues are former pack, and he doesn't like the fact that most of the rogues are former members of his own pack," Ragnar asked, before stuffing a third brownie in his mouth. "It doesn't take much to get kicked out. The leader of the rogue pack is Jason's former beta." Charity got up to pour herself a glass of milk. "Want one?" "Sure." "Why did he kick his own beta?" Ragnar asked, while he generally knew most of what was going on with all of the packs. Over the last year, he'd been too busy keeping up with the pack's business dealings and the crap going on in Texas since Daniel had taken a step back. He wasn't upset about it, especially now that he'd confirmed the reason. The beater dared to ask him why he had kicked out 3 other pack members. It doesn't take much to piss off Alpha Jason, and he's pretty unreasonable. Charity handed Ragnar his milk, before sitting back down on her stool. So he came to air his grievances, Ragnar guessed. Yes, and he was not happy when Daniel suddenly left the room, even though Daniel wasn't paying the least bit of attention to the meeting and knows nothing about what's going on. Charity slammed her fist down the island, spilling some of her milk. This is my project. I'm the one who has been making trips to West Virginia and interviewing those who wish to be members of this pack, to see if Beta Nick can handle being an alpha, to view the area they wish to settle. Me, not Daniel, and I'm not letting some arrogant weasel stop me, she shouted. You go, doll, Solara cheered her on. So what happened when Daniel left? Ragnar asked as he sipped his milk. The meeting came to an abrupt end with him throwing me a deal. Charity took a deep breath in annoyance. He told me he would drop his protest if I would agree to become his Luna and have his pups. Of course, I refused. That was after he asked me to go to bed with him, and after he tried to choke me. Ragnar laughed at that. So the alpha of the Virginia pack is a real romantic with a death wish. Charity smirked. So now what would you do? Ragnar asked, before grabbing one more brownie and popping it in his mouth. Proceed with my plans. Draw up the paperwork to make the rogue pack official, and get them their land. And Alpha Jason can shove it up where the sun don't shine, Charity muttered. Alpha Jason isn't long for this world, Charity. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't suicidal. Ragnar gave her a knowing look. You think so? Dumb question. He wouldn't have said it otherwise. Suicidal meant that Jason had his eye on the throne. Stupid, arrogant weasel, Solara muttered. Ragnar, what if you say we make a surprise visit to the Virginia pack sometime in the very near future? She held up her glass of milk. I like where your head's at. He clinked his glass with hers. Cold air whipped through Jenna's clothing, making her shiver as she pulled Noelle even closer. The day was overcast and miserable, just like her inside. She had cried so much over the last few days that she doubted she had any tears left. She stood now, her cheeks dry, as the small graveside service ended. Her job of taking care of her mother was now over. Jenna had pretty much put her life on hold for the last year. She hadn't worked a job, hadn't really gone out, or even gotten a new phone. She briefly considered going back to New York City, but it wasn't a place she wished to raise her daughter. Things couldn't be the same. Daniel wasn't from the city either, and Jenna knew he was part of the draw to go back, but Talia had said he wasn't from her pack, which meant he didn't live there. Jenna hadn't forgotten his accent. He could live anywhere in the world. More than likely he had moved on and forgotten about her. He was probably happily mated with a pup on the way by this point. The thought sent pain through Jenna, and a fresh wave of sorrow hit her as she cuddled her own pup even closer. Why was she thinking of such things on the day she was burying her mother? After the graveside service, Jenna and her family returned to their empty home. A few families from the neighborhood and some of Tyler's co-workers came by on and off throughout the afternoon, offering condolences and food. Jenna wanted them all to go away and leave her alone. She wanted to hide in her room and never come out, but she needed to greet the guests and make nice, pointless conversation. Dr. Ben and his wife, Reza, came by, bringing a casserole, and they were the only ones that Jenna was actually glad to see. They both hugged her and expressed their condolences. Where's Noelle? Reza asked, rubbing Jenna's arm. She's upstairs. Would you like to see her? Jenna asked. Looking at the beautiful woman now had almost confirmed in Jenna's mind that both she and Dr. Ben were werewolves. She hadn't paid much attention the first time she'd met Reza, but then she'd been busy giving birth. They were both gorgeous and athletic-looking. Jenna would bet her last dollar she was right. Reza nodded, of course. She and Dr. Gray followed Jenna upstairs and slipped into her room. They peeked into her room. They peeked into the bassinet, admiring the baby for several minutes before sneaking back out. She's already grown some, Reza smiled happily. Yes, she has, Jenna said sadly. Part of her wanted Noelle to stay tiny forever. For a brief moment, Jenna considered asking them outright, but she let the moment pass. Maybe one day soon, but she'd rather not be at home when she did so. That was a secret she didn't wish to burden her family with. What if she was wrong? A good doctor might have her committed. The Greys said their goodbyes shortly after they returned to the kitchen and left, leaving Jenna and her family alone to grieve. Jenna headed back up to her bedroom and settled into her rocking chair next to the bassinet. She watched her daughter sleep as tears rolled down her cheeks. Somehow, she'd managed to hold it together during the funeral, but now she let it all go. After several moments, she wiped her tears and decided to put together a plan of action. She wanted to find Talia. She wanted to find Talia. She wanted to get a job and a car. She also wanted to find out if Dr. Ben and his wife were actually wolves. All of a sudden, she remembered something. Elaine had told her she could smell that Jenna was carrying a werewolf pup. Did that mean that Dr. Ben and Reza knew that Noelle was half wolf? And what about a pack? If Dr. Ben and Reza were werewolves, that meant that there had to be a pack in the area. Did Noelle have a pack? Would she automatically be a member of her father's pack because she was his daughter? If not, would that make Noelle a rogue? Jenna felt panic bubble up inside of her. She knew that rogues were outcasts, that some wolves killed them. No one was going to touch her daughter. She forced herself to calm down, knowing she was borrowing trouble. She would find Talia and get some answers, and hopefully she could figure out the truth about Dr. Ben and Reza. So far, they had been kind to her, but Jenna was sure that it had been a shock to them when she delivered a half-wolf pup. Jenna glanced at the time, then stood and began to undress for bed. Tomorrow, she would come up with a game plan. Mitch Browning sat in his small office staring at his email in relief. Another day with no new messages from his DC contact was a good day. It was one more day he could keep Jenna, and now Noelle safe. When Jenna had first told him she was pregnant, a small part of him had been disappointed, but he'd quickly brushed it aside and vowed he would protect and support both her and her daughter no matter what. He had asked her if she knew who the father was, which she did, and if she was in contact with him, which she was not. Mitch still suspected the person trying to find Jenna was Noelle's father. He had decided to handle the next time this unknown person came searching differently. If the man turned out to be Noelle's father, he had a right to know that he had a daughter. Life was too precious. "Daddy?" Mitch looked up to see Jenna in the doorway of his office. "Come in, dear." She walked in and settled herself into a chair with her legs tucked up under her. "Noelle napping?" Mitch asked as he closed his laptop. Jenna smiled. "She is, Daddy. I want to get a job." Mitch felt his heart stop at that. He had expected this, but not so soon. They had just buried Caroline. "Are you asking my permission?" "No, but I will need a babysitter," Jenna reminded him. "You have 3 of them here at the house. Noelle has all of us wrapped around her tiny fingers." "What are you thinking of doing?" Mitch asked her. "I've noticed that little dine in town. I'm going to go apply there. I have experience waitressing and I enjoy it." She folded her hands in her lap. Mitch nodded. "Jenna, I'm giving you your mother's car. You're going to need one." Jenna's eyes widened in surprise. "You are?" He gave her a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Your mother and I discussed it before her. We wanted to repay you for putting your life on hold for the last year to take care of her." Tears welled up in Jenna's eyes. "Daddy, I don't need you to do that. I never expected anything in return, and I would gladly do it again. I'm glad I was here to take care of her. I got to spend so much time with her, and I will always treasure that time we had together." She swiped at a tear that was running down her cheek. "I know that, but I still want you to have it," Mitch said gruffly, trying not to cry himself. "You can use the car now. It's yours. I'll get the paperwork going to get it transferred over to your name. We own it outright, so no money is owed on it. And your mother hasn't put many miles on it. The car should last you for a while. You also need to get a cell phone and think about getting your driver's license switched over to Pennsylvania. It would make Jenna much easier to find now, which worried Mitch, but he knew it was inevitable. His little girl couldn't stay hidden forever. Jenna stood and came around the desk to hug her father. "Thank you, Daddy. And you don't mind watching Noelle?" Mitch gave a small laugh. His granddaughter was the light of his life. "I'm going to be teaching that one how to fish as soon as she's old enough to hold a pole." Jenna laughed too, and he revelled in the sound. His home had been so sad the last week. "Do you mind if I get dressed and go into town?" "Noelle should sleep for a while still," Jenna pleaded. "No, darling. Just bring me the baby monitor. And for now, take your mother's cell phone. Heck, you might as well take over that too," he said, pulling the phone out of his desk drawer and handing it to her. Jenna took the phone reverently and gave her father a small, sad smile. "I'm going to get ready and I'll bring you the monitor in a few." She gave him a kiss on the cheek, then left the office. Mitch rested his head in his hands for a few moments and sighed before opening his laptop again. Jenna slipped on her new sunglasses and started the car. She'd had a very productive day, securing herself a new job, a new haircut, and some new clothes. The job process had gone smoother than Jenna could have possibly hoped for. She'd stopped in the diner to pick up an application, but was told if she filled it out there, she could have an interview right away. Jenna had agreed, and found herself seated at a table with a drink while she filled it out. The interview had been easy, and the manager had hired her on the spot. She'd left with an apron and a work schedule for the rest of the week. After calling her father to check on Noelle, Jenna had decided to go to the city nearby to buy some new clothes. Her body had changed in the last year, and she just wanted something new. She hadn't been shopping in a long time, and she had really enjoyed it. She used to love shopping with Talia. She could get Jenna to step out of her comfort zone and buy clothes she wouldn't normally even consider. Jenna knew she also needed to work at forgetting about Daniel. Maybe go on a date. A sharp pain ran through her, and she gasped. Okay, maybe one thing at a time. Jenna settled easily into her new routine. She only worked 3 days a week, but that was plenty for her. She also usually only worked in the evenings, which meant both her father and Tyler could take care of Noelle for her. She liked the diner and the staff. The only thing missing was Talia. Jenna had already decided that after a few months, she was going back to New York to find Talia. They could reconnect and give Jenna a chance to talk to her friend about all of her concerns for Noelle. Talia was going to freak when she found out Jenna had given birth. She was going to freak out even more when she found out who the father was. A small part of Jenna hoped that Talia might even know of a way for her to reconnect with Daniel, especially since she had given birth to his daughter. But did Jenna want to reconnect? Mostly yes, but there was a small part of her that was afraid Daniel had found his mate and would want nothing to do with her or Noelle. She couldn't bear the thought of him being with someone else. But really, it didn't matter. If Daniel had found his mate, Jenna would mean nothing to him. As it was, more than likely, Daniel had a one-night stand every weekend, and he wouldn't even remember her. She could very well be just one girl of many. By the time Jenna arrived back home, her good mood had completely dissipated. She grabbed her stuff and walked inside to cuddle her baby. A month had passed since Charity had rejected Alpha Jason. She'd made 2 trips to West Virginia to visit the rogue pack, and she almost had their paperwork finalized to make them official. She also had been working on securing their lands, but a small problem had crept up. Regal Eclipse had allowed each pack a one-time land grant, where they would purchase land and gift it to a pack. When she had told Nick about it, he'd almost wept with relief. He had no idea how he was going to secure the funds for their land, but there would be enough money to not only purchase land, but also to start building housing. Charity's small problem was Alpha Jason. Somehow, he had found out about her offer on the land, and he had put in an offer too. Charity was furious, though there was nothing she could do about it, as the decision was at the mercy of the landowners. Jason had asked to meet with both her and Daniel again, though this time he said he'd prefer to stay in the small town nearby and meet off pack lands. Charity wasn't sure what game he was playing, but she had no choice but to agree. The man was infuriatingly petty. She knew he'd rejected his own mate because she wasn't good enough for him. That poor girl had dodged a bullet. "Why am I coming along again?" Daniel asked as he pulled his car out onto the main road towards town. "Because Alpha Jason thinks this is still the last century, and he views women as second-class citizens." Daniel had been more agreeable over the last 2 weeks. He hadn't been as tense as he'd been for the last few months, and had been helping her with the paperwork for the rogue pack. But he still hadn't really been himself. "He's probably going to ask you to give me to him." Daniel almost choked. What?" That's what he asked for last time. "He told me he'd back off if I agreed to be his Luna," Charity explained. Ragnar thinks he's suicidal. Her brother chuckled, surprising her. "Well, this should be fun," Charity smiled. This was the Daniel she knew, and she was happy she'd brought him with her. She wanted the old Daniel back, not the melancholy one who seemed constantly preoccupied. She'd started to ask him about it, but Ragnar had told her to back off. "If he wants you to know, he'll tell you," he'd said. She didn't like that answer, but she'd respect it, for now. Daniel pulled into the parking lot of the diner and they got out of the car. "Jenna, you got a table, number 4. Jenna smoothed down her apron and plastered on a smile before heading out to the dining room. She had been at the dining room. She had been at the diner for almost a month now and felt completely at home. She had the menu memorized already and was starting to recognize regulars. The town was small, and the diner was a favorite local hangout. Table 4 was a round booth in the back corner, and as she approached it, she looked her guests over. There were 4 of them, 2 men to one side, and a man and woman to the other. Then 2 men were large, well-built, and both gorgeous. They both had dark hair, and one had a goatee, while the other was clean-shaven. The woman was blonde and very beautiful. Her eyes were bright blue and her smile contagious. Jenna looked at the last person and almost tripped over the carpet as her eyes locked with Daniel's. Her world tipped again as she stared into his piercing blue eyes, and the feelings she had for him came crashing down on her, overwhelming her. But then he looked away, and Jenna felt her heart drop at the snub. He doesn't recognize me. She quickly composed herself and approached the table. Daniel had caught Jenna's scent the moment he'd entered the diner and had fought to keep his composure when all he wanted to do was race through the place looking for her. While he'd known since Christmas that she was close by, it was still like looking for a needle on a haystack. He hadn't expected her to be in his own town and wondered if she was just passing through or came here often. He'd stood at the hostess stand, trying to catch a glimpse of her as Rafe had pounced around in his head, chanting, "Mate, mate, 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 mate is here." Alpha Jason was already seated with one of his warriors, and as they had approached the table, Rafe had suddenly quieted down. "Is she here or not? I smell her." Daniel was puzzled by Rafe's sudden change of demeanour. "Mate is here, but this stupid Alpha wants you dead. If Stupid realizes that Mate is Mate, he may use that to his advantage." "He may hurt Mate," Rafe said sadly. Daniel groaned inwardly. Jenna was here, right under his nose, and his hands were tied. He greeted Jason and his warrior, then sat down next to Charity. He had been to this diner many times and already knew what he wanted, so he used the few minutes before their server arrived to covertly look around. He couldn't see her anywhere, though. The diner wasn't very busy as the dinner crowd had mostly cleared out. He was glad they were seated at the back and he had a pretty good view of the entire place, but he couldn't spot Jenna's gorgeous wavy brown hair anywhere. When Jenna stepped out of the kitchen wearing an apron, Daniel's eyes almost popped out of his head. He hadn't expected her to actually be working here. He had to fight everything within him to not jump up and run to her. She hadn't changed much, but there were little things. Her hair was piled on top of her head, with short tendril hanging around her face, and he found he liked it that way as much as he liked it down. He liked that it showed off her neck, but her collared shirt hid his mark. "Stupid would see it," Rafe growled in annoyance. Jenna's hips looked fuller. She'd gained a bit of weight, he noticed, and her cheeks had filled out some, not that he cared in the least. She was a bit more curvy, and he could easily visualize gripping those hips while... "She looks gorgeous." "She looks gorgeous." "Mate is absolutely beautiful," Rafe agreed. For a split second, Daniel wondered if Jenna would even remember him. It had been a year now, and he knew she wouldn't expect to see him here of all places. He'd last been here right after Christmas, and he was certain Jenna hadn't worked here then, as he was picked up on the slightest trace of her scent immediately. But Daniel knew the moment Jenna met his gaze that she hadn't forgotten him. He felt the emotions roll over him, first shock, then excitement and happiness, followed by disappointment when he looked away from her. "I'm so sorry, my love." She approached the table and plastered a smile on her face. "Good evening. My name is Jenna. I'll be your server tonight. What can I get you all to drink?" Her voice remained steady despite her emotions, and sounded even more amazing than he remembered. It was all Daniel could do to not stare at her like a lovesick puppy, drinking in every inch of her to give himself new images to remember later. Alpha Jason insisted on ordering food right away, and Daniel tuned him out, occasionally glancing at the menu before looking back at Jenna, his eyes travelling over her. What would she look like wearing just that apron? She finally glanced at him, and he got lost in her green eyes until suddenly Charity kicked him. "Aye! What did he want again? He'll have a root beer, and a steak dinner, rare with a loaded baked potato and whatever the loaded baked potato and whatever the vegetable is. Lots of bread." Charity kicked him again, but he was barely aware of it. "Okay, I will be back shortly with drinks." She looked up from her notepad with a smile, glancing around the table, though she avoided him this time. She turned to walk away, and jealousy hit him. He frowned. Why was she jealous? "Mate thinks Charity is your girlfriend," Rafe said sadly. "But perhaps that is for the best, for now." Daniel didn't answer, but he grudgingly agreed with his wolf. He hated upsetting her, but he needed to get through this dinner and get Alpha Jason back to Virginia, where he belonged, and without Charity. He watched her hurry away from the table as jealousy and hurt bombarded him, and sighed. His first encounter with Jenna after so long was not going well. Jenna brushed the annoying tears away as she prepared the drinks for her table. She was tempted to pass the table off to someone else, but she couldn't bear to let Daniel out of her sight, even if he didn't remember her. She'd been stupid thinking that he would. She realized that she had propped him up so far in her mind over the last year, putting him on a pedestal, and now he was disappointing her. And he was with that beautiful blonde. Jenna felt like a mouse next to her. "Jenna!" She glanced up at Tammy, one of the servers who had worked at the diner for years. She'd trained Jenna and helped her as much as she could during Jenna's first week, though Tammy had been impressed with how quickly Jenna had caught on. "You have table 4, Jenna set her drinks down on her tray. "Yeah, I do. Why? The man next to the blonde. "That's Daniel. He's very nice and very generous. He's in here pretty frequently with Charity." "Charity?" Jenna asked as she picked up the tray. The blonde Tammy grabbed a tray for her own drinks. "They've been coming here for years." "So he lives around here?" Jenna asked. Was Daniel's pack here? "Oh, I'm sure he does. He's not always with her. Sometimes he comes in with another woman. Sometimes he comes in with another woman, sometimes alone. But he always leaves a nice fat tip." Tammy gave her a cheeky grin and headed back out to the dining room. Jenna groaned. "Are you kidding me? Daniel has been practically in my own backyard all of this time. And now he doesn't even remember me, and if I stay here at this job, I'll probably have to see him on a regular basis." She gritted her teeth and headed back to the dining room. Now, she just needed this horrible night to end. And Daniel was in here frequently with Charity. Had he been dating her for a long time? Tammy had mentioned another woman as well. Was Daniel a man-whore? It hurt to think of him that way, but if he was dating one woman and then having affairs with others, she hoped Charity wasn't his mate. Jenna's emotions were all over the place, making it difficult for Daniel to even think straight. It was like a roller coaster ride, and he couldn't wait to get off. Anger, jealousy, frustration, hurt, disgust. It all stormed through him, leaving him reeling and barely able to concentrate. Jenna's emotions were completely out of control. He watched her head towards them with the drinks and marvelled at the fact that she seemed completely calm on the outside, while her emotions were raging on the inside. Jenna's emotions were all over the place, making it difficult for Daniel to even think straight. It was like a roller coaster ride, and he couldn't wait to get off. Anger, jealousy, frustration, hurt, disgust. It all stormed through him, leaving him reeling and barely able to concentrate. Jenna's emotions were completely out of control. He watched her head towards them with the drinks, and marvelled at the fact that she seemed completely calm on the outside, while her emotions were raging on the inside. "What is wrong with you?" Charity's voice in his mind hit him like a ton of bricks, and Daniel did the one thing he'd never done over the last year. He shut it all out. He blocked Jenna's emotions from his mind and Charity's voice. He couldn't handle it all and get through this meeting. Not that it got any better. By the end of the meal, he wanted to come across the table and rip Jason apart. The man had flirted shamelessly with Jenna and ran her to death, asking for something every time she had come to the table, even rudely calling out to her if she stopped at another table. Somehow, Jenna had kept her smile firmly in place the entire time, though Daniel could see the fury rolling off of her by the time she dropped off the check at the table. "Thank you so much for dining with us tonight. If there's anything else you need, please let me know," she said sweetly. Daniel smiled internally. He imagined she wanted to drop-kick Jason across the restaurant. "Mate is perfect," Rafe said dreamily. "Well, Alpha, I'm sure you have this since you arranged this meeting." Jason leaned back in his seat and patted his six-pack. "I'm pretty sure I didn't." "Of course, Alpha." Daniel gave him a sickly sweet smile. "And you, Princess?" He leered at Charity. "I've given you my terms. I'm really not sure why you invited me back here if you weren't planning on accepting my offer. Kind of a waste of our time, wasn't it?" "Arrogant weasel invited us," Solara growled. "Well, Alpha, I wasn't aware that you demanding that we meet tonight was us arranging anything. You were never invited back here, and we sure didn't invite you to dinner tonight on our dime. I may not have told you before, but I'm saving myself for my fated mate. I will have no other. That decision will not change no matter what you threaten me with." Charity flashed him her own smile. "And Alpha, I will have my rogue pack settling in West Virginia on the land I choose. Don't think you can play your little games with me and expect to win. You have no idea who you are messing with." Jason had the audacity to laugh. "Alpha, may I have a moment alone with Miss Charity?" Daniel gave him a dark look, but nodded and stood to go pay the bill. He really didn't care about the money. He just hated the Alpha's arrogance, and he hated that they had upset Jenna so much. He walked up to the register to pay and was surprised when she suddenly appeared. Daniel opened himself back up to her emotions. He had to know how she was feeling before he left. She was calmer now, until she met his gaze. Their eyes locked for a moment, and then she dropped her gaze from his. Sadness washed over him, and he wished he could just pull her into his arms. "Are you ready to check out?" she asked softly. "I am. I want to hold you too. Just a second, please." She disappeared for a moment, and he could hear her asking someone else to take care of him. "Nate doesn't want us," Rafe said, both of them disappointed. But whoever she spoke to asked Jenna if she could take care of it, and she reappeared a moment later, her smile back in place. "How was your meal?" she asked politely as she took his check. "It was good, like always, and our server was amazing, beautiful, and so well poised." Daniel watched her ring up his order, and he handed her his card, making a point to touch her fingers. The tingles erupted between them, and he heard her small gasp. She looked up at him, her lips slightly parted, then back to the register. He watched her reach up and rub at her neck, and for a brief second his mark was visible. He closed his eyes. He'd missed her so much, and wished he could tell her that, but he knew Alpha Jason was watching him and listening. Jenna handed him the receipt to sign, and he did so, then handed it back to her, along with his business card. She looked at him again, and he stared back, his eyes glowing. "Call me," he mouthed to her, then did one of the hardest things he'd ever done in his entire life. Daniel turned around and walked away from his mate. Jenna stared at Daniel's retreating form in shock. Had he actually just asked her to call him, with his girlfriend sitting across the room waiting for him? She shook her head and stuffed the card slip in her apron pocket before heading into the back. His table had drained her, emotionally and physically. "Jenna!" She turned to see Tammy hurrying over to her. "I know you're supposed to close tonight, but I will do it for you. Get your work done and get out of here. I saw how those men ran you. I think you wore a path to their table. Go home and hold that sweet baby of yours," Tammy said, rubbing Jenna's arm. Normally she wouldn't dream of it, but she really was exhausted and needed some time to think. "Thank you, Tammy. I'll return the favour sometime." "No worries, dear. Daniel is usually a pretty easy table." Tammy picked up a tray and headed out of the kitchen. Jenna scoffed. "I hope I never have to wait on him and his girlfriend again." She placed a pile of napkins on the counter. She had silverware to roll up before she could leave. It was a mindless job and gave her some time to think. Knowing Daniel came in here on a regular basis had her thinking about their daughter. She didn't want to, but she probably should tell him about Noelle. Not that she wanted child support or anything, but he did deserve to know. If she could ever catch him here alone, perhaps she would tell him then. She wished she knew how werewolves felt about children born out of the mate bond. She sighted and picked up her speed. The sooner she got her silverware rolled, the sooner she could go home. Jason climbed into his rental, along with his warrior, and nodded at him to drive. Then he mind-linked his beta, Leon. "There's a girl on the inside of the diner, a server named Jenna. I want you to send 2 of the warriors there. Have them stay until she leaves, then follow her and find out where she lives. Stay on her until I say otherwise. I want to know everywhere she goes, who she's with, anything they think is important." "Yes, Alpha," Leon responded. Jason smiled to himself. He loved when things went better than he'd expected. He'd learned quite a bit tonight, and he was pleased with how things were going. Jason had always been ambitious, and he would do whatever was needed to get what he wanted. He had wanted the Alpha position of his current pack, so he'd taken out the Alpha 2 years ago. He'd been challenged 5 times since then, and had easily won each match. Jason fought to the death. Now his sights were set on the Alpha King's throne. He'd been quietly observing the Alpha King, and he quite frankly thought that Daniel was weak. He had to admit, most of his dealings with the pack had been with Charity, which annoyed him to no end. He had hoped that Charity would accept his offer. He wanted to possess her, especially since she hadn't seemed fazed by him dominating her. He wanted her to fear him. He also knew that having Charity would get him closer to the king. Once he'd studied him and knew his weaknesses, he could run a coup d'estate. It was a decent plan, except that Charity was being difficult. Not that he minded, he enjoyed the chase. He wasn't disappointed when she'd still refused after he had made an offer on the land she was trying to purchase. He knew this was her project, but it still didn't seem close enough to her heart to make her want to give in. Which was why Jason needed to find something that would. The waitress was of interest to him. He'd noticed the way that Daniel had watched her. That was the reason he'd purposely been so annoying, because he knew it was making the Alpha King angry, and Jason wanted to know why. He also knew he might be grasping at straws, but he wasn't about to waste the opportunity while he was in town. He'd called in Leon, Shane, and 2 other pack warriors, and made sure that they wore scent neutralizers and that he was nowhere near them. Given that there was only one hotel in this tiny dump of a town, they were still staying there as well, though they'd completely avoided each other. Jason knew he was being watched, and he would fly back to Virginia tomorrow with his tail tucked between his legs like the good little wolf he was, and let his beta and warriors stay and do his dirty work. The moment the car doors were closed, Charity was shouting, "What is wrong with you? What was that in there? Good grief, Daniel! You have been so moody for the last year, and I've rolled with it, but tonight was the icing on your crappy cake. If you don't tell me what is going on with you, I swear I'm going to stick mum on you." "Jason is a first-rate tool," Daniel growled. He'd calmed down some. Jenna had been angry when Daniel had asked her to call him, but now she actually seemed much calmer, and it helped him relax for the first time that evening. "Can we go back?" Rafe asked hopefully. "No, I don't trust Jason," Daniel said. "Arrogant weasel," Rafe muttered with annoyance. "But you are right. He may be watching us." Daniel laughed out loud. "What's so funny?" Charity asked, still angry with him. Daniel could still feel her fury. Now he had two women annoyed with him. Rafe called Jason an arrogant weasel. "That's Solara's term for him," Charity said with a small laugh. "But you're not off the hook, Danny." Daniel glanced at her. "It was time. Our server tonight. She's my mate." Charity's jaw almost hit the floor. "What? Why didn't you say something or do something?" "We should go back. Sister has a good idea," Rafe said excitedly, his tail wagging. "You know we can't," Daniel reminded him. Rafe growled. "Yes, but I don't like it. I can't go back. I don't need Jason to know about her." Daniel turned the car onto the road that led to their drive. Charity was quiet for several moments, slowly putting the pieces together. She's human, yes. If Jason were to find out, he could come after her, and she's not safe until she's under our protection. Which means she will have to learn about werewolves and what you are to her. Charity twisted her hands in her lap. "She already knows about werewolves, and she knows that I'm one," Daniel said quietly. "What?" Charity's jaw hit the floor for a second time. "How do you know that?" "Her best friend is a werewolf that made the mistake of telling her. It's a long story, but suffice it to say, only her best friend Jenna, and now you know that, and for now that's where it stays." Daniel gave his sister a sharp look. "So you've met her before? Why didn't she act like she knew you?" Charity asked. "Because we've only met once before, and that was a year ago, and seeing each other tonight was a shock to both of us." Daniel turned his car onto Packlands. "And it didn't help that I pretended like I didn't know her." "So that's why you've been so moody for the last year? Why haven't you seen her since then?" "We met at a club in New York City. Jenna was living there at the time, and she was with her friend. We ended up in bed together, and she slipped out after I went to sleep. It's a long, complicated story, but Jenna moved away the next day, and I've been searching for her ever since. She just disappeared. To top it all off, I was drunk when I met her, and I marked her." Daniel watched Charity's mouth fall open again. "So this entire time I've been experiencing her feelings as well as my own, and Jenna is sad most of the time." Charity reached over and took Daniel's hand. "Oh, Danny, I'm so sorry. Now I understand why you've been so moody. I can't even imagine. Some days it's like I'm on an emotional roller coaster. The day you had the meeting at the pack house with Jason. Jenna lost someone that day, or at least that's what Ragnar thinks. I got hit hard when I was sitting there, and that's why I got up and left. After I had some time to think about it, I remembered that Talia told me that Jenna left New York City to go take care of her mom. She had cancer. So I really hope that's not who Jenna lost." Daniel pulled up to the pack house and put the car in park. He didn't bother to shut off the engine yet. "Poor Jenna! Now I just want to go back and hug her. Do you think she remembers you?" Charity wrapped her arms around herself. "She does. She was very excited and happy when she first saw me, but it just went downhill from there." Daniel sighed. "What do you mean?" "I didn't keep eye contact with her, and she was disappointed, then jealous." "Jealous? Of the beautiful blonde I was with?" Daniel smiled at Charity. Her face turned red and she laughed. "Poor Jenna. And once you started mind-linking me, I just closed both of you out so I could concentrate until we left. She was pretty angry." Daniel pinched the bridge of his nose. "She's not the only one. Jason was a complete asshat to her, but she smiled the entire time and seemed calm and serene." Charity wiped at a small smudge on the window. "You're going to be out here cleaning my windows tomorrow." She stuck her tongue out at him. "So you paid the bill. I hope you left her a fat tip." "I did. And I gave her my business card and mouthed at her to call me." "Dumb," Rafe muttered. "You did not." She leaned forward and turned towards him. "Daniel, you're an idiot." "What?" "You gave a girl your business card and asked her to call you after you ignored her all night." You do realize you look like you were just trying to hook up again, right? After your table treated her like crap and you're there with another girl. I'm sure she's rushing home to call you right this second, Charity said sarcastically. Well, what should I have done? Daniel hadn't thought of it that way. He'd just done it spur of the moment because he didn't want to lose her again. Go back up there every night after Jason leaves town until you see her again. Then talk to her and beg her forgiveness. Charity rolled her eyes at him. You have no game. I haven't dated in a long time, he reminded her. She's your mate, Daniel. Of all people you don't want to screw this up with, it's her. She glared at him in exasperation. What is wrong with him in exasperation? Please don't let me be stupid when I find our mate, she said to Solara. I will disown you if you do this kind of stupid, Solara growled. You can't disown me, Charity growled back. What was she feeling when you said to call? Angry Daniel muttered. I bet, Charity said under her breath. So what do I do now? Daniel asked. This night just kept getting better and better. Same thing I said before. Wait till Jason leaves town, then live at the diner until she reappears. Though if she finds out you're a regular, and I bet she's already been informed, she may quit, Charity frowned at him. Thanks, Char, for peeing in my cereal. Daniel turned the car off and got out. He was over this entire conversation and thinking about a night run through the woods. Good idea, Rafe agreed. Hey, what are sisters for? Charity followed him into the house. I will help you get her back. I will go up there and become her new Biff. She wrapped her arm around him as they stepped on the elevator together. And you found your mate. Congrats! Jenna pulled into the driveway and got out of her car. Tonight had been one of the best and worst nights she'd had in a while. She was glad he had the next 5 days off. Noelle had a doctor's appointment in the morning, and then there was nothing to fill her schedule. She needed some time to think this whole thing through with Daniel. Jenna had visualized seeing him again over and over in her mind. Never had she visualized him not even remembering her, and then proceeding to hit on her, while with his girlfriend. What if that was his mate? She stopped on the porch for a moment, as she felt like throwing up. If he had a mate and was hitting on Jenna. No! She had to just be a girlfriend. Jenna hurried into the house. She was letting her thoughts run away with her. She needed to see Noelle. Holding her little one in her arms just made everything better. Tyler was sitting on the couch, watching TV and giving Noelle a bottle. Between Tyler and her father, Jenna had to fight with them to hold her own child. Mitch looked up from the island, where he was cutting up vegetables for a late dinner. You're home early. Everything okay? Jenna flashed him a tired smile. All good. Tammy offered to close for me, and I'm really exhausted, so I agreed. Tyler shut the TV off and walked over to the island, setting the bottle down. Mitch washed his hands, then took his granddaughter into his arms. He tossed a cloth over his shoulder, then placed Noelle up against the cloth and began to gently pat her back. Jenna! Close your eyes and hold out your hand. Tyler smiled at her. Jenna looked at him suspiciously, but did as he asked. She felt him place a piece of thick paper in her hands. Open your eyes. She opened them and looked down to see a plane ticket. She looked at the destination. New York City. Tomorrow. She looked up at Tyler in shock. He smiled at her. I'm going to another seminar. Thought you might like to come with me since you're off the next few days. Oh my gosh, Tyler. Yes, of course, she screeched, throwing her arms around him, then stopped. What about Noelle? Oh, I think me and this little lady will be just fine here by ourselves. Mitch laughed as his granddaughter produced a loud belch. We'll throw wild parties and get our nails done. He kissed her on her soft head. You're sure, Daddy? He nodded, and Jenna threw herself back into Tyler's arms. Yes, I'll go, he laughed, catching her. Go get packed. We'll be back Wednesday. Jenna headed up to her room for a quick shower before dinner. Her night had just gotten so much better. She was definitely going to try to find Talia. She slipped off her apron, dropping it on her bed, then pulled the money out. She wanted to take it to the bank tomorrow before she left. She counted it quickly, then frowned, and counted it again. There was over $1,000 there. She sat down hard on her bed, then her eyes caught the business card on the floor. She picked it up and flipped it over. Remington Enterprises' Daniel Remington Keogh. She hadn't even realized he'd given her his business card. She'd been so surprised he'd asked her to call him. Of course, he'd have to provide his number. She shoved the thoughts aside and hurried into the bathroom to take her shower. She had plenty of time to overanalyze Daniel later. The next morning, Jenna walked into the clinic with Noelle in her arms and checked in at the front desk. Noelle was here for a checkup with Dr. Ben, and Jenna had finally come up with a way to inadvertently ask the doctor if he was a wolf. She really needed to find out, especially if Daniel was in Dr. Ben's pack. Then she could find out if he was mated or not, and if he would want to know about Noelle. Later today, she would fly to the city with Tyler. She would go to the Blue Moon Cafe and hope that Talia still worked there. If not, Jenna wasn't sure how she would find her friend. She knew the apartment building Talia had moved into, but she hadn't been there and wasn't even sure if she could gain access to the building. Jenna had barely sat down in the waiting room when a nurse called her back. She followed her into an exam room and watched as the nurse weighed Noelle and asked her a few questions. Then they were left alone. Dr. Ben didn't keep her waiting for long. "Hi, Gina! How are you doing?" He greeted her warmly as he walked into the room. He washed his hands and then took Noelle. "Hi, darling! We're doing good, Dr. Ben. How are you and Risa?" After a bit of small talk, and the doctor looking Noelle over, Jenna decided to take her chance. She knew Ben was busy, and she had a plane to catch. "Ben," he looked up from his notes. "Yes? Do you happen to know a Daniel Remington?" To Jenna's surprise, Ben's eyes flashed green for a split second. It happened so fast, Jenna wondered if she'd really seen it, but his next words confirmed her suspicion. "I do." "Pretty well. Yeah. How do you know of him?" Ben looked at her curiously. "Well, for starters, you're holding his daughter. I met him yesterday. He came into the diner with some others. I served them," Jenna said. It was lame, but she realized she hadn't thought this through as much as she should have. Hopefully that would satisfy Ben. It did not. "And why would you think I know him?" he asked curiously. "Well, crap. I just wondered. Great job, Jenna. That'll convince him." Ben studied her for a moment. "Jenna, I'm going to ask you something. You're either going to know what I'm talking about or you're not." "It's okay if you don't," she nodded reluctantly. She saw his gaze flicker to the mark on her neck. "Joe, what do you know about wolves?" And there it was. She heaved a small sigh of relief. Too much. Ben smiled. "So you know the big secret." She nodded. "And you know what Noelle is?" "I do." "And you know what Noelle is?" "I do." "And what made you think to ask me about this?" Ben asked. "I've suspected you were, since I met you, and more so once I met Risa. But I figured if I was right, you might know Daniel, since he lives in the area, I think." "Yes, he does. He's in my... well, we're all together." Even though the door was closed, Ben still needed to watch what he said. His gaze flicked to the mark on her neck again, and he frowned internally. It was Jenna. He glanced at Noelle. "Jenna, why are you asking about Daniel?" Jenna looked down at her hands. Should she tell him? If she did, he'd more than likely tell Daniel, and Jenna wasn't completely sure she wanted Daniel to know. She stopped, unsure what to say. Why would he believe her? "Jenna, is Noelle Daniels?" Ben asked her. She bit her lip and nodded. The last thing she wanted to do today was cry. Today was supposed to be a good day, and he has no idea, he said softly. "No," she breathed out, steadying her nerves. "Up until yesterday, I hadn't seen him since we—" Her face turned bright red. "And why didn't you tell him yesterday?" Ben was trying to put the story together in his mind. "He acted like he didn't know me. He wasn't alone, and I honestly was so shocked to see him. I didn't really have time to think it through. I was working. I did want to keep Noelle from him, Ben. I really don't want to keep Noelle from him, Ben. I'm not even 100% sure what I'm getting myself into raising A." She cut herself off and looked at him, hoping he understood. Ben walked over and gave her a hug. "Jenna, trust me. He'll want to know. Did he give you this?" He rubbed his finger over the mark on her neck. "Yes," she responded. Tears were flooding her cheeks now. She lifted her gaze to him. "Ben, does Daniel have a mate?" Ben was shocked, quickly realizing that the woman he was holding in his arms was Daniel's mate, the Lunar Queen, and she had no idea. He hesitated for a second. "No, Jenna. He doesn't have a mate." He felt her relax a bit in his arms. "Leah," Blue muttered in his head. "I can't tell her that here," Ben growled. Blue rolled his eyes. "I'd really like to talk somewhere more private if that's possible," she whispered. "I need to go." "Okay, we can do that. Are you going to New York with Tyler?" Ben asked, letting her go. His mind reeling with everything he had just learned. He had about 1,000,000 questions, but he really wanted to talk to his alpha. Jenna smiled. "I am. I'm hoping to reconnect with a friend while I'm there that I lost contact with. I used to live there." "Okay, let me give you my card." He pulled it out of his pocket and wrote his cell phone number on it. "Text me when you get back and we'll meet." I can bring Marissa if you'd like and we can discuss everything. Jenna smiled. I'd like that. Ben reached out and rubbed her arm. Everything is going to be okay, Jenna. I highly doubt Daniel has forgotten you. If he acted like he didn't know you, he had a good reason for it. I need to get back to work. He gave her a smile. There was absolutely no way Daniel had forgotten her. Not if he had marked her. Her emotions alone would be a daily reminder. Have fun in New York. Thanks, Ben, she said softly. He left the room, and Jenna prepped Noelle to leave. She had to get home and finish packing. Talia, here I come. Talia, you have a new table. Talia groaned and stood. She had slipped back to the break room for a few moments to give her aching feet a rest. You okay, Avery? Another server at the Blue Moon asked, glancing her way. Yup, baby kept me up all night. Again. Talia retied her apron string and checked to make sure her pen hadn't disappeared. It'll get easier, Avery said, patting her shoulder. It better. I might like this kid a little more if he'd learn to sleep through the night, Talia muttered. Avery laughed. Talia really loved her son with all of her heart, but she didn't always like him. James had recommended that she start back to work a few nights a week to give herself a break, and she'd wholeheartedly agreed. He came home a little early those days, taking care of their pup for the evening. Talia walked back out to the cafe floor, looking for her new table. She stopped, staring at the table in shock. Seated facing her was Tyler Browning, and across from him were brunette waves that Talia would recognize anywhere. Jenna! She screeched, causing other tables to look up, startled by her outburst. Jenna stood and held her arms out. Talia ran into them and hugged her friend tight, laughing and crying. Oh my gosh, why haven't I heard from you? Jenna sighed. She'd known this was coming. I lost my phone. The day I left New York City, my phone disappeared. I looked and looked and looked, but wasn't in any of my things I brought home. Since then, I've been so busy taking care of my mother, it just became less of a priority. Talia sat down at the table. How's your mom? Jenna's face fell. She passed away a little over a month ago. Oh, Jenna, I'm so sorry, she said, rubbing her friend's back. Thanks, she said softly, hugging Talia. It was like they'd never parted, and Jenna was glad for that. So what are you doing here? Tyler has a seminar, and I came with him to see you, Jenna smiled. Oh my gosh, Jenna, I have so much to tell you. I had a baby, Talia said proudly. What? Jenna looked at her friend in astonishment. You're a mother. Yes, I'm a mother, Talia smiled. She wanted to say so much more, but with Tyler sitting there and in such a public place, she couldn't. Can we visit? Outside of this place, Jenna smiled. Rule number 1, if Talia had a baby, she'd probably found her mate and wanted to tell Jenna all about it. Yes, we can get together tomorrow. Tyler will be in his seminar all day, okay? I'll give you my address and you can come over and meet my little man. Jenna smiled, feeling excited. She and Tyler ordered food and chatted some more with Talia every time she came to the table. She noticed the mark on Talia's neck, the same as her own, though hers was covered. They had so much to talk about. Jenna couldn't wait. Talia stared out the window of the taxi later that night on her way home. Though her mind was elsewhere, she wanted to talk to Jenna before she contacted Daniel. She planned to somehow bring him up tomorrow to see if Jenna remembered him. She hoped so for Daniel's sake. Hopefully Jenna wasn't seeing anyone, though from the way she talked, she'd been too busy taking care of her mother to have much of a social life. She couldn't wait to call Daniel and let him know that she had found Jenna. She sincerely hoped everything worked out. Otherwise, Daniel would be heartbroken. Jenna showed up the next morning with bagels from one of their favourite bakeries. Talia hugged her tightly as she let her in. Where's your little one? Jenna asked, glancing around the apartment. It was a good size for the city. My pup, Talia said with a laugh, remembering Jenna's shocked expression when she'd first told her that werewolf offspring were referred to as pups. He's sleeping. He thinks day sleep is better than night sleep. You can take a peek at him. Talia led her into her bedroom and let Jenna catch a glimpse of the sleeping baby. Her chest swelled with pride as Jenna smiled down at him. They slipped quietly out of the room. He's adorable, Talia. So you met your mate? Jenna asked, excited for her friend. Talia smiled and showed her a picture of herself with James. Yes, the day you left New York. Remember, I came here to bring a load of my stuff. Well, as I was leaving, I caught his scent. We didn't get back out of bed for a week, Talia said sheepishly. Jenna looked up at her. That's why I never heard back from you. Besides the fact that I lost my phone. Talia nodded. I'm sorry. I meant to come back and see you off, and I feel like an ass about it. Jenna took her hand. "I think we both made mistakes that day," she murmured, thinking about what an idiot she'd been to leave Daniel's bed. Maybe things would be different now, and Daniel wouldn't have forgotten about her. Both women were quiet for a moment, lost in their own thoughts. "So, are you seeing anyone?" Talia suddenly asked, trying to find a way to bring up Daniel. Jenna scoffed. "No way! I haven't had time. I was so busy with my mom, and I just started working at a diner. Plus, I had a baby, too." Shut the front door. Talia's mouth hung open in shock. Jenna had just said she hadn't had time for anyone. How had she ended up pregnant? Unless... Jenna pulled out her phone to show Talia the myriad of photos she had taken of Noelle. She couldn't get enough of them, as she never wanted to forget her sweet little girl at this size. Talia looked quietly through the photos. "She's adorable," she whispered, her heart aching for Daniel. How would he react when he found out Jenna had given birth? She needed to think about that. For the next several hours, Jenna and Talia chatted about anything and everything except Daniel. Talia knew time was running out and she needed to bring him up at some point. She watched Jenna pace the floor, Matthew in her arms as she rocked him. "Jenna, do you ever still think about that night?" she asked, as Jenna sat down in the rocking chair. Jenna looked up in surprise. She knew exactly what Talia was talking about, more than I'd like to admit to. "What are your feelings?" "I regret leaving. I wish I would have stayed. I still, for some stupid reason, miss him. He's on my mind frequently. No, Talia, when you said he would ruin me for all other men, you were right," Jenna whispered. "Oh, did you ever find out who he is?" Talia chewed on her lip as she studied Jenna. "Might as well not sugarcoat it. Yes, he's the Alpha King." "The what?" "The Alpha King. The king of all werewolves. He's the most powerful werewolf in the world," Talia said quietly. Jenna felt her heart crumble at Talia's words. Daniel was a king. Why in the world had he been interested in her? And now she had his child. Why hadn't been told her that? But then why would he? The king of all werewolves lived in a tiny town in Pennsylvania of all places. And he apparently enjoyed eating at her little diner. Not that the food was bad. She'd sampled almost everything on the menu so that she could give honest opinions when asked. The steak was especially delicious. Jenna blinked, pulling herself away from her runaway thoughts as she stared blankly at Talia. "Oh," was all she said. "So, if you could see him again, would you?" Talia asked curiously. Jenna shrugged. "He's a king. I'm nobody. He'll want to know about Noelle. If she was his firstborn, of course he'd want to know about her." She felt slightly sick to her stomach. "But Jenna, would you want to see him again?" Talia persisted. "I saw him 2 days ago," Jenna admitted. "What?" Talia's mouth dropped open. "He came into the diner I worked at with a woman and 2 other men. I waited their table. Honestly, Talia, I don't think he remembers me. He barely looked at me while one of the other guys ran me the entire time. Every time I brought him something, he'd ask for something else." Jenna looked down at the sleeping baby in her arms. She was still reeling from the fact that Daniel was a king. "But he hit on me before he left. He gave me his business card and asked me to call him." "What? Did he say anything else? Why had Daniel acted so weird?" "No, he didn't say anything. He just mouthed call me. Plus he was there with some other woman." A blonde Jenna brushed her hair back behind her ear. "That part still hurt. Are you sure she wasn't there with one of the others?" Talia asked, trying to make sense of it all. "No, she was sitting right next to him. There was quite a bit of space between her and Daniel and the other 2, Jenna sighed. Talia was quiet, thinking over the whole thing. She really needed to call Daniel herself and see what was up with him. Why would Daniel be with another woman? But then a thought occurred to her. "Jenna, is Noelle his?" Jenna nodded, as a tear trickled down her cheek, and she reached up and brushed it away. She was over-crying for that man Wolf, king, whatever he was. A knock at the door stopped Talia from saying anything else. She stood and walked over, taking a look through the peephole. "Daniel, what was he doing here?" She was suddenly very happy she'd asked Jenna about him before he had arrived. Be right back." Talia opened the door and quickly stepped out, shutting it behind her. Daniel raised his eyebrows at her as she stepped out in the hallway, pulling the door shut behind her. "Talia!" He grinned at him. "Why all the cloak and dagger?" he asked suspiciously. "What? Never mind. Is something going on?" Daniel shoved his hands in his pockets as he watched Talia carefully to see how honest she was being with him. "Something was up." Rafe stirred in his mind. "Not much. I was planning to call you later. "What are you doing here?" Talia asked. "Business." "But I wanted to come and see my godchild," he explained. Talia and James had made the mutual decision to ask Daniel to be Matthew's godfather after they had seen how well he bonded with their pup. James had made the suggestion, and Talia had immediately agreed. "Puss, I have something to tell you." "So do I," she smiled. "Ladies first," Daniel acquiesced. "She's here," Talia said. Daniel froze at Talia's words. He took a deep breath, and sure enough, he caught Jenna's scent faintly in the air. "What is she doing here?" Talia frowned. "She just got to New York yesterday. She came to the Blue Moon to eat and look for me, and I invited her over today to talk to her. I wanted to see if she remembered you," she explained. "I was planning to call you later to let you know I'd found her, but she just told me she saw you a few days ago at the diner she works at, and how she doesn't think you even remember her, and that you were with another woman, and then you hit on her." Talia popped her hands on her hips and gave Daniel her best stink eye. He sighed and nodded. "Yeah, I already got a lecture about that, but I had my reasons for it. I was there with my sister. I was planning to go back and see her and explain things. Well, now you have your chance. Jenna regrets leaving the hotel that morning so much, Daniel. She thinks about you a lot, but she's also convinced you forgot about her," Talia said. "If only she knew," Daniel muttered. Talia smiled. "Are you going to come in?" Daniel felt his breath catch and nerves suddenly hit him. What if she wasn't interested in him? Talia watched the play of emotions dance across his face. "Are you afraid she'll reject you? She knows werewolves mate for life. If she rejects me, Talia, I'm screwed. I know she wasn't very happy with me the last time she saw me." Daniel rubbed his hand over his face. "All the more reason to come in and clear the air. Make things right with her. She's your mate. It's important that you reconnect with her," Talia said, thinking about Jenna's pup. Daniel's pup. Daniel sighed and glanced down the hall. He had thought he'd have more time to think about what he would say to her. "You're being ridiculous. Get in there and talk to our mate." "Don't make me do it for you." Rafe rolled his eyes at Daniel. "Okay," he breathed. Talia grabbed her doorknob with one hand and Daniel's arm with the other. "We're just going to rip the band-aid off right now." She pushed the door open. "Jenna! You remember Daniel?" Jenna looked up in shock. There he was. The man who had invaded her thoughts and dreams for over a year was standing in Talia's living room, and there was no doubt from the look on his face that he hadn't forgotten her, had been spoken to him. "Hi," he said, shoving his hands back in his pockets. "Hi," she somehow managed to reply, before glancing at Talia with raised eyebrows. "What was going on here?" "It's a long story. Daniel tracked me down to find you, and we have become friends," Talia said, picking up a fussy Matthew. "Be right back." She hurried out of the room, leaving the two of them alone. Daniel slowly approached her, drinking in the sight of her. "Jenna, I'm sorry. It wasn't what she'd expected for him to say. For the other night at the diner, I recognized you immediately. Actually, I caught your scent the moment I walked in. I couldn't wait to lay eyes on you. But the men I was with would like nothing better than to find any type of weakness, and I couldn't risk your safety. I'm also terribly sorry for the way they treated you, but you handled it so well." He flashed her a sad smile. He was still as handsome as ever, and she watched his eyes briefly glow blue. She drank the sight of him in, looking over his handsome face. She remembered the feel of his lips on hers, his hands on her body. "You're mine, Jenna." Had he really meant that? She was about to find out. "The woman I was with the other night, that's my sister, Charity. There's been no one since you. I never forgot you. Honestly, I couldn't get you out of my mind." Her heart melted at his words as she searched his face. He never looked away, never dropped his gaze. He just stared at her with such intensity she herself couldn't look away. "How have you been, Jenna?" he asked, and sat down next to her on the couch. She felt the warmth from his body drawing her in. "I'm all right. How are you?" Daniel could feel her apprehension and nervousness. "I've been good." She was so beautiful, even more than he remembered. Jenna wanted nothing more than to throw herself at Daniel. "I'm yours." She felt him take her hand, and the sparks and tingles shot through her body, instantly creating a fire within her. Then he kissed her. Her head spun in excitement. After over a year, she was finally back in his arms. His lips were soft and they prodded gently, and Jenna responded, opening her mouth to him. She let him kiss for about 20 seconds, before she reached up and wrapped her arms around him, kissing him with the amount of sorrow and longing she'd felt for the last year. The next thing she knew, she was in his lap, one hand rubbing her back while the other gripped her thigh. He nuzzled into her neck, and she felt him nip slightly at the spot where he had marked her. Desire shot through her, and she moaned, and his mouth came back up and covered hers. "Jenna," he whispered hoarsely as he trailed kisses across her jaw. "I've missed you so much." "Me too," she whispered back breathlessly. "I'm so sorry I left." Daniel lifted his head and looked at her. She was so beautiful, her brown hair tumbling around her face in disarray, her lips swollen from his kisses. No, it's okay. Nothing else mattered now that he was with her. He kissed her again. She felt so good in his arms, and he just wanted to make up for lost time. Jenna never wanted to get off of Daniel's lap. She felt whole again, safe with him. She clung to him tightly. Their lips met again, and she felt his hands travel beneath her hoodie, touching her bare skin, and she sighed as he stroked up her back, his fingers grazing her bra. Daniel pulled back. "I have to get up." He placed her down on the couch, then stood putting some space between them, between Rafe going crazy in his mind and Jenna in his lap, her emotions centered on sex. He couldn't think straight. He was growing more aroused by the second, and he couldn't be having sex with her on Talia's couch. "Jenna," Daniel pulled back. "I have to get up." He placed her down on the couch, then stood putting some space between them, between Rafe going crazy in his mind and Jenna in his lap, her emotions centered on sex. He couldn't think straight. He was growing more aroused by the second, and he couldn't be having sex with her on Talia's couch. Jenna watched him jump up off the couch and felt slightly sick. He wanted to put distance between them. Did he not want this? She thought he was as much into it as she was. She knew he was aroused. She'd felt it. Daniel rubbed at the back of his neck, debating what to tell her. There was so much he needed to say. "I need to think. And it's hard with you on my lap and my wolf going crazy in my head," he said with a smile. Jenna sucked in a small breath. Daniel knew that she knew. "Oh, crap." Daniel felt her uncertainty followed by the panic when he mentioned his wolf. "Why? Mate doesn't know that we know that she knows about us?" Rafe frowned. "Tongue twister," he muttered. "Yes, I know about your and Talia's secret. I've known since shortly after we met, but besides you, Talia, and my sister, I'm the only other person who knows. And it will stay that way." Daniel stopped and frowned. "Is that the hoodie you stole from me?" Jenna blushed. "Huh, yes. That was my favourite sweatshirt," Daniel muttered. Well, actually, Talia stole it. She woke me up and I was really out of it and couldn't remember where my dress was." Jenna raised an eyebrow at him. "Did you find it?" "Yes, and I still have it." He sat back down next to her and leaned in close to her ear. "Along with that little black lacy thong I enjoyed peeling off of you before I feasted on your—" Jenna turned her head and kissed him before he could finish his sentence. "I also wear your boxers to bed." She watched his eyes darken with lust. "I'd like to see you in my boxers. I'd like to see you in my boxers. I'd look better in the thong." She smiled cheekily at him. She was enjoying their little game. Daniel rested his forehead against hers. "I already know you do." Rafe was supplying him with visions of Jenna laying on his bed in the hotel in nothing but that thong. He breathed out, trying to gain control back over himself. He hadn't imagined that it would be this easy with her. "I think you stole my hotel room slippers too." He leaned back, needing to put some space between them. Talia stole them. Jenna licked her lips as she too leaned back. "I heard that," Talia called from the bedroom. Jenna giggled. "Stop eavesdropping! Can't help it," Talia called back. Daniel turned back to Jenna. It was time. "Jenna, when I told you that you were mine forever, I meant it. See, Jenna, you're my mate." "What?" Jenna's eyes almost popped out of her head. She had a werewolf mate. The one thing she had fantasized about before she had met Daniel had come true. She could barely believe it. But it made sense. Why she'd never been able to get over him. Why even now she was having such an easy time reconnecting with him. That's why you were so drawn to me. Why you were so drawn to me. Why you feel the tingles when we touch. He took her hand and the tingles shot through her hard and fast, making her gasp at their intensity. "I'd like to date you," he said. "Date me?" Jenna asked in surprise. Daniel nodded. "Get to know you, and you get to know me." He held her hands. "There are things about me you don't know, things that you may not know, things that you may not like. I'd rather you know them first before you accept me." Jenna frowned at him. "Like what? Are you a serial killer?" He laughed. "No, nothing like that," she smiled. She doubted there was anything he could say that would make her not want him. She knew what it was like to be apart from him, and she had hated it. Then she remembered what Talia had said earlier. "I know you're king." "Talia told you?" Daniel asked her. She nodded. "And I'm a human. She stopped and looked at him. I could understand if you want to reject me. But it will break my heart. She couldn't bring herself to say that out loud. That doesn't matter to me, Jenna. I'm well aware and it's not a big deal. I still want to be with you, he told her quietly, rubbing her hands with his thumbs. He watched a tear fall down her cheek and gently wiped it away. You've been so sad, Jenna, he said quietly. She took a shuddering breath and nodded. The last year has been hard. I'm so sorry I wasn't there to go through it with you. We need to get together and talk about everything. He brushed her hair back from her face, watching her quietly. He knew she was overwhelmed and decided he'd given her enough for the day. She needed time to process everything. When do you go home? He asked. Tomorrow, she said. You? I'm flying back tomorrow. Are you here alone? He asked. No, my brother. Tyler is here as well. He is attending a seminar. When I saw you a few days ago, I didn't even know I was coming to New York, Jenna told him. Tyler surprised me with a trip. Daniel nodded slowly. He wanted to take Jenna back to his hotel room with him and love her properly, but he needed to slow down. In all reality, he knew way more about Jenna than she knew about him. The mate bond would have kept her from forgetting him, but in reality, she didn't really know much of anything about him. Plus, with her brother in town, it would complicate things. Jenna, Talia stepped out of the bedroom, Matthew in her arms. You said you needed to be back by 6. It's already after 5. Oh, crap, Jenna muttered and jumped up. She grabbed her purse and turned to Daniel. She didn't want to leave him. I'll walk you out, he said. She nodded and hugged Talia. I'm so glad we got to reconnect. Talia squeezed Jenna tight. Me too. Text me when you get home. And since Daniel is Matthew's godfather, I guess that will make you his godmother, Luna. She whispered the last word, and Jenna wondered if she'd actually heard her correctly. Luna. She knew what it meant, and realized suddenly that if she accepted Daniel, her life would drastically change. She had a lot to think about. Jenna kissed the baby's cheek. Then I want to see plenty of pictures of my godchild. It's been so good to see you, Talia. You too, Jenna, Talia said, hugging her friend again. And you better come back to New York and see me. I'll make sure she does, Talia, Daniel said. He followed Jenna out the door, letting it close behind him. Jenna felt her heartbeat quicken at the thought of leaving Daniel again. She turned to him. Promise me this isn't goodbye, she said with tears in her eyes. Never, he said, pulling her against him, his lips finding her against him, his lips finding hers as he kissed her like he needed her to survive. Jenna, you're my mate. Saying goodbye would be like taking away my will to live. I will always want you, Jenna smiled. Daniel, I don't want to leave, she whispered. He nuzzled her neck. I know. We'll see each other again soon. Let me have your number before you go. She nodded and rattled it off, watching Daniel save it in his phone. Daniel put his phone in his pocket and pulled her into his arms one more time, kissing her with all the longing he'd felt for the last year. They finally pulled apart, and Jenna turned and walked away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Daniel watched her go until she disappeared, then stood there for a moment, trying to calm Rafe down and get his own body under control. Why did you let her walk away again? Rafe whined. You know why. We'll see her soon. Daniel could feel that Jenny was both happy and sad, but Rafe howled sadly in his head. Daniel was still standing outside of Talia's apartment, staring at her door when he heard his name called. He turned to see James, Talia's mate, headed down the hallway towards him and smiled. Hello, James. What are you doing here? James stopped and bowed his head, then held out his hand for the alpha to shake. I came to see Matthew. Daniel shook James' hand. He'd gotten to know Talia's mate quite well in the last year, and immensely liked the wolf. James was methodical and never acted out of anger. He didn't think Quinton used James to his full potential. I mean, what are you doing just standing here outside the door? Is Talia not home? James asked, fishing out his key. No, she's here. He paused. I guess you know Jenna is back. James smiled and nodded. Daniel had informed him that Jenna was his mate once the two of them had gotten to know each other, and Daniel felt he could trust James. I just said goodbye to her. Daniel said. James frowned as he pushed the door open and walked in. Permanently? No. Daniel followed him back in. Talia stepped out of the bedroom, and her face lit up as she spotted James. She gave him a kiss, then handed Daniel Matthew. Hey, buddy, he said, cuddling the small pup. I'll give you the shortened, condensed version, Talia said to James as he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Daniel, would you like to stay for dinner? He smiled sadly, watching them. Sure. Talia studied him. Is everything okay? He nodded. It was hard to let her walk away. Well, At least you know you'll see her again." Talia smiled at him and headed for the kitchen. Jenna wiped the tears before getting out of the taxi. She was half tempted to get back in and have the driver take her back, but she would worry Tyler and Daniel might not even be there. She headed up to the hotel room and slipped inside. Tyler was laying on the bed watching TV. "Oh, good, you're back. Where should we go to eat?" he asked as he stood up. "How was your seminar?" Jenna asked as she sat down her purse. "Pretty good. I learned quite a bit." He looked at her. "Jenna, what's wrong?" "I'm okay," she murmured. Jenna, she sighed. "I ran into Noel's father." Tyler frowned. "I thought you were at Talia's." "I was. They have become good friends," she said. "Are they together?" Tyler asked, watching her face. "No," she exclaimed. "Not at all, but he is the godfather of her child, and he was in town on business and stopped by to see her and the baby." "Did you tell him," Tyler asked, "about Noel?" "No, but he wants to see me again. It was too short and I didn't really get the chance. But he lives in Pennsylvania," she said, brushing her hair back. He nodded in surprise. "Ty, we have this connection. I can't explain it," Jenna said. "I never wanted to leave him the first time I met him and have regretted it since. But I never thought I'd see him again." Tyler stood and gave Jenna a hug. "If he hurts you, I'll kill him," he whispered. Jenna smiled, knowing he was giving her his blessing. "Let's go eat." Later that night, Jenna relaxed in the hotel bed, staring at pictures of Noel. She'd video-chatted with her father a bit ago so she could see her daughter. She missed her little one. Something terrible. Never again, she muttered to herself. Never again would she be away from her for this long. A text popped up on her screen from an unknown number and she opened it. "It was so good to reconnect with you today, Jenna." "I can't wait to see you again." She smiled and saved the number. She still couldn't believe they'd reconnected either, or that she was Daniel's mate. It made her feel better about their pup. There wouldn't be another woman out there that Daniel belonged to who would be angry about Noel. But then she thought of what Talia had told her earlier. Daniel was the Alpha King. What would that mean for her? What would that mean for her? What would that mean for Noel? Would Daniel be disappointed to find out his firstborn was a female and not a male? Jenna chewed on her lip over that one. She really had no idea how any of it worked, though she supposed she would be finding out. She really couldn't remember Talia ever mentioning anything about werewolf royalty. Her thoughts travelled back to the night at the diner. So the blonde woman was Daniel's sister. That definitely made her feel better. There's been no one since you, given that she was Daniel's mate. No, there wouldn't be. Talia had told her that mates cheating on each other was extremely rare, which meant Daniel had been thinking about her this entire time, too. He'd missed her just as much, if not more than she'd missed him. Jenna frowned, realizing that she hadn't texted Daniel back. "I'm so glad we got to reconnect, too. I've regretted leaving you so much. I couldn't understand, though, why I missed you as much as I did." She sat her phone down on her chest and sighed softly. She could hear Tyler's soft breathing, letting her know he was fast asleep. "It's because we're mates. The bond won't let us forget each other. I should have told you when I met you, but I didn't know that you knew about werewolves or that you'd be gone the next morning. Don't apologize for that. I know why you left and I'm not angry with you. I'm just happy to have you back in my life." She smiled at his message. Well, that explained why she could never get over him. Absence had definitely made her heart grown fonder. "I'm happy to have you back in my life too, Daniel. I can't wait to see you again." "Me too. It's getting late. Good night, Jenna. I'll text you in the morning." She smiled. Just being able to talk to him on a regular basis was going to be amazing. Her mind drifted back to earlier in Talia's apartment and the kisses they had exchanged. It was almost as though they had never parted. She remembered back to that night. After Daniel had finished loving her, he'd pulled her close and held her against him, still brushing kisses over her face. She'd been buzzed and sleepy, and oh so happy. She'd had no idea how short-lived it would be, how she'd regret walking away for the next year of her life. She hadn't known then that Daniel was her destiny, or that they had created a new life that night. She realized in that moment that she didn't care that he was king, as long as she was with him. None of it mattered. Well, except Noel. She was Jenna's first priority, and she knew she needed to let Daniel know about her as soon as possible, as long as Noel was safe. "Good night, Daniel. Till morning." Talia sat down on her couch the next morning, depositing her second cup of coffee beside her. Matthew had woken her up at 4 a.m. and had just fallen back to sleep. She was thinking about joining him. Yesterday had been such a good day. Talia hadn't realized how much she had missed Jenna until she'd spent the day with her. She was glad she had a way to contact her friend now, and she was looking forward to seeing Jenna's pup. A knock at the door startled Talia. Who would be at her door at 5 a.m.? James wasn't even up yet. He'd be awake in an hour to get ready for training and work. Talia stood up and walked over to the door. She looked out the peephole but couldn't really see anything. I'm so going to regret this. She grabbed the handle and opened the door, still leaving the security chain in place. The door was pushed open with such force, the security chain broke, and the door hit Talia in the face, knocking her down. Pain shot through her nose. She groaned and reached up to touch her upper lip and felt blood. 2 very large wolves quickly entered the apartment, one closing the door, while the other brought a fist to her face, knocking her out cold. She awoke a bit later, tied up to one of the chairs from her kitchen table. Everything was hazy, and she was aware of a burning sensation around her wrists, and forced her eyes open enough to see silver cuffs binding her to the chair. The smell of her own flesh burning caused her to gag, alerting her captors that she was awake. "Oh good, you decided to join us again." Talia looked around. James was also tied to a chair and out cold, his head hanging to the side. He sported a broken nose and 2 black eyes. The wolf who had spoken to her was leaning against the back of her couch, watching her, while the other was sitting in the rocking chair holding Matthew. "Matthew, please don't hurt him," she cried, as she became really afraid for the first time. "We won't have to if you cooperate," the first wolf said, folding his arms. "What do you want?" Talia glared at him. What could he possibly want from her? She was no one in this pack. Between her and James, he was more likely to know something about, well, something. "We want to know about your friends," the wolf said, standing up straight and taking a few stands towards her. "Friends? What friends? What friends? I don't know what you're talking about," she said truthfully. He came towards her and slapped her hard. "Don't play dumb with me. They were just here." Her groggy mind raced for a moment. Daniel and Jenna. They had to be who he was talking about, and Talia knew too much. She saw the wolf smirk and knew he'd read her face. "What do you want to know? Who they are to each other?" "Yeah, I'm not telling you that. Just old acquaintances." "Nothing more." Talia's head snapped back as the wolf hit her again. "The truth, Talia, that's all I know," she shouted at him. The wolf walked over to the kitchen table and unrolled a leather pouch that had several instruments in it. He pulled one out and held it up. A silver knife. She bit her lip, knowing what was coming. The last thing she wanted to do was scream in front of Matthew. She was just happy that he was young enough that he'd never remember any of this. She gasped as she watched him walk over to James and drove the knife into his thigh. James woke up instantly and roared, almost coming out of the chair. Talia gasped. She'd expected him to use a knife on her, not her mate. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Talk, Talia." "He's the Alpha King." The wolf rolled his eyes at her. "Tell me something I don't know," he roared at her. "I don't know anything," she cried. "Please, just let us go. They're just friends of mine. Jenna and I haven't seen each other in over a year. She used to be my roommate." "What is she to him?" he roared, and shoved the knife into James' other thigh. James roared again, and Talia burst into tears as she watched him pull the knife up through James's thigh. "I don't know what you want me to tell you," she screamed at him. The last thing in the world she would do was betray Jenna and Daniel. Jenna was in danger, and so was Noelle, if anyone found out who she really was. She saw James' hazy gaze meet hers, his eyes filled with pain. He knew she had secrets she must keep. "Don't tell them anything," he shouted at her. "I want you to tell me who Jenna is to the Alpha King, and what her daughter has to do with this." He ripped the knife out of James' leg, causing James to roar. Silence. Talia suddenly realized her baby wasn't crying. Why wasn't he crying? As much noise as they were making, she couldn't believe he wouldn't be fussy. "Is my baby okay?" "Oh, yes. Shane is very good with babies." The wolf smirked at her, then nodded to Shane, who stood and brought the baby over to her. She saw his blue eyes staring back at her and breathed a sigh of relief. "Now tell me what I want to know, Talia." "I don't know anything. I didn't even know Jenna had a daughter. She didn't have one when she lived here, but like I said, it's been over a year. This was so hard." Talia just wanted to tell him the truth, so he would leave her and her family alone, even though she knew that wouldn't be how it worked. She had never been so scared in her life. "You lie!" the wolf roared at her, and suddenly, to her shock and horror, he grabbed James from behind and broke his neck. Talia stared in shock, unbelieving of what she had just seen, until unbearable pain started to sweep through her, and she began to scream as tears ran down her cheeks. She was vaguely aware of Matthew's crying now in the background, but she continued to scream as wave after wave of pain engulfed her, until finally a fist hit her full-on in the face, bringing blessed darkness. She awoke again a while later when a bucket of cold water was dumped on her, and for a brief moment everything was okay. But then reality set it, and she looked over at her mate as the pain hit her again, making it hard to even breath. James was still tied to the chair, his head hanging at a weird angle, his lifeless eyes staring at the ground. Talia began to sob uncontrollably. A hand slapped her face hard, and her head was tilted up to stare into the face of the wolf who had killed her mate. "Get a hold of yourself, Talia. Get through this, then you can grieve." For Matthew, she took a shuddering breath, forcing herself to stop crying. "I'm going to kill you," she said calmly to her mate's killer. He smirked at her. "I doubt it." He turned her face towards James' lifeless body again. "Now you know I'm serious. I will not hesitate to kill again. Next time," he turned her this time towards Shane, who was still rocking Matthew. "I'll kill your son." Talia broke then. Did she save her son, or save her friend? And Jenna's baby? The Alpha King's daughter. The Alpha King's daughter. The future of all werewolves. Would Noelle be the Alpha Queen one day? Did Daniel even know about her yet? She was already lost without James. Matthew would be all she would live for. It would break Jenna to know that Talia had given up her own son to save her friend and her daughter. And James. If she gave Jenna up, would he have died for nothing? But he'd want Talia to protect their son, wouldn't he? Or protect Noelle? The wolf suddenly let go of her and walked over to Shane. He picked up Matthew and walked back to Talia, holding the now sleeping baby in his arms. "What's it going to be, Talia?" "I can't tell you." She had to protect Noelle. The wolf suddenly grabbed Matthew by his ankles and lifted him up in the air, dangling the baby in front of her. "No," Talia screamed as his pitiful cries reached her ears, and her heart broke even more. "I'll tell you. Daniel, please forgive me." Jenna ended the call to her father with a smile. Tyler and her had just landed a bit ago, and after grabbing their luggage, they were now in Tyler's truck on their way home. Jenna couldn't wait to see Noelle. She'd missed her baby girl so much, she couldn't wait to get home and hold her again. She hadn't told Daniel about Noelle yet. She wanted privacy when she spoke to him about his daughter, and she wanted to do it in person. Jenna already felt bad that Talia and Ben knew about Noelle before Daniel did, but then she hadn't expected to ever reconnect with him, and even when she had seen him, she hadn't been sure he'd remembered her. He'd texted her again this morning. He said he wanted to call, but he'd been tied up in business meetings and would be flying back home at some point today. Jenna had hoped Daniel would be on her flight, but she supposed if he owned his own business, more than likely he would be flying first class, and she hadn't seen him. Jenna rubbed at the mark on her neck. She'd completely forgotten to ask Talia what it meant. She pulled her phone back out and sent her friend a text. A moment later, her phone binged and Jenna opened the text, smiling when she saw it was from Daniel. "Are you back in Paw yet, love?" "Yes, we're driving home now." "Are you?" she texted back. "Just boarded. Should be back shortly. I'll call you later. I want to see you again soon. I miss you." Jenna felt her heart melt. "I still have tomorrow off. Can we get together then? I miss you too." "That sounds good. I'll call you later, love." "Okay. Can't wait texting Noelle's father?" Tyler asked. Jenna smiled. "Yes, he is flying back today too. He doesn't live very far away from us, I don't think. What's his name?" "Daniel," she smiled again to herself. The ride home took 45 minutes. As soon as Tyler put the truck into park, Jenna wanted to run upstairs and see Noelle, but she reminded herself that the baby was sleeping. She took her bag from Tyler, and they headed inside. The house was quiet, and something was off. She stopped, looking around. "What's wrong?" Tyler asked, coming to a stop behind her. "I don't know, but something is." She stepped into her father's office and was shocked to see him lying on the floor. "Daddy!" She quickly rushed over and kneeled down next to him, noticing the blood on the carpet. He opened his eyes and looked up at her. "Jenna!" he whispered. "Daddy!" whispered. "Daddy!" whispered. "Daddy! What happened?" "Tyler!" she yelled, not caring at this point if she did wake up Noelle. Her father looked confused as he started to get up. Tyler rushed in and pushed his father back down. "What happened? Dad, let me check you over before you get up." Tyler took his father's wrist for a pulse. "I found him lying here unconscious. He's bleeding, Tyler," Jenna murmured, watching her father's eyes start to clear. They helped him up slowly, and Jenna noticed the cut on the back of his head. "Tyler, look!" Her brother eyed the wound, then hurried out, coming back a moment later with a kitchen towel, which he applied to his father's head. "Mitch winced." "Someone hit me." "Did you see who?" Jenna asked. Mitch shook his head. "Jenna," he grabbed her arm. "Go check on Noelle." She nodded and stood. leaving the room. She ran up the stairs, taking them two at a time, and rushed into her room. The crib was empty. Jenna felt her heart drop as panic set in. She frantically began looking around the room and the en-suite bathroom. Logically, she knew there was no way Noelle could haven't gotten out of her crib, but it didn't stop her from looking. Tyler and Mitch both walked in the room a moment later, Tyler watching Mitch carefully. "She's gone!" Jenna sobbed as she kept looking, stripping the blankets off of her bed. "The diaper bag is gone too," Mitch said. "I left it sitting here by the rocker. I was looking for her favourite pacifier." Jenna collapsed to the ground as tears started streaming down her cheeks. Her baby had been kidnapped. What kind of mother was she? She should have never gone to New York City. She should have never gone to New York City. "Tyler, call the police," Mitch said quietly as he sat down on the bed and pulled Jenna to him. "No!" Jenna shouted, pulling away from her father. They both looked at her in surprise. "Why not?" Tyler asked. "Jenna, we need to get them here to start looking." Mitch was looking at her like she was crazy. Jenna breathed out a small sigh. Her heart felt as though it was pounding out of her chest, and she forced herself to stop crying so she could speak. Somewhere she could hear her cell ringing. "Tyler, call Dr. Ben. Tell him Noelle is missing." "Jenna, do it now," she shouted at him. Tyler's eyes widened in surprise, and he left the room. "Jenna," Mitch started. "Betty, I know you love me, and you love Noelle, but trust me on this one." "I need to find my phone," Jenna murmured, standing to her feet. She pushed past him, hearing her phone ringing again, and headed downstairs to find her purse. Her mind felt numb now. She needed to call Daniel. How would he react when he found out she'd lost his baby? Tears still ran down her cheeks. "Jenna, Ben is on his way here," Tyler said, as he walked up to her and pulled her into his arms. She gave him a hug and then headed to her purse and pulled out her phone. 3 missed calls from Daniel. She pressed the call button, called him back. "Jenna, what's wrong?" "How did he know?" The thought disappeared the next second as she began crying uncontrollably into the phone. I'm so sorry, she sobbed. "I lost her. Jenna, where are you? Who did you lose?" "Are you alone? Is your brother there?" "Let me talk to him," Daniel demanded. He was scared out of his mind for her. Daniel had been relaxed the whole flight back, basking in the glow of her happiness, until first worry had set in, followed by panic and fear. His plane still hadn't landed, but Daniel knew if it didn't soon, he was going to lose control. Rafe was trying to take over because he knew something was seriously wrong. A few seconds later, he heard a man's voice. "Daniel, this is Tyler, Jenna's brother. Tyler, hi. Please tell me what's going on." Daniel forced himself to calm down. "Rafe, get a hold of yourself. We need to find out what's going on and get this tin can on the ground safely." "Not soon enough," must go to mate. "Something is wrong." Rafe calmed a bit, but was still pacing in Daniel's mind. Tyler took a deep breath. "I'm sorry I'm the one telling you this, but circumstances dictate that I do. Jenna gave birth to your child at Christmas and—" "What?" Daniel lost the conversation after that. Jenna had given birth to his child. He was a father. He could feel Rafe howling in his head in excitement. Why hadn't she told him? A pang from Jenna washed over him again, shocking him back into reality before his thoughts could go any further, and he realized Tyler had stopped talking. "Tyler! Yeah, I'm sorry I zoned out the moment you said Jenna gave birth to my child," Daniel said ruefully. "Yeah, I'm sorry you had to find out this way. We came home from the airport to find my father laying on the floor unconscious in his office and Noelle missing from her crib. We tried to call the cops, but Jenna asked us to call Noelle's doctor instead, which makes no sense to me." Daniel was in shock. His heir was a girl. Not that he cared in the least, but it was definitely going to shock those stodgy old alphas when they found out their new reigning alpha would be a woman. But something else caught Daniel's attention. "Who is Noelle's doctor, Dr. Ben Gray?" "I work with him," Tyler said. Daniel's eyes widened in surprise, and a sense of pride filled him. Somehow, Jenna had figured out that Ben was a werewolf, and that he would know what to do. She made the right call. "My plane is landing now. Can you text me your address? I'll be there as quickly as I can." Daniel had never been more thankful in his life that he had his own private plane and a landing strip on packed lands. The moment Daniel was off the plane, he ran over to the SUV he'd left parked nearby and threw his bag on the passenger seat. He started the vehicle and floored it to the pack house. He mind-linked his father. "Dad, I'm headed to the pack house right now. I need you, Mom, and Ragnar to get ready to go. Your granddaughter has been kidnapped." "Our what?" "Yeah, that was a bit of a shock, I'll tell you on the way. Get Charity ready as well. Charity just left a little bit ago with Roycer. She said they needed to help Ben with something." "Good. I'll see you in a few." Daniel cut the link and pushed the SUV even faster. Charity had been in her office when Riza had knocked on her door. She was ready to throw her laptop out the window in frustration. Alpha Jason was driving her crazy. They were now in a bidding war over the land she wanted to buy. Every time she put in an offer, he put in one. Why must she deal with arrogant, self-possessed males? Riza was a welcome distraction. Hey, I need you to come with me to help Ben with something. It's really urgent. I'll tell you the details on the way there. Charity had been more than happy for the distraction and closed her laptop. Before following Riza down the hall past the other offices, she poked her head in her father's office as she walked by. We're heading out to help Ben with something. We'll be back later. Her dad gave her a thumbs up as he was on a call, and she followed Riza out of the pack house. Riza had the keys to one of the pack souls, and Charity climbed in the passenger side. So, what's up? She asked, once Riza had started the vehicle. Do you know about Jenna? Riza asked. Charity looked at the she-wolf in surprise. I'm surprised you know about her. I just found out the other day. I've known her since Christmas, though I didn't have any idea who she was until a few days ago. Riza started... Wait, you know her? Charity asked in shock. Small world, Solara muttered. She was Ben's patient. He delivered her baby on Christmas Day, and I was with him. Ben and I knew her baby was half werewolf, but we didn't know if she knew it. Ben's been trying to come up with a way to ask her, but she asked him if he knew Daniel the other day, and then everything just came out. Riza explained. Jenna has a baby. Charity was floored. If her baby was Daniel's, then the heir to the throne had been born. Riza glanced at her and smiled. Yes, and she's definitely Daniel's. She looks quite a bit like her aunt. Charity leaned back in her seat in shock. This child was Daniel's firstborn, his heir, and a female at that. She had a niece. What's her name? Noelle, Riza replied. She's a doll. Jenna gave birth in the early hours of Christmas morning at home. Ben delivered her. Then we saw her again about a month ago. Jenna's mother passed away, and we visited with her, Riza said. She lost her mother. Charity frowned, trying to keep up with the story. Poor Jenna had been through quite a bit in the last few months. She had cancer, Riza said. Charity was quiet for several moments, lost in thought. After the disaster of a dinner a few nights ago, Jenna now thought Charity was Daniel's girlfriend. She had to fix that. Jenna deserved happiness. And Charity had a new niece to spoil. So what are you helping Ben with? Jenna's been in New York City the last few days. She came back this afternoon, and someone had broken into her home. She lives with her father and two of her brothers. They found her father unconscious, and Noelle, whom Jenna had left with her father, was gone. Someone kidnapped her, Riza explained. What? Someone kidnapped her. Charity's mind began to race. Someone has to know who Noelle is. Does Daniel even know? I don't know. I don't think he does, but I'm not sure, Riza said, as they pulled up to the clinic. It's a complicated mess. Ben was already waiting outside as Riza had linked him when she was close. He climbed into the SUV with his medical bag in hand. Has Daniel's plane landed yet? He asked by way of greeting. Not when we left, Charity said. I just told Charity everything we know, Riza told him. It only took them another 10 minutes to reach the Browning home, and they all piled out of the SUV as soon as Riza put it in park. Charity took in the large, beautiful home and the property, noticing the woods off to the right. That's our land, she murmured. Yeah, Ben said. Jenna had always been so close. She shook her head and followed them up the steps to the door. Ben knocked, and the door was opened a few seconds later by a young man. Charity breathed in his scent deeply as Solara came on high alert. May! She shouted, prancing around in Charity's head. Charity stared at him in shock as she suddenly found her world rock. Human mates were exceedingly rare, but usually if one member of a family has a werewolf mate, others would too. She wasn't surprised that this man, whom she guessed was probably Jenna's brother, has a mate. What did surprise her was that her own brother was mated to his sister. She looked him over carefully, this mate of hers. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his body well muscled. She already felt tiny next to him, and she loved it. His hair was brown and cut to military precision. His green eyes travelled quickly over Ben and Riza before settling on her. They were sad, she noticed, but then sorrow had been a big part of his life lately. Charity wanted to pull him into her arms and hug him, but she knew it wasn't the time. She'd have to wait. Tyler couldn't tear his gaze from the beauty Ben had brought with him. Long, curly blonde hair framed her angelic face, and her bright blue eyes stared intensely at him. She was petite, but athletic, the perfect height for him to be able to rest his chin on her head, he thought, then wondered why he would ever think such a thing. But the moment their eyes met, Tyler knew his life was about to change and everything suddenly felt right. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and followed her inside, wondering who she was. Jenna was pacing the floor, restless and still crying. Ben approached her and gave her a hug. "Talk to the ladies, and I'll take care of your father," he said softly. "Tyler thinks he needs stitches," she nodded, unable to speak as Risa enveloped her in her arms. "We'll find no LL, Jenna. We'll find her." She let go of Risa and turned to look at Charity. When Jenna had first seen her, she'd been jealous, but now she knew the truth. Charity walked up to her and pulled her close, and Jenna suddenly felt the love pour over her as Charity held her, whispering in her ear. "Hi, Jenna. I'm Charity, Daniel's sister. I'm so happy to meet you, but I wish it wasn't like this." She pulled back some, but didn't let Jenna go. She looked over at Tyler. "Who is this?" "My brother, Tyler," Jenna whispered. Charity reached up to brush the tears from Jenna's cheeks. "Welcome to the family, sister. Tyler, can you please walk me through all of this?" Of course. Charity finally let Jenna go, and she suddenly felt cold. Risa wrapped an arm around her and took her over to the love seat. "Daniel will be here soon, Jenna." Jenna felt as though she was in a horrible dream. None of this seemed real. None of this should be happening this way. She was meeting Daniel's pack because she'd lost his child. What must they think of her? Charity followed her mate around the house, listening as he told her what had happened. He was methodical, which she appreciated. She stood quietly in Jenna's room, breathing in. There were so many scents, but her mate's was the most powerful. He smelled amazing, but he was also distracting her from picking up anything else. "Tyler, can you step out for a moment, please?" He rubbed the back of his head as he looked at her, and Charity smiled at how adorable he was. "Okay." He turned and left the room. Charity closed her eyes. "Solara," she called. Her wolf had been silently taking everything in. "On it!" She pushed forward and sniffed the room. "Oh, mate smells yummy." "I know," Charity smiled. "Scent neutralizers. We need Ragnar." Solara gave Charity back control. She linked. "Ragnar, I need your help. To find the princess." Ragnar linked back, you know. Charity couldn't say she was surprised. "Yeah, we're pulling in now." Charity immediately left the room and headed down the steps. Tyler was waiting for her at the bottom. "Daniel is here," she said as she walked past him, heading for the front door. She opened it, and Daniel, Caleb, and his mate, Charlotte, walked in. Charity stepped out to speak to Ragnar in private. Daniel immediately headed over to Jenna, who was still clinging to Risa. He pulled her into his arms. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed. "I lost her. I'm so sorry." Daniel felt his heart break at her words, and he held her close, overcome by both his and her emotions. "Jenna, look at me." He tipped her face up and gently wiped her tears. "Gina, this isn't your fault. You don't need to apologize. I'm not upset with you at all. The only one I blame is whoever took her." "Rafe, I need you to help me calm her down." Rafe pushed forward, and together they shared a sense of calm with her, helping her to relax. "Mate," Rafe whispered softly to her. Jenna watched mesmerized as Daniel's eyes glowed blue. She was vaguely aware of the tingles, but the sense of calm and relief she felt made her breath easier. Daniel pulled her close again, and she relaxed in his arms. "Daniel Remington." Daniel turned around, his hands still on Jenna, and looked at the man who was standing there staring at him. He was pretty sure he'd never seen the man before, but he guessed this man was probably Jenna's father. "Sir?" The man gave him a small smile. "May I speak to you privately, please?" "Of course." Daniel turned back to Jenna. "Jenna, this is Charlotte," he said, and the blonde woman that had come in with him stepped forward. "I'll be back in a few minutes." Jenna looked the woman over, realizing she looked quite a bit like Charity, and wondered if she was another sister. The other man who they had arrived with could pass for Daniel's brother. "How many siblings did Daniel have?" Charlotte pulled her into a hug. "Hi, Jenna. I am Daniel's mom." Jenna's eyes almost popped out of her head when she heard Charlotte's words. She pulled back, looking at the woman who was hugging her. Werewolves must age quite well. Charlotte looked closer to her age. "Ooh. Do you have any pictures of Noelle that I could see?" Jenna smiled and nodded, then went to retrieve her phone. "Have a seat," Mitch Browning said, the moment Daniel and he were alone in his office. Daniel sat down, wondering what Jenna's father had wanted to talk to him about. He had a feeling this was the man who'd thwarted his efforts to find Gina. If he thought Daniel was going to stay away from her now, then he was in for a shock, because there was no way he was letting Jenna and Noel out of his life. Once Jenna had learned everything about him, if she decided to walk away, then that would be her decision, and he would accept it. But until then, he would fight for her. Browning walked around his desk and sat down, staring at Daniel. "Do you know a General Mackenzie?" Daniel's eyes snapped up at Browning's words, and he suddenly realized why General Browning's name sounded so familiar to him. Daniel had met General Mackenzie 5 years before when he had done business with the government, something he rarely did. Daniel had been invited to dinner at his home one evening. He'd been shocked to find out that the general was married to a werewolf. His wife was shocked to be serving dinner that evening to the Alpha King. General Mackenzie had asked to interview Daniel, who had reluctantly agreed. He hadn't divulged much to the general, but he knew the man had shared it with one other person, General Mitch Browning. General Mackenzie and his wife had been killed in a car accident a few years ago, and he had no idea what had happened to the interview recording. Now, he was sitting across the desk from the man who very well might know. "I take it you know who I am," Mitch said calmly. "I knew your name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place you. General Mackenzie only mentioned you once," Daniel said warily. Mitch looked down and sighed, then met Daniel's gaze again. "The recording was destroyed. There was only one copy of it, and I made sure after the general's death to destroy it. We never wanted that information to get out, and now I'm even more glad I did." Daniel searched the man's gaze and saw only truth in his eyes. "Thank you, General. Mitch, please. What is my daughter to you?" "She's my daughter to you. She's my mate, my queen. But only if she chooses to accept me." Daniel steepled his fingers together. "And Noel is yours?" Mitch asked. "She is," Daniel said quietly, and watched Mitch's face light up when he spoke Noel's name before sadness crept into his eyes again. "Does Jenna know what you are?" Mitch asked. "She does, though there are still things we need to discuss. She and I have only recently reconnected, and there's still much to talk about. If Jenna chooses to accept me, she'll be my queen of all of my kind. Either way, Noel will one day take my position, and she will be the alpha." Queen Daniel smiled. Mitch nodded thoughtfully. "Do you think your position may be the reason Noel was taken?" "More than likely," Daniel said, and sat back. "Noel will be protected. I never knew about her until today." "I never knew about her until today. I've spent the last year searching for Jenna." About that, Mitch sighed. "I'm the one who was keeping you from her. I had no idea who you were, though. None of your investigators would tell me your name. They said you scared them more than I did, which made me even more nervous." Daniel smirked. "I suspected it was you." His phone suddenly dinged and a mind link came through at the same time. "We know who took Noel," Ragnar said through the link. Daniel glanced at his phone, surprised to see a text from Quinton. "Alpha, please call me as soon as you possibly can. It's an emergency." He looked up at Mitch. "My beater knows who took Noel. If you could excuse me for a moment, I need to make a call." He stood. "How do you know?" Mitch asked in surprise. "Everyone in my house a werewolf." Daniel gave him a grim smile. "Everyone except Jenna and Tyler. There are many things I never told General Mackenzie as well. My beta is the best tracker in the werewolf community. He has an amazing nose and he knows who took her. I need to return this call, and then we can come up with a game plan. Is your son to be trusted?" Mitch took in this new information and smiled inwardly. Maybe retirement wasn't going to be so bad. Yes, if we stress to him how important it is that this must be kept secret. Jenna is closest to him out of her 3 brothers. Daniel nodded and left the room. Everyone was gathered in the living room, and his gaze settled on Tyler. "Someone needs to tell him," he said to no one in particular before walking outside. He quickly dialed Alpha Quinton's number and waited for him to pick up. "Alpha," Quinton said. "Is this business-related or personal?" Daniel asked. "Personal. I had reports just a bit ago that a few wolves noticed an odd smell coming from the 5th floor of the Pack apartment complex," Quinton said. Daniel felt his heart drop. James and Talia lived on the 5th floor. The landlord opened the apartment and they found James inside. He was tied to a chair, both of his legs cut up pretty badly, and his neck broken. Quinton paused. Daniel placed his hand over his eyes. He'd gotten to know James quite well over the last year. "And Talia. Talia and their pup weren't in the home, and we have no idea where they are. Talia's phone was still at the apartment. We can't reach her via Mind Link either." Quinton sighed in frustration. Daniel was quiet for several long seconds. He needed to know more details about what Ragnar had found. If a wolf had taken Noel, it was possible Talia was involved. Poor Talia was involved. Poor Talia! His heart broke for her. Quentin, keep searching and let me know if you find anything else. I have a situation here as well, and this all may be related, but I don't have enough facts yet. Can you share anything? Quentin asked. Jenna and I have reconnected, and I just found out Jenna had my child. Daniel rubbed at his neck. Someone kidnapped the baby. Quentin let out a long breath. And you think they might be related? It's possible. Jenna and Talia were best friends, Daniel said. Okay, keep me updated, and I'll do the same. If you need any help, I will do what I can. I want to bring James Killer to justice, Quentin said. Okay, I'll speak to you soon. Daniel ended the call and headed back inside the house. The moment Daniel had asked for someone to tell Tyler, Charity had jumped at the chance. I'll do it. She avoided everyone's gaze as she walked over to Tyler and took his hand, ignoring the tingles she longed to take the time to explore. She heard his slight intake of breath when they touched. What don't I know? He asked as she pulled him up the stairs. Charity didn't reply. She stopped at the top of the steps and then followed Tyler's scent into his room. She closed the door behind them, then turned to him. She wanted to kiss him, but knew it wasn't the time. Given what she was about to show him, he may not want anything to do with her anyway. She took a small step towards him. Tyler, you're apparently the only one in the house who doesn't know, and given the situation with Noelle, among other things, it's time you did. What I'm about to show you, you cannot tell anyone else ever, okay? Tyler crossed his arms over his chest, wondering what big secret she could be keeping that she would demand such a thing from him. Charity was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and if the circumstances were any different, he might actually ask her out. He was drawn to her. He didn't know why, but if she wanted him to keep her secret, he'd keep it. All right. Please remember, I won't hurt you, Tyler. No matter what, I won't hurt you, Tyler. No matter what, I won't hurt you, she said, as she stepped forward and cupped his cheek. Tyler felt the tingles again, and for a split second, wondered if it was static electricity. But no, it felt too good for that. He'd never felt such a thing before, but he liked it. All right. She stepped back from him, and closer to the door, and then to his shock, she pulled her shirt over her head. Tyler's lips parted as he watched her hands drop to her jeans next and begin to undo them. He quickly dropped his gaze. The last thing he'd expected her to do was start stripping. Oh, Charity, what are you doing? Hold on. You'll see, she answered. Okay, I need you to look at me now. You need you to look at me now. You need to see this. Tyler reluctantly looked up. He was incredibly attracted to her and was a little relieved to see that she had her back to him, though she was completely naked. He tried to not let his gaze move down over her rounded bottom, but the sudden cracking of bones stopped all of his lust-filled thoughts, and he watched in shock as she fluidly shifted into a silver and grey wolf. The wolf turned towards him and sat down. Tyler's jaw practically hit the floor as he stared at the beautiful animal. She was a wolf, a werewolf. He supposed that's what it was called. Charity? The wolf tipped her head sideways, her beautiful blue eyes meeting his green ones as she gave a small yip, followed by a whine. Tyler knew he should probably be afraid, but he couldn't find it in himself to be so. Can I pet you? She gave a yip again, and laid down, belly crawling towards him. He stepped towards her, then knelt and ran his hands through her soft fur, feeling the tingles he was starting to associate with her. You're so soft. Can you understand me? She nodded her big head at him, then gave him a lick on the cheek before moving away from him and shifting back. Tyler watched for a moment in amazement before quickly averting his gaze to give her a moment to dress. A hand on his arm made him turn back to her. What are you? I'm a werewolf. I was born this way, so I've always been one. Everyone in the house, except your family, are all werewolves, she said quietly, watching his expression. If anything, he seemed more curious than disgusted, which gave her a bit of hope. Does that mean Noelle is one? Tyler asked. She's half. If you like, once this is all settled, we can talk more, Charity asked, hopefully. Tyler gave her a small smile. I'd like that. He reached up and brushed a hair behind her ear. Is that why I feel these weird tingles when we touch? Charity flashed him a smile. Sort of. It's complicated, but I'll explain it to you soon. Daniel wants to have a meeting now. Ragnar knows who took Noelle, and we need to come up with a game plan. How does he know? Tyler asked in surprise. Ragnar has a very strong nose. He's able to pick up scents that no one else can. My nose is pretty good, but not like his, Charity explained as she gazed at him. Is that why you wanted me to show you Jenna's room? Tyler asked. Yes. Now let's go downstairs before Daniel comes up here looking for us, Charity said, taking Tyler's hand. Who is Daniel to you? Tyler asked as he followed her to the door of his room. Charity stopped and turned back to him. Daniel is my brother. He's also our leader. We have a lot of similarities to regular wolves. We also live in packs. Daniel is the leader of our pack, the Alpha. Guess I have a lot to learn. Tyler smiled at her. Knowing she was a werewolf made her all the more intriguing, and he wanted to get to know her more. She smiled back and turned to open his door. Once downstairs, Tyler sat down on the love seat next to Charity. He looked around the room, taking everyone in with a whole new perspective. He noticed how built all the men were, and how beautiful the women all were. The large, blonde man that Charity had referred to as Ragnar began to speak. Charity walked me through what happened, and I have sniffed through this entire home. There were 2 different wolves who were in your home. His gaze settled on Mitch for a moment. They both used scent neutralizers to throw us off. We wolves have highly sensitive noses and are capable of identifying quite a bit just from someone's scent. We can tell if they are a wolf, human, or other species. Each of us has a unique scent, and we can also tell if someone is a pack wolf or not. While the wolves who invaded your home obviously used a scent neutralizer, they have no idea what I'm capable of, and while it is faint, I can still smell their scent. They're members of the Virginia pack, and no Charity. The Alpha was not one of them. Ragnar looked at her. Why, that dirty rotten. She cut herself off with a growl and clenched her fists. Tyler suddenly reached over and took her hand, unknowingly calming her down. Arrogant weasel does have a suicide wish, Solara commented in her mind. I'd say, and we're going to grant it, Charity responded. Do we know when he left town? The day after your dinner with him, both he and his warrior left, Caleb said quietly. We need to figure out how they found out about Jenna and Noelle. All eyes moved to Jenna. These were the 2 that were with you and Charity when you came into the diner the other night, she asked. Daniel gave her a small smile and took her hand in his. Yes, the 2 who were so rude to you. They were the reason I pretended not to know you, and I'm sorry for that, but now you understand why. She searched his face, then looked back to the group. I never saw them again after that, but I wasn't there much longer either. You were my last table of the night. After that I came home and didn't leave again until Noelle's appointment the next morning with Dr. Ben. Jenna, who all knows that Daniel is Noelle's father, Caleb asked her gently. She was quiet for a moment, besides everyone in this room. Just Talia. I've never told anyone at all until I saw Ben at Noel's appointment Monday, and he sort of just figured it out himself. All eyes went to Ben. Jenna came in and asked me if I knew Daniel. I've been working with Tyler here for a while, and he had approached me months ago and asked me if I would take on his sister as a patient. She had just found out she was pregnant, and the father wasn't in the picture. I agreed, and he brought Jenna in the next day to see me. She was far enough along by that point that we were able to do an ultrasound, and that's when I noticed the mark on her neck. I took the sample home and tested it. Sorry, Jenna, I never told you this, but I really wasn't sure what to say to you because you were human and— The father was out of the picture. I tested the sample and confirmed that the baby carried the werewolf gene. I continued to see Jenna, and I did tell Riza, but we had no idea whose baby she was carrying. Riza was with me when I delivered Noelle, and of course we knew the baby was half werewolf. But when I saw Jenna Monday morning, it was quite a shock when she asked me if I knew Daniel, and I started to put 2 and 2 together, and I straight out asked her if Noelle was Daniel's. I realized how much Noelle looked like Charity and Daniel, and that it might be a possibility. The only one I told was Riza. I wanted to talk to Daniel about it, but by that point he was already in New York City, and I asked Riza not to mention it. I never told a soul until I told Charity on the way here today, Riza volunteered, and the rest of us never knew until today, Charlotte said softly. So the only one, besides Ben and Riza, who knew before Noelle was kidnapped, was Talia, Daniel said. Talia's mate was killed for the information. Our godchild may have been threatened as well, Rafe said. She knew too much, Daniel said sadly. Lack of information has caused our mate and pup to be vulnerable, Rafe stated. True. Talia is not to blame. She was in a no-win situation, Rafe argued. I'm not upset with her, Rafe. I'm angry at the entire situation. And we're going to kill those responsible, Daniel sighed out loud. Talia is the leak. What? No, Talia is the leak. What? No, Talia wouldn't betray me. I refuse to believe that, Jenna argued, pulling her hand away from Daniel's. Jenna, listen to me. I'm not angry with Talia at all, but I need to explain to you why I know she's the leak. Something's happened, Daniel pleaded quietly. He could feel her anger and sorrow. She sighed and nodded. Alpha Quinton of the Big Apple Pack, Talia's pack, Daniel explained to Mitch and Tyler. Wait, Talia is a werewolf too, Tyler interrupted. Mitch's shocked gaze looked over at Jenna and she nodded. Yes, Talia is a werewolf, and that's a story for another day. Anyway, Quentin sent me a message asking for me to call him because of an emergency. That's why I was outside just a bit ago, returning his call. He told me they found James inside of Talia's apartment. James is Talia's mate. He had been tortured and killed. Daniel paused. Jenna shrieked. Daniel pulled her close, letting her sob in his arms. Jenna had never met James, but she remembered Talia telling her what happened if a wolf lost their mate. She couldn't even imagine how Talia must be feeling right now. What about Talia and Matthew? They're missing. Quentin has the pack searching for them. Talia didn't take her phone and no one can reach her via MindLink. He glanced over at Tyler. I'll ask Charity later, he said, giving her a small smile and motioning for Daniel to continue. He already had a list of questions he wanted to ask her about werewolves. Quentin told me they were searching for her, though in a city of 8 million, finding one person isn't going to be easy, especially if she doesn't want to be found. Daniel pulled Jenna close to him, offering her as much comfort as he could, though he was heartbroken at the situation too. What I'd like to know is how Alpha Jason put all of this together, and how he tied you to both me and Talia, since you hadn't spoken to either of us in over a year. Daniel stroked her back, his mind wandering through all the details he knew so far. He had to have noticed something at Dinah, Danny. It's the only thing that makes sense, Charity told him. He was already suspicious of you. He was watching you like a hawk. You must have picked up something. Daniel nodded in agreement. As soon as I walked into the diner, I knew Jenna was there, and I was completely blindsided by it. I've been looking for you pretty much since the last time I saw you. He looked down at her. And there you were, right in my own backyard. I'm sure he knew something was up. Well, whether we ever figure all that out or not, we need to come up with a game plan to get Noelle, and possibly Talia back. So let's get down to planning, Ragnar smiled, rubbing his hands together. He was an expert at strategy and loved the game. Talia's eyes snapped open. For a brief moment, everything was okay. Then reality came crashing back down on her. James was dead. Her love, her soulmate, gone, snatched away from her and Matthew. She sat up quickly, looking around. She was in a bedroom she'd never seen before. Matthew was sleeping in his car seat close by, his diaper bag right next to him. She heaved a small sigh of relief as she saw a little smile cross his lips. At least one of them was oblivious to what had just happened. After she'd spilled the beans about Jenna and Noelle, the two scumbuckets had ordered her to gather things for a little trip. Then they took her and Matthew out of the apartment and down to an SUV holding a gun on her the entire time. After she'd gotten in, she couldn't remember anything else. She looked around the room. It wasn't very big, but had a bed and dresser. She spotted 2 doors off to one side and walked over to them, opening each one. One led into a bathroom and the other was an empty closet. She walked over to the door that she guessed led out of the room and found it locked, which didn't surprise her. She quickly checked all the windows and wasn't surprised to find them all locked either. She briefly considered breaking one, but seeing she was on the 2nd floor, she wasn't quite sure she could ensure Matthew's safety if she jumped. Talia sighed and walked back over to the bed and laid down. She still couldn't believe James was dead, though the pain in her heart said otherwise. Sobs racked her body as she laid there. What was she going to do now? She wanted to curl up and wait for death, but she still had Matthew to think of. Her heart ached, though, and Talia knew she was never going to be the same. She rolled over on her back and stared at the ceiling. She had no idea where she was, though she guessed she was a guest of the pack that had taken her. She realized she might not make it out of here alive, and she rolled on her side to look at Matthew. Hopefully, someone would take pity on him and take care of him. Did anyone even know she was missing? James would be discovered eventually, and her heart broke as she remembered his lifeless body sitting there, and she stifled another sob. Leela whined in her head. Oh, Lila, I'm so sorry. I killed him. Talia apologized. No, you didn't kill him. That man did. You didn't kill him. That man did. You did what you must. Don't ever think that I blame you. But I don't know where we are, Leela said quietly. It's okay, Talia said. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. The door opening caused her to sit up, and Shane walked into the room, a baby carrier in one hand and a pink diaper bag tossed over his shoulder. Brought you a gift. He sat the carrier down and dropped the diaper bag next to it. Did they think she was the new pack babysitter? Fury overtook her. "Whose baby is that?" "This isn't a nursery," she whispered, yelled at him. He glared at her. "Your friends." He walked out of the room, closing the door quietly behind him. "Her friends! Jenna! Oh no, that couldn't be Noelle." Talia dropped her head into her hands as fresh tears fell down her cheeks. Daniel was going to kill her. Talia finally managed to get her tears under control, and she walked over to the baby carrier. Noelle was beautiful, and she could easily see traces of both Jenna and Daniel. She gently picked up the carrier and set her down next to Matthew, then checked her down next to Matthew, then checked her diaper to make sure she was dry. Satisfied Noelle was good, she sat back on the bed to watch the two sleeping infants. Jenna had said Noelle was born Christmas Day, so she would be about 3 months old. Matthew had just turned 2.5 months old as well. She sighed. It was a good thing she didn't seem to have anything else to do, because now she was going to be tied up day and night taking care of 2 babies. She allowed herself a small half smile. Her gaze went back to Noelle, Daniel Remington's firstborn child. There was no way he wasn't going to come looking for her. He'd tear the world apart to find her. She allowed herself a bigger smile. These people that took her had no idea how screwed they were. Daniel would rain hell down on this pack. She knew he may very well kill her as well for giving up Jenna and Noelle, but she crossed that bridge when she came to it. The side of her that was in pain didn't care, but the rational side of her knew that Daniel did care about her, and he was wise, and though he may punish her, he probably really wouldn't kill her. She just hoped, no matter what he decided, that he would take care of Matthew. She felt certain Jenna would make sure of it. Talia closed her eyes, hoping to get a bit of sleep. It was the one place where everything was still hearts and flowers. She had no idea what was coming to her, no idea if she would live past tomorrow. The one thing she did know, though, was that she was going to have 2 crying babies on her hands very soon. Talia closed her eyes, hoping to get a bit of sleep. It was the one place where everything was still hearts and flowers. She had no idea what was coming to her, no idea if she would live past tomorrow. The one thing she did know, though, was that she was going to have 2 crying babies on her hands very soon. Jason Connolly smirked to himself as he hung up his phone. He'd loved when a good plan came together, and he still couldn't believe how easy it had been to take the little princess. What had the king been thinking, leaving both Jenna and his daughter unguarded? It was the one piece of the puzzle that still had him confused, but he was banking on the Alpha King coming after his daughter. Jason was pretty certain Jenna was his mate, and had guessed that the king didn't want to claim her because she was human, but he had seen the way the Alpha had reacted to her at the diner. There was no denying that she was his mate, his dirty little secret. He had contemplated taking her at first. He thought of keeping the Alpha alive in his dungeon after he had taken his throne, just so he could mate and mark his mate, and watch the Alpha suffer. He'd even visualized mating her down in the dungeon right in front of Daniel. But Jason had pushed that thought aside. Jenna was a pretty little thing, but she was human, weak and beneath him. Finding out she had a daughter who was also the Alpha King's daughter had been a bonus. He highly doubted the king would make her his heir, though. She would be half human, weak and female. That little tidbit hadn't been easy to find, but he'd struck gold when she had travelled to New York City. He would use the baby as leverage to get what he wanted. Then, once he had the throne, and Charity by his side, he would kill off both Jenna and her half-breed pup, along with that she-wolf his warriors had brought back from New York. Maybe he would let the she-wolf's little pup live, since it was a male. He hadn't decided yet. Talia knew she must be wearing a path in the brown carpeting of the small bedroom. Noelle had woken up a short time ago and hadn't stopped fussing. Her pitiful cries had somehow not bothered Matthew, who was sleeping peacefully, unaware that his father was gone and his mother was falling apart. "Now you sleep," she hissed at him, though she was actually glad he was, since she couldn't seem to make Noelle happy. She had tried feeding her, but Noelle wasn't interested. She was glad she and Jenna had discussed feeding habits yesterday. Was it yesterday? So she knew Jenna was still nursing. Talia herself was also still nursing, but she couldn't get Noelle to eat. Tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks. Not only was she the reason this little one had been kidnapped, but she was also the reason this poor pup was going to starve. She was also the reason her own mate was dead. What a horrible mate she was. She was an emotional wreck. "You have every right to be, love," Leela said quietly, warning Talia's heart. "Dear Lila, I don't know what I would do if you weren't here," Talia murmured. "Pup needs her mama. You don't smell like Luna," Leela said softly. Talia swung around towards the door when she heard a knock. The door was pushed open, and Shane entered the room, a plate of food in his hand. He walked over to a small table and sat it down, then turned back to Talia. "Not happy? No one's happy right now, Shane," Talia growled at him. "Let me have her." He held out his hands. "Are you going to hurt her?" An appalled look crossed his face. "No!" She reluctantly handed the pup over, and Noel immediately stopped fussing. Talia frowned. "How are you so good with pups?" "I have one about this age." He stroked Noel's cheek, then looked back up at Talia. "I'm sorry about what's happened to you," she scoffed. "Then why did you participate? Because if you go against the alpha for anything, you're out of the pack, and I have 5 pups. His eyes hadn't left Noel. Talia looked at him in surprise and saw the sorrow on his face. "If it wasn't for them, I would have gone rogue long ago. Alpha Jason has left many victims in his wake." He looked back up at her. "Why didn't you ask for a transfer?" Talia asked. "It was the usual way for a wolf to go to another pack, but must be approved by the alpha." "The alpha doesn't approve transfers. If you request one, you're banished. Our alpha does not like to be questioned about anything." He banished his own beta for asking a simple question, Shane said in exasperation. Talia felt her anger at him fall away. "I'm sorry I snapped at you." He shook his head. "Don't be. You've suffered too much. No one should have to go through that. So what's going to happen to me? To all of us?" Talia asked. "The Alpha will challenge the Alpha King for his throne. He thinks the king is weak." Shane peered down at Matthew, his finger lightly grazing the baby's cheek. "He wants the throne for himself and will take the king's sister, the Princess Charity, as his chosen mate." Talia stared at him incredulously. "What in the world would make Jason think that Daniel was weak?" The Remington family had controlled the throne since the beginning of the werewolves' existence. She highly doubted they hadn't been challenged before, though as far as she knew, not in recent memory. Jason was crazy if he thought he was getting that throne. "What?" Shane asked as he watched the play of emotions cross her face. Talia shook her head. "He's crazy! The Remingtons have been in power forever." Shane snorted. "Yeah." He handed Noel back to Talia. "Try to find something in her diaper bag that smells like her mother, and see if she will nurse. I can't stay any longer. Get some sleep. Alpha Jason thinks this will all go down in the next day or two." Shane leaned close to Talia's ear. "If things go south and Jason wins, I will do what I can to protect you and the pups and get you all out of here," he whispered, before touching her arm and leaving the room. Talia sat Noel down on the bed, then grabbed the diaper bag and pulled a blanket out that smelled like Jenna. She swaddled Noel, then unbuttoned her own shirt and picked the pup up. After a few moments, Noel latched on and began to greedily nurse. Talia gave a small sigh of relief. "Thank you, Shane," she whispered. She would get Noel fed and burped, then eat herself. She needed to keep up her strength if she was going to nurse 2 pups. It was the least she could do for Jenna and Daniel. A half-hour later, Talia uncovered the plate and saw that it was completely full of delicious-looking food. She smiled, thankful that someone was looking out for her, then began to eat. The Regal Eclipse Pack members that had made the trip to Virginia all gathered in the meeting room of their private jet. Jenna paced the floor trying to hold it together, and Daniel approached her now, hugging her tightly. Calm washed over her. "Come sit down," he said softly. "How are you so calm?" she asked him. "Part of being king. I've learned to school my emotions." "Trust me, I'm not calm. I'm pretty furious," Daniel told her quietly, then placed a kiss on her forehead. He didn't tell her that was why he kept touching her, to keep himself from losing it. Both of Daniel's parents had come, along with Dr. Ben and Riser, Daniel's beta Ragnar, and his gamma Elijah. Her father and Tyler had also insisted on coming. And of course, Charity had come along as well, and was sitting at the table next to Tyler, who seemed to be quite attracted to Daniel's sister, and had barely taken his eyes off of her. A large map had been laid out on the oval table of the Virginia pack, and they were busy discussing strategies. Jenna had somewhat tuned them out. It didn't seem like there were enough of them to overtake a pack, and that worried her. She remembered Talia telling her that Big Apple had several hundred members. Daniel's cell phone ringing caused the entire group to go silent. Daniel pulled his phone out and looked at the caller ID. "It's him." "Video," he answered the call. "Alpha Jason, how are you?" "I'm pretty good, Alpha. How are you?" came the arrogant reply. "Well, Alpha Jason, I do believe you have something that belongs to me." Surprise briefly crossed Jason's face, followed by anger. "What makes you think that? You weren't as careful as you thought you were," Daniel smirked. "Perhaps. I'd like to make a proposition." Daniel glanced around the room. "Go ahead. I'd like you to come to my packlins and I will make my proposition. You may bring Charity and your little human mate with you if you'd like. Jason stopped. Actually, Alpha, I insist. If you bring anyone else, I'll see it as a threat against me and my pack. Alpha, you're demanding a lot from someone who is your alpha. Someone who has the power to strip your position from you, Daniel growled. Especially if you have my heir, Alpha. But that's the thing, Alpha King. See, I don't think that half-breed is qualified to be queen. Jason smirked, purposely trying to goad Daniel. Daniel glanced at Jenna and felt his heart break as tears rolled down her cheeks. He slipped his hand in hers, taking advantage of the mate bond to calm himself down some. He wanted to reach through the phone and rip Jason's throat out for saying such things about his daughter. You might want to watch what you say, Jason, or you might not see her take the throne. And that's not a threat, Daniel replied calmly. Jason growled, awfully confident for a weak king. Daniel smirked. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. But here's the thing, Jason, unless you show proof that my daughter is alive and well, I have no reason to believe anything you say or take orders from you. I thought you might say that. Jason passed the phone to someone and the ceiling briefly appeared on the screen. A moment of silence passed before Talia's tearful face appeared a moment later. Alpha, I'm so sorry, she sobbed. Talia, it's okay, Daniel said softly. Are you physically hurt? He knew emotionally. Mentally, she was not okay. No, Alpha, I'm okay. Talia turned the phone to a baby carrier. A pink blanket covered a tiny infant, her downy, soft head resting comfortably, her eyes closed. Daniel felt his own heart swell as Rafe, looking out. Our pup, he murmured, as a surge of love overcame them, reminding Daniel of early Christmas morning when he'd felt the same surge from Jenna. Maybe that's when our pup was born, Rafe said, staring at the future of all werewolves. Daniel felt Jenna brush against him as she looked at her pup. He heard her intake of breath. Talia is Matthew, okay? Daniel asked quickly, not sure how long Jason would allow them to speak. He's good, Alpha, Talia murmured, right before the phone was yanked out of her hand. Satisfied, Jason growled. Will be when you are dead, Rafe growled back when Daniel asked. Tomorrow at 3 seems like a good time. Should give you plenty of time to get here, Jason said. Daniel glanced at his watch. How about in a half hour? There was no way Jason was keeping Noelle overnight. He wasn't putting Jenna through that. He watched surprise followed by annoyance cross Jason's face before he schooled his features. So you just automatically accused me of kidnapping your daughter before we had even spoken. That hardly seems fair. Alpha. Like I said, you weren't as careful as you thought you were. You have no idea who you're messing with, Alpha. Daniel stared at him, wishing he could share his aura through the phone. I've invited you tomorrow at 3 Jason gritted his teeth, trying to regain control of the situation. I'm not sure how you misunderstood that, Daniel smirked. I didn't. We'll see you shortly. He hung up the phone, then turned to Jenna. We're going get her back tonight, Jenna. What do you think his proposition will be? Tyler asked cautiously from across the table. He's going to challenge me to the death, Daniel stated calmly. To the death! Jenna squeaked in horror. Daniel turned to her. That's a normal challenge for an alpha. It almost always ends in the death of one or the other. Keep in mind that our laws are different from your laws. You've killed before, Tyler asked. Yes. Daniel looked around the table. Everyone grab whatever you need. We'll meet in the parking lot in 10 minutes. The room began to empty as everyone left the room. Daniel turned to Jenna. Are you worried? He asked, even though he could feel it. Rafe rolled his eyes. Dumb question. What if something happens to you? She asked with tears in her eyes. Daniel pulled her closer. Nothing is going to happen. I promise you. We're going to take Jason out and get Noelle back. Jenna leaned into him and felt herself calm down. I'm so worried about all of this. I know you are, love. I can feel it, Daniel said softly, brushing her hair back. Everything will be okay. Daniel, why is Alpha Jason so determined to kill you? What did you do? Or what does he think you did to make him angry? Jenna asked. She couldn't help but be worried. If something happened to Daniel, or Noelle, or even Talia. Daniel sighed. I exist. I'm the Alpha King, Jenna. I rule over all of the other Alphas. They all must submit to me, which is not easy for an Alpha to do. Jason is a hard-headed, power-hungry young Alpha who challenged his own father for his position. He's also been challenged his own father for his position. He's also been challenged 5 times himself. To the death! Jenna pulled back a little to look up at him. He killed his own father. Yes, Daniel said simply. She rested her head against his chest again. Today had started out so perfectly and then gone so wrong. She was thankful to be back in Daniel's arms, but until Noelle was safe, she would not rest easy. Daniel rubbed her back slowly, allowing Rafe to calm her while she unknowingly calmed him through their bond. He had so much to talk to her about, but it could wait until later. Jenna needed a clear head. We should probably head outside. Get this over with. Daniel finally pulled back a bit from her after several long moments. Jenna sighed and nodded. She placed her hand in Daniel's outstretched one and followed him out of the meeting room. Virginia Pack was located deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The SUVs Daniel had rented followed each other up a winding one-lane road until they reached Pack territory. They had loosely came up with a plan, though none of Jenna's family was very happy about it. They would do as Alpha Jason had requested, and only she, Daniel, and Charity would meet with the Alpha. The rest of the pack would wait near the border. The whole pack was confident that Jason would challenge Daniel, though Daniel said if Jason didn't challenge him, he would take the initiative and challenge Jason. Jenna hated that idea. Jason can't get away with kidnapping a member of my family. It would set a precedent. He has to die, Daniel explained, rubbing Jenna's hand. I know it seems harsh. No, Daniel. I'm a very angry mother right now. That man stole my baby and insulted her, and now he wants to kill you. I'm not stupid. If he kills you, he will kill her because she has a claim to your throne. And if he harms one hair of my baby's head or my mate's head, he's gonna have this angry. Mama to deal with, Jenna raged. But I understand the ramifications of allowing him to live. I just hate that it has to be you that takes him out. She's going to make one scary werewolf. Charity laughed from the back seat. Ooh. Jenna's eyes grew round as she turned around in her seat to look at Charity. Was she saying what Jenna thought she was? Chow! We haven't talked about that yet. Daniel glared at his sister through the rearview mirror. Charity glanced up from her phone and gave him a pointed look. Not communicating, made for a crappy last year, Danny. Jenna glanced between the two of them. Danny, she asked, raising an eyebrow. My mum and sister call me that, he admitted. In private. Jenna and I haven't really had time to talk about much of anything, Char. What does she mean? Jenna persisted. I mean, Danny has the power to turn you into a werewolf if you so choose, Charity said, her eyes glued back to her phone. Talia said that wasn't possible. Jenna sat back, her mind running on overdrive now. If she could become a werewolf, would she want to? A year ago, yes, she would have jumped at the opportunity. After listening to Talia talk about werewolves for 2 years straight, Jenna had thought she would like to become one. But after the last year, she'd had to grow up quite a bit, and now she had Noelle to think about. It's possible, but only I have the power to do so, and very few people are aware of that. It's not something we publicise, Daniel explained, glancing at Jenna. He wanted to smack Charity upside the head for bringing that up right now. She needs the distraction, Charity linked him. Dad does too. Yeah, as the previous Alpha King, my father also has the power to turn humans to werewolves, Daniel acquiesced. He could agree that Jenna could use the distraction. Jenna's emotions had been all over the place since the kidnapping, though now she was mostly angry. My father turned my mother. Jenna's gaze snapped to him. Your mother was human. Yup, but it's not something that you need to make a decision about now, especially now. I'd rather we talk first about everything. Daniel pulled the SUV up in front of a large house and threw it into park. This is it, Jenna murmured as she stared up at the huge building. This is their pack house. Charity placed her phone in her pocket. And that giant dick standing on the front porch with his arms crossed is Alpha Jason. Daniel felt Jenna's anger grow, and he reached over and grabbed her hand, calming her a bit. I take it you don't like him either. Jenna sized him up. She didn't like the arrogant way he was standing there, his arms crossed over his massive chest. Besides the fact that he kidnapped my niece and wants my brother dead, he also wants to take me as his chosen mate, Charity gagged. I'd rather mate with a chimpanzee. Solara calls him an arrogant weasel. Besides, I have a mate already. If you mate with him, I will disown you, Solara growled in disgust. Girl! We've had this conversation. You can't disown me, Charity reminded her. Jenna and Daniel both whipped around, almost bumping heads. Who's Solara? Jenna asked. Have you met your mate? Daniel yelled at the same time. Charity gave them both a smug smile. Solara is my wolf. And yes, I've met my mate. Wait, so if I become a werewolf, will I get a wolf with a name too? Jenna looked at Daniel for confirmation. You found your mate and didn't tell me. Daniel was still staring at his sister in shock. Charity rolled her eyes. "Poor meat kettle, you waited a whole year to tell me that you found yours." Jenna rolled her eyes at Charity. "If it makes you feel any better, he didn't tell me either." "Wait, is it Tyler?" Daniel asked, raising his eyebrows. Jenna's head whipped back to Daniel. "My brother." She looked back at Charity, who had a huge smile on her face. Her eyes glowed bright blue for a moment. "Well, now that everyone is a bit more relaxed, let's go out there and grant the giant Dick's suicide wish before he explodes." Charity slipped on her sunglasses and opened the door. Jenna sat back in her seat and looked at Jason. He looked pissed that they'd kept him waiting. She smirked. "God be pissed, you arrogant weasel!" Daniel and Jenna both climbed out of the SUV as well, and stood together with Charity on the lawn in front of the house, Jenna between the two siblings. Jason stepped off the porch, anger radiating off of him. "My pack is assembled at the training grounds." "We'll take your vehicle." "My daughter," Jenna asked. Jason glared at her, and she stared back, not dropping her gaze. Daniel growled at his disrespect. "She's safe with your friend," Jason spat, for now. Jenna stared at him for longer than necessary as he stared back at her, clearly annoyed. "Alpha, get your disrespectful human under control," he growled. Daniel lessened his tight grip on his aura, and Jason's gaze immediately snapped to him. He saw uncertainty briefly cross the man's face. Rafe pushed forward. "She's your queen. She bears my mark. You will respect her," he growled. He growled before yielding to Daniel. Jason dropped his gaze immediately. "Who's the weak one now?" Rafe laughed in Daniel's head. "My gamma Shane is guarding your pup," Jason gritted out. They all climbed back in the SUV. Jason tried to sit in the front passenger seat, but Daniel growled at him. "My queen sits there." Jason growled back, but moved to the back seat with Charity, who sent Daniel a glare in the mirror. "Thanks for sitting him back here," Daniel smirked at her. "He needs to know his place." Jenna's nerves were all over the place. She knew Noelle was nearby, making her anxious, and she knew she might lose Daniel soon, and that scared her. She desperately wished they were past this part. Jason was dead, and she had her baby back in her arms. Daniel reached over and took Jenna's hand and gave it a small squeeze. They arrived at the training grounds a few moments later. It was an open field, and a few hundred people were gathered around the edges, waiting. This is it. Jenna felt her nerves kick up a notch as she slowly got out of the vehicle. Daniel's eyes met hers briefly, and he gave her a reassuring smile. Charity came around the SUV and took her hand. "No matter what happens, stay with me," she whispered in Jenna's ear. Jenna nodded, and the two of them followed Daniel to the training grounds. The crowd parted, and the two alphas walked towards the centre of the field. Charity stopped Jenna at the edge with the rest of the crowd. Jenna watched Daniel stop in the centre of the field. He stood with his legs apart, his arms crossed over his massive chest. A sense of pride filled her as she looked him over. This man was hers if she chose to be with him. She reached up and touched her mark, remembering what he had said to Jason. "She bears my mark." The crowd quieted down as Jason began to speak. "Virginia Peck, this alpha," Jason held up his hand towards Daniel. "Alpha Daniel Remington has come onto our packlands to challenge me. In the 2 years I have reigned as Alpha, I have brought this pack to greatness. We will defeat this Alpha, take his pack, and become even stronger." His speech was met by minimal enthusiasm. Daniel smiled internally, remembering all of the things Charity had told him about the atrocities committed by Jason against his own pack. Charity had been monitoring the pack since he had taken over. It was how she knew about the rogue pack and why she had chosen to help them. She seemed certain that Virginia Pack held no loyalty to their own alpha. Jason finally shut up and stepped back, smirking at Daniel. His beta stepped up between the two of them and looked at them both, waiting for the nod from each that they were ready to fight. Daniel slipped off his shoes and socks, followed by his t-shirt and sweats. He debated for a brief second about leaving his boxers on for Jenna's sake, then shoved them off as well, reminding himself that she needed to grow accustomed to everything if this was to be her new life. He spread his legs and crossed his arms over his chest, then released some of his aura over the crowd. The wolves surrounding the training grounds bowed their heads, but Daniel's eyes were on Jason. The arrogant smirk had disappeared from his face as he fought against submitting, and for the first time Daniel saw fear appear in the Alpha's eyes as he began to realize he may have made a miscalculation. Daniel reined his aura back in. "Let's begin," he commanded. Jason wasn't backing out now. The beta glanced at Jason, who seemed hesitant, but he stepped back anyway, giving the two alphas the field. Jenna glanced around at the wolves surrounding the training grounds and watched them bow. She glanced over at Charity and saw she hadn't moved. Her gaze darted back to Daniel. She was still a bit shocked when she'd watched him stripped down completely, but she remembered Talia's constant lack of clothing and reminded herself that it was a werewolf thing. Her gaze moved over her mate greedily, though a part of her wasn't happy that other women in the pack were also looking at him. The two alphas began to circle each other, and Jenna bit her lip, fear coursing through her, knowing that this could be the last time she saw Daniel alive, followed by anger. It wasn't fair. She hadn't had enough time with him. He hadn't even had the chance to meet Noelle yet. Her baby would grow up never knowing her father. She gritted her teeth in anger. She cringed as fists began to fly. Jason wasn't holding back. She watched Daniel take punch after punch, only getting a few in here and there. It was as though he was letting Jason win. Charity squeezed her hand again tightly. Jenna glanced back around at the other wolves watching the battle. They were quiet, witnessing the scene. They looked tired and worn, their clothes thread-barren and ill-kempt. Hopelessness, she realized. These wolves had no hope. She remembered the conversations on the plane about Jason and how he treated his pack. Apparently, Charity had been looking into the situation over the last few months, and this battle was inevitable. Jason is not a good alpha and doesn't deserve this pack, Charity had said. A snapping noise broke Jenna's thoughts, and she looked back at the two alphas. Jason had his arms around Daniel's neck, a satisfied smirk on his face as Daniel slipped out of his grip and fell to the ground. He stepped back, and the beta approached them, knelt down and felt for a pulse. Jenna held her breath. Had he killed him? Why had she taken her eyes off of them? The beta glanced back up at Alpha Jason, and she watched his smile grow even bigger before he raised his arms in victory. Jenna stared in shock. Daniel was dead. She watched Jason walk around Daniel's body, his arms still raised. The beta stood and moved back into the crowd as Jason looked directly at her and Charity. I do believe your Alpha King is dead. Dead. Daniel was dead. The truth hit her full force, and Jenna fell to the ground with a scream as a pain of loss filled her. First her mother, and now Daniel. How much more could she take? Sobs racked her as she wrapped her arms around herself. Why was this happening to her? She wanted to blame someone. Charity for not agreeing to be Jason's mate, Talia for telling Jason about her and Nebello, Daniel for reassuring her over and over that he would be fine. He'd lied to her, and she was angry about that, but at the same time, none of them were to blame. She was being selfish, expecting people to give up so much for her. The only one she could truly blame was this arrogant weasel of an alpha. He didn't deserve his title, or Daniel. She had just found Daniel again, and he'd been ripped from her in the cruelest way possible. Noelle would grow up never knowing her father if Alpha Jason even allowed them to live. Part of her didn't want to. She'd experienced so much loss lately, she wasn't sure how much more she could take. Someone had knelt down next to her and wrapped their arm around her, offering some comfort. Jenna realized all she wanted now was to find Noelle and go home to her father and her brothers. She felt empty inside and completely exhausted. I will be claiming you now. Alpha Jason stepped in front of Charity, interrupting her thoughts, and Jenna suddenly wanted to attack him. He was the cause of all of her pain. He was the selfish one. You bastard! She screamed, launching herself at him. Charity jerked her back before she reached him, and Jenna growled at her. Surprise crossed Jason's face before he smirked at her. Keep that human back and I let her live. Charity laughed in Jason's face. You think you've won? She laughed harder, and Jenna began to wonder if Charity was losing it. Jason had won. You'll kneel before me. Jason released his aura, making Charity laugh even harder. Jason growled at her, his brown eyes flashing. I will make you submit. Beneath me, he roared. Charity smirked. Not if you're dead. You think you can kill me? I just killed your king. I won, and I will have you, he roared. He roared. No, you won't. A large black and white wolf suddenly knocked Jason over, and Jenna watched in fascinated horror as the wolf ripped out Jason's throat. The crowd erupted in cheers as Jason bled out. The pack not the least bit upset to see their leader dead. Jenna stared down at him. She couldn't feel sorry for him. He'd brought this on himself. Her gaze darted back across the field to her mate's dead body, but it was gone. Charity, she murmured, grabbing her sleeve, her eyes never leaving the spot where his body had been. Daniel! Fresh tears rolled down her cheeks. Charity grabbed Jenna's arm, turning her body towards her own. She placed her hands on Jenna's cheeks. It's okay. Look. She turned Jenna back to the field. The large wolf was still standing over Jason's body, though it was looking at her. It stepped towards her, and the sound of breaking bones echoed across the field. Suddenly, Daniel was standing before her in the wolf's place. Blood spattered across his naked body, and he crossed his arms across his chest. The pack loudly cheered. Jenna's vision tunneled, and then everything suddenly went black. Daniel saw his sister grab Jenna before she hit the ground. Guilt filled him at what he'd just put her through. He'd really have to beg for her forgiveness on this one. Hopefully she'd give him a lifetime to make it up to her. Someone approached him with a towel, and he used it to wipe the blood off of himself before dressing again. He'd let Jason think he'd won, let him believe he'd killed the Alpha King mainly because he wanted to see how his pack would react. The silence that Jason had met when he'd proclaimed himself the victor hadn't surprised Daniel much. He glanced around the pack and saw fresh hope in their eyes, hope that maybe something would change. Once he was dressed, he hurried over to Jenna, who was just starting to come back around. He knelt down in front of her. "Are you okay? You're alive," she whispered. He smiled and pulled her to him, giving her a hug. He could feel her disbelief as she hugged him back, laying there for the few moments that it had taken his body to heal from the broken neck that would have killed any other wolf had been agony. Her emotions had been overwhelming. Shock, anguish, anger, which had quickly turned to fury. He was glad Charity had stopped her from acting on her rage, or he was afraid Jason may have tried to kill her too. "Jenna, give me a moment to make an announcement, and then we will go find Noelle," he said, brushing her tears away with his thumbs. She nodded, disbelief still visible on her face, and he stood and walked back towards the centre of the training grounds. No one had left yet. They were all waiting to see what would happen next. "Virginia Peck, your Alpha is dead." Another cheer went up from the pack at this news. "The Princess Charity will be taking over as the Alpha for the time being until new leadership is installed." Charity walked out to Daniel and stood next to him. "I would like all of the pack leadership to meet me in the Alpha's office in 2 hours. I will call another pack meeting in the next few days to keep everyone apprised of what's going on. The way Jason ran this pack was atrocious, and I refuse to allow anyone else to run this pack into the ground. If anyone wishes to speak to me, my office will be open starting tomorrow. Everyone is dismissed." The pack cheered once more before they slowly began to leave the field. They talked amongst themselves, laughter occasionally audible from the once hopeless pack. Charity smiled to herself, pleased that she finally had the opportunity to make a major difference in this pack. She walked back over to Jenna, who was still sitting on the ground being comforted by Daniel. "You're going to have to apologize to her for the rest of your life. If she doesn't reject you first, she mind-linked him." "I know. I could feel her emotions while I was laying there. I know it was the right decision not to tell her because Jason would have been suspicious if she wasn't upset, but I never want to put her through that again." Alpha. Daniel and Charity both looked up as a wolf approached them cautiously. The wolf stopped before him and bowed his head. "Your name?" Charity asked. "Shane, Alpha Pack Gamma," he said, keeping his eyes lowered. "What can we do for you, Shane?" Daniel asked him. "I came to take you to Miss Talia and your daughter," he said, never lifting his eyes. Daniel felt his heart jump at the wolf's words. He glanced at Charity, who nodded once, then helped Jenna up. "Where is she being held?" "At the pack house, Alpha," Shane answered. "We'll take my car." Daniel reached out for Jenna's feelings. She was anxious, but he wasn't getting much else from her. She let him take her hand and lead her towards the Isu. "Mate is numb," Rafe said. "She's still shocked from everything that has happened." "We're going to be making up to her for a long time, Rafe," Daniel replied. "Be careful and don't screw this up." "She is still hurting and angry." Rafe sniffed cautiously towards her. "Seeing our pup will help." "I hope so." Daniel opened the car door and turned to Jenna. "I'm sorry I scared you." She met his gaze, but didn't say anything, instead climbing in the car and pulling the door closed. "She needs some time," Rafe said quietly. Daniel climbed into the driver's seat and started the vehicle. He looked at Jenna in the rear-view mirror, but she was looking out the window. He noticed the tears in her eyes and felt his own heart break. Charity climbed in next to Jenna, and Daniel took off to the pack house. Everyone quiet on the short ride over. Once he had parked, they all got out and followed Shane inside. The pack house was run down from neglect, the cart pits thread barren, the furniture dusty. Shane led them through the entrance, down a hall and up a set of stairs. The building was only 2 stories, and once at the top he stopped. "The Alpha's office is over there." He pointed to a closed door on his left, then turned right. He walked down to the last door on the left and pulled out a key. He knocked, then opened the door. Talia was seated on the bed, a baby in her arms, while the other baby was nearby laying on a blanket. She looked up as the door opened. "Alpha, Daniel! Talia put the baby in a car seat and quickly approached them, kneeling before him, her head bowed. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. Daniel reached down and gently laid his hand on her head. "We'll talk about it here in a few minutes, Talia," he said softly. Jenna felt numb as she followed Daniel until the room. Her mind refused to process everything, and she was still in shock. She walked past everyone and straight over to the bed. Noelle was laying there asleep, but Jenna didn't care. She picked her up as her feelings suddenly rushed forth, and she was overwhelmed with tears. She cuddled her little one close, breathing in the baby scent, and sighed happily as she felt her anger all dissolve away, and she looked at Daniel. He was watching her, tears in his own eyes. She realized she couldn't be mad at him. He had kept his word, and she was reunited with her daughter, their daughter. She gave him a weak smile. Daniel breathed a sigh of relief when he felt Jenna's anger slip away. He watched her turn to him and hungrily eyed the bundle in her arms. He wanted to approach, but waited until she was ready. "Come meet your daughter," she said softly. He took a few tentative steps to the bed, then slowly reached out a hand to Jenna's back, and was relieved when she smiled up at him. He looked down at the baby. She looked like Charity and his mother, though he could see Jenna in her as well. She opened her blue eyes and stared up at him in wonder, and he gently reached out and stroked her cheek. His heart squeezed with love as he gazed at her. She was perfect, and she was his heir, the future queen of all werewolves. These arrogant alphas were going to be in for a shock. Daniel gave Jenna a kiss. "Thank you for such a beautiful gift. There are some things I need to take care of. Then we can get out of here. I want you two all to myself." Her lips curved into a smile as she looked up at him and nodded. "I need to feed her," she whispered. Daniel kissed her forehead. "Stay in here. Can you watch Matthew?" She nodded, glancing at the baby still in his car seat, then to Talia, who was still crying. She suddenly turned to Daniel and thrust Noelle to him. Daniel blinked in surprise, but took his daughter from her. His pup's gaze still hadn't left his own, and he stared back at her, a smile on his face. Jenna walked over to Talia and pulled her into her arms, hugging her friend tightly. "I'm so sorry, Jenna. I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I wouldn't have ever given you up, but they threatened to kill my pup. Talia, you have nothing to apologize for." "I'm not angry with you," Jenna said quietly. "I'm sorry for your loss." She let go of her friend and turned back to Daniel, taking Noelle from him. "Jenna, my mom is going to be up here shortly. She'll keep the men out until you're ready. I'll come back to you as soon as I can." He brushed her hair back from her face, then turned to Talia and Shane. "Shane, take me to the Alpha's office. Talia, come with us." The wolf, who had been quietly watching everything, nodded and led them back down the hall. Charity was seated at the Alpha's desk, going through some files. She looked up as Daniel, Talia and Shane walked in. "Charity, this is Talia," Daniel said, turning back to Talia. "This is my sister, Charity." Talia bowed her head quietly to the she-wolf. Shane closed the door. Daniel walked over to the desk and turned back to them, leaning against the desk. "Now, I'd like to know how my daughter was kidnapped." Shane stepped forward. "Alpha Jason had 4 of us follow him to Pennsylvania. He wanted us to stay clear of him the entire time we were there, so that no one would suspect we knew each other. He gave us scent neutralizers to use before we even boarded the plane. After his dinner with you, he gave the command for us to follow your mate. He never said what he suspected of her, but 2 of the other warriors went into the diner that night and followed her home. They staked out her house until she left the next morning to take the princess to her doctor appointment. Somehow, they gathered that Jenna was flying to New York, and both Beta, Leon, and I were commanded to follow her. We were on her flight and kept up with her during her time there. We found out about her friend Talia, and Jason ordered us to go to Talia's home and question her. My job was to watch her pup while the Beta did the questioning. I had no idea he was going to kill her mate. She never said anything until he threatened to kill her pup. Once we had the information we needed, the Beta called Alpha Jason, who gave the order for us to bring both Talia and her pup back with us. He ordered the other 2 warriors to kidnap the princess, Shane explained. Daniel glanced at Talia. "Is this what happened?" She nodded. "Shane never did anything except hold my pup. He didn't participate in any of the questioning." "Shane has had a few run-ins with the Alpha," Charity said, looking down at her folder. "He was about ready to banish you." Shane sighed and nodded. "I would have left myself and went rogue, but I have a mate and 5 pups. Alpha Jason was—" He stopped himself. It wouldn't look good to speak ill of his Alpha in front of the Alpha King. Tyrant," Charity finished for him as she stood up and approached Shane. "Were you Alpha commanded?" He nodded. If he ever saw the slightest bit of hesitancy from anyone, he would issue an alpha command. Doing what we did to Talia was where I drew the line. If it wasn't for the command, I would have never even gone to her apartment with the beta. There are others that can confirm what he is saying. Jason liked to throw his command around all the time, Charity said. Do you believe him? Daniel mind-linked his sister. Yes, he's as much of a victim here as the rest of this pack. Forced to do things he didn't want to, while his alpha abused his alpha command. But the beta, him, I'm not sure about, Charity replied. Ragnar is questioning him. He tried to escape when he saw me get up and shift. They caught him trying to cross the border, Daniel told her. Charity opened a new file and read it over. Shane, how was Leon picked as the beta? He had no standing in the pack before. Shane's lips pursed together. He was one of the few in the pack who agreed with everything the alpha did. She flipped a page. He's killed before. One of his own packmates, she murmured, then looked up. And he was never punished. What's the story behind that? It never took much for the alpha to banish someone from the pack, and whoever was banished was not allowed to take their family with them. Those left behind were never looked after. Others were forbidden from helping them. The beta's victim was a 12-year-old pup. His father was banished from the pack, and his mother died not long after. He has been taking care of his 8-year-old sister and his 5-year-old brother. He was caught stealing food, and the beta killed him. Shane paused for a moment. Shortly after that, Leon was promoted to beta. What happened to the other 2 pups? Charity asked. Pack members snuck them food when they could. As far as I know, they're still alive, though I can't imagine what conditions they're living in, Shane said sadly. Everyone in the room grew quiet, lost in thought. Finally, Daniel spoke up. Shane, is this room soundproof? Yes, Alpha? He replied. Okay, step into the hall for a moment, but don't go anywhere, Daniel said. The wolf nodded and left the room. Daniel turned to Talia. His heart broke for the she. Wolf. She'd been through so much today. She stood now crying, her arms wrapped around herself. Charity walked over to the broken she, Wolf, and pulled her into her arms. Talia, now that he's gone, is everything he said that pertains to you true? Daniel asked her quietly as he came over and rubbed her back. She lifted her tear-streaked face and nodded. He's a victim here too, Alpha. He's helped me since I've been here. He even told me that he would try to get us to safety if Jason beat you. Daniel nodded. Okay. Talia, please know that I'm not upset with you in any way. You were pushed to your limit, and I appreciate all you did to keep my family safe. But I didn't, she sobbed. Talia, I would never ask you to sacrifice your son for my family. You've paid a high enough price as it is. I'm going to speak to Shane, then I'll be back to speak to you some more. He patted her back, then motioned for Charity to take Talia over to the couch. Daniel opened the door. Shane! Yes, Alpha! The wolf walked back into the office. You're free to go. I'm not going to hold any of this against you. Daniel watched the tension leave Shane's shoulders as relief washed over him. But I'm going to ask some other things of you. Anything, Alpha? Shane bowed his head. First, I'm going to grab my mother, and I'd like you to take her to find these 2 children. Then I would like you to help my sister, as she is going to be taking over for now. You seem to be aware of the ins and outs of the pack, and the beta will not be able to assist. Daniel watched the smile spread across the wolf's face for the first time that day. Of course, Alpha, he turned to Charity. If I may be so bold as to suggest a new leader for the pack, Princess. Charity smiled and nodded. She had someone in mind already, but wanted to hear what he had to say, as he knew the pack better than she did. Nick Dawes, he said. I think you already know who he is. Shane, you and I think alike. We'll talk more later. She was pleased to see they were on the same page. Good. Let's go find my mom, Daniel said, opening the door of the office. Keep Talia there. I'll be right back, he linked Charity. She watched the 2 of them leave and hugged Talia closer. She couldn't imagine what Talia was going through right now. The anguish of losing your other half, the threats against your pup, kidnapping, and the unknown of whether you or your pup would lose your life at any moment was too much for anyone. Talia finally seemed to be calming down some, small shudders still shaking her frame. Daniel is going to be right back to speak to you. Then you can get back to your pup, Charity said, as she rubbed Talia's arm. I just want to leave this place, but I don't want to go home, Talia whispered. It's not home anymore. Charity brushed a tear away from her own cheek at the heartache she heard in Talia's voice. You all will be leaving tonight. The door opened and Daniel walked in again. He approached the couch and sat on a chair nearby. Talia, I want to do whatever I can to help you. I'd imagine you have no desire to return to your apartment. I'd like you to come stay with us at Regal Eclipse for a bit. I know how close you and Jenna are, and my pack will welcome you with open arms. Talia looked up at him. Will your pack accept me after what I've done? No one blames you for this, Talia, except you. Come back to Regal Eclipse so you can heal. She nodded and looked back down at her hand. I'd like to stay with your pack. I have no desire to return to New York City. Okay, I'll speak to your alpha about it, Daniel said, watching her. The foo, funeral. She almost couldn't get the word out. We'll take care of all of that, Daniel said quietly. Her gaze flickered to Daniel. What's going to happen to the beta? Daniel lifted her eyebrows in surprise. He's been sentenced to death. I'd like to be the one, she whispered, looking back down at her hands. Daniel glanced at Charity, who gave him a slight shake of her head. Not a good idea, she mind-linked him. Killing him won't make your pain go away, Daniel told her gently, as he reached forward and took her hand. She looked up. I know, but I need to. Daniel studied her for a moment. Okay, he stood. Danny, are you crazy? Charity linked him. I don't think she'll go through with it, he replied. I'll take you to the cell now. His sentence is to be carried out tonight. Talia stood as well, then glanced back at Charity. Thank you, she whispered. Charity gave her one last hug. I'll see you soon. Take care. Talia turned and followed Daniel out of the office and down the hall towards the steps. She couldn't wait to get away from this place. She was glad for Daniel, Jenna, and now Charity. If she didn't have them, she wasn't sure how she'd get through all of this. We're going to leave this place tonight, Daniel said, stopping at the bottom of the steps so she could walk next to him. We'll fly back tonight, and then I'll contact your alpha and get things situated in New York. Talia shuddered at the thought of New York City. At the moment, she didn't care if she ever went back there. She and James had gone to so many different places in the year they were together. While Talia had lived there her whole life, she'd gotten a whole different view of the city through her mate's eyes. She brushed another tear away. They left the pack house and walked over to a separate small building. A wolf was guarding the entrance, and he bowed his head before opening the door for them. Talia looked at the building curiously. It didn't look big enough to house any cells. They entered the small building, and Daniel began to walk down some stairs. Underground, she realized, and shivered again. She felt so cold without her mate or her pup. Her wolf had receded far into the back of her mind after James' death, though Talia could still feel her sorrow. Leela had barely spoken to Talia since, and while she understood, she still missed Leela's company desperately. They stopped in front of a door, and Daniel opened it. Talia followed him inside and saw a wolf sitting at a table, looking through a book. He looked up sharply when she entered, and Talia felt Lila stir and come forward in her mind. The wolf stared at Talia, his blue eyes glowing while she stared back. He was quite rugged and beautiful, with blonde hair shaved on the sides and long on the top. He had a short beard, and his heavily muscled arms were covered in tattoos. He wore a black t-shirt and jeans, and he stood when they entered. He wasn't overly tall by werewolf standards, but still at least 6 foot. Although his aura was held back, he still exuded power, similar to the Alpha King. Leela sat down in her mind, calm for once as she gazed at the male. Her interest piqued. He hadn't taken his blue eyes off of her. Talia, this is Ragnar, my better, Daniel said, glancing back and forth between the two of them curiously. He had linked Ragnar on the way down as to why he was bringing her. I've got a few more things to do before we can get out of here. I'm going to leave her in your care. All right, Ragnar murmured, his gaze never leaving Talia. Daniel raised an eyebrow at him, then shook his head and left the room. Talia was barely aware that Daniel had left as she stared at the beta. He suddenly broke off eye contact and walked closer to her. He smells heavenly, she thought, as he stopped about a foot from her. Are you ready for this? He asked, his gaze still intense as it met hers, his eyes randomly glowing blue as his wolf looked at her. The beta's words broke her out of her trance, and she frowned, shocked at her own actions. She was down here to put down her mate's killer. What was wrong with her? What is going on, Leela? She asked her wolf. I'm not sure, Leela answered, still lying down though her ears remained pricked forward. Ragnar stepped around her and led her out of the room, then down the hall before stopping at another door. There was a small, barred window at the top, and she glanced in. The beta was strapped into a chair, his face a bloody mess. Images of James in the same position flashed through her mind, and she pulled back with a gasp. Could she do this? Panic began to set in as memories from that morning passed before her eyes, and she started to sob. Strong arms pulled her into a warm chest, and Talia felt waves of calm flow over her as her panic began to rest. She laid her head against his chest, letting his scent drift over her as she cried. "I can't do this," she whispered. "I can't do this." She whispered, "I can't. I'm letting him down." "You don't have to, and somehow I don't think he would want you to," Ragnar said quietly as he held her. "Killing him will not take the pain away. If anything, it'll only add to it. It won't give you the peace you seek. Only time will ease the ache. I'll kill him for you." She looked up at him, and he gently brushed the tears from her cheeks with his thumbs. Leela purred in her mind, relaxing her. "For the first time that day, Talia felt safe. You'd kill for me." "Yes, I'd kill for me." "Yes, I'd kill for you," he said quietly, his eyes glowing blue again as he stared down at her. "Tell me how." He started to step back, but she grabbed him. "Please, don't let me go." He seemed to know what she wanted, and he wrapped his arms around her again, pulling her against him. Talia let herself enjoy the comfort for a few moments. She felt guilty for allowing another male to hold her so intimately, but at the same time, it felt right. Leela was still purring in her mind. After a bit, she pulled away and slowly told him how she wanted the beta to die. Tears ran down her cheeks as she recalled her mate's death. She never met Ragnar's death. She never met Ragnar's gaze as she spoke, instead opting to stare at his chest so she could feel his eyes on her. When she was done, she looked up and watched his eyes glow blue again as he nodded to her. He brushed her tears away again, then turned away from her. When he let go, Talia felt herself crumble. She'd felt warm and whole with those stolen moments in his arms, but now she felt empty and cold again. Lila whined in her head at the loss. Ragnar opened the door and stepped inside the cell, closing it behind him. He walked around the beta and pulled out a silver knife. Talia watched in fascination as he easily held the knife with his bare hand. She knew that the members of Regal Eclipse were immortal. Daniel had told her that a while ago. Silver wouldn't affect them like it would her. Ragnar couldn't be killed. No one could take him from her. She gasped out loud and saw him glance up at her. Where had that come from? This wolf wasn't hers. She had no claim to him. Her gaze darted to his neck, but she didn't see a mark. At least, no she. Wolf would come after her for using her mate for a handkerchief. Ragnar made quick work of the beta, and Talia was glad for it. She wanted him out of that room and away from the man who had ruined her life. She felt a small bit of relief, though the pain of her mate's death was still there. But the beta could never come after her, Matthew, or Jenna and Noelle ever again. Sobs racked her again, and she leaned against the opposite wall before sliding down to the floor. The door opened, and Ragnar walked out. He sat down next to her and pulled her against him and let her cry. Charity slammed the file shut that she had been looking through at the sound of a knock on the office door. The smell of her mate filtered through, and she smiled. She needed a bit of a distraction. Jason had been meticulous in his notes. He had a file for each pack member, and notes he'd made on them. She was mostly just skimming through them, checking for any pertinent information. She hadn't even touched the finances yet, but that could be a problem for another day. She rubbed at the back of her neck. "Come in, Tyler." The door opened, and her mate entered the office, closing the door behind him. "How did you know it was me?" he asked, sitting down in a chair on the other side of the desk. "I could smell you," she said nonchalantly. She looked up to see him smelling himself and laughed. "No, you don't stink. Everyone has a distinct scent, and my nose is better than the humans." He looked back at her with a goofy grin, and she smiled back, pleased to see that he was more relaxed now. "They said you're staying here for a bit?" he asked, resting his arms on the arms of the chair as he studied her. "Yes. I've been investigating this pack for a while now, and know some of what's been going on. I'm also planning to go see the ex-beta and ask him if he'd like to take over as the alpha and combine his pack with this one, since most of his pack used to be in this pack." She closed the folder she'd been looking through and leaned back in her chair. "How long will you be here?" Tyler asked hopefully. He'd really like to get to know her better. Maybe ask her out on a date. Charity rubbed at her own eyes tiredly. She was over this day. Tensions had been so high for the last several hours, and now that the crisis was over, she felt exhausted. She looked back up at Tyler and saw him watching her with concern. Her eyes travelled over his broad shoulders and muscled arms. For him not being a werewolf, he was still in excellent shape. Charity realised she knew nothing about him except that he worked with Ben, so Lara came forward, gazing at her mate through Charity's eyes. "Mine, he doesn't know," she reminded her wolf. Your eyes, Tyler murmured, leaning forward. Charity blinked and they returned to normal. My wolf. She was looking at you. You talk about her like she's a separate being, he said curiously. She smiled. She is, and she's not. Her name is Solara, and she has her own mind. She talks to me in my head. When my eyes are glowing, you can tell she's coming forward and looking out. So she was looking at me. Tyler gave her a lazy smile. She was. Her mate was so incredibly handsome. But back to business. I'm not sure how long I'll be here. It all depends on whether or not Nick agrees to being the alpha. If he does, there won't be as much for me to do, but if he doesn't, I'll have to stay until I find someone else worthy. I'm going to travel up to his pack, probably tomorrow, and speak to him. Would you like some company? She saw the hopeful look on his face and bit her lip. Tyler! His face fell and she inwardly cringed. I need to tell you something, and I'm not sure how you will react to this, but I think I need to get it out there now instead of waiting until later. He sat back in his seat, feeling deflated. Great job! He thinks you're going to tell him you're not interested, Solara growled at her. Charity smiled at her wolf. Remember on the plane when I told you about mates? You have one, he guessed. I do. I'm also the sister to the king of all werewolves, and I'm immortal. I will be celebrating my 330th birthday this summer. She watched his eyes widen in shock. You're immortal. His mouth dropped open as he stared at her in shock. Well, sort of. It's one of the gifts granted to my pack, since we're the protectors of the werewolf community. As long as I remain in my pack, I will remain in my pack. I will remain immortal. If I choose to leave, my body will start to age again and I'll grow old and die one day. Charity watched the play of emotions across Tyler's face as she talked. He hadn't taken his eyes off of her the entire time. She had seen the disappointment when she told him she had a mate, but she could tell he was still drawn to her, still felt the pull of their bond. So you technically could live forever, he said slowly. She nodded. It's a decision I'll make down the road with my mate when we choose to walk away. I want to have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and so on. Charity smiled, thinking of the generations she had the gift of choosing to meet. Well, your mate's a lucky guy, Tyler stood. Where is he, anyway? He's in this room now. He stopped and looked at her before glancing around the room. Where? She looked up at him and smiled, standing in front of this desk. Tyler's mouth dropped open and he sat back down. Me? She smiled. Yes, Tyler. You. It's why you feel the pull towards me ever since I stood on your front porch. She put her hand out towards him. Take my hand. He reached out and put his hand in hers, and his eyes shot up to her when he felt the pleasurable tingles creeping up his arm and throughout his body. That's the mate bond you feel, but I'm not a werewolf, he said, not letting go of her hand as he looked at her. Neither is Jenna, she reminded him, stroking his hand with her thumb. So, how would this work? Well, we have 3 options. You can accept the bond and we'll be together. I will walk away from my pack and grow old with you. Charity stood and walked around the desk. She stopped in front of him and leaned back against the desk. 2. You accept the bond, become a werewolf yourself and join my pack. You, too, will become immortal and we live as long as we choose. Tyler's eyes widened. I can become a werewolf. My brother and father are the only ones with the power to change a human to a werewolf, and they will do so for you, for me, she said quietly. Is he going to change Jenna? Tyler asked. I don't know. Jenna just found out it's a possibility on her way here, and I highly doubt she's had time to think about it. What's the third option? Tyler wanted to pull her down on his lap, but he knew he needed to see what she had to say first. Charity swallowed. You reject me. I accept the rejection and we part ways. You live your life and I live mine, Tyler frowned and grabbed her hand. You'd never have a mate. I would get another one at some point, but that could be 100 years down the road. She wasn't looking at him anymore until he stood up and pulled her into his arms. I choose you, Charity. Option 3 is not even an option in my mind. I'll choose between 1 and 2, though I'm leaning towards option 2. He lifted her head and his lips came down on hers. An hour later, Jenna was seated in the back seat of the SUV headed back to the plane. Noelle was strapped into her seat next to her, while Daniel was on Noelle's other side. Her father was in the front seat and Daniel's gamma, Elijah, was driving. Ragnar followed behind them in another SUV with Talia, Matthew, Caleb and Charlotte. Tyler had chosen to stay behind with Charity. Ben and Riza had also stayed behind to help check over pack members, since they were now allowed health care that most had been denied in the past. Ben had taken leave from the clinic and would return in a week. Jenna reached down and stroked Noelle's cheek. She'd barely taken her eyes off of her baby since she'd gotten her back, though after she'd been given time alone to nurse, she'd been bombarded with family, her own wanting to make sure Noelle was okay, and Daniel's parents wanting to meet their grandpa. Now, all she wanted to do was be alone with her baby, but she knew at some point she and Daniel needed to talk. It was inevitable, and if she decided to be with him, her life would drastically change. But memories of what it had felt like when she thought he was dead made her realize there wasn't much he could say to her that would make her not want to be with him. She looked back down at Noelle and smiled. This little one would keep her tied to Daniel anyway, at least for a while. She knew he had already fallen in love with Noelle and would want to be in her life no matter what Jenna decided. Daniel had the plane moved over to Virginia Pack's private runway, and it didn't take long to arrive there. They all boarded the plane, leaving the SUs parked in the small lot to the side. Charity and Shane would return them to the rental place the next day. The plane landed an hour later, and regal Eclipse Pack members headed back to the pack house while Jenna's family climbed in their vehicle to head home. Jenna! Her father waited patiently to see what if she wanted to return home with him or stay with Daniel. Daniel, I need to go home because that's where all of Noelle's things are. She turned to him. Can I come with you? Daniel asked hopefully. Jenna looked down at her sleeping baby. She had a feeling that after the last few hours, he wasn't ready to let them out of his sight yet. I'll be along in a bit, Daddy. Daniel will bring me home, Jenna called to her father. He nodded and pulled out of the parking lot. Jenna turned back to Daniel and handed him the diaper bag. I'm tired tonight, Daniel. I know we need to talk about everything, but I don't think I can mentally handle it. Daniel swallowed hard. Jenna's emotions had been so quiet on the plane, he really couldn't read what she was feeling. He didn't want to let her or Noelle go, but at the same time he knew he had no right to ask her to stay unless she was ready. He had asked to date her, though that had been before he'd found out she'd given birth to his daughter or his daughter had been kidnapped. He needed to ensure their safety one way or another. That being said, I do realize you're probably not going to want to let her out of your sight, and she needs protection. I won't deny you. I want you in her life no matter what happens between us, she yawned. Daniel gave a small sigh of relief at her words. Jenna had a better grasp of the situation than he thought she would. She'd been quiet on the plane, which had made him tense. He wasn't used to her being so unemotional. Do you need anything from your home? Jenna asked him, if you don't mind. Daniel said. Not at all, she gave him a tired smile. Jenna got Noelle strapped in, then climbed in herself. Daniel started the SUV and they pulled out. It was a beautiful night, the almost full moon lighting up the forest as tiny snowflakes began to fall. How much land do you have? Jenna asked curiously. 3,000 acres, though 1,000 of it is water. Daniel flipped on the heat. They pulled up in front of a huge house, a beautiful log cabin that covered most of the clearing. Other buildings dotted the grounds as well, and Jenna saw a few wolves moving across the yard and into the woods. Daniel put the vehicle into park. Do you want to come in, or would you rather wait here? I'm going to wait. I don't want to pull Noelle back out. Jenna wanted to go inside the gorgeous home and see where her mate lived, but she just didn't have the energy. I'll be quick. Daniel hurried into the house and took the elevator up to his floor. He entered his apartment and glanced around. What would Jenna think of it? It could definitely use a woman's touch. He quickly threw a bag together, then left, hopping back on the elevator. Mate's asleep, Rafe informed him. Daniel breathed out. Probably a good thing. Today has been very difficult for her, Rafe said. Daniel got into the car as quietly as he could, then headed towards her home. She only lived 15 minutes away. She was always so close. He parked the car and reached over to wake her. Jenna, we're at your house, she stirred and groaned. Daniel, am I dreaming? She yawned. Am I dreaming? She yawned. No, he chuckled. I'll grab Noelle. Jenna waited until Daniel had pulled out the baby carrier before getting out herself. The temperature had really dropped. She entered the home and smiled at her father, who was pretending to watch TV. She knew he'd been waiting for her to come home, and after the day they'd had, she couldn't blame him. Mr. Browning, Daniel acknowledged, following Jenna up the stairs. Mitch nodded at the Alpha and watched them disappear up to Jenna's room before flipping the TV off himself and heading into his office. He needed some time to decompress before he'd be able to sleep. Daniel followed Jenna into her room and breathed in deeply, relishing in the scent of his mate and pup. A queen-sized bed was on one wall, and a crib was against another. White furniture was placed around the room, and a rocking chair sat near a large window. He could visualize a very pregnant Jenna rocking her unborn pup. He sat Noelle's car seat down. All right. Show me how to free her from this contraption. She smiled and unbuckled Noelle before pulling the baby out. I need to bathe her before I put her down. It would just make me feel better, and I need to feed her. Okay. She walked into the bathroom and turned back when Daniel didn't follow her. You can come in. She handed Noelle to him as soon as he walked in, then began to prepare for her bath. I thought you died, she whispered, the tears starting to stream down her cheeks again. She rubbed them away. She was so tired of crying. I did. His simple statement had her turning around and staring at him in shock. What? For about 30 seconds my heart stopped beating. Then it started up again and I had to lay there for a few moments while my body healed. The only thing I could really hear were your sobs, and it was painful to lay there knowing I was the reason you were crying like that, he said sadly, his body swaying back and forth as he held his pup safely in his arms. I don't understand. What did he mean? He died. How was that possible? My pack has been gifted with immortality. We stay immortal as long as we stay in the pack. As soon as we leave, our aging resumes like normal. That's why my parents look as young as they do. They're not ready to walk away yet. Daniel watched her face. He could feel her confusion some, but mostly her mental exhaustion. He was surprised she'd brought the subject up tonight when he knew she was as tired as she was. So, how old are you then? She asked, wiping at her eyes tiredly. She leaned back against the counter and folded her arms across her chest. 354 on my last birthday, he murmured, laying Noelle out on the towel. Jenna's eyes almost popped out of her head at his word. And all of this time you've never had a mate? No, he replied, smiling as Noelle gripped his finger in her fist. So, what does this mean for us? She turned to her baby and began to slip off her clothes. Then she glanced back at him and frowned. And why didn't you tell me before? Save me some of the worry. I didn't tell you because Jason could sense your emotions. And if you had gone into that situation completely relaxed knowing he couldn't kill me, he would have known something was up. I let him kill me because I needed to see how his pack reacted. Charity already knew things weren't right, but we wanted to judge what sort of resistance we'd be up against. I'm so sorry, Jenna, that I did that to you. It was cruel. He resisted the urge to reach out and touch her. He could feel her anger, but to his surprise, it died. She picked up a soft cloth and began to wash Noelle off. I'm still annoyed with you for doing that to me, but I understand why. I saw the hopelessness in their eyes. Though I hated that they cheered at your death, she brushed at another tear. They weren't cheering for my death, Jenna. They were cheering when I got up and killed Jason, he told her quietly. She glanced at him and sighed before turning her attention back to Noelle. So if I become a werewolf, will I be immortal as well? Yes, as long as you're in my pack, Daniel said. Jenna was quiet as she dried Noelle off, then began dressing her. If she stayed human, she would start to age, while Daniel would remain the same. Eventually, she would die and leave him alone. The thought broke her heart. What about Noelle? She picked up her baby and cuddled her close. Noelle is my heir. She will one day replace me and become the alpha queen of all werewolves. Daniel's eyes drifted to the tiny little pup, and he felt Rafe push forward to look at her. They both already had so much love for her. And if she doesn't want to... Jenna walked out of the bathroom and back into her bedroom. Daniel lifted his eyebrows in surprise. Not taking the position of Alpha King had never even occurred to him. From the time he was old enough to be king, he had accepted that as his fate and the training that accompanied it. Of course, he had been born in a different time period, and one didn't question their duty. What would he do if Noelle decided she didn't want to be queen? He remembered when he had first taken over how overwhelming the position had been. With the help of his pack members, he had streamlined everything as much as possible and relied on others to help him carry out his duties, making it easier on himself and his future generations to rule. Then we'll have to make sure Noelle has siblings. If you choose to be with me, Jenna turned back to him and flashed him a smile. I've made up my mind already. Daniel walked up to her with a frown. Are you sure? You don't want time to think and talk to your family first? No. She laid Noelle down on the bed and sat down herself, rubbing her neck. She wanted to shower and crawl in bed. I think my decision was made when I saw you die. I want to be with you, and I want to become a werewolf. Discussing it with Talia over the last few years sort of made me always want to be one, to have a mate, but I didn't think that was possible. Now I'm being given the opportunity. Plus, I have no desire to grow old while you remain young. A big smile broke out over Daniel's face as he crossed the room to her and pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. You're sure? He could sense no reluctance, but he asked anyway. Yes, Daniel, I'm sure. He pulled her against him, and she sighed happily, snuggling against him. Relief spread through both him and Rafe. For the first time in a year, Jenna was his and wanted to be with him. She pulled back reluctantly after a few moments. "I need a shower and then bed. I'm so tired, okay?" He let her go and stepped back while she walked into her closet, then disappeared into the bathroom. "Told ya she would be ours," Rafe smirked, curling up in his mind. He watched his pup sleep as he listened to Jenna in the shower. So close, and yet she might as well be a million miles away. Rafe had made sure that they could remember every inch of her body, and Daniel wondered how much it had changed in the last year. Especially since she gave birth to our pup, Rafe pushed memories of Jenna's body into the forefront of Daniel's mind. "Not helping," Daniel growled. Rafe smirked at him. The bathroom door opened, and Jenna walked out. She had on a light green nightshirt, and for a brief moment he could see her silhouette before she flipped off the bathroom light. "Do you want to take a shower? A cold one?" "Yeah," he murmured, grabbing his bag and walking by her. "There are towels in the closet," she called after him. Jenna smiled to herself as he closed the door. She hadn't missed the way he looked at her. "Soon, Daniel. I want you too." As if on cue, Noelle started to cry and Jenna scooped her up. "I know you're hungry, baby," she whispered. She settled down in the rocker and began to nurse her little one. The bathroom door, opening a few moments later, caused Jenna's eyes to pop back open, and she realized she'd dozed off again. Daniel walked across the room and sat on the edge of the bed, watching her, his eyes flickering back and forth as his wolf looked out over his mate and pup. "What's your wolf's name?" she whispered. "Rafe," he smiled. "You're so beautiful, Jenna," she blushed. "I want to meet him soon." Jenna looked out the window, staring at the bright moon. "You don't know how many times I sat here longing for you. I really missed you," she whispered. "I know. I could feel your sadness." She looked back at him. "What? Jenna, He took a deep breath. "I shouldn't have marked you when I did." "You regret it?" she asked in surprise. "No, that's not what I meant. I should have talked to you about it first. I was drunk and that really isn't an excuse, but I still can't believe I did it. Marking you bound me to you, and even if you rejected me, you would still bear my mark. I would always be bound to you until you were gone." He stopped and took a small breath. Jenna stared at him, shocked. She'd sort of begun to figure out what it meant for him to mark her, though she hadn't understood the ramifications. "It meant that I could feel your emotions as well. I knew you were sad most of the time," he said softly. "My mother, she was battling cancer. It was so hard to watch, and—" "I really missed you," he nodded. "What happened with your mother?" Jenna looked back out the window. "She's gone." Daniel felt the wave of sadness hit him. "About a month ago," she nodded. "You felt it?" "Yeah, I was in a meeting. It was like a punch to my gut." She looked back at him. "I heard a wolf howl that night. It was calming." He gave her a half smile. "That was probably me, or rather Rafe." Noelle stopped nursing and Daniel sucked in a breath as Jenna covered herself back up. "She needs to be burped, then I need to sleep." "I'll burp her," Daniel offered. "Do you know how?" she asked him skeptically. "It's been a while, but yeah." Daniel placed a burp cloth over his shoulder and picked up his pup, positioning her just right. "How long is a while, old man?" he smirked at her. "I'm honestly not sure. You can crawl in bed." "I've got her." Jenna stood and stretched. Daniel watched the hem of her shirt come up dangerously high. She pulled the blankets down on the bed and crawled under them and sighed in contentment. She lay on her side watching Daniel rock back and forth with Noelle gently patting her back. His hand was so large it covered all of Noelle's back. She never thought he'd be in her room, burping her baby. It all felt like a wonderful dream. Eventually, Noelle was ready to sleep, and Daniel settled down in the rocking chair and rocked her. Jenna smiled, watching him. "Where am I sleeping?" he asked softly after several moments. Jenna opened her eyes back up. She'd been almost asleep. "Right there," she murmured. "Okay," he agreed, disappointed. He wouldn't push her, though. She wouldn't push her, though. She was human, and in all reality, they barely knew each other. "I'm kidding," she whispered. "Put Noelle in her crib and get in bed." Daniel smiled as he laid her down, then walked over to the other side of the bed and crawled in. They both laid there on their backs, staring at the ceiling. "This seems surreal," Jenna said quietly. "I have visualized this moment so many times." "Us just laying here staring at the ceiling," Daniel smiled. Jenna giggled. "No, not just laying here." Daniel reached over and grabbed her hand. "Come here," reached over and grabbed her hand. "Come here." She moved up against him, laying her head on his chest as he wrapped his arm around her. "Good night." Noelle only woke up twice in the night, and Daniel got up with her each time, changing her diaper, bringing her over for Jenna to nurse, then burping her and rocking her back to sleep. He crawled back in bed and pulled Jenna back into his arms. She'd barely woken up long enough to feed Noelle. She was so exhausted. He laid there, holding her tightly through the night, never wanting to let her go. Jenna woke the next morning to find her cheek pressed up against Daniel's bare chest. She lay there for several long moments, listening to his heartbeat, happy that it was still beating. She finally slipped out of the bed to check on Noelle, surprised to see she was still sleeping, and then headed into the bathroom. A cry from her daughter had her hurrying back to the bedroom, only to find Daniel already up and pulling her out of her crib. "Relax, Mama. I got her," Daniel said softly as he carried his pup over to the changing table. Jenna slipped back into bed, admiring the muscles rippling across Daniel's back as he worked. She'd forgotten how attractive every part of him was. She could lay in bed and watch him do mundane things for hours. Once he was finished, and had her in dry clothes, he brought her over for Jenna to nurse before crawling into bed next to her. "How did you sleep?" He traced his finger over Noelle's downy soft head. "Better than I have in, well, I don't know how long. Thank you for getting up with Noelle last night." Jenna glanced down at him. She'd propped up pillows against the headboard while she nursed. "She's my daughter. Plus I know you were completely exhausted." She finished nursing, and Daniel took Noelle from her. "Daniel, how do I become a werewolf?" He looked up at her in surprise, then frowned. "I think it involves my blood, but I don't totally remember. I read about it in a book in our library, but that was probably over 200 years ago," he admitted. "So we need to find that book." Jenna had laid back down on the bed and was enjoying watching him with Noelle. She loved how he'd stepped up to his role as a father so easily. "No, we can just ask my parents." "You can talk to my mum since she went through it," Daniel said. "Your mother was human," he nodded. "Can I tell my brothers?" Daniel was quiet for a moment, thinking that one over. "Yes, though we need to stress how important it is to keep the secret. Rule number 1, Jenna muttered. Daniel looked up at her in confusion. "We do not talk about Werewolf Club," Daniel snorted, then looked down when Noelle whimpered. "Sorry, love," he said softly, rocking her gently. He walked over to Jenna and handed Noelle to her. "Are you—" He gestured to the bathroom. She smiled, taking Noelle. "Go ahead." A knock at the door caught her attention as Daniel disappeared into the bathroom. The door opened partially. "Jenna!" Michael Whisper yelled. "Ooh!" Michael Whisper yelled, "You can come in." Michael pushed the door open further and stepped in. He was looking a bit dishevelled, his clothes wrinkled, and his hair a mess. Jenna frowned at him. She hadn't seen him since before she left for New York City. Michael had finished his training to become a police officer and was now working in the city. He also had a girlfriend that he spent most of his spare time with and wasn't around very much. "Did you just get home?" Yeah, he rubbed his jaw sheepishly. "Have you seen Dad yet?" "Not since the day before yesterday," he admitted, then glanced towards the bathroom when the toilet flushed. "Is someone here?" Jenna blushed. "My boyfriend?" "He spent the night." Michael eyed the bed, noticing that both sides had been slept in. "What do you want, Michael?" Jenna tried to change the subject, but the door opened and Daniel walked out, surprised to see a man standing in Jenna's bedroom, though he quickly realised from his scent that he was one of her brothers. "Daniel, this is my youngest brother, Michael," Jenna introduced him. Michael sized up the shirtless man standing in his sister's bedroom, noticing the bulging muscles and washboard abs. The man must live at the gym. Daniel stepped forward and shook Michael's hand. "Nice to meet you." "Yeah, can I talk to my sister?" "Alone." Daniel raised his eyebrows at the young man, but nodded. "Sure." He started to leave the room. "No." Jenna got up and walked over to the two of them. She shoved Noelle into Daniel's arms, then pushed her brother out her door, following behind him as she shut the door behind her. "What is wrong with you?" she yelled at him. "What is wrong with you?" he whispered back. "You didn't have a boyfriend a few days ago, and now you're bringing this guy home, sleeping with him, and leaving Noelle alone with him. You can't know him and leaving Noelle alone with him. You can't know him that well, Jenna," Jenna said, exasperated. "You don't know that," Michael glared daggers at her. "He's her father," Jenna glared right back. Michael's mouth dropped open as he stared at her in shock. "Her biological father?" "Yes." "Oh," Jenna rolled her eyes at him. "Go take a shower and make us some breakfast. I'm starving." She turned around and walked back into her bedroom, resisting the urge to slam the door behind her. Daniel had put Noelle in her crib and was now sitting up against the headboard with a huge smile on his face as he watched her cross the room and throw herself down on the bed. Jenna had a fiery little temper, he realized, finding it very attractive. "You heard that entire conversation, didn't you?" she muttered, staring up at the ceiling. "I did," he admitted. "He's just worried about you," she huffed. "I know, but he disappears for days at a time, then comes home and has the audacity to call me out for having you here. I can guarantee he has no idea about what happened yesterday." Daniel leaned over Jenna and brushed her hair back, gently stroking her cheek. "You're quite beautiful when you're angry." Jenna felt her anger instantly dissolve as she looked up at him and felt the tingles erupt across her skin. "What are those tingles? Is that a mate thing?" "Yes." He ran his hand down her neck, gently touching his mark before bringing it down the V neckline of her shirt. Jenna's lips parted, and her tongue slipped out to wet them. "Jenna," Daniel whispered, as he brought his lips down on hers. "Finally!" She eagerly opened her mouth, giving him access as he kissed her like a starving man. He rolled onto his side and pulled her up against him. Jenna moaned softly in his mouth and wrapped her leg around him. He slid his hand up her thigh, pulling her closer. He finally ended the kiss as he heard Michael walk by the door. There was no way this could progress any further with both her father and her brother right under the same roof. He wouldn't put it past Michael to walk in, thinking he was protecting her. "When do you go back to work?" He gently rubbed her back. She looked up at him with lust in her eyes, and a small sigh escaped her lips. "Tomorrow evening. I only work 3 nights a week." "How would you feel about coming to the pack house with me today?" Daniel asked her. "I'd like that." She was quiet for a few moments, lost in thought. "What? No, El. She'd come with us." "No, I mean, what about her safety? I don't want something like what happened yesterday to happen again." Jenna took a deep, shuddering breath. She couldn't help but worry about it. Someone had come right into this very room and taken Noelle out of her own crib. Jenna realized he wasn't going to feel safe as long as he wasn't there, protecting his daughter. She needed him. "I'm so glad she's too little to understand what happened." Daniel could feel her panic creeping in, and he pulled her tightly against his chest, calming her. "Hey, Daddy, I'd like you to move into the pack house with me, where you'd be the safest, but—" She interrupted, then realized he was about to add something else. "But that," Daniel chuckled. "I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. I was going to say I know we're moving very quickly." "Oh, would it be quick if I was a werewolf?" Jenna asked him. "No." "Well, technically, I've known you for a year. You marked me a year ago. I've given birth to your child." And she stopped and laid her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. "I fell in love with you a while ago," she whispered. Rafe howled happily in Daniel's mind as he felt a surge of happiness at her words. "Told your mate loves us. Yesterday was the worst day of my life, aside from losing my mother. I never want to experience something like that again. They took her out of her own bed, Daniel." Daniel could feel her pain, her terror at the idea of something like that happening again. He rubbed her back, trying to calm her. "I won't let anyone take her again. I love the both of you so much. But I can't expect you to stay here every night. You have responsibilities." A knock sounded out her door again, and Jenna sighed. "Go away, Michael. Breakfast is ready," her brother called. "Plus, you and I both know we won't have any privacy here, and I'm going to need a repeat of our first night together soon," Jenna admitted. "I've played that night over and over again in my head." "I know you have," Daniel said, without thinking. "What do you mean, you know I have?" Jenna pulled back, staring up at him. "Well," he paused, gathering his thoughts. He hadn't meant to tell her that, or at least not yet. She'd find out anyway once she marked him. "Remember how I told you last night that I could feel your emotions?" She nodded slowly. "Well, I could feel when you were aroused too," he admitted. Jenna groaned. How many nights she laid in bed visualizing him making love to her. Too many to count. Her face turned beet red. "That's—" She stopped, too embarrassed to continue, as she pulled out of his arms and got out of the bed. She walked into her closet and found some clothes to wear and began to get dressed. She could hear Daniel get up as well and felt bad that she had ruined the moment. She stopped as a sudden thought occurred to her and turned around to confront him, halting when she saw him standing there in just his boxers. Her mouth went dry as visions of him naked yesterday entered her mind. Daniel glanced up and saw her looking him over. He pulled up his jeans. "What's up?" She was still wearing a nightgown, though she'd pulled on socks and she had a sweatshirt in her hand. "So, if you could tell when I was, then would you know if I had been with someone else?" She'd put that together quickly. "Yes, and even if I had decided I didn't want to be with you, you would still always know." "Yes," which would hurt him deeply. Jenna walked across the room, stopping in front of him. "Why didn't you tell me that? Because I didn't want it to influence your decision." He stared down at her, his eyes flashing. "You stubborn man," she muttered, tossing her shirt down on the bed before pushing him down on it. "You would have suffered through that for years on end. That's why I said I shouldn't have marked you until I knew you wanted to be with me." He pulled her between his legs, holding her close. "Oh, Daniel," Jenna sighed. "We both made mistakes that night." She hugged him for a long moment. "Will I get to mark you when I change?" he chuckled. "I want you to now. You'd better get dressed. I'm starving." She pulled away and headed back into her closet, dressing quickly. When she came back out, Daniel was fully dressed as well and standing over Noelle's crib, watching her. "She's coming downstairs with us. I can't leave her up here alone." "Okay." Daniel scooped her up and followed Jenna downstairs. A few hours later, Daniel pulled up in front of the pack house. Jenna stared up at the beautiful log cabin-styled home in awe. It was even more beautiful in the daylight. "Does the entire pack live here?" "No, but most of them do. My pack isn't very big. There are more homes down that way." He pointed to a road that led into the woods off to the left. Jenna could just barely see more log cabins. "But you live in the pack house." This was where he'd gone when he'd grabbed a bag last night. "Yes. I have an apartment here. Are you ready?" he asked, reaching out to see how she was feeling. A little apprehensive, but otherwise she was calm. "Yup, let's do this." Jenna opened the car door and slipped out, glancing around. She could see people moving about the property, but for the most part, they didn't pay much attention to her and Daniel. He got Noelle out of the car and slung her diaper bag over his shoulder before heading up to the door. The entrance almost reminded Jenna of a hotel. There were a few couches and a hallway going in either direction. Further back were elevators on either side. The back wall was glass and looked out over an in-ground pool. "Our offices, meeting rooms and guest rooms are down this hall," Daniel said, pointing to the left. "The dining room, kitchen, gaming rooms and a theatre are down this way." He pointed to the right. "There is a large gym and an indoor pool in the basement. The rest of the floors are all apartments." He walked over to the elevator on the right and hit the button. The door opened and he stepped inside, Jenna right behind him. "We're up on the 4th floor." Jenna was quiet. Remember the last time she was on an elevator with him? The elevator stopped and she followed Daniel out. He walked down to the end of the hall and turned a corner, then stopped in front of a door. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. Jenna followed him inside and looked around. The room was large, with hardwood floors and colourful rugs. The log cabin feel was echoed throughout. A living room was to the left with a large sectional that took up most of the space, and faced a TV mounted above a huge stone fireplace. To the right was a modern kitchen with high-end appliances. A table sat over by a large window looking out into the woods. Straight in front of her was a hallway, and she could see 2 doors to the right, 2 doors to the left, and 1 straight back. "This is it," Daniel said. As he turned around to look at her, he felt apprehensive, wondering what she thought of the place. She turned to him and gave him a big smile. "I love it. Show me the rest." This way. He led her down the hallway, showing her the 3 bedrooms, 2 on one side and 1 on the other. One was set up as an office, while the other 2 were just unused bedrooms. "I don't use this office very much. I have another one downstairs with all the other offices, and that's usually where I work. Noel can have one of these bedrooms. The last door on the right was a bathroom." Daniel walked to the door at the back of the hall and opened it. "This is my room." Jenna walked in and looked around in awe. The room was quite large and had another fireplace in it. A king-size bed dominated the room, with nightstands on either side. French doors were located on the back wall and led out to a deck. The room was decorated in shades of blue, and Jenna found that she really liked it. Daniel's phone ringing startled them both, and he pulled it out of his pocket. "I need to take this," he said apologetically, stepping out of the room as Noelle began to fuss. Jenna pulled her out of her car seat and glanced around. An overstuffed chair sat in the corner, and she settled down in it to nurse Noelle. "You're always hungry, aren't you?" she said to her daughter as she watched her greedily latch on. Jenna looked around the room as she relaxed. She realized she really knew nothing about Daniel. He was neat, she thought, noticing the made bed and tidy room. No clothes littered the floor, and everything was in its place, though she realized he could have quickly cleaned up when they stopped here yesterday. Daniel walked back into the room a few moments later to find Jenna settled in his chair, nursing his pup. "Hungry again?" "She's going to drain me dry," Jenna said quietly. "She's a werewolf pup. She's going to eat a lot," Daniel told her as he sat down on the bed. She looked at him, noticing the way his eyes flashed as he studied her. "I don't know what I'm doing with her," she admitted. "Looks to me like you're doing everything right, but there are women here you can talk to about it." We're going to have to go see my parents in a bit. My mom knows we're here, and she's already bugging me about seeing her grandchild," Daniel said. "And Talia, she's staying with my parents. She's not doing too well," Daniel said softly. "James's funeral is going to be in a few days, and I need to let her know. Daniel wasn't looking forward to that." His mother had mind-linked him a few times today, letting him know what was going on with Talia. Jenna glanced down when Noelle finally finished nursing and frowned. "I can burp her!" She looked back up to see that Daniel was right in front of her, his heated gaze on her. She let him take Noelle and covered her bare breast with her hand. She needed to clean up. Do you have a bathroom?" she asked quietly. "Through the door on the left," Daniel said. She hurried into the bathroom, closing the door behind her and leaning against it. The tension between them was building quickly, especially since they were now alone. She'd seen the looks he'd given her more than once now. The man wanted her as badly as she wanted him. She glanced around the bathroom and was surprised to see how big it was. A large glass shower was on the left, and a huge garden bathtub was next to it. A toilet was on the right, next to a double sink, the fixtures gleaming in the sunlight that streamed through the large glass block window. Jenna headed over to the sink and turned the water on, letting it warm up. She found a wash rag in the small closet and carefully cleaned herself up. Then she fixed her bra and tank top before zipping back up her hoodie. Jenna stared at herself in the mirror. She wasn't the same girl she'd been a year ago. She was no longer the tiny thing that had worn that little green dress to the club. Her breasts were bigger, her hips wider, and her belly no longer quite flat. She bit her lip. Hopefully Daniel didn't mind. Jenna walked back out into the bedroom and found that Daniel had sat down in the chair and had Noelle seated on his knee while he burped her. "You can hang your clothes up in the closet if you want," he told her. "Okay, thanks." Jenna grabbed her bag and opened the door next to the bathroom and stopped. Daniel's closet was huge. It was square-shaped with his clothes hanging on one wall. The other side was empty except for hangers. His shoes were on a shelf on the back wall to the far right, and another empty shelf sat on the left. Two dressers with several drawers sat between them. A padded bench sat in the middle of the room. "The dresser on the left is empty," he called to her. Jenna walked over to Daniel's clothes. He had a lot of T-shirts and jeans, she noticed, and some nicer shirts. She saw his suits near the back and wandered closer to them. They looked expensive, and she realized one of them probably cost more than her entire wardrobe. "What am I even doing here? I'm not fancy enough to be queen." "Jenna." She turned to see him standing in the doorway. Noelle still in his arms. "What's wrong?" "I don't know that I'm cut out for this," she said softly, noticing the full-length mirrors on the front wall. She looked frumpy. "Oh, Jenna, it's not like I dress up every day and sit on a throne. We just live our lives here at the Pack. Yes, I do have to occasionally dress up for events, but I don't do it that often, and when the time comes, I'll make sure you're ready for it." He walked over to her and saw her looking at herself in the mirror. "You're beautiful, Jenna. I'm not the same person I was a year ago. My body has changed," she whispered. "I don't care. I see a beautiful woman, my mate, and the mother of my pup. You're perfect the way you are." He wrapped a free arm around her. "And at some point in the near future, I'm going to enjoy discovering all of those changes." Jenna blushed. "I should hang my clothes up." She still felt a bit shy around him. Daniel sat down on the bench with Noelle and watched Jenna work. She was still gorgeous to him, even more so than he remembered. "When am I going to get to see my grandbaby?" His mother suddenly mind-linked him. "Are you ready to go see my parents?" Daniel asked her. She hung the last top she'd brought on a hanger, then turned to him. "Yeah, I really want to see Talia." Daniel grabbed Noelle's diaper bag as they headed out. "Do they live in the Pack house?" Jenna asked, as they stepped back out in the hallway. "Yup, they're next door." He walked down to the A door and stopped. "Oh," she frowned. It wasn't that she cared that they lived so close. She just knew werewolves had excellent hearing. "Don't worry. The apartments are soundproof. They won't hear me make you scream in pleasure," he whispered close to her ear, enjoying the blush that appeared on her cheeks. The door opened and Daniel stepped inside, Jenna right behind him. She quickly found herself enveloped in a hug from both of Daniel's parents before they claimed Noelle. She's going to be so spoiled. She was surprised to see Daniel's beta sitting on the couch with Matthew in his arms. Though Talia was nowhere to be seen, Jenna looked the man over. He looked so familiar to her, though she couldn't place him. She hadn't paid much attention to him yesterday. She'd been too distraught. He'd had his full attention on Matthew, but suddenly looked up when he felt her gaze on him. He stared at her, and Jenna knew he recognized her too. His eyes glowed for a brief moment. Have we met? She asked. The room grew quiet at her question, everyone looking back and forth between her and Ragnar. His eyes narrowed. Texas. Jenna tipped her head to the side. At the cafe. Ragnar nodded, taking a deep breath. You smelled like my mate. Were pregnant, you met her? Daniel asked incredulously, staring down his beta. Ragnar glanced up at him and smiled. No, I just saw her. She had everyone's attention. They unconsciously knew she was your mate. Jenna glanced back and forth between them. Is that why everyone kept bowing their heads to me? Ragnar smirked. Yup. He looked back to Daniel. I had no idea she was your mate, though, and frankly, I was more distracted by the fact that her bag smelled like my mate. He linked Daniel. Daniel looked at him sharply. Your mate. It's complicated. Jenna shook her head. That was also why they kept calling her Luna. She hadn't realized it until now. They all chatted for a bit more, Noelle growing more spoiled by Charlotte and Caleb, until finally Jenna got the chance to talk to Charlotte somewhat privately. Daniel said you used to be human. How was turning? You're thinking about it, Charlotte asked. She was cuddling Noelle in her lap. Yes, I've already made up my mind. Danny will have to give you his blood, and a few hours later, you'll have your first shift. It's really not bad, Jenna, and it gets easier. After you shift back, you'll sleep for a good 12 to 15 hours. Jenna stared at the floor for several moments. Did she still want to do this? She looked at Daniel and saw him watching her. She knew he'd heard their conversation. She gave him a reassuring smile, then turned back to Charlotte. Where's Talia? Caleb and Charlotte's apartment was set up with the same layout that Daniel's was. Talia was in one of the bedrooms, and Jenna slipped in, closing the door behind her. The room was dark, the curtains drawn, and Talia lay on the bed, her back turned towards the door. Jenna crawled on the bed behind her friend and wrapped her arms around her. She felt Talia shake as sobs racked her body. Her once beautiful, confident friend was just a shell of herself. They laid there for a while before Jenna finally spoke. Daniel wants to talk to you about the funeral. Talia took a shuddering breath. Okay. Jenna got up off the bed and opened the door, calling for Daniel. He came into her room and sat down on the edge of the bed. Talia, the funeral arrangements have been made, and it will take place on Tuesday. We will fly you there and be with you the whole time. You don't have to go alone. We can be in and out as quickly as you want. Alpha Quinton knows you're going to be staying with us for a while. Talia nodded but didn't respond. Daniel got up to leave before she finally spoke. Thank you, Alpha. He stopped and turned towards her, then walked back over to her, brushing the hair back from her face. Oh, Talia, it's the least I can do. He got up and left the room. Jenna looked back down at her friend, her heart breaking. Matthew, Talia whispered. Ragnar has him, Jenna told her. Talia sat up, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. He does, Jenna nodded. Can you send him in? Sure. Talia, I'm going to be staying with Daniel if you need anything. I won't be far. Jenna walked out of the room and back to where Ragnar was. She wants you to bring Matthew to her. Ragnar nodded and stood, then headed back to Talia's room. How long has he been here? Daniel asked Caleb, since mid-morning. He and Matthew have really taken to each other, Caleb said. Daniel grunted in response, then glanced at Jenna. We're going to head back home now. He stood. Jenna found herself enveloped in hugs again before they were out the door. Daniel smiled at her as they walked back to his apartment, a sleeping Noelle in his arms. Jenna had seemed to enjoy herself, though he'd felt the deep sorrow she held for Talia. Later that night they laid in bed next to each other, both staring at the ceiling. I want to go to New York with you for James's funeral. I want to be there for Talia, Jenna told him. I don't know what my work schedule will be, but I should be able to get it off for a funeral. Are you going to keep your job? Daniel asked her. Do I need to? She asked. No. I can give you things to do, though, if you'd like. There's always plenty to do around here, and I'd love for you to travel with me when I do, Daniel said quietly. Okay. Jenna let her mind drift for a few minutes, thinking over the time they'd spent with Caleb and Charlotte. When will you turn me? Daniel rolled onto his side to look at her. He'd been thinking about that most of the evening, preferably before the funeral. The less people that know you are human, the better. She glanced at him and said the first thing that popped in her mind. You don't want people to know that I'm human? I don't care about that. I just don't want people to know that I can change humans to wolves, Daniel explained. I'd like to turn you this weekend. He watched her tongue dart out to lick her lips. He could feel her nerves. I should probably quit tomorrow night then. What about Noelle? What about her? Daniel asked, confused by her question. If I'm out for 12 to 15 hours. She stopped, glancing at him. Will she take a bottle? He hadn't thought about that. Who takes care of her while you're working? My dad and brother. I pump, and they give her that. Though anymore she eats so much it's hard for me to keep up. I'm going to have to start giving her formula, I guess." Jenna stared up at the ceiling again. It was a little odd talking to him about this. "We can talk to Ben tomorrow if you'd like," Daniel suggested. "I'd like that," she agreed. The both grew silent again, and Jenna closed her eyes. She let her mind drift back to that night, to each caress, the way he'd touched her, the pleasure he'd given her. "You're mine, Jenna, always." "Jenna," Daniel growled, startling her out of her thoughts. She thought he was asleep. What? He was suddenly looming over her. "I know where your mind is at, little mate." She swallowed hard, looking up at him. She could feel him against her, the tingles pleasantly travelling over her skin at the contact. She licked her lips, and his eyes darted down, following the action. He leaned down, his lips inches from her ear. "I can feel that you're aroused, and it arouses me." He trailed kisses down her neck and nipped at her mark, causing her to moan. He rolled off her and onto his side, pulling her onto hers so she was facing him. His hand slid down to her bare thigh as he stared at her. "Did it happen every time?" she whispered with a half smile. "Where you turned on every time?" His eyes glowed blue. "Yes," he growled, then kissed her. Jenna parted her lips, letting him explore her mouth as she felt his hand under her nightshirt. It slid over her panties, up her side, and grazed the side of her breast, before trailing forward towards her nipple. She groaned as he suddenly let go of her and rolled away and onto his back. Noelle started to cry, and Jenna sighed. She slipped out of the bed and grabbed Noelle out of the playpen Daniel had borrowed from somewhere. She changed her diaper as Daniel got up and disappeared into the bathroom. She heard the shower flip on a moment later. In the bathroom, Daniel stood in the cold shower trying to calm himself down. He could feel Jenna's confusion and resignation, and he realised he'd heard Noelle cry before she had. It had startled him. He's forgotten for a moment that they weren't alone, and it had disconcerted him. He sighed. He'd have to get over that quickly. Once Jenna turned, she would feel the mate bond just as strongly as he did, and she would be driven to mark him. They wouldn't be able to get enough of each other. He ran his hands over his face. It was so difficult now for him to keep his distance. Patience. Daniel shut the cold water off and grabbed a towel. He dried himself off quickly and slipped his sweats and t-shirt back on, then left the bathroom. Jenna was seated in the chair again, nursing Noelle. She was right. Noelle was a voracious eater, and he was concerned that if she continued eating the way she was, Jenna wouldn't be able to keep up. She finally finished, and Daniel took her from Jenna, letting her get up to go to the bathroom. She sighed softly as she stood there staring at herself in the mirror. So much had happened in the last several days, ever since she'd seen Daniel at the diner. That had set off a chain of events, and she'd been on an emotional roller coaster since. Jenna sat down on the edge of the bathtub and let the tears flow. She was so emotionally exhausted. The bathroom door opened and Daniel walked in. He'd felt her growing overwhelmed and came to find her. She stood up and brushed the tears away. "I'm sorry, She stopped, not even sure what to say, and wrapped her arms around herself. "Overwhelmed?" Daniel asked as he reached out and touched her arm. Jenna nodded, but felt herself relax at his touch. "How do you do that?" "It's a mate thing. I can calm you, and you calm me." He continued to rub her arm. "Before we got Noelle back, that's why I kept touching you, so I wouldn't lose it. It's just been a lot. First Noelle's birth, then my mum's death, and then this week. Seeing you again, and I thought you didn't remember me, then reconnecting with Talia, seeing you again in New York City, Noelle's kidnapping, watching you die, and now I'm moving in with you, and getting readier, and getting ready. To quit my job, and be turned into a werewolf." Jenna let him pull her into his arms. He didn't say anything, just held her close for several moments. "Is the bathroom floor heated?" she suddenly asked. Daniel laughed. "Yeah, the floor in here is heated. So are the towel racks. Do you want to take a hot bath to relax?" She was quiet for a moment. "Okay, I wouldn't mind that. Go sit down in the bedroom and I'll get it ready for you." He kissed her forehead and let go of her. Jenna wrapped her arms around herself as she walked back out and settled down in the chair. She felt a bit bad that she had unloaded like that on him, making it sound like it was all bad. But it wasn't. This week had a mixture of both, and she was just overwhelmed by how quickly everything was happening. 6 days ago, she hadn't thought she would see Daniel Yane, and now she was sitting in his bedroom. She leaned back, and her gaze travelled over to Noelle. She loved her baby dearly and wasn't sure how she was going to return to work. She was actually glad to be quitting. She'd be uneasy if she was away from her for too long. Lavender permeated the air, and Daniel appeared in the bathroom doorway. He stood, leaning against the doorframe, looking at her, his muscled arms crossed over his broad chest. "Your bath awaits." She stood and headed over towards him, and he walked into the bathroom ahead of her. The tub had been filled, and he'd added lavender bubble bath. The lights were off, and several candles had been lit, casting a soft glow. She turned to him. "Thank you." He nodded and turned to leave and give her privacy. Jenna took a small breath. "Daniel?" He turned back to her. "Join me." His eyes glowed briefly, and he stepped towards her. "Are you sure?" She bit her lip and nodded. "I need you to keep me calm, okay? Please leave the door open. I need to keep." Daniel felt her fear again and nodded. He knew she didn't really want more than just comfort from him right now, and he was okay with it. The mood she'd been in earlier before Noelle had interrupted them was long gone, but he also needed to reassure her. "Jenna, you know my hearing is above a human's, right?" She nodded. "Also, this place has very tight security. And I don't just mean the house, I mean our lands. It's all state-of-the-art with someone always monitoring it. No one is getting anywhere near here without us knowing. That being said, I completely understand your fear after what happened. It's the big reason I wanted to move you here. But if you want to move home, I could install the same security at your house." He didn't want her to leave, but he wanted to give her the option. She suddenly frowned. "Do you think my family could possibly be in danger? My father and brothers," Daniel rubbed his jaw. He hadn't really thought of that, but then his own emotions had been running all over the place too. He was just better at keeping them under tight control. "Mate is right, especially since Tyler is mated to Solara," Rafe commented. "It's possible. We can talk to your father about that tomorrow," he said. She hadn't really answered his question, though. She nodded. "I don't want to leave Daniel, unless you want me to go." "No, not at all. I love having you and Noelle here. Jenna, you're my soulmate, my other half. I want you here with me." Daniel slipped his shirt over his head. "Now let's get in the tub before the water gets cold." Jenna stared at his naked upper half in admiration, her gaze moving down to his six-pack and the V-line that disappeared beneath his sweats. Daniel felt her lust and groaned inwardly as it fueled his own. "Do you want me to turn around until you're in the tub?" Her eyes snapped immediately up to his, and she blushed. "I guess you've seen me naked already." Daniel could feel her uncertainty. "A year ago," he reminded her. "My body has changed, and not necessarily for the better," she murmured. "There is zero possibility that I'm not going to find you completely beautiful. You gave birth to my pup. I can't expect you to look exactly the same," he reassured her. "Besides, the moment I see you naked, you're going to have visual confirmation that I like it. You're going to have visual confirmation that I like it. You think that's not embarrassing?" Jenna giggled. "Like you don't know when I'm turned on with you feeling my emotions." He smirked, but didn't tell her that wasn't the only way. Daniel decided to just finish stripping himself, hoping it might make her more relaxed. He grabbed his sweats and pulled them down, bending over to pull them completely off. When he straightened back up, Jenna was naked. His gaze trailed over her, and he was glad he could see quite well in the low-lit bathroom. She was more beautiful than he remembered. She'd changed some, but he liked the changes. He felt her embarrassment creep in at his eyes on her, and she stepped over to the tub, climbing in and sitting down. "You still want me to join you?" She glanced back at him and smiled. "Of course." Daniel slipped in behind her, pulling her back so that she was resting against his chest, his legs on either side of her. The bubbles hid his view of her, which was disappointing, but he wrapped his arms around her, resting his hands on her stomach. The lights flickered over the water, and Jenna relaxed in his arms, letting the calm wash over her. Everywhere they touched, she felt pleasant tingles. "Tell me about Noelle's birth," Daniel said softly in her ear. "How beautiful were you when you were pregnant with my pup?" He needed the distraction right now, so he wasn't thinking about the fact that he was holding her naked body in his arms. "You said you're 354 years old," Jenna asked him as she placed her hands over his. He hummed in agreement. "Have you been all over the world?" "I have. I was actually born in England," he said. "Really? I noticed your accent when we first met. Talia had told me she thought you might be an alpha, but she had no idea who you were. I had wondered if you were from another county," Jenna reminisced. "We've been in America for almost 200 years now," Daniel replied. "So, in all your time on Earth, have you ever seen a whale in person?" Jenna asked, a small smile on her face. "I have. What an odd question. Then you know what I looked like pregnant." "Jenna!" Daniel snorted. "I felt like one. I was just uncomfortable and tired all the time. I went into labour on Christmas Eve, but I ignored it. I knew it would probably be the last Christmas with my mom, and I wanted everything to be perfect. I was also nervous about giving birth, especially to a werewolf. I had no idea what would happen, so I ignored the contractions. You were very agitated that day, Daniel murmured, nuzzling into her neck and gently kissing his mark. You remember, Jenna sighed at the pleasurable tingles from his touch. Oh, yes. I grew more worried about you the later in the day it got. I wasn't sure what was going on with you, and of course I imagined the worst, he said, softly, tightening his hold on her. My water broke at like 11. 0 that night, and I just finished making candy for my father and was trying to clean up. I ended up going upstairs to take a shower, and it just happened really fast after that. Tyler called Dr. Ben, and he came over with Riza to deliver Noelle. She was born early. Christmas morning. She smiled, remembering holding the tiny newborn in her arms for the first time. I felt the love you had for her. I had no idea what had happened, but I knew you were okay at that point. Jenna frowned as she thought back over her emotions for the last few months. Between that and her mother's passing, she couldn't imagine what she had put Daniel through. He'd just ridden through it all with no context as to what was happening. She pulled out of his arms and turned around, kneeling in front of him. She cupped his cheeks with both hands. I am so sorry to put you through all of that. He grabbed both of her wrists. He didn't know. Don't apologize. Still, it had to be rough. Daniel didn't say anything, and Jenna dropped her hands, watching him look away from her. She found herself wanting to feel his emotions now. He'd told her he had learned to school his emotions, and she realized over the last few days he'd been closed off. She hadn't seen him get angry or upset. He'd kept it inside. The night your mother passed was the worst, and I'm sure it was for you too. I was in a meeting and I had to get up and walk out. He still hadn't looked at her. I went in my office and cried. I was so overwhelmed by your sadness. He finally looked at her and was surprised to see that her cheeks were wet with her tears. Then I realized Ragnar was in the room the entire time and had saw my breakdown. He told me you'd lost someone. Daniel sighed. I think that was when it had all caught up to me. Everything. All of your sadness, my own at not being able to find you, never knowing what was going on with you, and not being able to be there for you. It all hit me at that moment. Jenna leaned forward to hug him then, not caring that she was naked. Daniel pulled her against him, seating her on his lap, holding her close. They sat for a long while, just holding each other in comfortable silence. The temperature of the water began to drop, and Jenna shivered a bit. She was so very relaxed, she hated to get out, but the water was getting cold. Daniel opened his eyes when he felt her shiver. He'd been half asleep. Sitting here with her was the calmest he'd felt in a while. Jenna, he kissed her forehead. She looked up at him. Were you dozing, sort of? Let's get out of here so you can warm up. Daniel slipped his arms under legs and, to her surprise, stood up. He sat her back down on the rug outside of the tub, then got out of the tub himself, grabbing a towel and quickly drying himself off, before wrapping it around his waist. He grabbed another towel and wrapped it around her, carefully drying her off. Jenna revelled in the warmth of it and let him rub her body with the warm towel. He took it from her and handed her the nightgown she'd taken off earlier. She slipped it back on and watched him dress himself. Daniel blew out the candles and they walked back into the bedroom. Jenna checked on Noelle, then crawled into the bed next to Daniel. Come here, Jenna. I need to hold you, he said, pulling her towards him. She snuggled up against him and sighed in contentment. What are we doing tomorrow? We're going to video chat with Ben about Noelle's aggressive eating habits and go to the diner so you can quit. Daniel rubbed her back slowly, methodically. I want to get some more of your things so you can be comfortable and speak to your father about security as well. Sounds like a plan, Jenna murmured. I want to check on Talia again, too. Okay, good night, Jenna. He kissed the top of her head. Good night. The next morning, Jenna awoke alone in bed. She sat up, looking for Daniel, and saw him sleeping in his chair, Noelle in his arms. She smiled at the adorable pair they made and laid back down. The morning flew by. Jenna chatted with Ben, who informed her that there was no way she would ever keep up with nursing Noelle. I meant to talk to you about that Monday. Jenna and I completely forgot. Ben told her where to get formula in his office, and Daniel ran down to get some. Noelle easily took to it, and Jenna breathed a small sigh of relief. How about we change you tomorrow then? Daniel asked, as he held Noelle in his arms, giving her a bottle. Jenna looked down at her baby and frowned. Fear crept up at the idea of leaving her little one alone for so long. She pushed it down. Are you going to be okay alone with an infant for that long? Daniel had felt her get a hold of her fear, and he was proud of her for doing so. We'll be okay. And my mum is next door. Speaking of which, go get ready while I finish feeding Noelle, then we'll go inform my parents of what's happening and see Talia." Jenna nodded and headed into the bathroom. She closed the door behind her and stripped off her nightgown before getting in the shower. She really liked Daniel's shower. It sprayed you from all angles. She washed her hair, then began to soap up her body, letting her mind wander back to that night again. She really needed some new material to fuel her fantasies, she thought with a smile. Except for the few heated kisses, nothing had happened between them. She slowly ran the loofah down her body, visualizing Daniel joining her, the loofah becoming his hands as she slowly ran it over her breasts, down her stomach, and between her legs, lingering a bit. A soft moan escaped her lips, and her eyes suddenly popped open as she realized what she was doing, and that it wouldn't just affect her alone. Jenna blushed and quickly put the loofah back, then rinsed herself off. But before she got out of the shower, she slid her fingers down between her legs one more time, just for a moment. Maybe it would encourage him to take action. She finally got out and dried herself off before braiding her hair. She walked into the closet. Happy, there was another door between it and the bathroom. She dressed quickly and walked out to the bedroom. She walked back out into the bedroom. Daniel was sitting in the chair alone, his heated gaze looking her over. Then he was on her. He'd moved so quickly she hadn't realized what was happening, and she found herself under him on the bed. She stared up at him, blinking in surprise. "I didn't know you could move that fast. I'm a predator, Jenna." He ran his tongue down her neck, causing her to shiver. "And you're playing with fire, little mate," he whispered near her ear. His entire length was pressed against hers, and she found herself wishing she hadn't dressed yet. "Daniel, kiss me." His lips found hers, and she sighed as their tongues danced together. She gripped his biceps and parted her legs, bringing them up on either side of his hips, and felt him press against her. She gripped the hem of his shirt, pulling at it and seeking his bare skin. He suddenly stood up and pulled his shirt over his head, then hauled Jenna off the bed. He wrapped an arm around her waist and yanked her up against his bare chest, then leaned down until their lips were almost touching. "Were you purposely trying to tease me, Jenna?" His words caused his lips to brush against hers, but he turned her around before she could kiss him and pulled her back up against him. "Not at first," she whispered, as his hands slipped under her hoodie and trailed up her stomach. He cupped both of her breasts over her lace bra, and she arched her back as he gently squeezed them. Daniel nipped at her mark, making her moan, and then brought his lips up to her ear, his hands still on her breasts. "Because two can play that game, I have to take a shower." He let her go and walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind him before he took a deep breath. He could feel her confusion, followed by disappointment, then annoyance at him as he slipped the rest of his clothes off. "Quit teasing, mate," Rafe muttered, also annoyed. "She started it," Daniel replied, also annoyed. "She started it," Daniel replied as he tossed his clothes into the laundry. "Danny, are you going to be here soon? Talia is really bad today." His mother's voice in his mind was like a splash of cold water pulling his mind out of the gutter. "Yeah, I have to take a shower, but I'll send Jenna over there now." He opened the bathroom door and saw that she hadn't moved, but she turned to him now, her gaze raking over him, and he felt her lust which fueled his own. "Focus, Jenna," her gaze finally travelled back up to his, after a long moment. Get Noelle and take her over to my parents. Talia is having a bad morning." Her words penetrated her lusty thoughts, and she frowned. "Okay." Daniel walked across the room to her and pulled her into his arms. "Are you mad at me?" He knew she wasn't, but asked anyway. She was more concerned for Talia than anything else. Yes. She smiled up at him, then frowned again. "I'm sorry for being a tease," he laughed. "But are you really?" "No," she admitted, resting her head against his chest. "Let Talia know I'm turning you tomorrow. You can invite her along out to the woods with us if you'd like. We're going out in the woods with us if you'd like. We're going out in the woods." "For your first shift?" "Yes, we'll all shift together. Have you met Talia's wolf?" Daniel rubbed her back slowly, over her shirt this time. "Leela, once. She shifted to prove to me that she was a werewolf, but that was it," Jenna mused as she snuggled in closer to his chest. "It's up to you. After your shift, we'll come back here because you're going to be exhausted." "What about Noelle?" Jenna couldn't help but worry about her. "My mum and dad will keep her. Ragnar will probably be there as well," Daniel said. "Out in the woods with us?" Jenna asked. "No, he's not going to watch you change for the first time. I don't think you'd want him there anyway," Daniel laughed. "Why not?" "Because you'll be naked," Daniel reminded her. Jenna felt her cheeks warm in embarrassment as another thought occurred to her. Are you and Talia going to be naked too? Daniel smiled at her jealousy. It was the reason why he didn't want Ragnar there. We don't have to be naked until necessary. Believe me, Talia is not going to be the least bit interested in me, and I think of her as a sister. Good, because you're mine, she muttered under her breath, but he still caught it and smiled. And you're mine. Well, you'd better get over next door. I need to get my shower taken. Kind of awkward that we're standing here with me completely naked and you fully dressed, Daniel mused. He still hadn't let her go. I could get naked, Jenna said in a low tone. Don't tempt me. Daniel kissed her forehead and let her go before heading into the bathroom. Jenna grabbed Noelle's diaper bag, making sure that it had everything she would need, then scooped her up and headed out of the apartment. Jenna walked down the hall and knocked on Daniel's parents' door, which was immediately opened by Charlotte. Jenna, good morning. Charlotte gave her a hug. Morning. Charlotte gave her a hug. Morning, Jenna responded, hugging her back. She wondered how old Charlotte was. The woman looked no older than her, but she guessed that Charlotte had to be closer to 400. Hello, my love, she said to Noelle. May I? Jenna handed her over and followed Charlotte inside. Caleb was seated on the couch, and Charlotte sat down next to him. Ragnar was seated in the large rocking chair, Matthew again in his arms while he gave him a bottle. Morning, Luna, he smiled up at her. Good morning. Is Talia in her room? She asked. Yeah, she is. She hasn't came out at all. Ragnar looked at her door and Jenna saw a look of sorrow cross his face. Maybe Talia and he were old friends. Thanks. Jenna turned and walked down the hall, stopping in front of the closed door. She knocked, then opened it. It was almost as though Talia hadn't moved. Jenna laid down behind her again, spooning her friend and holding her closely. Thanks for coming, Talia finally said. Anytime. You know I love you like a sister. Jenna strokes back Talia's hair. Jenna, I want to give up, Talia whispered. Jenna stiffened at her words, but she could understand them. She'd wanted to give up too when she thought Daniel was dead. Her heart ached for her friend. Matthew needs you. I haven't been a very good mamma to him, Talia said, a shudder passing through her. Ragnar was giving him his bottle when I got here, Jenna reassured her. He came in and got him this morning. Jenna, there's something about him. He calms me, Talia sighed. Like a mate would. She said it without thinking, remembering Daniel's words to her last night. We don't get second chances, Talia said bitterly. But yes, I feel guilty about it. They both remained quiet for a while after that, both lost in thought. Daniel is going to change me tomorrow. Talia rolled onto her back, looking up at her friend in surprise. He is, Jenna nodded. What all does that entail? He gives me his blood. A few hours later. I shift and then apparently I sleep for a long time to recover. Jenna looked at Talia. I'd like for you to be there with me when I shift. Surprise flickered across Talia's face. You would? Of course, silly. You introduced me to the world of werewolves, educated me on them, and helped me meet Daniel. You could almost say you're partially responsible for me giving birth to a werewolf. She watched a genuine smile touch Talia's lips. It's only right that you're there when I shift. You're the sister I never had, Talia. I want you there. Will Daniel be okay with me being there? Talia asked. It was his idea, Jenna told her. Okay, I'll come. Leela wants to be there for you and meet your wolf. Talia took Jenna's hand in her own. A knock at the door startled them both, and Daniel poked his head in. Can I come in? Of course, Jenna said. He walked around the bed and sat down on the other side, looking Talia over. She seemed a bit more relaxed than she had yesterday. Are you coming to Jenna's shift tomorrow? If that's okay with you, Alpha. Talia bowed her head. Talia bowed her head. Talia, look at me, Daniel said gently. She lifted her head, and he saw the tears on her cheeks. I seem to remember asking you to call me Daniel. No one is blaming you for anything that happened except you. I could easily blame myself for asking you to keep a secret that ended in such tragedy, but the only one that gets the blame is Jason and Leon, and they paid for their crimes. You've got to let go of your guilt, Talia, so you can begin to heal. Forgive yourself. Daniel pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. And you're coming tomorrow, even if I have to Alpha order you to. Talia let loose a small giggle at his words. I'll come. Just let me know when. Good, you got a little boy who needs you too. Daniel reminded her. We've got to go get Jenna's stuff. Are you living here now? Talia asked Jenna as she sat back. Yes, right next door. I'll come back and see you later, Talia. Jenna gave her a hug and stood up. Okay, thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Talia gave her a small smile. Can you send Ragnar in with Matthew? Of course. Jenna followed Daniel out of the Ruben room and back to the living room. Charlotte and Caleb were still seated on the couch, though Caleb now held Noelle. Ragnar was still seated in the chair with a sleeping Matthew. "Talia wants you," Jenna told him. She saw his eyes briefly flicker blue before he nodded and disappeared into her room. Charlotte stood and crossed the room. "Danny told us he's changing you tomorrow. We'll take care of Noelle while you're out in the woods and help Danny with her while you're sleeping. I gave her another bottle while you're sleeping. I gave her another bottle while you were with Talia." She took it just fine. She rubbed Jenna's arm. Jenna took a deep breath and nodded. "Thank you for everything." Charlotte hugged her. "You'll be fine. I know it's pointless to say, but don't worry about Noelle. We will keep her safe." Jenna hugged her back. She really liked Charlotte and hoped to have a good relationship with her. She had a feeling she'd need her since she couldn't talk to her own mother. Jenna and Daniel left the apartment with Noelle. The pack had box trucks for moving, and they took one, first to the diner, so Jenna could quit her job, then on to her home, where her father was waiting with lunch. She could tell he had missed Noelle quite a bit. "Growing like a weed," he'd said, cuddling her in his arms. Daniel had discussed security of the house with him, and Jenna wasn't surprised that her father had already been thinking about it. Mitch was a little upset that the wolves had gotten a jump on the old Marine. Daniel told him it would be easy for them to extend the perimeter of their lands and security to include his land as well, given that the property was right up against packland. "You'll know if a squirrel moves on your property." Mitch had smiled at that. He likes the idea of being able to know if danger was approaching. Plus, if Jenna and Noelle were here, they'd be safe. "Daddy, there's something I need to tell you that I don't think you're going to like, but I've made up my mind. This isn't a decision I just made. It's something I've been thinking about for 3 years now, though I never knew it was possible until a few days ago." Jenna took a deep breath, hoping her father wouldn't be furious with her. "I'm going to become a werewolf." Mitch's eyebrows shot up and his mouth dropped open. "I didn't know that was possible." He looked at Daniel. "It's not. Unless you are king," Daniel smiled at him. "She'll also be immortal as long as she's in my pack." Mitch's eyebrows shot up even further. "And Noelle her too. I'm not sure what your mother would have thought about this, Jenna, but knowing what I know about werewolves, and after what happened this week, I'd prefer it." He looked at Daniel. "What about Tyler? I haven't spoken to him or Charity, but if he wants to turn, I'll turn him too," Daniel told him. "He's coming home today," Mitch told him. "Nick agreed to take over the Virginia pack and Tyler has to go back to work Monday. He couldn't get a flight tomorrow." "I could send my plane to get him," Daniel offered. Mitch shook his head, glancing at his watch. "He'll be landing soon. Plane took off an hour ago." Daniel glanced around the house. "If Ty wants to turn, I'd imagine he will come to live in my pack house. Mitch, you're more than welcome to come live in my pack house. Mitch, you're more than welcome to come live there too." Mitch sat back in his seat, surprised by Daniel's offer. "I wouldn't want to intrude." "You wouldn't want to intrude. You wouldn't be. You'd have your own apartment, but you'd also be surrounded by my pack. We generally eat together and do other things together, and you could work with my security team if you'd like." "I'll think about it," he conceded. "Jonah doesn't come home much, and I think Michael is going to move out. If Tyler moves in with Charity, I'll be here by myself. Jonah is welcome to visit. Your apartment will have 3 rooms, so he could have one if he wanted." And Michael, Mitch nodded, thinking, "How would your pack feel about having a human living there?" "It wouldn't be the first time. My mother was human when she first came to the pack, and there have been others. But if you ever decided to become a werewolf, I would be willing to turn you," Daniel told him. Mitch's eyebrows shot up again as he studied the man who had stolen his daughter's heart. His generosity to someone he had just met, and who had actively prevented him from reconnecting with Jenna, spoke volumes of his love for her. "I'll think about it," he repeated, though he was already leaning towards saying yes. This big house was going to be so empty without Tyler and Jenna. Plus, he wanted to see Noelle as much as possible. "Just say the word, and we'll come get you moved in," Daniel smiled at him. "Daddy, you know I'm going to bug you," Jenna laughed. She was just as surprised by Daniel's offer as Mitch was, but she was glad Daniel had made it. She'd been a bit worried about her father being left alone in the big house. "Speaking of, we'd better get started moving your stuff," Mitch said, standing up. A few hours later, Jenna's stuff was loaded on the truck. Daniel had done most of the lifting, and Tyler had returned home and helped him, updating him on everything that had happened in Virginia. Jenna finished emptying her closet, realizing she needed to try on most of the clothes and see what still fit her. Daniel had mentioned a gym. Perhaps after she was settled, she could make use of it. She walked out of the closet to find Tyler in her room, staring out the window, a sleeping Noelle in his arms. Her father and Daniel had been talking outside while she finished packing her bag. "I don't know how you did it for a year," Tyler said. "I don't know how you handled being away from him." "It was different from your situation, I think. I only was with him one evening and I never expected to see him again. But I still missed him like crazy. I could never get him out of my mind, especially once I found out I was pregnant," Jenna mused. "I also had no way to communicate with him." Tyler was silent for a moment. "Jenna, did he mark you?" "Yes, he did on the first night." Jenna reached up and gently touched the spot on her neck. Tyler turned and glanced at the spot on her neck. "You told me you got bit by a puppy," he chuckled. "What else was I supposed to tell you? My werewolf one-night stand bit me and the mark still hasn't gone away. I didn't even really know what it meant at that point," she laughed. "It was a good spur." The moment answer. He was still chuckling at her. Jenna rolled her eyes. "Has Charity marked you yet?" "No. She wants to wait until I become a wolf, so we can mark each other at the same time." He adjusted Noelle in his arms. "Is Daniel going to turn you?" "Tomorrow," Jenna told him. "So soon?" Tyler asked in surprise. "Charity told me how it works. I'm nervous about it. Charlotte told me that it's amazing, but really weird at the same time." "What are Caleb and Charlotte like?" "I really like them. They're taking care of Talia." "They love Noelle," Jenna said softly as she walked over to her brother and peered down at her sleeping baby. "I hope they like me," her brother muttered. "Jenna, you ready to go?" Daniel appeared in the doorway. "Yes." She took Noelle from Tyler and gave her brother a hug. "I'll see you soon," he nodded and watched them leave. Jenna followed Daniel down the steps and out of the house. She felt a bit nostalgic leaving. While she had only lived here a year, a lot had happened during that year. She would always think of this house with sadness, and a few happy moments mixed in. Daniel put Noelle into her car seat, while Jenna said goodbye to her father. Then they both climbed in and headed back to the pack house. "Your father is more than likely going to move into the pack house," Daniel informed her. "He wants to talk to your brothers first. Jonah is coming home in 3 weeks on leave." "Really?" Jenna was a bit surprised by the news. She hadn't seen him since her mother's funeral. He'll make a final decision then." "Do you think he will want to turn?" Jenna asked. "That one I'm not sure of. He did ask me about the process, but I think it was more out of concern for you and Tyler." Daniel was quiet for several long moments after that, and Jenna glanced up at him. He seemed to be zoned out. "Daniel, sorry, I was mind-linking Ragnar to get help with moving your stuff in." He said Talia is up and taking care of Matthew. "What's up with him and Talia?" Jenna asked. She'd pushed their situation to the back of her mind, but she was very curious about them. That's complicated. Talia is Ragnar's mate. Daniel glanced at Jenna as he pulled out on the main road. "How is that possible? Talia told me this morning that there are no second chances," Jenna said. "What did she say?" Ragnar calms her, like a mate, and she feels guilty about it. "But she said there are no second chances," Jenna informed him. "She's not wrong," Daniel confirmed. "Then how is she Rhaegar's mate? Honestly, I've never seen this happen before. Our pack does get second chance mates because of our immortality," Daniel explained. "So why doesn't Talia know?" "I'm not sure, but my guess is that she's meant to join my pack." Daniel had been trying to work out the whole mess since Ragnar had told him. It was the only thing they could come up with. And while Ragnar was well aware that Talia was his mate, Talia wouldn't know until she joined Regal Eclipse. If she joined. If she didn't, then who knew what would happen? Ragnar is the oldest being on Earth. He's older than both me and my father. He's never had a mate, and he had never met Talia until after James's death. Is he going to tell her? Jenna asked. She felt bad for both of them. Talia, who was still trying to cope with losing her mate, and Ragnar, who had finally found his mate, but couldn't truly have her. No, she needs to discover that on her own, and apparently I need to invite her to join Regal Eclipse, Daniel mused. Do you think she will? Jenna asked. Daniel pulled up to the pack house. I think so. She's not keen on moving home because of the memories, but if she has some time, she might change her mind. I'd also tell her ahead of time that she's going to get a second chance. She may not want one. I think she will, Jenna told him. Daniel looked at her quietly. You know her better than any of us, but losing your mate is... He stopped, realizing that Jenna knew. She leaned over and kissed him. I don't envy her. Me neither, he said softly. For now, Ragnar will just have to watch his mate from a distance. I don't envy him either. Daniel stared at the blonde wolf standing on the porch, his tattooed arms crossed over his massive chest. Ragnar was a force to be reckoned with, but he knew the man was hurting inside, watching his mate fall apart while he could do nothing about it. She's drawn to him, Jenna said, as she too stared at Ragnar, wondering about him and the things he had seen in his life. He reminded her of a Viking. Ragnar suddenly stepped off the porch and approached Daniel's side of the vehicle, and Daniel rolled his window down. "Are you going to sit there and stare at me, or are we going to get this done?" He had an accent too, Jenna noticed, though it was a bit different from Daniel's. Neither was very noticeable, but they were there. "Did you bring any help?" Daniel asked him. Ragnar looked to the door as it opened, and Elijah and Caleb came out, followed by several other wolves Jenna had never seen before. "Jenna, why don't you head on up to see my mum and Talia, and we'll make quick work of this. We'll bring everything up, but we can decide where it all goes later," Daniel said, unstrapping Noelle's car seat. "Okay." Jenna grabbed the diaper bag and Noelle and headed inside. The wolves on the porch all bowed their heads towards her, and she nodded to them before stepping inside the pack house. At some point, she needed to meet them all. She stepped onto the elevator and took it up to the 4th floor, then headed down the hall to her in-laws' apartment. Charlotte opened the door before Jenna even knocked and hugged her before taking Noelle from her. Jenna was surprised to see Talia sitting on the chair Ragnar had been in earlier, rocking Matthew. Talia had a faraway look in her eyes, but she focused on Jenna. "Hey, hi." Jenna sat down on the couch, Charlotte on the other end. "How did it go at your father's?" "Good. We got everything we needed to, and my father knows I'm turning." Jenna leaned back, watching Talia. She seemed to be zoned out again. "How did he take that news?" Charlotte asked, gently patting Noelle's back. "Better than I expected. He's completely okay with it. Oh, and Tyler's back," Jenna told her. Charity told me he was returning today. She won't be back until Thursday," Charlotte said, her gaze too on Talia. The women chatted for a while longer, though Talia never joined the conversation. Matthew slept through it all while Noelle demanded to be fed. "This little one reminds me so much of Danny when he was a pup," Charlotte laughed as she gave Noelle her bottle. Jenna really liked Charlotte. The woman had a sunny disposition that was contagious. The men finally returned, and Jenna noticed that Talia seemed to snap out of it when Ragnar entered the room. She watched them look at each other, then Rhaegar placed a hand on her shoulder, and Talia visibly relaxed. Daniel sat down next to her on the couch. "Jenna, how would you feel about leaving Noelle with my parents and going out to dinner?" Jenna bit her lip as everyone in the room stopped talking. She felt like she was under intense scrutiny. She looked at Noelle and sighed. She had to leave her tomorrow. "We don't have to, Jenna." Daniel took her hand. He could feel her conflict and fear. He hadn't meant to put her on the spot. Baby steps. "Jenna, can we go get food and bring it back here?" "Of course," Daniel agreed. At some point he wanted her to eat with the pack, but she'd been so overwhelmed with everything lately, he hadn't brought it up. He stood up and grabbed Noelle's diaper bag. "They're going to need that," Jenna told him. Daniel turned around confused. "Thank you for watching her," Jenna told Charlotte. "We'll be back." Daniel gave her a big grin as he followed her out of the apartment. "Let's go before I change my mind," Jenna grimaced. "We don't have to leave her," Daniel said, taking her hand when they stepped in the elevator. "No, I don't want to be a helicopter mom," Jenna said firmly. "No one could blame you if you were." Daniel pulled her into his arms, and Jenna smiled as she remembered her first elevator ride with him. "But if I didn't have the utmost trust in my parents to keep her safe, she'd be coming with us." They left the building, and Daniel took her over to one of his sports cars, opening the door for her to get in. "I am surprised Talia was out in the living room," Daniel murmured as they headed off of Pack Lands. "She might as well not have been. She said hi to me, and that was it. She just zoned out after that until Ragnar came in." She stared out the window, watching the woods. "I saw their interaction." Daniel pulled the car out on the main road. "We put all of the baby furniture in the bedroom closest to ours. I hope you're okay with that. There isn't room for it in your room, and she's definitely not sharing a room with us forever. I just have to get over myself," Jenna sighed. "We can sleep with our door and her door open when you are ready. Once you've turned, you'll be able to hear the slightest noise. We won't need a baby monitor." Daniel pulled up to a restaurant and opened the door. "I'll be right back." She watched him walk inside and sighed. She was very nervous about turning, nervous about leaving Noelle alone for so long, nervous about it hurting. She wondered how it compared to giving birth to an 8-pound baby without any type of painkillers. She supposed she'd find out tomorrow. And how odd was it going to be to have a voice in her head? That was definitely going to take some getting used to, she remembered, back to Daniel's wolf. He'd been beautiful with his long white fur and black undercoat. She wondered what her own wolf would look like. Daniel climbed back in the car with some delicious-smelling food and backed out of his parking spot. Jenna watched him out of the corner of her eye. The man was so attractive. She found herself wondering how many women he'd been with and felt a spark of jealousy. Daniel glanced at her. "Why are you feeling jealous? You know it's not fair that you can feel my emotions while I can't feel yours." Jenna glared at him. "By Sunday night you'll be privy to my feelings," Daniel told her. "You think I'll want to mark you that fast?" Jenna teased. "I don't think it, I know it," Daniel smirked. "The mate bond is very intense." "How intense?" Jenna asked curiously. "If you had been a werewolf when we met, Talia would have never been able to drag you out of that hotel room," Daniel said quietly. Jenna sucked in a small breath at his words. "They hurt a little." Daniel suddenly stopped the car. They were back on Packlands and headed up the drive towards the pack house. He turned to her. "Jenna, I didn't say that to hurt you. I said it to give you an idea of what you're going to start to experience tomorrow and fully on Sunday. You had no idea who I was to you, and if I hadn't been so drunk, Rafe would have been able to wake me up so I could stop you from leaving. He's still a bit annoyed with me over that one." "I didn't think you were that drunk," Jenna said. "When I first woke up, I didn't even remember mating you, let alone marking you, Rafe was." Exasperated, Rafe supplied. Annoyed, pissed off. Daniel rolled his eyes. "Thanks." Jenna raised her eyebrows at him. "He's reminding me of how he was feeling," Daniel explained. "So you don't even remember that night?" Jenna found herself feeling hurt again. "Rafe remembers every single detail, and I have watched it on replay many, many times in my head, courtesy of him," Daniel said. "Can't believe you were that drunk," Rafe said in disgust. "You're welcome," Daniel cringed. "He's scolding me," Jenna giggled. "Wait, so even though you were drunk, it didn't affect him?" She had seen his eyes glow multiple times during their conversation. It was interesting to know how the relationship was between Daniel and his wolf. She hoped her own wolf liked her. "Nope. It's a defense mechanism," Daniel said. "Are you two always at odds?" Jenna asked. He laughed. "No. Rafe is my best friend. He's kept me sane over the last year." He smiled. "Without Rafe, he would have surely lost his mind." "And he doesn't mind me?" Jenna asked uncertainly. Daniel looked at her like she's lost her mind. "Oh, Jenna, Rafe adores you. He's completely in love with you. Just as I am." She stared at him in shock, and then smiled as Daniel's eyes glowed blue. "I love you both, too." "We will meet soon," Daniel said in a deep voice. "Was that?" She was having a hard time wrapping her head around all of it. Daniel's eyes stopped glowing. "Yeah, that was Rafe. He's dying to meet you, but he will wait until tomorrow." Daniel put the car into drive and zoomed up the driveway. "Our food is going to be cold." A few hours later, Jenna was snuggled up in bed with Daniel. Her thoughts drifted from Talia and Ragnar to her father and Tyler, then to Rafe and Daniel. She was very nervous about tomorrow. What if something went wrong? She chewed on her lower lip in concern. "Jenna," Daniel said in a low voice. "I'm not thinking about sex," she muttered, causing Daniel to laugh. "I know you're not, but at the moment I would rather you were." He stroked her back soothingly. "I can't help but worry. I doubt I'm going to sleep tonight," she admitted. Moments later, she was out, and Daniel vowed to keep Noelle from waking her up. Morning light filtered in through the curtains as Daniel opened his eyes. Noelle had stuck to her record of only waking them up twice in the middle of the night, and he had managed to get her out of the room before she cried so that Jenna could sleep through the night. He breathed in her scent, knowing that it would change before the day was over. He would miss his little human mate, but he was excited to meet her wolf at the same time. Jenna's breathing changed, alerting Daniel that she was waking up, and he prepared himself for the nervousness that he knew was going to accompany her throughout the day. He had spoken quite extensively to his father the last couple days about the entire process, so he knew what to expect. He planned to give her his blood this morning so that they could get it started and over with. He didn't want her to spend the entire day sitting around think about it and drive both her and him into a nervous frenzy. Jenna opened her eyes and yawned. "Good morning," he greeted her. "Morning." "I can't believe I slept through the entire night," she murmured, then sat up suddenly. "Is Noelle okay? Did she wake up at all last night?" "She's fine. I can hear her heartbeat from here," Daniel reassured her. "She woke up twice, but I got her out of the room before she could wake you up. She took her bottle like a champ." Jenna breathed a small sigh of relief. She was glad Noelle had taken so well to the bottle. It was one less concern she had to worry about today. She took a deep breath. "So what's the plan?" "Well, first we're going to have a hearty breakfast, because you're going to need it, and then we're going to get the process started." "Be right back," Daniel said, as he got up and left the room. Jenna climbed out of bed. and headed into the bathroom. She was not looking forward to this process at all, and wished that it was already over with. Consuming Daniel's blood was going to be her first challenge, and the idea of it made her feel sick. Noelle's cries made her hurry, and she went back in the bedroom to scoop up her baby. She changed her diaper and looked up when Daniel walked in with a bottle. "I made coffee and had breakfast delivered," he said, taking Noelle from her. "Delivered?" she asked in surprise. The last 2 mornings they'd made breakfast themselves, though she'd found out that Daniel barely had any food in his apartment. "I asked the ladies in the kitchen to make us something." He stopped before leaving the room and turned to her. "Jenna, are you absolutely sure you want to do this?" She looked up at him in puzzlement. "Yes, I'm 100% sure." He searched her face for a moment, then searched her face for a moment, then searched her emotions for any bit of doubt. He could feel her nervousness, but otherwise she seemed ready to do it. "Okay, let's go eat." He turned and led her out of the bedroom. The morning passed quickly after they had breakfast. Daniel showed her Noelle's room. He'd chosen to leave the furniture all in the middle of the room for now, so that Jenna could paint and decorate the walls. After, she went into the closet to work on putting her clothes away. Daniel hadn't brought up turning her since before breakfast, but she figured they'd start when he got back. He'd gone down to his office to take care of something, promising to be back in a little bit. She had no idea where his office was and decided she needed to ask him for a tour of the pack house at some point. Jenna pulled out Daniel's sweatshirt from her bag and smiled. She really should return it to him, but it had become one of her favourite things to wear. The smell of amber and sandalwood drifted into the air, and she stopped, taking a deep breath. Whatever that was, it smelled amazing. She continued pulling clothes out of her bag and hanging them up, dividing them into 2 sections. Clothes she could wear and clothes she couldn't. The amber sandalwood smell grew a bit stronger, and Jenna stopped again, breathing it in. Whatever it was, it smelled divine. She wondered if it was Daniel's laundry soap. She opened her suitcase full of underclothes and began to sort through them. Talia had loved pretty, sexy lingerie, and she'd always dragged Jenna along when she went shopping for it. She held up a red lace bra with a matching thong, wondering if she'd even be able to fit in it. Someone knocked on the front door, and Jenna stood, abandoning her sorting, to see who it was. She opened it and was surprised to see Charlotte standing there. The amber sandalwood scent wasn't as strong in the hallway. "Morning, Charlotte." "Do we smell that?" Charlotte gave her an odd lock as she entered the apartment. "Smell what?" "Something smells really good." "Like amber and sandalwood," Jenna murmured. She noticed that Charlotte smelled homey, like cookies. She hadn't noticed that before. "Have you all started the process?" "Where is Danny?" Charlotte asked. "Not yet. He had to run down to his office for something." "He had to be back in a bit," Jenna told her, inviting her in. "If you'd began, I'd say that you're probably smelling Danny." "It's the first thing you would notice," Charlotte told her. "I've never noticed it before." "What's that?" she asked, referring to the cloth Charlotte had folded over her arm. "It's a dress to wear when you go out to shift," Charlotte said, holding the dress up. It was white and long, simple but pretty. "It's pretty warm out today, so if you wear this with some leggings, you should be fine." Jenna accepted the dress from her. "Thank you, Charlotte." She hugged the woman. "So did you get Noelle's nursery set up?" Charlotte asked. "No. Let me show you." Jenna led her down the hall to the nursery and opened the door. "Daniel had them put all of the furniture in the middle of the room, so I could paint and decorate the walls first before I placed the furniture. Would you like some help?" Jenna turned back to Charlotte and saw the eager expression on her face. She had so far put no thought into creating a nursery. She had always thought Noelle would share a room with her. "Yes, please. I have no idea what to do. We can discuss some ideas after the funeral, if that's okay with you," Charlotte said, looking around the room. "Maybe get Talia involved. I hope she will help." "I'm worried about her," Jenna murmured, wrapping her arms around herself. "Getting outside today will be good for her," Charlotte said. The front door opening caught their attention, and the scent of amber and sandalwood grew even stronger. Jenna's nostrils flared as she took a deep breath. It was almost intoxicating. Daniel appeared in the doorway a moment later, and Jenna's eyes widened as she stared at him. "Mate," sounded very faintly in her mind, and she swallowed hard. Daniel's eyes glowed as he stared at her, his nostrils flaring as well. "Did you give her your blood?" Charlotte's voice in his mind snapped him back to reality, and he glanced at her. She was looking back and forth between the two of them, and she raised an eyebrow at him. "Yes, though she doesn't know it." "Well, you need to tell her because she's already onto your scent. She mentioned it the moment she saw me." "Well, I better be going. We'll see you both in a little while. I'll let Talia know to get ready." Charlotte gave Jenna a hug, noticing when Jenna breathed deeply, taking in her scent. She hugged her son and left the apartment. Jenna waited until Charlotte was gone before turning on Daniel. "What did you do to me?" Her eyes glowed for a split second, surprising him. "Oh, I gave you my blood for breakfast." Daniel was surprised to feel a flash of anger, but it quickly disappeared. "I thought it might be easier than drinking it straight up. I know the thought of it made you nauseous. I planned to tell you when I came back, but I didn't think you'd already be starting to change. That's why you asked me this morning if I was sure." Daniel nodded. "If I would have sensed any hesitancy, I would have stopped you from eating it. As it was, my goal was just to keep you from throwing it up and having to consume it again." Jenna was quiet, thinking over what he had said. A small part of her was annoyed with him, but the more she thought about it, the more she realized she appreciated the way he's gone about it. She had already overcome the first hurdle without even realizing it, and it would have really sucked if she would have had to do it twice. "When did you do that?" "Yesterday, while the guys were moving your furniture in. I've been talking to my dad quite a bit about it, and I knew you weren't excited, so I spent a lot of time trying to come up with the best way to make that part at least easier for you. I went down to the kitchen and asked Brianna if she could make something with my blood in it. She thought I was crazy at first until I told her why. Then she agreed, so I slipped down there this morning before you woke up and gave her what was required." Jenna sighed. "I'm glad I couldn't tell. Breakfast was delicious," she said with a slight shudder. Daniel laughed. "Brianna is a fabulous cook, but I could still faintly smell it." Jenna walked over to him. The smell of amber and sandalwood permeated her nostrils, and she breathed in deeply. "Something smells amazing." Daniel grinned at her, watching as she stopped in front of him. "You smell amazing. Why do you smell so good this morning? Are you wearing cologne?" "Nope, Rafe." "I can barely sense her wolf. She's there, just starting to awaken," Rafe said excitedly. Noelle's cry startled them both, and Jenna pushed past him to go to her. Daniel followed her into the bedroom, sitting on the bed while she changed Noelle's diaper. Why does this smell so much worse than normal?" she groaned. Daniel sniggered until he saw Jenna's sharp gaze directed at him. "Better watch it, or mate will kick our ass," Rafe laughed. "What do you smell, Jenna, Doody?" "Baby formula," she muttered as she finished up diapering Noelle. "Watch her while I got wash my hands and make her a bottle." He nodded and watched her head into the bathroom. He tapped into her emotions, seeing how she was feeling. A bit annoyed, though the apprehension she'd been experiencing that morning was gone. Underneath it all, she was slightly aroused, which surprised him. "Mate, Bond is starting to affect her," Rafe said. "Rafe, how do you know all of this?" Daniel asked him. "I know everything," Rage told him smugly. Daniel rolled his eyes. "I paid better attention when we were doing werewolf study." "I remember all of it," the wolf said. "All of this was in the book?" Daniel asked in surprise. He could barely remember reading that book. "Yup, it detailed all of the change," Rafe told him. "That was like 300 years ago," Daniel said, exasperated. "Longer. But I also remember everything our father taught us as well these last few days. Even things you did remember," Rafe said, his tail slowly waving back and forth. "You amaze me," Daniel muttered, shaking his head. "I know," Rafe replied, preening a bit. "But you don't have one humble bone in your furry body." Daniel poked at his wolf. "It's like my only fault," Rafe agreed. Daniel snorted, watching Noelle play with her foot. He smiled at her. "You're getting so big." Jenna walked back in the room and laid down on the bed next to Noelle and gave her the bottle. "I don't think it's started working yet." "What?" "Your blood." She watched Noelle greedily drink from the bottle and glanced up at Daniel. He was quiet while Noelle finished her bottle, then picked her up to burp her. Jenna was right. Noelle did smell like baby formula, but she also had her own unique scent. Noelle was asleep before long, and Daniel laid down on the bed next to Jenna. "What do you smell?" "Amber and sandalwood mostly." "It smells so good." Daniel rolled over until he was over her and leaned down close. Jenna's nostrils flared, and her eyes flashed. "That's really you. That's the way I smell to you, to your wolf." He rubbed his nose up the side of her neck, breathing in her scent. She moaned, breathing him in. "Mate," the word echoed in her head again. Louder this time. "I think I might hear my wolf," she said tentatively. "Probably." "Rafe said he can sense her, and I've seen your eyes briefly glow a few times," Daniel informed her. "Try talking to her in your mind." "Hello!" No response. She shook her head in disappointment. "Give it a bit of time," Daniel said and stood up. "Why don't we nap?" "Okay," Jenna agreed, and stood as well before laying down again next to Daniel. He pulled her close and stroked her back slowly. It wasn't long before he was asleep. Jenna pulled back so she could watch him. He looked so young and relaxed like this. She wondered how much he had actually slept last night. "Mate is so handsome," the voice startled Jenna. "Oh, hi. I'm Vanessa. It's nice to meet you, Jenna." A vision of a black wolf with a white undercoat suddenly appeared in Jenna's mind. She was sitting, her tail swishing back and forth. Jenna stared at her in awe. "You're quite beautiful. Thank you. I'm looking through your memories. You've had such a rough last year. I'm so sorry, Jenna," Vanessa said mournfully. "It has been rough," Jenna agreed. "I need a bit more time and then we will shift." "Rest, Jenna. You're going to need it." Jenna dropped off to sleep, her dreams involving her wolf as they ran together through a field. Vanessa woke her a few hours later. "Wake, mate." "It's almost time," she said. Jenna looked over at Daniel, her eyes widening at how much she suddenly felt drawn to him. Her need for him was almost overwhelming. She breathed in his intoxicating scent and reached out to touch his arm. The tingles were greatly intensified, and she bit her lip as she looked down at him. Daniel's eyes popped open, and Jenna felt her world flip upside down as she met his gaze. She was on him in an instant, kissing him like she needed him to live. Daniel felt overwhelmed by the lust he'd been hit with the moment his eyes had met Jenna's. It felt like the first time he'd seen her, and he hungrily kissed her back, his hands trailing down her back, then her thigh, as he pulled it up around him. "Mate's wolf is fully present," Rafe said happily in his mind. "We need to mate and let her mark us," Daniel said, his brain overcome by lust as he rolled her on her back and ground himself against her, making her moan. "Yes," Rafe growled in his head. Daniel grabbed Jenna's shirt, pulling it over her head and tossing it across the room. His lips were on her again, their tongues wildly dancing as he pulled her brass straps down and cupped her breasts, rubbing her nipples. She moaned against his mouth, her hands travelling over his skin before heading down to his jeans and unbuttoning them. She yanked his zipper down and slid her hand down his stomach and inside his boxers, causing him to groan into her mouth. "Stop!" Rafe suddenly said, startling Daniel. "We don't have time. Mate will shift soon." Daniel pulled back, earning a whimper from Jenna. "I'm sorry, but we don't have time right now. This will have to wait." "You're going to shift soon. You're Vanessa." Jenna huffed as she rolled away from Daniel and got up off the bed. Bunch of killjoys. Jenna walked towards the closet, pulling off the rest of her clothes. She grabbed some leggings and turned when she heard Daniel walk in. He stopped, staring at her. Then suddenly he was in front of her, his lips on hers, as his hands ran over her naked body, leaving dingles in their wake. He picked her up and she wrapped her legs around him as they kissed, exploring each other's mouths. He finally broke off the kiss and sat her down. "I'll wait out here for you," he muttered, turning and leaving the closet. Jenna smiled as she slipped on the dress and the leggings. She walked into the bathroom and quickly braided her hair before walking back into the closet for some boots, and found Daniel in there slipping a t-shirt over his head. "You ready?" he asked. "As ready as I'll ever be," Jenna conceded. "Don't worry, I've got us," Vanessa piped up. "Let's grab Noelle and trade her for Talia," Daniel said, grabbing her diaper bag. Jenna giggled as she picked up her pup. They left the apartment and headed next door. Charlotte was waiting for them and gave Jenna a hug. "You've got this. Just remember to breathe and listen to your wolf." "Thank you, Charlotte." "And thank you for keeping Noelle," Jenna told her gratefully as she handed the pup to her. "Oh, any time, Jenna. I just love me some baby kisses," Charlotte said, kissing Noelle's cheeks. "Maybe we should have another, Caleb." She winked at Jenna. "What?" Jenna looked past Charlotte to see both Caleb and Daniel with their mouths hanging open. Talia stood off to the side, a smirk on her face. Jenna walked over to Talia and gave her a hug. "I'm so glad you're coming. I wouldn't miss this for anything. I'm so excited for you. Has your wolf appeared yet?" Talia hugged her back. "Yes, she's already shown me what she looks like. Her name is Vanessa." Jenna was excited that Talia was going and that her friend was this engaged. It was the most animated she'd seen Talia since James' death. "We need to go," Vanessa informed her. Jenna looked at Daniel. "We need to go." He nodded, and Jenna kissed Noelle goodbye. "She's safe, Jenna," Charlotte reassured her. Daniel led them back to Caleb and Charlotte's bedroom and out the French doors. They walked down the steps to the ground level and into the woods, Daniel leading them up a path. "Where are we going?" Talia asked. "There's a small clearing up ahead. It's completely surrounded by trees, so Jenna will have plenty of privacy. I've warned everyone in the pack to stay away." Daniel kept walking. He could feel Jenna's apprehension, and it was fueling his own. He'd spoken to his father for reassurance when they'd stopped to drop off Noelle. Every scenario possible had ran through his mind last night, from Jenna's personality completely changing to her not surviving. He'd done his best to hide how afraid he was, not wanting to worry her, but he'd be lying if he said he wasn't scared out of his mind. They finally approached the clearing and stopped. He turned to look at Jenna. Outwardly, she too looked calm, but he knew she was nervous. Talia looked at him and narrowed her eyes for a second, then looked back at Jenna. "Now what?" "Jenna, I want you to give me control," Vanessa spoke up. "How?" She was starting to feel odd. "Close your eyes and visualize yourself stepping back," Vanessa coached her. "Should I take off my clothes first?" How in the world was she going to manage to strip naked in front of them both? "Yes, but hurry. We have little time left," Vanessa warned. Jenna stepped out of her boots, then slid her leggings off. She grabbed her dress and glanced up. Talia gave her an encouraging smile, then turned around. Daniel, on the other hand, sent her a concerned look. "Please don't ask me to turn around. Mate is just worried, but don't worry. Everything will be fine," Vanessa reassured her. "I'll finish undressing us." Jenna met Daniel's gaze. "I love you," she whispered, then closed her eyes, giving Vanessa control. Daniel held his breath as he watched her eyes close. When she opened them back up, they were glowing green, and he knew her wolf was in control. She lifted her gown over her head and placed it over a tree branch, then turned back to him. She placed a long, hard kiss on his lips before flashing him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, mate." Then she shifted fluidly, shocking him. Vanessa was beautiful in her own right, and the opposite of Rafe with long black fur with a white undercoat. Daniel stepped forward and lightly touched her head, then began to run his hands through her fur. "Talia!" he called. "Talia!" he called. Talia turned around. "I didn't even really hear anything." She shifted back quickly. "Yeah, I watched it with my own eyes, and I still don't believe it," Daniel said, as he continued to pet her. Vanessa licked his cheek, then turned away before looking back at them. "I think she wants us to shift," Daniel said. They both disappeared a little into the woods to strip and shift themselves, then came back out to find Vanessa. Jenna watched them both from her position in Vanessa's mind. It was the oddest feeling. She'd thought for sure that it was going to be excruciating, but it hadn't been. "Told you I got this," Vanessa smirked. Being a wolf was amazing. The earth smelled rich and like new growth. Everything looked sharper, more clear, and she could hear the smallest noise. Vanessa ran for a bit for all she was worth, following Rafe through the woods, Talia hot on her heels. Then they played. Hide and seek tag. They played it all. Finally, Jenna could feel Vanessa begin to wear out. "Soon we will have more stamina, but for now we're done," Vanessa said. "I'm going to give you back control." Jenna found herself suddenly front and centre. Rafe came up alongside her, rubbing against her side. Tingles erupted under her fur, surprising her. Lila came up on her other side. "What do I do?" Jenna felt overwhelmed and was afraid to move. Rafe came back and licked her snout, then disappeared into the woods. "Breath deeply. Search for the scent of our mate's clothing. It'll be the easiest for you to distinguish," Vanessa said. Jenna took a deep breath and was met with a ton of different scents. "Don't get overwhelmed. Just sort through them until you find the right one," Vanessa instructed her. "I smell it in 2 different directions." Jenna felt confused. "The stronger one will lead us to mate. The less stronger one will lead us to mate's clothes," Vanessa said. Jenna smiled. Smart wolf. She followed the lesser of the 2 scents, moving slowly so she didn't lose track of it. And so she came across Daniel's clothes. She glanced around, finding the clearing and her own garments. "Now what? Now we're going to shift back. Visualize yourself as human." The shift back took a little bit longer than shifting to her wolf, and Jenna had a feeling it was because she was in control and not Vanessa. It hurt a bit, but still wasn't bad. After the shift, though, she found herself aching all over. She dressed quickly, putting the dress down as Rafe and Lila appeared in the clearing. Lila headed into the woods towards her clothes, while Rafe came over to her. Jenna ran her fingers through his fur. It was the first time she'd been this close to him as a human. She kissed his snout. "I'm really sore from all of this." Rafe licked her cheek, then headed off towards his own clothes, and Talia appeared out of the woods, fully dressed. "Thank you for inviting me. Lila and I needed this. How are you feeling? Did you have fun?" Talia gave her a hug, causing Jenna to wince. "Are you okay?" "I'm really hurting." She looked over at Daniel as he reappeared dressed. The draw to him was almost irresistible. She breathed in his scent deeply as she looked him over and could feel Vanessa looking out at her mate. She wanted to jump him and mark him. "We should head back." Daniel eyed her with concern. They all headed down the path, back towards the pack house, though Jenna ended up slowing them down as her body began to really ache. When they approached the back of the house, Jenna looked up at the stairs. "I'm not going to make it up those." Daniel scooped her up, causing her to gasp. The tingles were so much more intense than they had been before. "Talia, I'm going to take her up to our apartment. I'll be able to get Noelle after I get Jenna settled and take a shower." Daniel started up the stairs. Talia was already halfway up. She turned back to them. "Okay, I'll let Charlotte know. Thank you so much for including me today. Truly, love you, Talia," Jenna called as Daniel flashed her a smile. Daniel opened the French doors when they reached his deck. He walked in and sat Jenna down. "You want to bathe or go straight to sleep?" "Bathe. I'm hurting so bad I don't know if I could sleep right now," Jenna muttered. "You'll heal quickly. Your body just went through a lot. Do you want a hot bath or a hot shower?" "Shower. I don't think I could stay awake long enough to take a bath, even though it sounds wonderful. Maybe when I wake up." Jenna headed towards the bathroom. Daniel watched her go and sighed with relief. Even though his father had reassured him numerous times, he was glad she had survived her first shift. She'd had a blast, and he'd felt her lust, knowing the mate bond was starting to fully affect her. She was too tired now to do anything about it, though. "Daniel?" Daniel's head snapped up at Jenna's call, and he hurried into the bathroom. He was pretty sure he'd heard her already get in. He steeled himself for the onslaught of desire he knew would hit him the moment he saw her naked. Jenna was just standing there, letting the water flow over her body. She'd piled her hair up on her head. She looked up when he walked in, and he felt a surge of lust from her. Water dripped down her body, grabbing his attention, and he swallowed. "This is embarrassing, but I don't have the energy to bathe myself," she cried, a tear trailing down her cheek. "Oh, Jenna!" He felt her embarrassment and frustration. "I got you. It won't always be like this. Do you want me to wash you?" She nodded, and Daniel pulled off his shirt, then his shorts. He felt Jenna's desire for him when she looked at him naked. Daniel opened the shower door and slipped in. Jenna turned to him and placed her hand on his chest. "You were right," she muttered. "It's so much stronger now. How do you keep your distance? It's not easy, especially with your teasing ways." Daniel smirked, grabbing Jenna's loofah. "I don't have the energy now," Jenna said sadly. "Quite all right. We can wait," Daniel told her. "Turn around." Jenna looked him up and down one more time before turning around. Daniel grabbed her body wash and worked up a lather in her loofah. Then he pressed himself up against her back. He heard a soft gasp at their touch and stifled a moan himself. He placed a hand on her waist and brought the loofah around to her belly. He washed her slowly, languidly, kissing her mark. He could feel that Jenna was growing more aroused the longer he worked. "Now who's being the tease?" she murmured as she turned her head to meet his lips. Daniel kissed her slowly, then broke it off. "All finished," he said as he stepped back and quickly washed himself. Jenna watched him, a tired smile on her face. Daniel flipped the water off and opened the door. He grabbed a towel and dried himself off, then grabbed another for Jenna. He wrapped it around her, drying her off, then scooped her up and carried her into the bedroom, putting her off, then scooped her up and carried her into the bed. "I'm going to go get Noelle, and I'll be back." Jenna hummed, and then she was out. Daniel slipped into the closet to get dressed, before leaving to get Noelle. He visited with his parents for a while, ate dinner with his parents for a while, ate dinner with his pack, then caught up on some paperwork. His mother had found a baby wrap in the diaper bag, and had helped him figure out how to use it. Daniel had gotten Noelle strapped up, and then headed off. He stopped in his apartment periodically to check on Jenna, but she was still asleep. Daniel realized he felt better emotionally than he had in months. He was able to concentrate and finish tasks without getting distracted. He glanced around his office. He was thinking about adding a playpen and maybe a desk for Jenna if she wanted. A knock at his office door pulled Daniel out of his musings. "Come in," he called, knowing it was his beta. Ragnar entered the office. "Are you wearing a baby?" "Hello to you too," Daniel laughed. "It's a thing, and I can get a lot done," Ragnar grunted. "Have you thought about the crowning ceremony?" "I haven't got that far yet." "Why?" Daniel asked. "Well, I was thinking we could either live stream it, or we could do a werewolf summit," Ragnar suggested. Daniel leaned back in his chair. We haven't had a summit in years since before the World Wars. Regal Eclipse had hosted werewolf summits for centuries. It was a time for the werewolves to travel to Regal Eclipse, to petition the king, discuss different issues and possibly meet their mates. It had been hosted every 5 years at that time, since some packs had to travel for months to attend. If we do that, we'd need to do some building, Daniel said. At one point, there had been housing for guests on pack lands, but it had been torn down. We can have some meetings and decide. Get Jenna's input too. Ragnar stood. How's things with Talia? Daniel asked, looking up at him. Ragnar's eyes flashed. Better since she let her wolf out. Thank you for including her. Daniel nodded. She asked me to go to the funeral, Ragnar told him. For comfort. Yeah, but she feels guilty about it, Ragnar sighed. She told you that? Daniel was surprised. No, I can just see it on her face. Every time she hugs me or seeks comfort. He crossed his arms over his chest. I'm going to give her a bit of time then, invite her to join the pack. I want her to have a clear head, Daniel said. He knew he was putting Ragnar in limbo over his mate, but he didn't feel it could be helped. Ragnar nodded. It's fine. I want what's best for her, my own feelings aside. I'm going to go for a run, Daniel nodded as he watched the old wolf leave. He sighed, rubbing his face. Noelle whimpered, and Daniel wrapped his arms around her and stood. Yeah, I agree. Let's go check on your mother and get you something to eat. He headed back upstairs to his apartment, breathing in Jenna's scent as he walked inside. Her scent had changed slightly, and now she smelled of werewolf and rogue. He had already informed the pack there would be an induction ceremony tomorrow night. The sooner Jenna was no longer a rogue and immortal, the safer she'd be. He also wanted to start teaching her self-defense. Daniel got Noelle settled for the night, and then headed into the bathroom to take a shower. He flipped the water on hot, and sat down on the bench, letting it wash over him and soothe his muscles. He hadn't realized how tense he'd been all day. Been a long day. I miss mate, Rafe said. Me too. I've gotten used to having her around, Daniel agreed. He finally stood up and bathed himself. 10 minutes later, he was in bed, sound asleep. Jenna opened her eyes to a dark room, but found she could still see quite well. Amber and sandalwood filled her nostrils, and she breathed it in deeply. She sat up and glanced over to see Daniel laying next to her. The covers were down around his waist, and his bare abs were on display. She licked her lips. A small whimper snapped her head in the other direction, and she climbed out of bed, hurrying quietly over to Noelle. Hi, baby, she said softly, pulling her out of the crib. Jenna grabbed the diaper bag and left the room before Noelle could start crying. She glanced at the clock as she walked by, noticing that it was almost 5 a.m. We slept a long time, she mused to Vanessa. We needed to recover. Now we're not sore. Mate checked on us frequently. Vanessa stretched. You didn't sleep. I did, just not as deeply as you. I was aware of mate coming and going, Vanessa told her. Once Noelle was taken care of, Jenna sat rocking her in the future nursery as she looked around the room. Soon, this will be your room, baby girl. When Noelle had finally fallen asleep, Jenna took her back to her bedroom and laid her down. She turned to look at Daniel, who was still deep asleep. How long has he been asleep? About 8 hours now, Vanessa said. Jenna slipped off her nightshirt and stood there completely naked, staring down at him. It's time we claimed our mate,